Well, hello everyone and welcome back. This is the third and final day of the 2025 Silverstone Festival, and what an amazing 2 days of action we've had. Friday, it was all about qualifying. Yesterday, 10 amazing races. We had single-seaters, sports cars, GTs, we had touring cars, we had the full lot. And we've got the same again today. But Ben, it's not just about the racing this weekend, it's about the 75th anniversary of the Formula One World Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, we have a spectacular display of 34 Formula One cars, plus a motorbike, because we have the Surtees championship winning motorbike, as well as his first ever car with his name on the side of the car. From 1950, the very first Formula One car that won here the first World Championship at Silverstone, all the way through to the present day. It is the most spectacular Formula One collection I have ever seen.
And we've also got Formula One cars on track. We've got Prix 66 cars, and we've got things falling from the sky later today. And it's not rain, guys, it's not rain. We've got the Red Devils, haven't we?
Last thing today, 7 o'clock this evening, the Red Devils, the parachute regiment of the Royal Air Force, will be dropping from the sky, of the British Army, sorry, and they will be rounding out our celebration of the Silverstone Festival.
So much to look forward to. We've got Formula Juniors in the assembly area already, ready to go out on track. They had a race yesterday, qualifying on Friday. This is their final race of the weekend. But Ben, there's a lot more than just these guys today. Why don't you take us through the timetable? I can see these guys getting strapped in, so I'm going to try and catch some of them before they go out.
Yeah, absolutely. We have 10 races today, as we had yesterday. About 4 or 5 races will be race twos of the various grids. And of course, lots of action in the shift and drift zone as well, the adrenaline zone, the Cops runway where you can buy all kinds of things, the auto test zone. Here is the timetable, and we'll kick off with Formula Juniors. Watch out for Richard Hammond in the second race of the day, the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy. We also have the second race for the Formula 2 and Formula 5000 cars at 11 o'clock. We will see the little half-a-litre Formula 3 cars at 12:50. And then the Masters Racing Legends. Everything in the afternoon, by the way, kicks off from the international paddock. We're at the National this morning. And we will round out our action with the Masters Sports Car Legends. Right then, let's go down to Ed, who's got a few drivers to chat to of this first race of the day, the historic Formula Junior.
Well, thanks very much. So, Formula Junior cars ready in the assembly area. Let's go and talk to some people. We've got Horatio, who's on pole position. He finished 4th yesterday. He hasn't got his helmet on. Horatio, I'm sorry. So what happened yesterday? Sort of a minor misjudgment?
Well, what, with the start or with the tap? No, well, I was overtaking on the outside at Stowe, and the blue flags were waving, the car moved over, I went for the outside, and I'm not sure if he moved just to try and let Sam past, but at that speed, you're doing over 100 miles an hour, a slight misjudgment like that from another car just touching you. I'm just happy it wasn't worse. For a second I thought I was going over, so yeah, hopefully a bit better luck today.
Yeah, I mean, it's all to play if you're on the front row. I guess the key thing is you want to try and break the toe, don't you?
Yeah, I'm going to work my my hardest just to try and make a good start. It's always difficult from pole here because you get pinched into Abbey, but I think if we can make a good start and just get my head down. The car's fantastic, so we'll see. We had a bit of a misfire yesterday that the guys worked very hard to fix, so hopefully all to play for today.
Well, best of luck. I'll let you jump in. So today we've got 1.5 laps of green flag laps. Sam, I was watching the race yesterday, and there was a man who was absolutely delighted, who turned out to be your father. You made him very happy yesterday.
Yeah, it was a bit unexpected yesterday. We thought if we could finish third, we'd be really happy with that, and we definitely didn't expect to win it.
And what's the plan for today?
Try and do the same again. I think it's going to be a bit more difficult, but you know, the start yesterday really threw everybody. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll go flat out and see what we can do.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, that's the whistle going. We've got the 1 minute board. We've got engines firing up. That's everything from the assembly area.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the final day of the Silverstone Festival 2025 and the final ever day of racing at a Silverstone Festival in its current guise. So, the end of an era, but let's make it a good one. Very good news indeed to see that Horatio Fitzsimon, yesterday's pole sitter, his car is in one piece after what looked like quite a scary contact at Copse. And there on the grid is Spencer Shinner, who was absent yesterday. He was racing in Formula Fords, but is back here for Formula Junior. So what is Formula Junior? Well, let's take a little look.
Historic Formula Junior celebrates the open wheel category that became the launchpad for future Formula One stars like Jim Clark, who would go on to win 2 Formula One World Championships after cutting his teeth in the juniors. Keep your eye out for the rear-engined Lotus 22s, a car in which Peter Arundel raced to the 1962 Formula Junior Championship. Also on show, you'll see the Brabham BT6, driven by the likes of future Formula One champion Denny Hulme back in 1963. It's time now to enjoy the roar of the young lions.
Formula Junior then, one of the breeding grounds of young single-seater drivers in the late 1950s, early 60s. The second race of the weekend. They always kick off the action. It's like a shot of adrenaline. Well, good morning, everybody, wherever you are. If you're trackside here at Silverstone, if you're watching around the world, Martin Haven and Alistair Douglas in a commentary booth. Here's your grid for race 1. Horatio Fitzsimon on pole. Qualifying times from Friday set both grids. So Alex Ames alongside him. Yesterday's winner, Sam Wilson, and third place man Chris Goodwin are on row 2. Spencer Shinner does race today. Richard Wilson alongside him with Stuart Roach, John Milicevic, who had a drive shaft failure or a donut failure yesterday, not the edible type, the drive shaft type. He will start 8th. Jeff Underwood, Lucas Buchhofer in 10th position. Now, these are all rear engine cars. The best qualified of the front engine cars, the older machines, 18th place, Big Ray Mallock in U2 Mark II, and he's one of half a dozen cars. He was leading until, again, like our leader in the rear engine cars, he made contact with the backmarker, or backmarker made contact with him. So Adrian Russell won in his Condor, possibly the first ever Formula Junior victory for a Condor, a very small production run of cars. And again, down the order, you can see names that became familiar. Brabham, Lotus, and so on, and names that disappeared. Stangalini, Deep Sanderson, and even Elva didn't survive much beyond the mid-60s. Ospas, Gemini's quite successful yesterday as well. Crosley went on to greater things than building customer cars in Northern Ireland. Alexis, Brabham, Stangalinis, Tarashis, and the rest of them. It is a huge grid of cars, 49 cars on the list. That's because 4 cars were withdrawn after mechanical problems yesterday. So Alistair, you've been down amongst the cars this morning. They're out on their formation lap and a half because we use the national pit lane to garage the cars, but the start and finish line is actually where it would be for the Grand Prix outside the wing. So they've got another full lap. So what do we know after yesterday's race? Well,
I spoke to Horatio Fitzsimon, who you will remember if you were here yesterday, had a little incident down at Stowe Corner. The car is fine. The suspension has been checked over. What I didn't know was he had a misfire, a top-end misfire. So at the end, towards the end of the race, he wasn't even getting into top gear on the long straights because it was fluffing so much. So we should see a little bit more speed from him if they've got that fixed today. His main target is to try to win the Howden Ganley Trophy, which Martin talked about yesterday. That's the combined finishing times for the 2 races, so he's got a job on because Horatio finished, as you say, in 4th place, so he's got to make up a bit of time. But otherwise, the car's fine. The one you mentioned, John Milicevic, who had that drive shaft failure, John's garage is up the road in Towcester, and he was just telling me he had the failure. He'd been told that he needed some slightly thicker drive shafts on the Brabham BT6, which is fairly new to him, and so he went home, found some bits and pieces in the workshop, machined it all up, brought it back to the circuit, fitted it, decided it was fine, took it back to the workshop and did a bit more finishing on it, and that's what's fitted on the car now. So very good from John Milicevic, a former champion in Formula Juniors. And Spencer Shinner, you mentioned, wasn't here yesterday. He was racing in the United Formula Ford Championship yesterday, which is his main focus for this season. Took 6th place at Donington, so he was very happy with that. Some good points for him, but glad to see that he's out on track today. No problems yesterday for our winner Sam Wilson and Chris Goodwin. We were talking about Chris Goodwin being working for McLaren. That's absolutely right, but he retired from there, I didn't think it was 8-9 years ago.
Gosh, was it?
He did. He then went to work for Red Bull and helped develop the Aston Martin Valkyrie.
Yep.
Nice job. And he is now partner in Garage 59 with Andrew Kirkcaldy. Which, if you follow GT racing, you'll know that Garage 59 is a very top flight team in the European GT World Challenge, and he is in fact a partner in that, so still very,
Andrew
very
Kirkcaldy,
involved.
another McLaren refugee.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And just to complete the Chris Goodwin story, his father, Dr. Tony Goodwin, is here this weekend. Dr. Tony raced in the 60s and 70s in European sports car racing, wrote a great and very funny book. But Tony is here, so welcome to Tony Goodwin and Chris Goodwin, carrying on the family name in racing.
All right, well, let's identify a few of our expected front runners. Horatio Fitzsimon, the yellow car at the front of the field, our pole man in a Brabham BT6. And not identical, but the same car. The burgundy car of Alex Ames will be behind him. Sam Wilson's green Cooper, with the white stripes, the Cooper stripes. Sam, easily identifiable among many green and white Coopers because he's got that psychedelic Porsche helmet, blue and green. And alongside him, Chris Goodwin, the white Lotus, but Goodwin in that Dayglow orange helmet, again, very easy to spot. Behind him, the blue Lotus of Spencer Shinner, 182. That's the one with the bright orange noseband. And then black and white Lotus of Richard Wilson. Looking a little further back, the green shoebox, the man with the red and white helmet, that is Ray Mallock in the Mallock U2. He's the pole sitter of the front engine cars. Right behind the tall blue car number 23, that's the Condor of Adrian Russell. Now, Ray was leading the race yesterday until he got caught out by a meandering back marker, knocked him off, punctured his wheel, and the Condor inherited the victory. But nevertheless, Ray Mallock back at the head of the front engine field. And the safety car has a Mallock relationship as well. It is RML's latest hypercar project. And of course, RML, the company set up by Ray Mallock Limited, now managed by his son, Michael. So we are getting ready to go racing for the first time here on Sunday morning. Coming to the line for race 2 of the historic Formula Juniors here at the Silverstone Festival. 49 cars on the grid. The yellow machine of Horatio Fitzsimon is the man on pole position. It's a long hold for the red lights. They're fanning out 4, 5, 6 wide across the grid. Alex Ames trying to squeeze the pole man, but exactly as he said, to Ed in the collecting area. Horatio trying to avoid that. Chris Goodwin jumps up to second. The white Lotus 22 with the Dayglow yellow helmet, and it is orange helmet. Big lock up from him. Alex Ames on the inside should come alongside him, but the next corner is a tight left-hander, so Alex is going to have the work cut out to go around the nose of Goodwin. They're all on slightly cold tyres still. These are treaded tyres as they raced in period, and Spencer Shinner with a light blue car with the bright noseband moves up to 3rd place. Goodwin back down to 4th, but the perfect start to Horatio Fitzsimon's race. Alex Ames in 2nd, Sam Wilson down the inside, car number 53 with the green and blue helmet. He moves up to 3rd, Goodwin down to 4th, Shinner back down to 5th place.
And so far it's going perfectly to plan for Horatio Fitzsimon, because as I mentioned earlier, his target really is to stretch out enough of a lead to try and win the Howden Ganley Trophy, but that's going to be really hard work, isn't it, Martin?
Now, is that going to be done on aggregate time or aggregate positions?
Aggregate time, I believe.
Okay,
yeah.
All right. So in race 1, Horatio Fitzsimon was 10.9 seconds behind winner Sam Wilson. So there is the maths. He's got to be 10.9 seconds ahead of Sam Wilson. And then you have to count in Alex Alex Ames, who's currently second and was second yesterday, who was only a whisker behind Wilson. So, yeah, Horatio probably needs to win by 12 or 14 seconds. And if he can break free, and again, he told Ed about the misfire. He didn't say we couldn't even get into fourth gear on the straight. That's quite a misfire, isn't it?
It is, yes. So down the hanger straight for the first time and into Stowe Corner. Alex Ames in second place. Third place is Sam Wilson, and then it's Chris Goodwin, who was telling me that he only really races this car once a year. It is his car, but he's so busy with his day job, as it were. So he says Friday it was okay. Saturday, yesterday was better because I'm getting used to it. Hopefully today even better still.
Good little battle here, just behind the top four. Richard Wilson, the blue car with the white noseband, and car number 60 alongside him. And
John Milicevic.
John Milicevic, yeah. So John retiring very early yesterday, but giving a very good account of himself at the moment. So that is the battle for 7th place, just behind Spencer Shinner.
And John Milicevic running those classic Brabham colours, isn't he? The green,
Yeah.
dark green with the gold band down the middle.
Green and gold, the Aussie colours. And yeah, Brabham, of course, started racing in Coopers. We'll see, we have seen some of those this weekend, including cars, in fact, that Jack Brabham won the World Championship in. Denny Hulme, Bruce McLaren, a whole host of them started racing in rear-engine Coopers, and then again Jack Brabham and Bruce McLaren both went on, of course, to set up their own car companies, and you're seeing the product of that right now. Green and gold BT6, one of the earliest Brabhams, and we talked about this over the years. Formula Junior, sort of a microcosm of how motor racing changed from the 50s into the 60s, from the pre-war, post-war front-engine cars, of which we still have some, and we're still racing in Grand Prix races up to the 1960s, and then the rear-engine revolution that transformed motor racing, led, of course, by Cooper, and then followed by the likes of Lotus and McLaren and Brabham.
And the battle for second place is starting to close up now, with Sam Wilson starting to close in on Alex Ames. This is pretty much what happened yesterday. Sam seems to quite like to let the car settle into the race and then start to really push. And they do have to take care of the cars. Obviously they're old cars and it's quite a long race for them, 20 minutes around here, but nevertheless the tyres and to some extent the brakes just have to be nursed a little in the race. And Sam Wilson going for the inside into Stowe Corner. Will he get past Alex Ames there? It looks like he has. So a change for second. Sam Wilson takes over second from Alex Ames. And now, and yesterday, I specifically asked these two drivers, if Horatio is in the lead, are you going to work together to try and catch up with him? And the answer from both of them was very much a yes. So now Sam's got ahead. He'll probably be happier to tow Alex along rather than the other way around.
And of course, in the collecting area, the cool, calm logic applies. Once you get on track, that's a little bit more difficult. But you're absolutely right. The two cars together will go quicker than each of the individual cars on their own because of the slipstreaming effect. It reduces a little bit the drag on the car in front, and it reduces a little bit the drag on the car behind. And when you're trying to push through the air, as you know, if you've stuck your hand out of a car window at 70 miles an hour, there is an awful lot of wind resistance. So these cars working together should go quicker. And Horatio's attempt to win the Houghton Gandy Trophy is going to be very tough indeed. He was only 1.3 seconds in front on the last lap, and the fastest lap of the race last time round set by Sam Wilson as he went through into second place, 2:19.4 to the 2:23 of Horatio Fitzsimon, our race leader, so very nearly a second in front. Now then, here is our front-engined leader. So yesterday's race winner, Adrian Russell in the pale blue Condor, has taken the lead from the start away from Ray Mallock in the U2. Mallock there actually as a front engine car almost as low. In fact, the driver is lower in the car than the Brabham he's passing, and that's because it's very much offset. Does look like there might be a little bit of a twitchy handling issue. It was his right rear wheel that made contact with the air and back marker yesterday, and Big Ray had an immediate puncture and had to pull off. I'm sure the team have worked very hard to make sure that the car is square and straight, and not just the bodywork, but the suspension as well. And he is now giving chase. He's got the leader of the front engine class, Adrian Russell, right in front of him. And look how high Adrian Russell sits compared to how low Ray sits. That's because the engine in the Mallock is sort of pointing forward. The nose of it is in the right front corner, and it's then pointing towards the back left corner, so the drive shaft goes beside the driver. But there you can quite clearly see in the Condor driver much higher up, because the drive shaft is going from the front engine to the rear axle underneath the driver. Doesn't bear thinking about for a drive shaft failure, but you know, these are the way the cars were built in period. So you can see that Adrian Russell very much higher up in the car, and that makes it quite a roly-poly machine compared to the Mallock.
And I can remember Ray and his younger brother Richard racing in Formula 3 in a front-engined Mallock, and then bolting on some mud wings and doing clubman races in the same car. So it was a very a car that could be used in a lot of different formula at the time. And in junior, certainly with Ray at the wheel, it is very, very competitive as we look at leader Horatio Fitzsimon. And if you're watching and using TSL timing, then you'll notice Sam Wilson has not got any intermediate times, and also on our live stream stack on the left-hand side, he keeps disappearing. That's because his transponder is not working, so our hard-working timekeepers are having to time him manually and then feed him back into our electronic system.
Well, we always praise the work of the marshals. We don't often talk enough about the work of the timekeepers. You think, oh yeah, everything's digital, it all just happens. It doesn't. They manually time every single car as well, because you never know when the system is going to go down. So, yeah, thank you very much indeed to TSL, some of the best in the business. Horatio Fitzsimon continues the fastest lap war. 2 minutes 18.295 now. Sam Wilson 2:18.783. So Horatio opened up another half a second, and Ray Mallock has got through into the lead of the front engine car then, of the front engine class, ahead of Adrian Russell.
So the Mallock has made his way through. We didn't pick up on our live stream pictures what happened to Ray at the start, but clearly he had some sort of issue and dropped back a little bit, but he's asserted himself at the front, as we expect to see with Ray Mallock.
Well, everybody was sort of rushing around out of Club Corner, and the leader was waiting for the lights to change, so there was a lot of bunching up and lots of cars spread out. And what often happens there is that if you're a bit careful about not jumping the start and getting penalties, then you end up getting bounced. Didn't see the pass either, but Ray is now, what was his last lap? Mallock, a 2:27.4 is his fastest lap, and 2:28.4 the fastest lap for the blue car of Adrian Russell. So he has got pace in hand. We saw that yesterday. Glorious sight. Actually, we watched Adrian Russell quite a lot late in the race, really working on the steering of that car. And again, you can see the difference between that front engine car and, you know, front engine Ferraris and Maseratis would have looked very similar compared to a car like the Lotus on the left-hand side. Very low slung and much more, presenting a much smaller aerodynamic profile. And also dynamically a much better car. The centre of gravity much lower, the roll centre much lower. You can really see that the Condor leans and rolls a lot in the corners. And again now, some of our front runners coming up amongst these front engine cars. The red 141 Elva of Charlie Besley. He's third in the class, so the third of the front engine class. In fact, there are 3 Elvas all together on the grid.
And the Elva built by Frank Nichols, and he came up with the name because he thought, what can I call my cars? And he thought, she goes in French, Elva.
Yeah.
So that's why he called them Elvas. As it's passed by one of the Brabhams there. That's the Paul Thomas Brabham BT6, looking very similar, the same colours as John Milisevic's car, the works colours, dark green and gold.
Well, the traditional Cooper colours sort of morphed, didn't they, from being sort of blackish into what we associate with Mini Coopers, green with the twin white stripes, and that then became sort of their factory look. Brabham, the green and gold of Australia, that became his factory look, and of course Bruce McLaren with Papaya brought over, and always had the little kiwi on the nose as well, reflecting his New Zealand heritage. And the story about Brabham, why BT? Brabham Technology, Brabham Techniques, Brabham Team? No, Brabham Toranak. His designer was fellow Aussie Ron Toranak, and Ron, for the first year or two, a year and a half maybe, designing cars for Brabham, did it remotely. Hybrid working, as we would now call it. He was working remote from home in Australia, sending plans over to the Brabham factory in southwest London. Obviously that wasn't very efficient or speedy, and so in the end he fairly quickly up sticks and moved to Great Britain, and of course then went on not just to design a whole host of Brabhams, but set up his own team and design very successfully Formula 2 and Formula 3 cars.
And Horatio Fitzsimon driving in the colours of Ian Walker Racing, a private entrant for his Brabham BT6, driven in period by Paul Hawkins, who raced in period in sports cars and in open wheel cars very successfully. Horatio, actually, I didn't realise, he told me this morning, he was born just down the road in Toaster. He moved, I knew he came from California more recently, yeah, family moved out there in when he was age 2 to California, so he's a Toaster boy. He moved back to the UK aged 18, and that's when I first came across him in the paddock racing in Formula Juniors. He wanted to pursue a racing career, so moved back to the UK. And you mentioned this, I think, on Friday, but we didn't mention it yesterday. This car is actually owned by the Art Car Club in Naples, Florida, and they ask Horatio to drive it for them, and he does it extremely effectively.
Now, to talk to Horatio, he sounds as American as Ed Foster doesn't. I mean, absolutely sounds like he has never set foot outside the UK in his life. I can't believe he went to America age 2, because all of his formative years, everything he learned about language will have been in the States.
Yes.
How does he not have an American accent? He has got, you know, a crystal clear-cut British accent. Absolutely no question where he comes from. To discover that he went there so early enough, I thought, okay, well, he sort of moved late teens or something, by which time you've sort of found your accent, or it's found you. But no, that's remarkable. Chris Goodwin there, and then closing in behind him, John Milicevic.
No, Sharon Edelman.
Sharon Edelman.
Yeah, Sharon Edelman.
They've just gone by her. Yeah.
The only lady driver we've got in the race, and Sharon and her husband actually have a number of cars out this weekend, but she's out in the Brabham BT6, similar again, very popular car in Formula Junior from 1963.
Now that is in the colours of Écurie Ford France, and is that an ex-Joe Slesser car? I seem to recall that's what it says on the side of the car at any rate. So again, a historic livery on a historic car. Sharon Edelman not just driving in Formula Junior, she was in one of the saloon car races as well. So our race leader, 3.2 seconds in front. Why the Howden Ganley Trophy? You might know Howden Ganley maybe as a Grand Prix driver. You might know Howden Ganley as a car constructor. Tiger Cars, Tim Schenken and Howden Ganley's Group C constructing team. Well, he started his racing career, as so many drivers did in the 50s and 60s, in Formula Junior, and he is the patron of the Formula Junior Association. So he will be here today to present this brand new trophy, the Howden Ganley Trophy. It's not for the winner of race 1, it's not for the winner of race 2, it's for the aggregate overall best driver of both races throughout the weekend. So Horatio could have been in a position to win both races, or was in a position to win race 1 yesterday, until he tangled with the back marker, who moved offline, as he told Ed, at Stowe. He said briefly, I mean, the car bounced up in the air, landed 4 square going backwards. He said, I didn't think I was going over, which is, yeah, 100 miles an hour in a car that's as open as this is probably not a comfortable moment. But again, racing drivers being racing drivers, he's out there giving it absolutely the full beans again today, keeping that advantage over Sam Wilson.
And prior to Horatio being born, Howden Ganley was a family friend of the Fitzsimons. So once Horatio got involved and interested in motorsport, Howden became a sort of father figure to him, if you like, for his motorsport career.
I was going to say, that sentence didn't start well. Until Horatio was born, before Horatio was born, Howden Ganley was a family friend. Afterwards, however, he stayed with a family friend and became a mentor. And you know, what great experience to draw on as well. And a man who's been around several blocks several times.
And in fact, Dr. Tony Goodwin, I mentioned earlier, Chris Goodwin's father, he's the president of the Formula Junior Historic Racing Association. So they've got both the sort of figureheads, if you like, of Formula Junior racing here, which is quite something. And here is Chris Goodwin, actually, number 175. In the Lotus 22 with the orange helmet. Chris, very much a part-time racer now. He was a McLaren factory driver and employed by the factory, and then, as he was telling me earlier, moved to Red Bull to help develop the Aston Martin Valkyrie, and now runs the Garage 59 GT team, so successful in European GT racing. In partnership with Andrew Kirkcaldy, another, as you called him, McLaren refugee, but both exceptionally good drivers in GT cars. Chris Goodwin getting used to this car, but he's not, as we've got yellow flags for
there was a car pulled off there a lap ago, I noticed, and so Goodwin coming up behind these two back markers, but into a yellow flag zone, so losing a lot of time behind these two cars. It's fine if you're chasing, you know, an equal paced car through a yellow flag zone. You both lift off, you both don't lose much time, but when the Formula Junior, the front engine car of Dave Wall slowed down that front engine Gemini, then he really lost time. Another of the luminaries in the Formula Junior world, of course, is Duncan Rabagliati, who, would you call him ringmaster? And it's something like that. He's out there as well, car number 7, the front-engined Lexus that he drives all the time, car number 7, bright orange car. So, yeah, everybody to do with Formula Junior makes a pilgrimage here to the Silverstone Festival, have done year after year. They open the day every morning. Horatio did say, I do wish occasionally that we weren't on first. It does mean a very early morning and quite a long day. I feel your pain, Horatio. I feel your pain.
I think we're looking here, yes, Duncan Rabagliati there in the orange car, number 7. He's not troubling the top of the timesheets. Duncan is not a youngster, shall we say, but he and his daughter Sarah put a huge amount of effort into the Formula Junior Historic Racing Association, and Duncan also heavily involved in the 500s as well. And he was chatting with us on Thursday here about how amazed he was at the entry they've got for the race we're going to see later on for the 500 Formula 3s.
55 of them, and you saw there actually just behind him was the tall Stangalini of Peter Fenichel, who appears to have pulled into the pit lane. Actually, no, there he is. So Duncan Rabagliati, offset single-seater driver on the right. Behind him, Peter, offset single-seater driver on the left. So the Alexis built in Britain, right-hand drive, old boy. The Stangalini built in Italy, left-hand drive, well, whatever the Italian equivalent for old boy is. And so, so you see the two cars coming together. They can look perfectly past each other because one head's on one side, one head's on the other side.
Well, the Alexis built by a Birmingham builder, financed by a Birmingham builder, Alex Francis and Bill Harris from Australia. And you mentioned the Stangalini. That was very much an Italian car and Italian name as well. Vittorio Stangalini designed that based on contemporary GP cars, we've already said. Looks very much like a Maserati. And
so and we sort of talked in the 80s about if you were an Eni, you were always going to get a drive. It didn't start in the 80s, did it? Stangalini back in the 50s.
That's right.
Being an Eni was never a bad thing, getting into motor racing.
It was actually a Stangalini that won the very first Formula Junior race in April 1958. It was took place at Monza. The whole concept of Formula Junior thought up by Count Johnny Lurani, and the first race took place at Monza, was won by another, almost an Eni. He was a Roberto Lippi in a Stangalini at Monza. So it's and it's only ran for 5 years, Formula Junior. It's remarkable how many, over 100 manufacturers, I'm told, were in the Formula Junior market.
Checkered flag awaits. Horatio Fitzsimon has led this race from start to finish. No trouble today among the back markers. And here we go. Victory on Sunday morning at Silverstone for Horatio Fitzsimon in the Brabham. Sam Wilson behind him, just 1.1 seconds back, close right up at the end. Alex Ames will take third place. So Sam Wilson, yesterday's winner, takes second. Alex Ames, who was second yesterday, takes third. And here is Chris Goodwin, the first of the Lotuses home. Goodwin, third place yesterday, fourth place today. And our front engine class, again, the long-time leader yesterday was Ray Mallock in the U2 Mark II. And then he too had trouble in the tight and twisty stuff down at the Loop and Village with the back marker, and that put paid to his hopes of victory. The same has happened at Stowe Corner for Horatio Fitzsimon a lap or two earlier. Today though for Ray Mallock as well, no such dramas. The front engine class of the field, he started on pole position. There in second place, coming out of the Chapel Curve, is the man who won yesterday, Adrian Russell in the blue Condor. He is second of our front engine cars, and I think quite possibly Chris Besley in the red and white Elva 141 still in third place. There he is. So that is your top three in the front engine class as they head towards the checkered flag. In the distinctive and maybe not quite as racy as you might expect looking at Mallock U2, it is Ray Mallock who takes victory on Sunday morning at Silverstone in the front engine class. Big moment there for yesterday's winner. Adrian Russell just hanging on to that one in the Condor. And coming down the hangar straight, the car that will finish in third place in the front engine class, and that is 141, the Elva of Charlie Besley. So another fantastic pair of races in Formula Junior, always so close. And the third place car in the front engine category, Charlie Besley in the British-built Elva, coming across the line to take the checkered flag and the final spot on the podium. Well, no dramas today for Horatio Fitzsimon, but only 1.1 seconds ahead of yesterday's winner, Sam Wilson. And so Sam Wilson there clearly head and shoulders above in the chase for the Howden Ganley Trophy to be presented to the overall best driver on aggregate over the two races. But I'm sure Horatio delighted to have got through cleanly today. The result then, Horatio Fitzsimon wins the second race for historic Formula Junior at the Silverstone Festival from Sam Wilson, yesterday's winner, Alex Ames and Chris Goodwin, who was second and third yesterday. And in the front engine class, similar to Horatio Fitzsimon in race one, Ray Mallock, the long-term leader, tangled with traffic towards the end, didn't finish. Today, no such dramas. He wins it ahead of yesterday's race winner, Adrian Russell. And in third place was Charlie Besley in his front-engined Elva. So among the rest of them, 48 cars started, 47 cars finished the race. And bearing in mind that these cars are now getting on for 70 years old and older, that is pretty impressive. Let's catch up with our top three and Ben Constantiouris.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yeah, let's have a chat to Horatio, who wasn't in this position and should have been in this position yesterday, but after that unfortunate incident, you made it look relatively easy. From the hand signals I've just been watching, it wasn't.
It certainly wasn't. From about lap 2, the fifth gear was stripped, I feel. And on the last lap, we completely lost top gear. So I was stuck in fourth all the way from Copse. And I've had so much bad luck here. And this is my home circuit. I was born in Towcester, so in theory, it should be a lucky circuit, and it's only ever been bad luck. So I'm happy to break the curse today.
And was it, apart from those technical issues, it just seems like things went much better than yesterday?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if all things aside, yesterday we had a very bad misfire that we couldn't figure out. It started off as a little misfire, and it became very bad in the race yesterday. So I'm sure Sam would have beaten me anyway, had I not had that spin. But today, Gary Pearson and his boys, Dennis, Andy Brown, They worked so hard yesterday on the car. I mean, we were out at Tow Weston for several hours until everything just died. So they worked late until the night, and they were early this morning. So it just felt amazing. The car was beautiful to drive, and I'm very pleased to be able to give them the result.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. Let's grab Sam. Come over here, Sam, so we're not shooting the window. Stand over here. That would be grand. So I think that means that you've got the Howard Ganley Trophy. Is that correct? After yesterday's performance?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, we've got it on aggregate. So yeah, really chuffed about that.
And again, it looked as though the battle between you and Alex was a little bit more stable today.
Yeah, I think Alex made some changes yesterday, after yesterday, and I don't think it worked as well as he'd hoped. And yeah, I think that held him back a bit today. But Horatio was going like stink, and he didn't put a foot wrong, and yeah, he did a really good job.
Absolutely, congratulations. Let's go and find Alex down the back here. Not quite as sort of easy to get to the front as yesterday.
No. Well, you know, unfortunately, we tried a few things to see if we could pick the pace up today. Unfortunately, it didn't necessarily work for us. But no, still happy with third. You know, there's a big grid out there. Still thoroughly enjoyable. I'd like to have taken it to them a little bit more, but unfortunately, we just didn't have the pace today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the first race of the final day of the Silverstone Festival. And as ever, the Formula Juniors not only packing the grid, but putting on a fantastic race as well. It was a big mountain to climb for Horatio Fitzsimon after the misfire yesterday that meant he couldn't get top gear on the straight and then contact with the back marker. That cost him a win. Ray Mallock leading the front engine class from the previous day's winner, Adrian Russell. But in the end, no dramas for Horatio Fitzsimon, leading all the way through from start to finish, not able to ease away from the rest of the field the way he had hoped. And from our 49 starters, 48 finishers, or 48 starters, 47 finishers, among them a whole host of front engine cars chasing the rear engine cars. Horatio Fitzsimon, the winner on Sunday morning.
Now, it's been 75 years since the first Formula One race here at Silverstone. It was in 1950, and since then the location has been ever evolving. Now, it's really fitting that they've added the go-kart track. Inside the main circuit, they've added Kart Silverstone, a tiny little go-kart track. And the reason it feels fitting is that so many Formula One drivers start their career out in go-karts. And I certainly remember being a young fan of Formula One, tiny little boy, and I lived near a go-kart track called Rye House, which is where Lewis Hamilton trained. So I had the ambitions and the visions to be a driver. It didn't work out for me, but it worked out okay for Lewis. So we've got people here coming out to try go-karting within the same piece of tarmac that Formula One races are run. And I'm thinking about all the young people that they're going to be inspired by getting into a go-kart, and will they eventually come on to be another British world champion. Now tomorrow, Sunday, there is going to be a demonstration here at 1:20 in the afternoon. So if you find yourself down in the middle of the track, come and check out Kart Silverstone, and maybe yourself could have ambitions to what it feels like to be a Formula One driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get our first podium ceremony underway then for the historic Formula Junior category, their second race and the first race here of Sunday. So please welcome to the podium in third position, Alex Ames. In second position, Sam Wilson. And the winner of race 2 of the historic Formula Juniors, Horatio Fitzsimon. Sarah Mitrick from the historic Formula Junior category will present the trophies to our top 3. Alex Ames in third position, Sam Wilson, who wins on aggregate across the 2 races. But the second race goes to Horatio Fitzsimon. jump onto the top step of the podium for us, nice and friendly. Happy smiles. And there is your podium for the historic Formula Junior.
Well, let's catch up with our latest race, or our next race, second of the morning. The Royal Automobile Club's historic Tourist Trophy. The Tourist Trophy, the oldest motor racing trophy presented in the United Kingdom, and a former road race run right from the early 1900s. In the collecting area is that man, Ed.
Richard, you were all smiles in the assembly area before qualifying. What did you learn?
The smiles are missed. No, it's. I'm looking forward to it. It's huge fun. This bit, all the noise and the chaos before the start is. I'm learning. You just got to focus that out. The bit I'm looking forward to is when the lights go out as we cross that start line, and then I'll just give it my best.
Now, look, for people who've never heard of a Dunlop Historic or raced on these tyres, can you describe what they're like?
The car likes to move. The best bit was early, the start of qualifying, track was damp. And this thing, anything above 30, was skating, which was great. So it taught me a lot about how it breaks away. But the good thing is what you're not doing is storing up a load of mechanical grip that eventually you're going to suddenly lose in one big snap, horrible moment. So it was useful. But yeah, you can't be afraid of letting the car move about.
You'll find that when you go out of the pit lane, it's one of the rare times in your life that you just don't think about, or you can't think about anything else. You'll love it.
That's the whole point of doing this, and I've chatted to Patrick, who's driving properly, and all the other drivers. That's what you do. You get out there to escape all of everything else. They call it flow state, don't they? I can't say I achieved that, but a degree of focus I ordinarily am incapable of does descend, which is great.
Fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing some Senna-like float status.
Yeah, if you really squint.
Get your helmet painted, it'll be fine.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I'll just get round, eh?
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, he may have been subject to a little bit of gentle winding up by his longtime friend Jeremy Clarkson over all this as well. Richard Hammond, Royal Automobile... I'm wearing Saturday's teeth and they're a little bit worn out. The Royal Automobile Club's historic Tourist Trophy. Race 2 of the day here at the Silverstone Festival 2025. And again, a beautiful morning in this August bank holiday weekend. Nikolai Mortensen, Jan Magnussen start on pole in the Turner. The what now? Don't worry, you'll find out in a moment or two. Slightly better names, better known names further back. Jaguar E-Types, Lotus Elite, Austin Healey's, and Sunbeam Alpines. This is a race that will be very interesting for the car at the back of the field. John Spears and Nigel Greensall, they share an awful lot of cars every weekend at the Silverstone Festival. They didn't manage to set a time in qualifying, so they will start at the back in a car that should pretty much have been starting at the front. So what is a Turner? Well, it's on the left-hand side, the front row of your picture. It's that little green thing that at first glance you'd think, oh, that's an MG Midget. It's not quite though, is it? Because the grille's not the same. It's got a sort of big smiley face. It's a kit car, or a small production volume car that is built in the UK in the early 1960s. And some stunning laps yesterday from Jan Magnussen. The car, all sorts of angle of the dangle, producing a great run to pole position. Alongside him, Michael Gans in the green Lotus Elite. The Pearson brothers in their white Jaguar E-Type start on row 2, and the drop-dead gorgeous Ferrari 250 short wheelbase of the Hart family starts in 4th place. That very, very dark green. Believe that David Hart may well be driving this solo, although Olivier Hart is shown on our list. So let's get ready to race then with the historic Tourist Trophy. Waiting for the red lights to go out. Pacing the field is Nikolai Mortensen in the Turner. How well are the small engine cars at the front of the field going to do away from the start? The Jaguar E-Type, Gary Pearson starting the white machine down the inside. David Hart in the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase looking to try and come around the outside, but a great start by the little Lotus Elite, the green car with the silver bumpers. Michael Gans takes the lead, and now Pearson lunging down the inside, late on the brakes, trying to get the Jaguar rotated. Nikolai Mortensen going along around outside him in the Turner. Michael Gans battling with the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. And away they go onto the Wellington Straight for the first time. Keith Douglas, a great variety of small and larger cars in this field.
I don't mind that you called me my father's name there.
Oh, there you go. It had to happen at some stage, Alistair.
Yes. Gary Pearson it is who starts, the two brothers, Gary and John. It's Gary who starts in the E-Type. And that Wellington Straight, really the first opportunity for the E-Type and the Ferrari to really open up the taps on these. In fact, the Ferrari has lost a place to the fast starting Jason Minshaw in the number 55 hardtop Jaguar, and coming up the inside is Joe Wilmot in the Austin Healey 3000. And well, I wouldn't like to think what that Ferrari of David Hart is worth, but he's quite happy to race it and getting in amongst it.
Quite a number of big Healeys worth of Ferrari. So Lotus and Turner side by side. Now, this is a two-driver race. You don't have to have two drivers. You could be like Michael Gans, again, I'm doing the whole thing myself, I don't mind, I'll pay for that. Or you could share the car. But either way, you have to make a mid-race pit stop in this 50-minute race. And
John Spears, look where he is from the back of the grid.
And that is car number 3, the Red Cobra. There he is from the back of the grid. A car started very quickly. Spears and Greensall, we didn't see it in qualifying, but the car certainly has plenty of pace. David Hart starting in that beautiful dark-coloured 250 short wheelbase Ferrari. And certainly the Austin Healey behind, car number 81, taking to the grass on the inside at Luffield. I mean, the Healey was a very successful rally car as well, so possibly not entirely in an alien environment. I don't think the 250 short wheelbase was ever really used on the loose, certainly not intentionally. Oh, and David Hart really struggling with the front end of the car under braking, leaves the door wide open, and there's an opportunity for the Red Cobra to try and take advantage. The Pearson's Jaguar is the leader, Michael Gans second in the Little Lotus, from Nikolai Mortensen in the small green Turner.
And it's relevant to mention at this point that John Spears, who will hand over to Nigel Greensall, surprise, surprise, Nigel has a 20-second pit stop additional time to serve because of his status as a driver. Jan Magnussen, who will take over the Little Turner, 35 seconds. So it's this is why it's so important for John Spears to really try and get as much time in hand as he can for Nigel Greensall.
And the same is true of Nikolai Mortensen in the Turner there in third place. The closer he is to the front, the better it's going to be, because his co-driver Jan Magnussen, although he absolutely flew to pole position, is going to be struggling in terms of how long he's sitting in the pit lane. And you see Mortensen, absolutely no respecter of the heritage of the Lotus, tucks his nose inside. And if you can out-handle a Lotus Elite, that's not a badly set up car, is it?
It's very good indeed, yes. And I love the sort of patination on the Turner. It's almost as though Nikolai has looked at the car and said, yeah, we'll keep all that. It's raced for umpteen years. The shame.
That is a real shame. Hands in the air, he doesn't know what's gone wrong, but something has for John Spears. And the pit window isn't open, so they can't sort of fix the car and swap drivers. So that looks like the end of the race. It didn't behave itself in qualifying. Looks like it's not behaving itself in the race either. So looking there at the Little Lotus Elite of Michael Gans, big number 31 on it, 84 on the doors and on the bonnet of the Turner of Nikolai Mortensen. And you think that the Elite has got, what's it, 1.1 1 litre, 1.5 litre potentially climax engine up against a 3.8 litre Jaguar, which is not leaving it on the straight, never mind in the corners. And the same 1300cc, it's probably now 1380 the Turner, I would think, but nevertheless, tiny capacity cars compared to the big XK engine in the E-Type, and still Gary Pearson is struggling to get away from them.
Yes, in fact, both engines in those cars are a little larger than either of us thought until I referred to our entry list. The Turner actually running a 1650cc, so that's the bored-out version of the engine. And John Spears right underneath our commentary
and there's
box.
Nigel Greensell in his racing overalls trying to push him in, but in fact, you're not allowed to do that until he gets past the white line. I don't think strictly they're going to worry too much about that. The car is out. Michael Gans with the fastest lap of the race, and that's why Gary Pearson's E-Type is not getting away. At 2:33.1 for Michael Gans, fastest lap for the E-Type, 2:33.2. It's got more power, but it carries more weight.
And the Lotus Elite running a 2 litre engine in the front of that. Still the Climax engine, but 2 litres. So yes, he's got quite a bit more than a standard 1220cc Lotus Elite, which is almost as quick. They're such a good car to drive. And in car number 55 in 4th place, it started by Jason Minshaw, one of the Minshaw family of Demon Tweaks fame, and he's sharing with Mark Burton in that car, and both quick drivers, so it's worth keeping an eye on that E-Type in 4th place.
And that's another 3.8 litre car, and the only V12 in the field in the front of car number 16, David Hart's 250 short wheelbase car that was then developed into the TDF, the Tour de France, and further developed again into the GTO when things like the E-Type started to challenge it a bit, but the Cobras a lot. Ferrari never one to sit on its laurels, decided to really extend the concept of the GTO quite dramatically, of the 250 short wheelbase quite dramatically, and the 250 grew and got more and more competitive. It became a real benchmark, again for a very brief period until rule changes, as happened quite often, changed the playing field, and then suddenly the 250 was yesterday's news. Yellow flags waving down in the Beckett's S's. Just saw those lights repeating that, so I'm not sure who's gone off where.
And a recovery drive now for the red Cobra number 3 of John Spears, Nigel Greensell. It'll still be John at the wheel because they can't change drivers until the pit window. But clearly, whatever that was, he came under our commentary box with no engine at all, just coasted in. Whatever it was has been fixed. Is that Joe Wilmot?
I think so. That's another of our Healey's. So car number 81, Joe Wilmot. And we saw him trying to get by David Hart earlier on.
I think that was the yellow
Joe
flag,
Wilmot. Yeah, that's what the yellow flag was for, stationary car. Now, he's quite a long way off the track there and not really in an area where cars are likely to go. So hopefully we shouldn't need a safety car. So what, 40 minutes of this 50-minute race to go. So although the Red Cobra is a lap down at this stage, John Spears, if it didn't run at all and it was fixed that quickly, that sounds like something very simple, like a lead fell out of a coil, or the distributor cap came off or something, and you just open the bonnet, put it back on, fired it up, sent him back out again.
Yes, because it wasn't a plug lead, because it would have been misfiring.
It would have sounded horrible, but it would have sounded.
But it would have been going, at least.
All E-Type battle here, and this is the battle for 10th place. 14, the Bitterim and Gardner car, the red machine, just getting the upper hand over 25, the Garrett and Crichton machine. Always nice to see a few E-Types out in any race of this era. And again, you've got 3 E-Types, another Elan, and a big Healey in that group. So all sorts of parts of the British motoring spectrum. Very small production volume for the Elite, slightly larger production volume for the big Healey, and much larger production volume for the Jaguar E-Type.
And whilst the names of the marks still exist, Jaguar, Lotus to some degree, and Austin Healey, sort of, none of them in UK ownership now, which is a little sad. But
does somebody actually own the brand Austin Healey? because I know that JME at Cape Works, where the cars were built originally in Warwick, they rebuild a lot of cars. I'm not sure if anybody is contemplating manufacturing a new big Healy. JLR, definitely, Jaguar Land Rover still exists, so Jaguar owned by the Indian conglomerate Tata, and Lotus with Malaysian owners, and hearing recently, very recently, that they said there are no plans to shut Hethel, which is not quite the same as we are not going to shut Hethel. Oh, and a very slow little Elite, and that is Jonathan Seymour's car, started on the back row of the grid. And that doesn't seem to be in a happy place to start, does it? Because John Spears had an issue starting from the back row, and that really rather looks like Jonathan Seymour has as well. Still this titanic battle here between Gary Pearson and Michael Gans. Two names you will hear a lot throughout any Silverstone Festival weekend. Michael races a number of low-tie, and the Pearsons, well, they are Jaguar preparers extraordinaire, and not bad at peddling them around either, are they? You'll see them in D-types and E-types and all sorts of other things, and of course they also lay spanners on many, many more cars each festival weekend than they ever get to drive.
And the Jaguar E-Type was launched at the Geneva Motor Show, and quite famously the orders they were taking were so numerous that Jaguar rang back to the factory and said, we need another car here for the press to drive, we've only got one. And so the soft top car, which was on display, was added, well, the hardtop version was driven out there overnight, and was such a success. And I think I've read somewhere the list price of the Jaguar at launch was £2,260. Well, you can add a few noughts to that these days.
Here's Richard Hammond enjoying himself in the big Healy. So the family are here, and a number of other well-known faces from the smallest cog. And as you can see, the Healy, he did say it's a bit floaty, by which he means that there's no grip at the front and there's no grip at the rear either, as you can clearly see. Plough on understeer, switching immediately into roll oversteer. So an awful lot going on. Keeps you very busy, and actually I think his ambition at the end there, let's just get round, shall we? I think that's absolutely right. Now, he's sharing a car with another very well-known historic racing preparation and driving name, Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, PBE, very, very steeped in the world of Fraser-Nashes, which are even more hairy-chested sports cars than the big Healy. So he'll be driving that later on, so I'm sure he's given Richard as many tips as possible. Well, probably more helpful than Clarkson's tips, I think.
Well, in interview yesterday, Richard, or was it Friday, was saying that Patrick has been coaching him, Patrick Blakeney-Edwards has been coaching him in driving, which is fine. And he says Patrick's way of coaching is to shout at me, go faster, go faster. So he's trying to do his best, but you can see lovely shots there into the cabin of the car, and you can see Richard working really hard at the wheel there. It's not necessarily all in the right order, but it seems to be getting around okay.
Yeah, all the right notes, just not in the right order. Very good. Of course, you know, shouting "go faster" is very much the Clarkson way, isn't it? Power. It almost actually looks like he's chatting to himself all the way around, and actually I can sort of relate to that.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
yes.
when you sort of don't get it right, oh, come on. And he was saying, you know, my first motor race, not quite his first motor race, because they did build their MGB for racing, of course. The Top Gear guys a long while ago, or many years ago now, raced in the Brit Car 24 Hours here. And not every I've got it, actually, do you have it? And I think in a big Healy, if you're not an experienced driver of race cars, and Richard definitely isn't, I think it's quite a big car to pedal round.
Short wheelbase, lots of power, heavy engine up front.
A zero grip.
Yes.
It's a lot of car. It is a lot of car. And so, for the fact that he's, as he said, driven any number of road cars and fast road cars and everything else, it's a very different prospect.
And back to the lead battle now with the white soft top E-Type number 23, driven by Gary Pearson for this first stint in the race, and chased by the solo driver Michael Gans in the Lotus Elite. The Lotus Elite built by Lotus. It was the car is fully fiberglass, or GRP. Even the chassis is fiberglass, and then some steel parts fitted to the front and the back to hold the suspension and the engine.
In fact, you're exactly right. There is no chassis in a separate chassis like there would have been in the Elan, for instance, with a backbone metal chassis. It is basically a closed-top canoe, and bonded into the fiberglass are metal plates with captive nuts into which you bolt all the grubby bits. So there you go. There is the other Elite, the little pale green car number 4 of Jonathan Seymour. So the first of the Lappery has started. Gary Pearson actually fortunate just to catch him at the right place there, wasn't he? Just coming out of the corner. More big Healy trouble. Now, is that a two-car team? It is. That's the Russell Waterfield car, and it looks as though Michael Russell having problems with that. So he's a long way off, so that's not an accident. You don't normally get the bonnet up if there's been an incident, a driver error. And it looks as though they are struggling. Now, this car's come well up the order after what might have been problems in qualifying. Crispin Harris and James Wilmot.
Started by James Wilmoth, and those classic Healy colours, the red with the white roof, was quite surprisingly, when you look at how hard any driver is having to work. And we were watching Richard Hammond earlier, lots and lots of sideways, understeering, oversteering. They were very, very successful in alpine rallying, which you think, well, an icy mountain road, Austin Healy shouldn't go together, but they did. And one of the top drivers in the works, Healy's in period, was Sterling Moss's sister, Pat Moss, who married Eric Carlson, another rally driver. So Pat Moss Carlson, as we see a change for fourth place, with third place, and it goes back again.
And in fact, third place, because they've got ahead of Nikolai Mortensen in the Little Turner. And David Hart really starting to pick up the pace now. I think maybe he's starting to really get the feel for the 250, because not only have they both got by Mortensen in the Turner, but for a moment or two there, he was having a very solid look at the E-Type. Now, a little crumpled left front corner on the Minshaw-Burton E-Type, and a challenge for the what's going on here. Everybody suddenly having an attack at the same time. Michael Gans looking to go around the outside of the E-Type at the end of the Hanger Straight, the bit where the E-Type should have most of an advantage over the Little Lotus. And if he's that close here, is he going to have a charge?
Well, the Lotus weighs about the same as Gary Pearson's overalls, so he's got a slight weight advantage, but yeah, that's quite something to challenge at the bottom of the straight.
Well, and the aerodynamics, of course, with that very low frontal area. I mean, that's what Colin Chapman was all about, wasn't it? Simplify and add lightness, but very aware that frontal area is hugely important for the speed of a car. And again, John Minshaw under pressure from David Hart, as Gary Pearson in his Jag is under pressure from the very different car of Michael Gans. Gans closing right in as they come down through Village and into the loop. Can he dive up the inside? He cannot. Now, the Jag is not a sort of big, clunky 1950s Lister Nobly or something. Independent rear suspension, it's got lots of traction, very good disc brakes, but it is a heavier car, and here comes Nikolai Mortensen in the Turner. And again, for the price of a 250 short wheelbase, you could probably get 100 Turners, something like that, and no bother at all for Nikolai Mortensen. He doesn't care. And David Hart, well, you know, the car's there to be raced. It is perfect, as Michael Gans's Elite looks, but he will race it hard anyway. Same with these guys.
Well, it's nice to see the E-Type just ahead of the 250 short wheelbase Ferrari, because famously Enzo Ferrari, the boss of Ferrari, who designed that 250 GTO, which anybody from any angle will say, what a gorgeous car. He actually, so we're told, said that the E-Type was the most beautiful car ever made. So that's something coming from Enzo Ferrari.
Yeah, exactly. And when that 250 short wheelbase was their #1 model, it's hardly Shrek, is it? Let's be honest. So Gary Pearson hanging on from Michael Gans. The little pale car they just went by, that is the Sunbeam Alpine. So only one of those in the race, and not a common race car. The Roots Group never really kind of embraced that as a race car. The Tiger with the 289 or 260 V8 engine, Ford V8, they did use that, and then there were a couple of Le Mans specials built. Again, Michael Gans at the end of the hangar straight. Is he setting Gary Pearson up to dive bomb him somewhere else, or does he actually think that's going to be the best place to get by the big engine Jag?
Well, Gary Pearson, Jaguar's Silverstone, which is very much his local circuit, his workshop just up the road. There aren't many places that you could dive bomb Gary Pearson without him realising you're going to do it. As we're back to this lovely sideways battle between the two dark-coloured cars, the E-Type of Jason Minshaw and the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase of David Hart. As they pass that Alpine, they're lapping that car now as they go into Abbey and Farm. And just if you're trackside, the noise of that Ferrari, wonderful.
Well, another car that came up the grid a little from 12th position is this Austin Healey, Alex Hewitson. So it's a Healey 3000 Mark II. There's Mark IIIs in the race as well. They didn't change an awful lot. As you can see, Mark II with a Mark III behind. Not too much difference. And you might wonder why Gary Pearson in a Jaguar E-Type Roadster hasn't got the roof down, and why these Healeys that were built as soft-top cars also don't have the roof down. And it's basically aerodynamics. It's not for chassis stiffness, because the little fiberglass roof will be as light as possible because you don't want to add weight higher up the car, but it's for aerodynamics. It basically cuts down the drag, cuts down the turbulence behind an open cockpit windscreen. If you drive a soft-top car at speed with the roof down, you will know exactly what I mean. Everything tumbles over the windscreen and you create a huge amount of drag. So driving with the roof up is the equivalent of having a more slippery closed car. David Hart again on the inside into Copse. I don't know where the contact was with the Minshaw Jag. The 250 looks like it's still straight in all directions, so does the Turner. Maybe it was at the start as they were coming from a little further back on the grid, because they started in 7th.
I noticed that Jason Minshaw is being a little bit...
Michael Gans having another go at Gary Pearson.
Avoiding the track limits worries as lead changes to Michael Gans, again bottom of the hangar straight. Gary Pearson fancies coming back at Michael on the run down to the Vale and into Club Corner. He'll need to be on the inside, but he can't find a way through. Right,
so how has that happened? How is it that the smaller, less powerful car has gone by the bigger, more powerful car at the end of the straight? Well, the simple answer is he has come onto the hangar straight with much better speed out of the Beckett's S's, because it's a lighter, nimbler car, and he's been able to use that extra speed all the way down the straight, pick up the slipstream from the Jag, and then go by him towards the end. And that's exactly what Nikolai Mortensen will be trying to do in the little Turner, car number 84 at the back of this, behind the very pimped out, or what do they call it, gangstered or whatever, with all black cars with all black windows of Jason Minshaw. Very unusual look for an E-Type to have fully tinted windows. We've even got a tinted windscreen strip. And then around the outside comes the Ferrari. And that's a good run around the outside from David Hart. Tries to go out wide and keep the momentum up, but Jason Minshaw on the inside of the triple left-hander, and he keeps his nose just in front. Nikolai Mortensen hoovering up the slipstream behind the two bigger cars and sticking to them like mud to a blanket.
Down into Brooklands they come, and David Hart goes for the inside again. You can see the car moving around under braking as he's trying to slow the car down for that left-hander. But once again, Jason Minshaw knows this track very, very well indeed, and just keeps his line there and gets back into the lead of this group again. That's for third, fourth and fifth places we're looking at here, with the Mortensen Turner snapping at the heels. Quite remarkable. This Turner is very, very quick indeed, and that will be taken over by Jan Magnussen at the pit stops. I mentioned pit stops, and you're going to ask me when do they start. Well, very shortly, about another minute or so, the pit window will open, and it will be open for 10 minutes, and every car must make a pit stop with the time in the pits stationary for 60 seconds. Everybody the same, apart from 2 drivers.
So the first driver, the starting drivers in the 2 driver lineups, their time nearly at an end, and our leaders have just put a lap on Richard Hammond. So kind of a 1-2-2. Hammond, Blakeney Edwards. Patrick Blakeney Edwards is a lovely chap, but a nightmare when you're trying to put names into a spreadsheet or onto a timing screen. PBE is so much easier. We might have to, if we go to 3-letter acronyms, HAM/PBE, that makes much more sense. It does rather sound like a lunchtime American sandwich combination, though. Well, that would be PBJ. So Hammond, nice smooth exit there out of Luffield.
Every corner he takes in this car, he must be learning, mustn't he? Because he's got so little racing experience, and very, very little indeed in this car, with coaching from PBE. As we're back to the lead battle again, will they choose to come into the pits? I think it's 3 seconds before the pit window opens. Should come up on our screens. No, yes, it did. Yep. I didn't think it was going to for a minute there.
So final laps for Richard Hammond in the first part of this Tourist Trophy race at Silverstone. The TV presenter having his first major outing in a really quite difficult car to learn. The Big Heeley, the 3-litre engine, lots of power, lots and lots of torque, and not very much grip from the historic racing treaded tyres on which they're competing. Up behind him comes the battle for 3rd place. This 3-way tussle. Car number 16 is the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase of David Hart. Jason Minshaw in the all-black fixed head coupe, the 2+2 Jaguar E-Type. And behind him is the green Turner GT. David Hart dives into the pit lane. Nikolai Mortensen in the Turner does as well. But going through is Jason Minshaw. So into the pit lane, at the front of them comes Hammond. Driving very much like Captain Slow there, almost catching out David Hart behind him, because as he came into the pit lane he was very careful not to speed, but didn't carry all the speed all the way in. So again, very much a first timer's pit stop there, but look at the smile on his face. Just delighted to have survived, I think, possibly as much as everything else.
I can't do anymore.
How's the circuit?
Richard, what's it like? It's fine, it's misfiring a little bit.
Misfiring a little bit.
There's a lot of pilot error that's now been solved.
And what's the circuit like? Slippery?
No, dry, not slippery.
You might wonder why the mechanic...
I'm doing it for 4th in class.
Okay, that's because 2 have dropped out.
20 seconds. Did I fire it?
Yep. Richard being very realistic. Patrick Blakeney Edwards saying we're 4th in class. That's because 2 have dropped out. You might wonder why the mechanic was walking around hitting the car. He wasn't exactly hitting the car, but the wire wheels are held on by a spinner, which you tighten up with a hammer. Not like the Turner here, which has got bolt-on wheels with, you know, normal wheel studs. You just saw Jan Magnussen taking over that. David Hart stays in the 250 short wheelbase, as we expected he would. Out goes PBE in the blue and white Heeley, and out goes Nigel Greensall in the Cobra. So John Spears must have come in a lap earlier than the others, because Greensall had to spend another 20 seconds or that car had to spend another 20 seconds stationary. They've recently just set the fastest lap of the race, but here is our lead battle. Michael Gans still in front in the Lotus, and Gary Pearson right behind him in the Jag. These cars both to stop. Gans will stay in. Gary Pearson, according to the entry list, should be handing over to John Pearson, may or may not. Again, it's entirely up to them how they decide to slice this race. Michael Gans, the race leader, into the pit lane, and that will put the Jaguar out front. So in Formula One parlance, you might say Gans going for the undercut, but he's just pitting now. That's the way it works in historic racing. Undercut is not a thing so much.
Just looking at our early pit stop times, and the number 122, the Hammond car that came in first of all, with Patrick Blakeney-Edwards now at the wheel, did a pit stop time just over the minimum time, but I'm sorry to say we've got a red time against the number 3 Cobra, which had to stop for an extra 20 seconds because of Nigel Greensall's driving experience, and it looks to me as though they thought they were on standard pit stop time of 1 minute stationary, so that's showing up as red at the moment. So later on we may get a message to say that car's got a penalty, which would be a great shame, because they're going very well indeed after that problem earlier on. Michael Gans has no extra time to stop, so he will go out after 60 seconds stationary. Will he go back out into the lead again, with the Pearson car still out on track, yet to do its pit stop? There is the Pearson car, the 23 Jaguar that led early on, but Michael Gans got through on braking for Stowe Corner a few laps ago. There goes Michael Gans now out of the pit lane, number 31, and he will need to exit the pits after 1 minute and 20 seconds, and he does it in 1 minute and 25. So perfect for Michael Gans. Very, very good pit stop for him. And I suspect that we might see Gary Pearson come into the pits this time. It's only a 10-minute window, and with a lap time of 2.5 minutes, it's not a huge amount of time to make your to choose when to come into the pits, as he comes down onto the Wellington straight. So bottom of the straight, Brooklands, Luffield, and then pit lane entry. Nobody else has breached the minimum pit stop time. We did have a few cars come in. They're not troubling the top of the timing screens, but they came in before the pit window, so they're going to have to come back in again to do a mandatory stop within the pit window.
Here's the other little green Lotus Elite, very different colour of Jonathan Seymour. So he's staying in the car. Counting down. Modern phones do all sorts of stuff for motor racing, don't they? Data, stopwatch, video, calling for help.
It's a lot more difficult than just stopping the car for 60 seconds, because your pit stop time is actually pit in to pit out, so they have to work out how long it takes to drive down the pit lane at the regulation maximum speed before exiting the pits at just the right time. And the leader is in.
Yep. And so there is confirmation of a driver change. Gary handing over to John Pearson. Again, there will be a little adjustment to tyre pressure. The blowers, by the way, the leaf blowers, there to blow cold air or blow air onto the discs to try and keep the brakes as cool as possible, because they're really hard worked around the circuit and very easy to get actually the pads welding themselves onto the discs if you don't keep them cool when they're stationary for a minute.
And one of the mechanics cleaning out the front air intake there, so Gary may have reported that the car was running slightly warmer than he expected, and they might have had a little bit of dirt or some leaves in there, so the mechanic just cleaning out the air intake to make sure the engine stays as cool as possible. Now we'll find out whether Gary Pearson, handing over to John, is going to come out of the pits ahead of Michael Gans, who is going...
I think Michael Gans just went past us. Yes, he did.
Yes.
Didn't quite say it's so darn low. I heard it, but couldn't see it out of our window. So Michael Gans, there is John Pearson. So there is the battle for the lead. Gans up to speed, Pearson just coming out to the pit lane, and so Michael Gans should slot in front. Now, John Pearson knows the car, knows the track. but Michael has been driving all the way through and is already up to speed, and that is the one advantage of having stopped a lap earlier, is that when your rival comes out, having made a driver change or not, you're already up to speed and they're trying to get back up to speed, and so that crossover does happen. So Michael Gans has sort of gained about half a second maybe, or a second, but that is again really more speed on the track. Here is David Hart, stayed in the car, the bright blue helmet, the familiar colours of David Hart. And where is the Minshaw and Burton E-Type? Further back in the background of the shot, I think. If we hold the shot and raise it up a little bit, yeah, there's the E, so a big difference. And where's the Turner? Of course, it's having to stop much, much longer than either of these two cars, because it's got an ex-Grand Prix ace and a multiple champion in it in the form of Jan Magnussen. So that car is going to be trying to come from quite a long run-up. Alex Hurtson up to 5th place now in the Austin Healey. There's Patrick Blakely-Edwards, and that car currently in 14th spot. And the John Spears, Nigel Greensell car still one lap back. Yeah, hasn't managed to unlap itself from the leaders. John Spears did set the fastest lap. No, Nigel Greensell has now gone quicker again, 2:29.33 on his first flying lap. So, oh, hello. Michael Gans just emptying the ashtray there on the straight. Obviously, they had a chat to him and the door opened in the pit stop and it didn't quite stay closed. Fortunately, he was able to reach it and open it and slam it. Might just have been jiggling away beside him and being annoying, frankly, and we didn't see it flapping open, so it might have just been partly. Oh, there's a spin for the what was the 3rd placed E-Type.
That's Mark Burton at the wheel now.
Now he's very much offline there, coming onto the Wellington straight. Is he picking up speed? Yes, he is. I think he was just being careful and staying out of the way. Now then, Nigel Greensell ahead of David Hart. So he is starting to claw his way back towards getting onto the lead lap. But what he really needs is 45 minutes to make up a lap on the leaders once he's passed them. And he's got 13. So that's really a long, long chase. Whatever it was, the electrical problem, sure it was an electrical problem, unless the fuel pump had packed up. Well, that would have been an electrical problem as well, probably, that befell John Spears before the pit stops. It left them a lap down and with an awful lot of work to do and very little time in which to do it.
And the red time on their pit stop, the sword of Damocles hanging over them, which now the pit window is closed, the clerk of the course will decide whether to issue penalties for the pit stops. Now, Jan Magnussen is now out in the number 84 car, which was on pole position, the little Turner GT, little 1650cc engine, but they did have to do an extra 30 seconds or so in the pits because of Jan's massive racing history.
Now he's just set the fastest lap of the race for that car, which is probably not a surprise because he is a quicker driver all round than Nikolai Mortensen. 2:31.9. Greensell in the Cobra has done a 2:29.3, so the Cobra with all of its grunt is 1.4 seconds a lap quicker than the Turner. it's outperforming itself. The Turner GT, the last of the line of Turners, was available initially with a 1500cc, so with a Ford Cortina GT engine, Ford engine, or a Climax engine, and this obviously is the full base version. The earlier models were, now who's that had a massive gravel trapping moment, and are they still in the gravel or did they make it out? They made it out. All right, so they'll be on the way down to the Beckett's S's, but that is a massive moment on the exit of Luffield. Oh dear, okay, so we think it was Nigel Greensell. The gap to David Hart has shrunk a little bit rather than grown, so Nigel So now then, Michael Gans, our race leader. It's not the 1.2 litre Coventry Climax engine Elite. This is a 2-litre car, as you pointed out earlier. So rather than being in the normal classes in the Historic Tourist Trophy, which are essentially Asian capacity-based or capacity-based, it is an invitational class car. So because it's not, quote, period correct, if you like. Class A is engines up to 1300cc. Class B will be 1301 to 2 litres. Class C, 2 litres to 3 litres. Class D, over 3 litres, and invitational class, which is, it's a lovely car, why didn't you bring it along? And that's what Michael Gans has done. So effectively, for the Historic Tourist Trophy, it will be the Pearson's Jag, which is our current leader and leader in its class. So Michael Gans may well go on to win on the roads, but it is an invitational class car, as indeed is the Mortensen Magnussen car. So quick as they were, both our front row starters are in the invitational class and are effectively racing each other rather than everybody else.
And Jan Magnussen took a place back on that last lap. Yes, got past the Hewitts and Healey 3000 that you can see behind, the light blue car. It's now coming up on the, is that the 55?
Yeah, that's a Mitchell Burton car that
yeah,
had that spin earlier.
That's another place to be taken, despite the fact you've just described them as invitational, so they won't be in the results. Doesn't matter, Jan Magnussen's racing. So he's chasing that 55 E-Type down the Hangar Straight. He's looking for that for an overall position. That would put them up, if he can get by, into 4th place. David Hart is some distance ahead, so that might be as far, and he goes through already, through the Vale, and into the historic Vale, into Club Corner. So already up into 4th place overall for Jan Magnussen.
Yeah, Magnussen, if he can get by, arrive and drive. And again, it's a different class. It doesn't matter, it's in front of me. I'm overtaking it. Yes, once a racing driver, always a racing driver. I'd love to see Kevin Magnussen racing here at the in historic racing as well. He's done modern Le Mans with his dad 2 or 3 years ago. Now racing, of course, in the hypercar class as well. And here's the Richard Hammond, Patrick Blakeney Edwards car. Just outside the top 12. We saw Nigel Greensall going by that car a little earlier. So post their pit stops, and they have passed this car. Patrick Blakeney Edwards, hands just as busy, you have to say, as Richard Hammond, but with a little bit more knowledge of what the car is telling him. And that's the key, really. The more time you spend driving cars, the more you realise the signals that it's sending you, the danger signs, if you like. It's a relationship between you and the car, and you start to learn what doesn't work with it, what does work with it, and actually what that sort of funny feeling is. Whereas for pedestrians or occasional racers, like Richard Hammond particularly, it's only when it's sort of having a big slide that you realise it's having a big slide. Patrick will know when it's wanting to have a big slide and will know what to do about it. So it's that experience. There is no substitute for miles under the wheels when you're learning how to race cars or perfecting your art at racing cars. And the two Healeys side by side. He's going to go underneath the Jag as well. Didn't quite have the speed, but he has gone past the Hewitson car and lapped himself on that one, or at least has tried to. And again, two very similar cars. You can see the Hewitson car, the silver car with the white roof. I mean, they're both 3-litre Healeys. There's not going to be much between them.
And that's for position with the 55 Jaguar. I think Patrick Blakeney Edwards decided to just get out of the way there, because he knows that these two are battling for position. He's a lap down on them, and he doesn't want to spoil their race. He'll follow them quite closely, I'm sure, and have a lot of fun, but wanted to let Alexander Hewitson through. Now this battle here is for 5th place, the 55 E-Type versus the 32 Austin Healey 3000 for 5th place. Ahead of them, of course, is Jan Magnussen, who's doing his best to chase after David Hart for 3rd place in that beautiful Ferrari.
The Healey 3000, again, look at the front treatment. Britain's 250 short wheelbase. It's a not dissimilar frontal style. Of course, it's got big round headlights and an open grille, but almost sideways David Hart as the Healey is. Jurtsen there with a good drive as he came out of Luffield down into Copse Corner. He's on the inside of the Jag, goes through, and I think that was very sensible. Fight it so far, but when he's got the inside line down into Copse Corner, actually you don't want to mess it up.
That's
I beg your pardon, down into Abbey.
Now into tight right-hander at Village, and then the even tighter and longer left-hander at the Loop. Very, very tricky for any racing car actually, but particularly these that don't respond, shall we say, immediately to the driver's input. And one of the skills that PBE will have driving that Healey will be knowing how long it takes for the car to respond to the messages he sends it. Please turn left now.
Yeah, these are not, in modern parlance, on the nose. No. They are inherent understeerers, particularly because they got such narrow tyres, as you can see. Well, they 5.5 J's on that, so, you know, barely more than a 1500 Cortina would have had in 1964. In fact, no more than a 1500 Cortina would have had in 1964. So a fairly narrow wheel. They are treaded Dunlop Racing tyres, so it's a well-trodden path, this tyre. Everybody knows it, but they are treaded tyres. So they're not cross-plies as they would have been in period, but they're certainly not big fat slicks. And Magnussen can drive that. Look at this, the same way that he can drive a slick-shod, high downforce car. Absolutely up on its toes, balancing the car beautifully. And that's decades and decades of experience, plus that little sparkle of something very extraordinary that the best drivers have, that the rest of us cannot possibly emulate, because we just don't have it. In the same way that everybody can run, not everybody is going to be Usain Bolt. Not everybody's going to be an Olympic 100-meter finalist, because there is something in their makeup that is different. And with the best drivers, there is something in their makeup that is different. They've got better balance, and they've got better processing speed as well. They can just make the car do things that really it shouldn't be capable of doing. And yeah, Magnussen is putting on an absolute masterclass.
Well, he's 37 seconds behind David Hart, so he's not going to catch David in this last 4 minutes of the race. He's just set the fastest lap for the car, for Nikolai Mortensen and Jan Magnussen. He's just improved their time to a 2:31.4, which is actually quicker than David Hart, not a lot, about half a second quicker. It's quicker than the Pearson's E-Type, and it's quicker than Michael Gans leading the race as well.
And the qualifying lap time that he set in that car, eventually he lowered the mark to 2:29.3. And here is the battle between the Pearsons, Jaguar and David Hart in the 250. So these are scenes that you would have seen 60 years ago. The E-Type versus the 250 short wheelbase.
And this is for the Tourist Trophy, isn't it? Because
yes, it is.
We've already mentioned that Gans won't receive the trophy because he's an invitation car. So this is the battle for this historic Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy.
First presented in 1904. So 121 years since the first Tourist Trophy. And here we are down to a gap of, well, at the line last time round, 3.1 seconds. If you're on the Hanger Straight as they whistle past you at 145, 150 miles an hour, it's under a second, isn't it, David Hart? Now, is he going to be in about 3 minutes in 2 laps time? Is he going to be ruining that relatively slow start to the race, where he probably lost quite a lot of ground on the Jag? He's making up for it now, really throwing the Ferrari around. And this will be the last lap of the race. They're doing 2:33s, 2 minutes 20 on the clock now, so this is the final lap of the Royal Automobile Club's historic Tourist Trophy race. John Pearson in the white E-Type, car number 23 with the black roof, and behind him David Hart, car number 16, dives deep on the inside as they come down into Village. A very late dive. He's very tight on the exit of the loop, and Aintree, has he got the run? He's on the inside, That means the wider outside line for the Jaguar, but he takes the lead as they both run out wide over the curbs. Fantastic last lap action as David Hart jumps in front of John Pearson. The car that leads on the road is Michael Gans. David Hart giving a little wave. Thank you for giving me racing room there to John Pearson. There's Michael Gans, and right behind him, Nigel Greensall trying to unlap himself on the race leader on the final lap. So Michael Gans having none of it in the Lotus. Not sure if he knows what's going on with that Red Cobra. He might think he's been challenged for the race lead, but there is a penalty for car number 3, 43.1 seconds for a short pit stop. Penalty also for 3 other cars, a 1-minute penalty for pitting out of their window. That need not affect us because it is not our top 3 cars. So Nigel Greensall in the Red Cobra, car number 3, has just unlapped himself from Michael Gans, the leader on the road, car number 31, the little Lotus Elite. But it doesn't matter because they will get another 43-second pit stop penalty, and so effectively will be dropped even further back. Nigel just having fun trying to wrestle this Cobra around. What a great noise it makes. What a great noise the Cobras make. Fabulous big V8 engine. Of course, that's the narrow wheel arch car, so that's a 289 Ford, the smaller of the engines used in period by Carroll Shelby American. The big 427, the fat wheel arch car, was not much of an improvement on the 427 because it had the same aerodynamic problems, but the Daytona Coupe was. Now then, here we go. Battle for the lead. John Pearson back in front, the white E-Type, and David Hart. They're coming up to Copse Corner again. Slower cars in front.
John.
So this is not for the overall race lead. The invitational class car of Michael Gans will be our leader, but this is definitely for position. And again, as they come around for the final time, David Hart this time having to go around the outside. E-Type driver John Pearson has learned his mistake, but he locked up the front wheels there, and unfortunately David Hart not quite close enough to take advantage. Onto the Wellington straight for the final time.
Well, Michael Gans getting to the timing line just before the time ran out means John Pearson's got an extra lap, and I think he's quite happy about that because he was overtaken on that previous lap and managed to get back ahead. Now he needs to hold the position for the Tourist Trophy right through to the end of this lap. They're about, what, halfway around at the moment, coming into Woodcote Corner. Overall leader Michael Gans all the way round at Copse at the moment. Look how defensive John has gone there. Just says to David Hart, no, you're not coming through on the inside. And in fact, I think that took David Hart by a little bit by surprise. He was hoping to get up the inside into Copse Corner, but John Pearson seems to have the line there as he goes through.
Yeah, David Hart has dropped back quite dramatically, actually. Very dramatically, a long way back. Something has happened to the Ferrari. That is not him going, yeah, okay, yeah, you've got it. He would still be sitting right behind John Pearson to pile on the pressure, and the Ferrari dropped back dramatically, has gone off. You know, I was about to wonder, did the brakes on the Ferrari just start to give up on him? Michael Gans heading into Stowe for the final time. A slight misfire in the Ferrari, but also he shot straight off at the Beckett's S's. I think maybe that last lap attempt, or penultimate lap attempt to successfully put him in front of the jack might just have boiled the brakes. Checker flag awaits. Michael Gans in the Lotus, starting on the front row of the grid, will run away to the checkered flag to claim victory on the road. The invitational class Lotus Elite, but it is John Pearson who will come home second on the road in the Jaguar E-Type, started by brother Gary, just ahead of David Hart in the Ferrari. The Ferrari not quite crisp at the end, but also possibly with a little bit of a brake problem. Nikolai Mortensen started the Turner car number 84. Jan Magnussen finished the race in it. Flamboyant stuff from Magnussen as he comes home in 4th place on the road, another car in the invitational class. because it's got a bigger engine that would have run with in period. And so that car, like Michael Gann's car in the Invitational class, but 4th place at the line. Behind him, the Austin Healey. So this car, 5th position. And that started, where did he start? Long way back on the grid.
12th.
Alex Hewson in 12th place. So coming up to 5th on the road, and effectively 3rd of the cars in the over 3 litre category, racing for the Tourist Trophy. So he'll be 3rd in that big capacity class, over 3 litres. And takes the checkered flag. If I'm just going to double check on that, is okay.
And coming across the line, PBE, Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, finishing the race for the car, in the car started by Richard Hammond, and Patrick very, very happy indeed, waving out of the window. Car number 122, where did he finish on the road? 13th on the road for the light blue with the white stripes of Richard Hammond and Patrick Blakeney-Edwards.
In fact, Alex Hewson in the Healey is in Class C, under 3 litres. The big Healey is a 3 litre car, but it's in Class C, up to 3 litres, so it's not overboard, over the 3 litre mark, and so he, in fact, is a class winner. So E-Type, 167 Andrew Moore. That's another Class D car, the big capacity cars. The E-Type, 3.8 litres. And just a couple, in fact, one or two cars remaining still to take the checkered flag. But actually, I think a couple of them may have ended their race in the pit lane.
And just to finish off the story of Spears and Greensall, having had the wheel fall off at the beginning of qualifying, starting at the back, John Spears got the car up into the top 10 on the first lap and then retired, or we thought retired, came back out again. It looks as though that pit stop penalty has been withdrawn because they haven't suddenly dropped down the timing screen.
Yeah.
So all the efforts of John Spears, Nigel Greensall, they finished 10th. A good effort.
And they will be 1, 2, 3, 4th in their class, so they just missed out on a podium in the top capacity class. So 4 classes, up to 1300, up to 1600 rather, up to 2 litres, up to 3 litres, and then over 3 litres. Classes A, B, C, and D. Michael Gann's winning on the race in the Invitational class. Gary and John Pearson winning Class D. David Hart winning Class C. And the Morton and Magnussen Turner in the Invitational category. So our other class winner in Class A was John Davison rather in his Lotus Elite. And our Class C and D winners we've already heard. Class B winner were the Evanses in the Alpine. So that's Gareth and Simon Evanses winning in their category. Beautiful conditions for the Royal Automobile Club's historic Tourist Trophy, pitting GT cars of the 1960s against each other. It started out as a power race early on, with Jaguar E-Types to the fore. Richard Hammond finding that the Healey was quite a big handful as he thoroughly enjoyed the first half of the race. A slow start for David Hart in a 250 short wheelbase, but he would make up for that later, as out front Michael Gans and Gary Pearson battled for supremacy, and Hammond battled for traction. Michael Gans in the 2-litre Lotus Elite got ahead of the Jag before the pit stops. Post-pit stop, John Burton having a problem in the 55 car, started by John Minshaw, and that then losing out in the end to Alex Hewson's car. Victory on the road for Michael Gans, winning the Invitational class. John and Gary Pearson winning Class D. David Hart third overall, winning Class C. That's the top 3 cars.
I'm at the refuel stand and I'm joined by Charlie and Sar. Guys, talk me through what you are all about.
Well, we're all about going for a drive with your friends, your mates, your family. We're all about sitting shoulder to shoulder in a car, celebrating that drive and turning it into a force for good.
I love that. So where did the idea come from?
So I've been in cars all my life, and I think it's time to change the conversation. Cars are essential for everyone that's been here. They're a passion point, and they're really good for us. The heart and soul of getting in a car and enjoying that time together. So that's what we're here to celebrate, and we're trying to get that younger audience into it too. So it's free to join, and it will always be free. And we want to make people realize that getting in a car, having a conversation, shoulder to shoulder with your friends, is absolutely fundamental and should be rewarded, and that's what we're here to do.
And how do you do that?
So if you go to www.therefuel.com, you sign up your drive, pick your co-pilot, pick your DJ, you've got that friend that's always great with the tunes or knows how to navigate, and set that drive and choose to fundraise for us. You don't have to fundraise for us each time. Every time you do fundraise at the moment, we've got this amazing prize. But I think it's all about celebrating that drive together. So once you're part of the community and you've got your garage, you can keep coming back and keep being rewarded and recognised for the time you've spent on the road.
I love that. And how do you support charities?
So people can raise money for us, and what we will do is, with the service department, which is our registered charity, we'll make sure that that fundraising is targeted towards things that are killing us all too soon, whether that be supporting mental health, whether that be supporting fundamental research in heart and post-stroke care. So that's what we're here to do. And at the moment, if you sign up, you can win an MX-5.
And where do people sign up?
So they sign up at therefuel.com, or they follow us on socials as at @therefuel, and that's all good.
Amazing. Thanks so much, guys.
Cheers.
Lots of action coming up on track through the course of this final day of the Silverstone Festival, but lots more beside. I'm sure lots of you have brought family, friends and members, so plenty going on in the fun fair, in the Formula One Champions Collection, but also the Foodie Fest. The what now? Well, tasting masterclass with cheese on toaster. I see what they did there, and the wine chateau. That's coming up at 11:15. I've just about got time to get there. Carmela Hayes will be our first of our chefs on stage in the Silverstone Kitchen Live. David Atherton joining her this morning as well. Mr. Baker's Cake School. He does make exceedingly good cakes. Rob Baker-Gold will be on stage. It's been a long week, forgive me. We'll be on stage later on this afternoon, and there is a Tasting Tent masterclass with the Diddley Squat Farm Shop. Mr. Clarkson here this weekend. Not sure that he will actually be helping you taste, but I'm sure he will be tasting himself. On the main stage, live entertainment throughout the day. Tassian Williams live eSports Challenge through the lunch break. And then this evening, to play us out, live music from Jaguar Skills and the Ministry of Sound Classical, which is absolutely rocking. Now then, I think we've got him wired for sound. Let's catch up with Ben Constangiris.
Thank you very much, Martin. Yes, we are going to have our podium for possibly the most historic and prestigious trophy of the day, the Royal Automobile Club Historic Tourist Trophy. We've got loud Formula 2 cars just behind me, so I hope our top three can hear us. In third position overall, please welcome onto the podium Alex Hewitson. In second position, please welcome to the podium Gary and John Pearson. Very important to mention Michael Gans, who of course took victory on the road, but in an invitational car, unfortunately not on the top step of the podium. Sorry, John, you guys are on the top step of the podium. You won, yes. I've got that completely round the wrong way because it changed on the last lap. John and Gary Pearson, your victors. David Hart in second position. Duncan Wiltshire, the chairman of the Automobile Club, the Royal Automobile Club, will be presenting the top three trophies. And positions did change on that very last lap with David Hart I think having an issue which prevented him from taking victory. There is the Silverstone Festival trophy for the winners, but the most important trophy of them all, the Tourist Trophy, the historic Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy, first presented in 1951, goes to the Pearson family, John and Gary Pearson. Congratulations. It is an incredibly important trophy, so I want to have a quick chat with John and Gary. Come down off the podium if you can, because I can't get up there and be in a shot. So, a family with a huge amount of history in the world of motorsport, the Pearsons. To have that trophy in your hand must be very important.
Wow, that is something to be handed just here at Silverstone. Just tops off an amazing weekend. If you'd said to me on Wednesday when I was fitting tyres for the event, working away, that I'd be listening to a V12 short wheelbase Ferrari howling and screaming around me on the last lap at Silverstone to win that trophy. Wow, so yeah, I'm over the moon.
You really did get a lot of pressure from David at the end there.
Yeah, I knew we were going to be very, very close on brakes. I had a small problem with the clutch, which came and went, and that David got past me, but I was like, no. I know the car's better than this. I need to have a word with myself, and yeah, we just got it done at the end.
And in the first stint, was there a bit of concern when you came into the pits? I felt as though there was a bit of feedback with the team that maybe there was a little issue or something.
Yeah, we had a funny vibration at the back. It felt like a duct or something was rubbing something when every time we turned right. It was just a horrible noise, but it didn't make any difference to the performance of the car, and it didn't get any worse after it suddenly appeared. So just letting John know that there was a noise, don't be concerned about it. I'll just give him a bit of information because there's a lot less grip there yesterday, or today rather, than yesterday, and certainly when we qualified. So it's different gears at Beckett's, different gears at Stowe, which just optimise things. So just gives John a head up, because it was such a frenetic race with Michael the first half, and you never know where all things, where they shake out after the pit stop. So John's going to be straight back into a battle. I knew David was going to be there as well. So the more information he's got than has to learn, it helps.
And it must be wonderful to be able to stretch your legs in an E-Type around Silverstone.
I enjoy it every year. They're made for circuits like this. The first round we had at Donington, which is a wonderful circuit, but it was on the Grand Prix loop, which doesn't suit the E-Types because we got homologated tiny little brakes. So within 3 laps we're out of brakes with the car. But here, you can make the E-Type work, and it works with you. But I must say, I do feel for Michael because we had such a great race, and he deserved to be on the top step. So yeah.
And that is the spirit of historic racing. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Enjoy the trophy. And there we go, one of the most historic races here at Silverstone, the Royal Automobile Club Tourist Trophy comes to an end.
Well, wherever you are around the circuit, awful lot to see and do for kids of all ages, from, I was going to say 9 to 92, but 9 months to 92, I think, and beyond. Lots of demonstrations. Terry Grant doing his job down at the stunt and drift arena, the adrenaline arena. Mini monsters you can drive, and don't forget, of course, a Ministry of Sound finishing off the day. But there are also lots of car clubs here on display, and on track at the moment are the cars from the Asian Flux Road Tour. So this started on Saturday morning at Stowe House, just down the road. And yes, that is where Stowe Corner got its name, because it is closest to Stowe House and Stowe School. 3 routes wending their way around venues of motoring interest through Buckinghamshire, Northamptonshire, Oxfordshire, and my home county, Warwickshire. Good morning to the Chews, by the way. Nice to know that you're here. So they've visited, since they left Stowe yesterday, the Coventry Transport Museum. If you have not been, you absolutely must. And while you're on the way there or back, go to the British Heritage Centre at Gaydon as well. They have been to the Shuttleworth Collection. Again, if you've never been, oh my goodness, you need to go. Classic Motor Hub at Bibury, British Motor Museum in Gaydon. They've been to Tuthill Porsche as well. Now, it's not easy to get an invitation to go around Tuthill Porsche. That's just across the road from ProDrive at Banbury. Jaguar Land Rover Classic. Aston Martin works in Newport Pagnell, and again, that is just a jaw-dropping place to go. So the Adrian Flux Road Tour has been running for decades as the retro run, one of the oldest regularity runs or regular runs for classic cars in the country. And of course, if you didn't go out on Drive It Day in your classic, then this was another opportunity to get it out on the road. 35 different marks this year in the Adrian Flux Road Tour. MG, it will surprise British viewers very little to know that that was the most well-represented mark. 15 MGs, lots of Bs, a couple of midgets, and lots of other British marks, past and present. MG, Triumph, Jaguar, Rover, Morris's, Hillman's, Aston Martins, and the odd Austin. Some glamorous European interlopers. I can see a Ferrari 308 GTB there, whether that's Vetro Resina or not. The fiberglass body card, not entirely sure. VW bus, and yeah, all sorts of different wild and wonderful cars. Again, there's no age cut-off, there's no decision about it's not posh enough, it's not smart enough, it's not original enough. Basically, you just sign up and come on the run. So there you got a Viper and two cars behind it, a Toyota. So it is not a purist's run by any stretch of the imagination. The Bond Bug, the 1970s three-wheeled, it's groovy man machine. And that must have been an entertaining drive as well. The oldest vehicles all date from 1953. Two Jaguars, a C-Type and an XK140, a Morris Minor and a Triumph TR2. A number of JDM classics as well. Toyota, Mitsubishi, Nissan, and Mazda all represented there. Can see an Audi 100 Coupe in shot. New and old Dodge Challengers. There's the Jaguar C-Type. And alongside it, a Citroen DS, or a DS rather than a Citroen DS. Some classic Ford Mustangs as well. So a whole host of different cars. Somebody's traveling in style there in their Rolls-Royce and in their Series 2 Land Rover as well. Different kinds of style, different kinds of comfort level as well. But with the tilt on the back, that Landy is absolutely go anywhere. Doormobile conversion, that's nicely done as well. So many of these built in period, these camper vans, and kind of ended up being, you know, superseded by newer, posher models and kind of rusting away somewhere. I imagine that there's probably quite a lot of work has gone into that. And certainly the older Sambas and the like of that, the T1, T2 buses, yeah, largely most of them when they come into new owners' hands are 90% rust, so there is a lot of work going on. I know a friend of mine who you may well know, Harry Volkard, is currently rebuilding a bus of this vintage, and it is basically just framework at the moment with no side panels. There wasn't much to rescue. A lot of it had to come off. And there is one of France's most successful cars, the Deux Chevaux, Citroen 2CV to us. And one of the many limited edition models that were made for the UK market, that particular rhubarb and custard colour. And again, if you're going to do it, to a degree, do it in style. That is a fabulous way to travel. The Rolls-Royce, the double R symbol on the spinners on the wheels, of course, always remaining vertical, because if you can, why wouldn't you? And there you go, there's a much tidier version of my Morris Minor convertible. Now, that's a very slightly older car, so that's post-1963 with the separate rear lights and indicators and yellow indicators at the front. And a slightly faster British machine from Newport Pagnell. Again, that will have felt very much at home at Aston Martin Heritage. DB4, beautiful looking car, and a Triumph Spitfire, so the 1500 Mark IV version with hard top. Very nice indeed. And in fact, that's not, that is a GT6. I wasn't quite sure. That is a particularly 1970s colour, isn't it? But again, the camtail, you can see the similarities in styling between the GT6 and the Triumph Stag that was concurrent. So drivers of these cars have been having, I'm sure, a thoroughly lovely time taking in an awful lot of the Midlands motoring heritage. And that's a nice looking BGT. It's got Sebring arches, a Sebring nose. So that is very much, I think the phrase would be rolling restoration or stroke work in progress. And a Charger as seen in Vanishing Point. One of the last of the factory muscle cars of the 1960s. And again, there's a huge JDM movement in the West, in the US, and particularly here in the UK as well. And lots of representatives of that. And if you're going to travel in a Corniche, yes please. Now that is a daily driver, isn't it? You'd put up with 12 to 14 to the gallon just to waft in that sort of style. Well, I would at any rate. Probably for about 12 months until I saw the annual fuel bills, but nevertheless, fabulous things. And that's one of the joys, and again this goes a little bit back to the refuel. That's one of the joys of being into cars. One of the joys, I'm sure, for most people here at the festival or watching online is the variety. If you're into cars, you're into cars. You may not like all of them, but you like most of them, and you get why people like the rest, even if some of them do have looks that a mother might be the only one that loves, like the Lola T300. But if you love cars, this is the place to come. So that is the end of Adrian Flux Road Tour for 2025, and I'm sure that they will have more events on in the future. You can go down to their stand in the infield among the many other attractions. We are getting ready to go racing again. Let's have a quick word from our friends.
The RML Group is another of our partners at the Silverstone Festival, and this, an early Mallock, has a relationship to RML, but this is where it all began, and there's very much a future with RML. That's the reason why you're here, Paul.
Yes, indeed. So we're very happy to be here back at the Silverstone Festival this year as a partner. We love this event. We have many of our cars from our back catalogue are racing here, including our founder, Ray, is racing as U2 in the Formula Junior series. What we've also got on display here in the International Paddock is some of our back catalogue. This beautiful yellow short wheelbase was the beginning of our bespoke program in RML to demonstrate our skills and sell direct to consumers.
And it's amazing that she's mentioned so many RML cars are out there, and maybe some people don't necessarily even know about it.
Exactly. So you'll see we've got cars on the grids in the touring car races, we've got cars in the LMP series, and that takes us to some cars you never even knew that we made, such as this, the Neo EP9. This is a car that we built for Neo back in 2016, and this was set as being the fastest electric car around the Nürburgring.
And of course, it seems to have the Neo brand on it, but a lot of the companies like yourselves do this work white label.
Yeah, exactly, white label, which is always challenging. We can't talk about what we do until it's in the past.
Yeah.
And another example is the Nissan here, the Ziad. This was for Le Mans in 2014, and it is a hybrid, and it currently holds that record still as the fastest electric car around the Le Mans track.
So why am I RML here at Silverstone then?
We're here to show people the great cars we do. Another car out on track today is actually the safety car.
Yes.
Our latest product, the P39 Hypercar, is at the front of every grid, demonstrating the future of RML.
RML building a brand, thanking your employees and connecting with customers.
Exactly. All the employees are invited this weekend to enjoy the festival and to see our products front and centre.
Next up, the second race for the Daddy, car number 2. Daddy then will be Lee Dwyer. There he is. The ex-Jody Scheckter Trojan. A Formula 5000 car, hence the 5-litre V8 engine behind him. And this is a combination of Formula 5000 and 2-litre Formula 2 cars. If he can hear us, Ed Foster has more.
Tom, it's a very varied grid, this one. Formula 5000 cars, F2 cars. But I sort of slightly feel as though you brought a knife to a gunfight with this.
Yeah, I mean, the little Atlantic cars, we're a bit underpowered, I would say. We've only got 240 horsepower, but the F2 cars have got about 300, and the 5000 is probably pushing 550. But the car's very light. It only weighs 440 kilos, so you can keep the speed up in the corners, and it sort of negates it a little bit.
Talk me through what Copse, Maggotts, Beckett's and Stowe is like in something like this. Is it just a lift for Copse?
Yeah, so for Copse it's just a lift, and then just be as brave as possible about getting back on the throttle. Maggotts, Beckett's, Chapel, you go through the first two almost flat, and then down to fourth for the left and down to third for Chapel. But you just got to keep it singing through Chapel to get out onto Hanger Straight.
What's the kind of rev range you're working with in terms of power?
It's quite a tight rev range because it's a BDA, so we're using about 7.5 to 9.5 all of the time, and you've got to use 9.5. If you don't, you just lose speed massively.
Wow, well, you got your work cut out for you, but it'll be great to watch. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Tom Smith explaining how you have to rev the bits off the 1.6 litre BDA in the former Atlantic cars. So lots going on, and again a variety of different cars here. Here, Chris Porritt in his Chevron B40, ex-Divina Galicia, the former Alpine skier turned racer, and lots of history in the cars. Let's find out a little bit more with Ed.
Henry, I love a varied grid with small engines, big engines, but I guess as a driver in the small engine car, it's not so great for you.
No, especially not at the start. Well, the rolling start is a real, just put your foot down and hope for the best. And if what they tend to do is they can sit on the apex and push and go. So we'll try our best.
So I guess the key is try and get into the complex down here ahead, and then get some distance before you go down this start-finish straight.
Yeah, the key is, to be honest, what we're a bit better at is tyre warm-up. So if we can make a quick start through the twisty bits and then hope that you're far enough down the straight that they can't just blitz past again.
What's it like? Do you get a bit of a tow?
Yes, but not enough compared to their engine. So we just hope and pray that they don't come past on the straights.
This car at Silverstone, single seaters, lots of grip, bit of downforce. It must be an absolute pleasure, though.
Yeah, I have to say this car only weighs 450 kilos, so it's like a giant Formula 4 2000 with a bit more power. So unlike the other ones, you can chuck it in at every corner and just have fun.
Well, look, go and have fun.
Thank you.
Well, driving his Modus M1, a 1.6 litre Formula Atlantic car here as well, is Henry Chart. Last year, he was due to race that car here as well. And the story that we told yesterday is that the Modus actually let him down in qualifying. So the team went back to their workshops and found him another car. The other car they found him was an ex-Bob Evans British Formula 5000 championship-winning Trojan. So he went from 1.6 Modus to 5-litre Formula 5000 car. Started at the back of the grid because he hadn't qualified, in a car he had never sat in, never mind raced, and drove through to the front of the field. So a very, very different weekend than the one he was expecting. This year, however, Henry Chart's Modus has been a little bit better for him. Lots and lots of top Grand Prix drivers not only cut their teeth in Formula 2, but continued to race in Formula 2 while in Formula 1. Ronnie Peterson made his debut in Formula 1 for March in 1971, was still racing in Formula 2 for them the next year in 1972, and wasn't alone. This car, for instance, raced in period by Vittorio Brambilla. Now at that stage he too was knocking on the door of Formula 1, and even in the 60s the likes of Graham Hill and the other Grand Prix drivers would regularly race in Formula 2 just because they could. So lots of them not only came up through Formula 2, but retained an association with it later in their career. And for the younger drivers in F2, that was just a fantastic motivator, because you were on the same grid as genuine Grand Prix talent and able to match yourself against them. Yes, Formula 5000, Alistair, not concurrent with, or not sort of a support series with F1, but concurrent and a very different sort of more budget-friendly way of going about big single-seater racing.
Yes, as you can see from the cars, they look like Formula 1 cars of the period, but they've got a much cheaper engine to run in the back than the Grand Prix engines. The big 5-litre V8 engines in the back of these Formula 5000 cars, which is hence the name Formula 5000, and very successful in period. The first UK championship was in 1969, was won by Peter Gethin. We've got 3 cars that were driven by Peter Gethin in period.
The Derry Bell Trophy race for Formula 2 and Formula 5000 cars. They raced yesterday, they race again here this morning at the Silverstone Festival on the final day of action, and again a bulging grid of 35 cars with Michael Lyons in the 5000 Lola at the head of the field. Danny Eagling's Formula 2 March alongside him, Alice Capadia and Tom Smith also in F2 cars, and there, as we heard, are some 1600cc cars. Tom Smith is March 74B, that's a Formula Atlantic car. The Modus of Henry Chart, another one of the 1600cc cars, and they will make up in lightweight what they lose in grunt. The Rolt RT1, one of 2 of them, Greg Audi in his car, and familiar names like Lola, March and Chevron, less well-known names like perhaps GRD and Palliser, Gurney 5000 car, and the first Reynard as well. There are a couple of Formula Ford 2000 cars in the field, as well as Atlantics, Formula 2 cars and the Formula 5000s. Hello everybody, wherever you are around the world, around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. Welcome to the final day's action for the 2025 Silverstone Festival, the last Silverstone Festival. So for those of you who have made it here today, you are witnessing the end of an era of very successful, historic festivals that have been run here under the Coy's banner as the Silverstone Classic, and most recently as the Silverstone Festival, for the better part of 2 decades, bringing huge fields of historic cars to race at the home of the British Grand Prix. They're being led around on their second formation lap by the RML P39, the first of 39 such cars that will be built. RML's take on the Porsche 992, extreme in every way, with pure carbon bodywork and a highly reworked 4-litre flat 6 that produces up to and over 900 horsepower. So even in this company, the safety car is not going to feel outgunned, but a lot of our smaller cars will do. What the Formula 2 and Formula Atlantic cars lack in power, they will make up by nimble handling. As you heard from Henry Chart, his car weighing just 450 kilos. Unfortunately, it doesn't make it any more powerful, so they will have to try and outrun or outdrive the big banger Formula 5000 cars like pole sitter Michael Lyons in the red and white Lola T400, and try and get the advantage of them if they're stuck behind a Formula 5000 car. The places where they have their advantage in the middle of the corners, the 5000 car will be slow and hold them up and not allow them to use that advantage, and then will squirt and go off down the straight. So it is a battle of very different ways of making your lap time. And Alistair, for the smaller capacity cars, then they are going to have to work really hard early in the race to try and get their noses in front of the big banger of Formula 5000s.
That's right, yes, and one car to watch is starting 30th on the grid, a long way down the assembly area. I've just taken a walk. Number 11, Mark Charteris, the white car with Tolman written across the front, was a leading car yesterday, was right at the front of the grid, but I've just asked Mark what the problem was, because he retired from the race yesterday. There it is, the blue and white car, orange helmet, or predominantly orange and silver helmet of Mark Charteris. One of the nuts fell off the top wishbone on the front suspension on that car. Bit of a scary thing actually, but I did say any damage. He said no, not at all. So he's fully fit again. So we want to watch number 11 Mark Charteris from 30th on the grid. And you might remember Mark if you followed racing recently in an earlier March 742 last year, and prior to that racing in Clubman's Formula.
So our front row on the left-hand side, red and white, Michael Lyons in the Lola T400, Dan Eagling alongside him in his white and blue March 742 Formula 2 car. Alex Capadia row 2 on the inside with the bronze highlights, with the green highlights, the Atlantic car of Tom Smith, another march dating from 1974. So it is going to be a battle of Davids and Goliaths. Race 1 won by Michael Lyons from Dan Eagling and Alex Capadia. Can the Tiddlers turn the tables in the final encounter of the Derek Bell Trophy? Heading to the lights for the Derek Bell Trophy, paced by the Formula 5000 car, Michael Lyons with a high airbox. The red lights go off and away we go. On the outside, the front row, blue and white, Dan Eagling slots into second, Alex Capadia in third, the Atlantic car of Tom Smith in fourth with the green highlights, challenging him, then the red car of Mark Mercer, and Lee Dwyer, car number 2, the Trojan 5000 car, the white car, but without the high airbox. He's lost out a little bit to the fast-starting Henry Chart, the orange Modus M1, getting by him. And there you can see another couple of the 5,000 cars with the big high airbox, the snorkel air intake, and Michael Lyons really at home in that car, jumping away at the start as Alex Capadia in 88 battles to hang on to 4th position. Right behind him, Jake Shortland in his march, and the Modus of Henry Chart.
As they turn their way through Luffield and out onto the old pit straight, these cars would have started, of course, just after Woodcote Corner. A problem for 82, Calvin Bainbridge in the early Brabham from 1971, the BT35. But the leader's already down through Cops Corner, and we can see Alex Capadia there in the March 762, so from 1976, battling for 4th place with the Calvin Smith. Is it the number 41
yeah, Tom
car?
Smith,
Tom Smith, sorry.
He's jumped in front of him, he's got ahead of Capadia. Tom Smith, this Formula Atlantic car looks like an F2 car, but with a 1600cc engine, so losing out in terms of power. And the slightly later car of Alex Capadia, on slightly different car, the Formula 2 car. It's the same era, effectively the same chassis, but with a bit more aero, because it's got a 2-litre engine to tow a bigger wing. So you can see the difference in the rear wings. And the Atlantic car just keeping its nose in front. So it was a really good start from Tom Smith up to 3rd place. But Dan Eagling has left them behind in his chase of Michael Lyons. Lyons, unsurprisingly, with more horsepower, racing away from Eagling. 3rd place, so we've got a 5-litre car leading, a 2-litre car in 3rd place, a 1600cc car in 3rd, a 2-litre car in 2nd, rather, 1600 in 3rd place. And battles now going to start to shake up all the way down the order. There is car number 13, Chris Porritt, the red, white and blue, and he's battling with 48 Henry Chart in the orange Modus. He slips inside him, under braking again, the lighter Modus, and now Henry Chart up behind. Paul Campfield in the white chevron with the red and blue on the airbox and on the side pods.
And just looking at the timing screens, Mark Charteris up 11 places on the first lap to 19th, so we'll keep an eye on how he's making his way through as we follow the car of Alex Capadia, the 76 Formula 2 March, chasing after Tom Smith in the Formula Atlantic car from 1974 from March, the number 41 car just ahead. But Dan Eagling in the first of the smaller engine cars in 2nd place, chasing after Michael Lyons, who's, well, he's kind of checked out, hasn't he, in that big Formula 5000 car. Michael races in modern GTs as well, a hugely experienced driver. His father, Frank Lyons, also in this race. But a great battle here for 3rd place between Tom Smith and Alex Capadia, going through the wonderful Beckett sweepers. Really important to get a good run through here so that you've got the top speed as you go down onto the hanger straight.
Alex Capadia almost invisible behind the Formula Atlantic car of Tom Smith with the green highlights. Capadia with the bronze nose, tucks down the inside into Stowe. Through he goes for 3rd place, just using the slipstream and that tiny little bit of extra power from the 2-litre engine. As we heard from Tom Smith earlier, around 240 horsepower for the Atlantic cars, the 1600cc cars, like him and Henry Chart's Modus, around 300 horsepower for the Formula 2 2-litre cars, and over 450 for the big 5-litre cars. Well, there is Mark Charteris. Now, he was the third fastest car in qualifying, up to 15th place already. Right in front of him is another of the Formula 5000 cars. So that's not Chris Willey. That's not going to be an easy pass, but he sides by. In fact, it's not a 5000 car, it's another Formula 2 car. He sides by Chris Willey, so goes by him, moves up another spot.
Mark Charteris up to 14th now in the march, and he's got one or two cars fairly close up. But it'll get harder and harder for Mark to make up places as the cars ahead get faster and faster. But you can see on the straight there that he's got quite a few ahead of him, so he should make up some more places, perhaps on this lap. One more actually now.
Diving by Greg Audi. Greg Audi in the first design of his own brand by Ron Toronac, the RT1. Ron Toronac started his design career with Brabham, the BT. He was the T in BT. Brabham remains your name, but RT, Ron Toronac, and the RT1, a successful car. The RT3, of course, became hugely successful as the dominant force in Formula 3 for much of the 1980s. In the classic Martin Brundle, Ayrton Senna season, they were both, as was almost everybody else on the grid, mounted in Ralt RT3s, and Ralt's very successful Formula 2 cars in period as well, winning a number of championships with Honda engines in the back. So moving on up the order, Mark Charteris. And again, another big versus little battle here.
Paul Campfield there in the white, mainly white car, the Chevron.
Yeah, chasing Jonathan Porrett's car number 13. And Porrett still, that car in the period livery. We saw it in the collecting area. Great looking car. And so many of these drivers in all different categories. If you buy a car with history, and of course it's an old car, it's got history. Some of them have got very illustrious history. And even if it's, and particularly actually, if it's an oddity that almost nobody ever saw in period and nobody really remembers, I think then perversely the owners want to make it even more distinctive as that car that very few have ever seen. Now, Mark Charteris, car number 11, the Tolman Group Formula 2 car, one of the ex-Brian Henson cars, right up behind another of our Formula 5000 cars. That's another of the Trojans.
That's Neil Glover. Actually, it's a Chevron B37. Yeah. It's an ex-Gethin car, surprise, surprise. Peter Gethin drove that one as well, as we see Henry Chart making his way past the Formula 5000 car just ahead of him, which is the Paul Campfield Chevron. And Mark Charteris just waiting for his moment. He's going to struggle on the straight now. He's actually being challenged on the inside by the 36 car of Ben Stiles. That's a Lola T360. So he's got his work cut out to keep on moving up the field. Paul Campfield there in the Chevron B24 from 1973, one of our Formula 5000 cars.
And you saw Henry Chart in the Modus into Copse Corner, just whistle by him and pull away. And then in the short run down to the Beckett's S's, the 5000 car tried to get close. And there's a similar thing here as well. Look at Mark Charteris, how much more grip he's got. Just drives around the Formula 5000 car in the Beckett's S's. And then, as they open the taps down the straight, that 450, close to 500 horsepower just leaves the F2 cars for dead. So he's going to have to do it all again under braking. The 5000 car with more speed will need to slow more and less aerodynamic grip as well. So Mark Charteris in the march will try and lunge up the inside here. Not quite close enough. Can he get through on the exit of the club corner? Again, that opens onto the Hamilton straight. So he's going to lose out in a straight line. The more point and squirt nature of the Formula 5000 car just gives him breathing space, and Charteris will have to try again.
So they're now coming up to the tight right-hander at Village. Will Charteris go up the inside? He can come later on the brakes. He does. He slides up the inside there. He now will lead through the loop, the left-hander, and probably through Aintree as well. But then the taps are opened for the Wellington Straight, which is the second quickest part of the Silverstone circuit. So will this light blue car go through? Mark's hoping not.
Yeah, I think Mark Charteris, he opened enough of margin there down through Village, the loop and Aintree, that he was safe from attack from behind. And in fact, in that big blue high airbox chevron car number 7, the pale blue car, Neil Glover is really under pressure from behind, isn't he? The white number 36 Lola, Ben Stiles on the inside, starts with a yellow helmet. Well, the hairspray obviously keeping his hair neat there as well. Now then, little spin for the Lola T300, an earlier Formula 5000 car from Lola. And the yellow car with this very distinctive and really quite unattractive, very high radiator position, where the radiators are basically up driver's ears. Here it is coming towards us. Car I'd never seen before in the flesh, and one I'm glad I didn't meet in a dark alley. Not the most handsome of cars. Wasn't the most effective either. Fairly quickly superseded by the T320, and then the much more attractive and efficient T400. You can see the thinking there, trying to put the radiators somewhere else so they didn't have to have side pods. But with side pods, the T400 here at Michael Lyons, a much more effective machine. And Lyons now 8.1 seconds clear. 1:57.2 on the last lap to 1:58.7 of Dan Eagling in second place. So even in that one last lap, a second and a half quicker than the Formula 2 car of Dan Eagling.
So looking all the way back up the Wellington Straight, we can see Alex Capadia now has got past Tom Smith and opened a gap as well. So he's in a strong third place in the 1976 Formula 2 March, as he turns in a very attractive livery from the Spanish Caixa Bank. And then in behind is the 41 March 74 Formula Atlantic car for Tom Smith. That's got the 1600cc engine. And then it will be Jake Shortland following up behind as they pass one of our slower cars.
Yeah, Jake O'Keen, car number 50, and again that Palliser is a 1600cc Atlantic or Formula B car. Now then, here we go, Mark Charteris with another target in his gun sights. Closing right in now on, is that car number 30? Is that Paul Campfield Chevron? I think it might well be, and again, yes, moving up the order. Ben Stiles moves up in the Lola as well. So in the Beckett's Estes again. Let's see if he can drive around the outside, Mark Charteris.
Paul Campfield in one of the V8 engine Formula 5000 cars, so he's got the same problem as he had with Neil Glover earlier on, who's actually changed his car, hasn't he? He's not in the Chevron. I think it looks like a Lola when we saw it last. But Charteris now charging after the number 30 Paul Campfield Chevron B24 from 1973.
And by the way, just to catch up with that sign we saw in the collecting area, Go Daddy, Lee Dwyer, car number 2, was just in 18th place, but seems to have slipped down the order a little. Not quite sure why. Down into 20th position on so timing screen. I think some of the transponders not going particularly well. There's the back marker, they just passed the Palliser. Again, you can see a fairly early car, very little in terms of aerodynamics, certainly compared to what was due to come in the 1970s. That car was a 1969 machine, still with that purity of line of the cigar tube shape that was prevalent in the 60s. The high wings came in 68, 69, didn't they? And then gradually aerodynamics really started to have that influence. 93, the orange car, Beta Utensili colours, run-in period by Vittorio Brambilla, and red flags are out, and that may well be because the Palliser is stranded in the middle of the track and is in a highly unsafe position, and that's why we saw hands out of the cockpit, drivers acknowledging the red flags. So cars heading into the pit lane, 6 minutes 47 seconds on the clock. I'm sensing that we may well not restart the race. Now in more modern racing, if a red flag comes, you will pull onto the grid. Here they are coming into the pit lane. So all morning, cars are garaged in the traditional pit lane here at Silverstone, what's now the Heritage pit lane, or the pit lane as it was when I first started coming here at the turn of the 80s. Just under our commentary position, that white building sticking out to the side, that's where the timekeepers used to live, and that's where the commentary position is for this weekend. Well, the Palliser now has got going. Of course it has. That's just Murphy's Law at stake there, isn't it, in play? And was there something else that the race director was worried about? Because the Palliser was definitely stranded in the middle of the track in a very unsafe position, but you wonder whether maybe a safety car might have covered that. Engineers talking to their drivers. They will check the cars out just in case we go racing again. Should we not do, though, yesterday's top three, copied and pasted. Michael Lyons, Dan Eagling, Alex Capadia were 1, 2, 3 yesterday. They were 1, 2, 3 as the red flags flew. Glad to see so many of you making the most of the weather here this August bank holiday weekend. Got a day off tomorrow to recover as well. That won't be a bad thing for my voice and your sanity. But so many of you coming here to Silverstone, really fantastic to see. And really, really excited as well to see so many families come back, young lady. Toddling off to go and kick some tyres. Well, you know, you've got to start young, haven't you? There at the BRDC suite, great view from there as well. Lots and lots of great viewing around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. A number of the grandstands are open if you want to take a weight off for a while. You can go into the grandstands and grab a seat. And of course, we're getting to the sort of time, aren't we, where the much promised cup of tea is just about to arrive, hurrah, but also where stomachs might be starting to think, well, I had breakfast quite a long while ago. Are we going to go and think about lunch? There are lots and lots of concession stands in the paddock here, down at the wing, and in the infield, food and drinks available. And of course, there are so many other things to see as well in the infield. In the car clubs, so many car clubs, dozens of them here, ranging from the wild and the wacky to the really quite prosaic, and lots and lots of other entertainment for kids of all ages. Another look at our safety car, RML's latest hypercar creation, the P39, imagining what might have happened to the Porsche 992 series cars if Porsche's designers had really been allowed free rein. So, as well as over 900 horsepower, adjustable aerodynamics, highly sophisticated race-based tuning to the suspension from RML, as you would expect, pure carbon bodywork, and a highly reworked 4-litre flat-six engine. So it looks like a Porsche, but not a Porsche that anybody else has got. And of course, that is the appeal for the clientele for cars like this, is to have something that is absolutely different from anything else. See Ben Constanduras wandering down the pit lane, obviously on the search for a cup of tea and a bun somewhere, or potentially perhaps to grab a word with some of our drivers. Half the field is in here, and the rest had gone past the pit lane. So this is Paul Campfield. He's sort of at the front of the queue. A little bit of a modern data logger there on the old-fashioned steering wheel. See the data you would have had in period, a rev counter, and a couple of other random gauges that the driver probably never looked at for any reason whatsoever. And a big orange light that effectively means turn it off, because the oil pressure has gone through the floor. Now, I heard the words, they're going to re-grid you. Okay, so re-grid everybody, go around, do a formation lap, and away we will go. And that's why the safety car is coming to the pit exit, I think. Now, unfortunately, our top 9 cars are behind car number 30 there, which was in 10th position.
You were first one to come this way and yeah.
Now, what is the universal most favoured colour of gaffer tape? White. They've got a white car, and yet they've only got a yellow roll of gaffer. Paul Campfield's Chevron having remedial surgery.
Yes, fixes anything. It's a bit like baler twine in the agricultural world, isn't it?
Yeah, the diametric opposite of WD-40. Does it move? Yes. Is it supposed to? No. Use gaffer tape. Does it move? No. Is it supposed to? Yes. Use WD-40. Is it broken? I'm not sure. Hit it with a hammer. Let's find out. Oh, yes, it's broken.
We'll have a chat. Of course we can have a chat. What about my driving talent? On that goal.
Well, we can hear Ben queuing up an interview, so let's see what we can hear. Come on then, Ben, what have you got for us?
Yeah, just down here with Iago Keane, cars in the garage. We think you're the reason why there's a red flag out there. Not sure completely, but you're here and everything's fine.
I am here. No, thank you very much for the compliment there. That I've just ruined everybody's race because of my idiot move. Yeah. No.
Tell us what happened.
Literally, I came through Historic Vale, lost the back end, span, ended up in the middle. Couldn't get it to restart initially. Then I could get it to restart. Then couldn't get a gear. Then I did. And then guess what? Red lights came on. So I really am sorry for everyone else who's had their day spoiled. So there we go. That's racing, and we'll try again next time.
To the layman, your car looks as far away from most of these as it possibly could be. What is a Pallister, and why does it not have any appendages?
It's a very early car, so it's a very early Formula Atlantic car from 1969. So that's pre-wings. That's why. This is the oldest, slowest car. That's my excuse, anyway. The oldest, slowest car on the grid. And of course, I'm at the back end. But it's great fun to drive. You know, I have to learn how to drive this car because it's all feel, it's all mechanical grip, no aero aids at all. So great fun.
And the manufacturer, Pallister?
Pallister was started, oh gosh, I can't remember. Should have spoken to the guy that was here yesterday. He was explaining to me about it. Started off by a chap called Hugh Pallister something Dibley, who took one of Brabham's mechanics, Len Wimhurst, and started up their own little outfit and produced cars that were broadly similar to an early Brabham. And Hugh was apparently he was an airline pilot for BOAC. And not only did he fly airplanes, he also raced cars with the likes of Sterling Moss and those sort of guys. So he knew probably what to make of a car, how to set it up, how to get it going. And apparently, there's just lots and lots and lots of refinements to the point where they tuned it up so much, they made it difficult to drive. But I haven't got that excuse because this is an early one where they didn't tune it up. So great, it's a great little car. It's a very kind little car. I can, even for someone of my little talent, I can actually get a good tune out of it, and I have great fun racing it. I recommend one to everyone.
If only. You've obviously had two races this weekend in the Silverstone Festival meeting. It's not like any other historic race meeting that you kind of come to. It's such an amazing event.
No, I feel very lucky, very privileged to come here. And thanks to the guys that run the Derek Bell Trophy, I mean, Mike Bainbridge, Frank Lyons, and the HSCC, really good guys, really wanting us to come out here, have a lot of fun. And as you can see, mixed grid. Really mixed grid, and what a joy to be out here. And you know, the festival is such great fun. Loads of people in the paddocks, they can access the cars, come and talk to us, and you drive around, you see all the fans in the grandstand. It is a wonderful event, and I'm lucky to be here this year. Looking forward to coming back next year.
Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Pleasure at all. Pleasure. Thank you.
And Alistair, not only are the fans enjoying the cars and the drivers, but we heard that several times yesterday from the drivers, just loving racing here with so many enthusiastic fans in the grandstands, on the bankings, and especially in the paddocks. And you just heard it there from Iago Keane. If you're in a garage or wandering around, and all the garages are open, they're not behind closed shutters or behind metal fences or anything else, wander around, look at the cars, ask anybody a question about the car. Most of them will know more than you've got time to hear during the course of the day. They are passionate about what they race, and they are absolutely desperate to spread the word. So anybody shows any interest, almost every owner you know, and most of the mechanics will talk the hind leg off a donkey about their cars.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was a perfect example, because Ben asked a question about the history of Palliser, and Iago said, well, I don't really know very much, you need to ask so-and-so and so, and then recited the whole history perfectly, telling us all about the developments and everything else, and he's absolutely spot on with all his history there. And that's kind of how everybody is. They all love love the cars, they love the histories of their cars, and they love talking about it as well. So if you are able to get into the paddocks, there's no charge, they're all open, and all the garages are open as well. They do ask, of course, that you don't trip over tools and machinery and get in the way, but generally speaking, you can go anywhere you like, as long as it's not into the pit lane, and ask the mechanics and the drivers about the cars, and they'll tell you all about them. And the Lyons family have got 2 cars out in this race. Michael Lyons, the son, in the very quick and previously leading car that's being brought to the front of the queue now, the Lola T400, and his father, Frank, who is one of the leading people who drives this series, the Derek Bell Trophy. And Frank been involved with historic motorsport for many, many years. And Frank's out in his Gurney Eagle FA74, which hopefully in the second part of the... Yes, just there on the left of the blue and yellow car coming towards you is the Gurney Eagle. It's one of the prettiest Formula 5000 cars out there, and that was run by the All-American Racers team of Dan Gurney. And hopefully we'll get a shot of that in the upcoming second part of this race. Frank Lyons in number 74, who, as I say, is very friendly with all these drivers, saying, come on, come out and race and get this big grid of what we had at the start, 35 cars out onto the grid. So the marshals and, it's actually the teams that are moving the cars about under the direction of the marshals. They're bringing the cars forward in the pit lane so that they're in the right order when they leave the pit lane, which will make life a lot easier for the marshals gridding the cars up round at the international pits on the Lewis Hamilton Straight.
And as well as all the competition cars, there is this, actually just been joined in the back of the booth by Jonathan Gill, one of the people who helped put all this together and does the press and PR for the festival. And 75 years of Formula One, 34 world champions, and a car to represent the career of each of them. From Nino Farina, the very first, to Max Verstappen, the most recent. And it's not just cars in garages and on track. There are lots and lots of other things to do. But in terms of racing, we will get the remainder, I think, of the Derek Bell Trophy, Formula 2, Formula 5000, 3000, there we go, race underway in a moment or two. Then we've got the Agent Flux Trophy, the MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge coming up. And before lunch, the 500cc Formula 3, not motorcycle racing. If you don't know what a 500cc car is, oh boy, are you in for a surprise. We remember the late great Eddie Jordan, such a feature of British racing, of Formula 1, and of course just across the road from here at Silverstone is where he had his factory that became Force India and is now the home of Aston Martin. With that, you will see that tribute a little bit later on during the course of the afternoon. We got music in the evening, and dropping in to say hello will be the Army Parachute Display Team, the Red Devils, and we have got actually a pretty decent cloud ceiling as well, so that should be a very good display. They will jump in any kind of conditions, but the more they have clear air to come down in, the more of the show they can put on. So wherever you are watching online, then we've got plenty of content for you at the circuit. Look at that, the Chair-a-Planes for kids of all ages. You don't have to be under the age of anything to ride them. You can just get on and have fun. And a bit of liquid libation. Well, I've got a cup of tea, but if you're starting on the fizzy stuff already, do remember that it's still quite a long day and hopefully will remain quite nice and warm for you. So this Silverstone Festival, one of the big motor racing meetings of the season, and a big attraction here, I know, for so many people at Silverstone. Delighted to have friends and family, old and new, here as well. And I'm sure all of these competitors have got an awful lot of friends who've come for the weekend, lots of family here supporting them as well. So we are gridded up once more, and the order at the restart, funnily enough, will be the order as it was on the original grid. That's not the way it's been designed. That is just sort of how the top four were. So it will be Michael Lyons and Dan Eagling who lead away, with Alex Capadia and Tom Smith. Behind them, Jake Shortland and Mark Mercer will be on row 3, Mark Williams and Chris Porritt on row 4, and Henry Chart starting 9th. with Paul Campfield in 10th place. So we are getting ready to send the cars back out. One formation lap behind the safety car and away we'll go. But before that, let's have a quick word from our friends.
Did you know that this man, Bibendum, is over 125 years old and was established just 5 years into the existence of the Michelin tyre brand? So what is it about Michelin and the Silverstone Festival that makes it so special?
I mean, Michelin and Silverstone, that we're entwined in motorsport history. We both go back decades and decades within the worlds of motorsport, so it only makes sense that we appear at the Michelin, at the Silverstone Festival.
I'll let you into a secret. He scares me a little bit and has done since I was really, really young. Let's chat to Martin, who's the brand manager here for Michelin. It is a great festival to be part of.
It's an absolutely amazing festival to be a part of. It's our second year here. It's a great family day out. There's some amazing racing, and we've tried to keep in theme with that this year. We brought the Michelin Motorsport truck down. We've got two amazing vehicles, the Tut Hill GT1 and the RB17. So, yeah, it's just a superb event for us to be involved with.
History is such an important factor in Michelin as a brand as well.
It is indeed. The motorsport, the history. We've been in motorsport since motorsport was invented. I think the first events were in the 1800s when in France in the motorsport races there. We've had well over 1,000 victories in all forms of motorsport. So.
Yeah, and the second largest tyre manufacturer in the world as well. This is an incredibly special vehicle, a tyre built whilst the car was in development.
That's correct. So the car and the tyre have been designed together to work in sort of perfect harmony. So yeah, they developed the tyre specifically to work with the RB17.
To a point where the compounds across the tyre are separate.
That's correct. There's several different compounds to ensure that the performance is optimum to suit the vehicle.
It really is incredible, and great to have such an incredible brand as Michelin as a partner of the Silverstone Festival. Do make sure you come down. We're on the inside of Cops, I think, if you are here at the festival. Come down, have a look at the Tut Hill Porsche and the over €5 million RB17.
So cars gridded up and ready to go. Don't worry about the umbrella. That's because it's getting warm, not because it's getting wet. So everybody is appropriately dressed and ready to go. Slicks will have cooled down, so they are going to need a formation lap to try and build some heat into the slicks and into the brakes as well. But our cars are now in the correct order for sending them back out. The safety car will lead them round. That's a great looking car, isn't it? The ex-Ronnie Peterson 722 rather. Again, as I said, the 711 March's first Formula 1 car, the T-Tray March. Ex-James Hunt Formula 2 car there, car number 150, running period by Bubbles Hesketh, Hesketh Racing Team. Again, local to the Silverstone circuit, and so much going on. Don't forget, the iconic auctioneers are still selling cars today. The stunt zone, the drift zone, the fun fair, plenty of concession stands, lots of places to sit down and geek out. And Terry Grant will be putting on another one of his class demonstrations. He's absolutely barking. At the Foodie Fest, the tasting masterclasses continue. David Atherton will be in the Silverstone Kitchen Live for the second time, for the first time for him today, and then Carmela Hayes and David will return right around lunchtime, just to make sure that you are absolutely hank by the time you're going to get something to eat. The Diddley Squat Farm Shop is here as well. Haven't seen Caleb, but I know that JC is here and encouraging Richard Hammond. Rob Baker-Gall will be the final chef of the weekend. 2 sessions in the Silverstone Kitchen Live, 3:30 and 4:30 this afternoon, to bring down the flag on the Foodie Fest. Don't forget, there will be action on stage, entertainment on stage, on the main stage, all the way through the course of the day at various different times. And of course, we will round out with music, finishing the last ever Silverstone Historic Festival with music from the legends of house music. So Ministry of Sound classics will be the soundtrack to send you all home. Meanwhile, an entirely different soundtrack. Formula Atlantic, Formula 4 2000, F2 and F5000 cars all heading back out on track. So the unfortunate incident for the oldest car in the field, the 1969 Palliser Formula Atlantic car of Jago Keen. He had a spin, lost the engine, stationary in the car. Oh, and there's trouble for the man who should be starting on the front row, Danny Eagling. The ex-Jimmy Meusset machine is not firing up. So this is a 1974 March Formula 2 car. You can see the slave battery there, you could hear it turning over. Hot engines sometimes don't like to restart. Danny Eagling is undoing the belts, I think. And that's a real shame because he finished second in yesterday's race and was second at the red flag stoppage. You can see from the body language he is very disgruntled, and that's very unfortunate. That's one of the things about cars, isn't it? They don't always do what they did ought to, which will leave Michael Lyons on his own on the front row, pacing the field up towards the rolling start. Now, we haven't been informed as to whether we're having half a pace lap or a lap and a half, but there is no safety car, so I'm assuming we are going to go green now. After the red flag stoppage, we go back to racing once more in the Derek Bell Trophy. Long wait for the lights to go red, but nevertheless dropping the hammer. Michael Lyons from the front row of the grid, the man who led the first part of the race, drives away from the rest of the Formula 2 field. No Dan Eagling, and a spinner in the first corner, and hopefully, oh, and the second spinner, that's the Lola T300. And the first of our spinners has kept the engine going and has got moving, so hopefully that shouldn't be an interruption. So up to second, Alex Chapadia. Up to third place, Tom Smith, the white car with the red highlights, the first of the 1600cc Formula Atlantic cars, and the rest of them stretching out. Oh! And that, I think, was, it wasn't Henry Chart, who's...
I think that was the Jake Shortland March, wasn't it? The ex-Brambilla car that spun there.
And that was a real heart-in-the-mouth moment. Got a little too wide over the curbs, got spat across the road. And I know he could see those barriers coming up very quickly.
And another car that's made great progress already is Mark Charteris. There he is, middle of your screen. Tolman Group written on the front of the car. Mark Charteris started this race from 11th on the grid rather than right at the back as he was in the first part of this race. So he'll be one to watch now, whether he can get through these two earlier marches.
Well, he's already up to 6th position. He's really leapt ahead.
And in fact, it wasn't Jake Shortland. There's Jake Shortland still going. So it was another of our orange cars, but it wasn't Henry Chart either. So another orange car was the one that had that big spin coming out of Aintree. But here's the battle coming down into Stowe Corner. Mark Charteris going round there outside of the Ralt of Mark Mercer.
No battle at all, was it really? The Ralter absolutely outclassed by the March. Mark Charteris with his tail up again. Now we have a clock running, 4 minutes of the race remains, so it will be 2, very possibly 3 laps. Should be 3 laps the way Michael Lyons is going. 1 minute 56 from the rolling start, so he should go quicker than that. Alex Capadia in second, Tom Smith in third, Mark Charteris in 4th place. Didn't qualify the car, raced up to just outside the top 10 yesterday, starting 11th on the grid today, and he is on for a podium.
It's actually getting challenged on the inside of Aintree there, loses a place again with a car coming up through, which will be, is that the 771 of Mark Williams perhaps, the white Lola.
Yeah, looks
Didn't
like
quite
it.
See it there.
Looks like it. Charteris, in fact, not 4th place now. The transponder working again, showing his 7th position. So maybe a little further from a podium than he might have hoped. He's got the Modus right behind him, the orange car, number 48 of Henry Chart. Chart with one of the lightest cars in the field, but only 1600cc. And so losing out on power to the 2-litre car in front of him. So Michael Lyons, the race leader, the number 64 car, the Bells Parnelli Viceroy liveried Lola T400 5000 car with a high airbox. Behind him, Alex Capadia, the white March with the orange bronze and blue nosebands. And then in third place, Tom Smith, the white car with the green highlights. And fourth place is the Vittorio Brambilla March.
Mark Charteris must have made a mistake. I saw him go very, very wide at Club Corner. He must have had to rejoin at lower speed because he dropped back 3 places. So he's just made his way past Mark Williams in the Lola, and now he's got to catch the Ralt again that he only passed a few minutes ago, Mark Mercer, to make his way back up into the top 4.
So in fact, it wasn't a problem with the timing. He was up to 4th and then was down in 7th.
Yes.
So yeah, it was a problem more with the grey stuff and quite possibly not staying on it.
Quite. I think there was a little bit of maybe green stuff involved in his return to the track here a lap ago, in fact. So he's up to Village now. Yeah,
here he must have gone quite a long way off to find some green stuff, because beyond the grey tends to be quite a lot of gravel. Mind you, quite a lot of the green stuff is actually brown now, isn't it, after the last few hot weeks. A little running out wide there as well at the loop. So we've still got work to do. Top 3 have gone through. And the orange machine in 4th place is car number 93, and that is Jake Shortland in the ex-Vittorio Brambilla March. Vittorio Brambilla associated with March for a lot of his racing career. Behind him, the red Ralt car number 14, that's Mark Mercer. So another of Ron Toronak's designs. We saw the blue RT1. This is another RT1, but with a slightly different look to it. But there's the ex-Vittorio Brambilla car. And again, if you go and look at that in the garage, behind the driver's helmet at the top of the bodywork, a little sticker that says Brambilla Motori and the address of his workshops.
Yes, he's a garage owner, Vittorio, and famously spun when celebrating a win in his career, and it's always just a smiling man all the time. Very, very happy chappy. As Mark Charteris makes his way towards the Ralt ahead, but still not closed in, as we look at the dominant leader of the race, which is Michael Lyons in the red and white Lola, and then in second place Alex Capadia in the Kaisha coloured car in second, number 88, the 762 March. And here goes Mark Charteris. Can he get up the inside? No, he can't. The Ralt stays ahead, and that's very, very good driving indeed from Mark Mercer, because his Ralt much earlier than Mark's 1978 March. As they turn into the right hander, the Tolman Group colours were put on the car for Brian Henton to race in South Africa, and the car was actually sold whilst after he'd finished racing over there, and it stayed over in South Africa. Mark brought it back, I think it was last year or the year before, and fully rebuilt it.
Time has run out. Michael Lyons leading round for the very final time as they come down the straight. He thunders by under the commentary position. A long way clear, 14 seconds clear in 3 laps from the field. It's an absolutely shattering drive from Michael Lyons. The car's got plenty of performance, but in my hands it would not be going like that. It takes a really good driver to get the best out of these machines. Alex Capadia in second, Tom Smith in third. Here's Mark Charteris in sixth, still trying to get past Mark Mercer. Last lap of the race. Looking down the inside into Maggots, can't get through. We drove past him in the Beckett, says his last time that he got by the red Ralt, but it's going to be a little tougher this time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Final corners of the Derek Bell Trophy 2025. The winner of race 1 will be the winner of race 2. Across the line from pole position, Michael Lyons, a comprehensive victory in the Lola T400 Formula 5000 car. Alex Capadia in 3rd place in race 1 on Saturday, taking 2nd place in the 2-part race 2 on Sunday, and behind him with the green highlights in 3rd place it is Tom Smith, and a huge accident on the final lap for the ex-Vittorio Brambilla March, and that will move Mark Charteris up to 4th place. Well, what happened there? That was not Vittorio Brambilla, the Monza Gorilla spin to win, but that was a big accident. Very good news indeed to see a driver stepping out and walking away. But what happened to Jake Shortland? You can tell that was an accident of some magnitude, because the car has separated into several of its constituent parts, and Jake Shortland, perhaps unsurprisingly, sitting on the ground. Adrenaline does a lot of things. Quite often it helps drivers walk away from cars. Well, Michael Lyons grumbles underneath our commentary position. Congratulations to him. Fastest lap on the Silverstone Grand Prix, the current fastest Formula 1 lap. Oh, hang on a minute.
Yes, yesterday, sorry, Martin, I should have given you more information. The fastest lap in the race yesterday, in the Formula 1 race, was 1:51. And Michael's done 1:55.7 in this Formula 5000 car.
I mean, in period, they were an exhilarating thing to watch, an exhilarating thing to listen to, and undoubtedly an exhilarating thing to drive. And effectively, a Formula 1 car, but instead of a 3-litre Cosworth DFE, it had a 5-litre Chevrolet V8. And this car ran in period for Al Unser and for Greg. Oh, that's Mark Lyons, of course. Run in period for Al Unser by Vels Parnelli Jones Racing. Alex Capadia goes off to offer his congratulations. Michael Lyons, Alex Capadia, and the Formula Atlantic car of Tom Smith. So we got a 5000, an F2, and a Formula Atlantic car. Mark Charteris did get back up to 4th in the end. Mark Mercer finishing in 5th, and Lee Dwyer, Go Daddy, up to 6th position. Last time we checked on him, where was he? He was like 18th or 19th or something. So, boy, Daddy did go, didn't he? Well done, Daddy. So there you go, the rest of our finishers. Good to see Jake Shortland getting out of the car in one piece and under his own steam. I think there will be another slight delay before we move on to our next race, which will be the Adrian Flux Trophy. And that, if you are not trackside yet, you need to get trackside for that and for the 500s. Those are both going to be exceptional races. So down in the collecting area with our drivers, Ben Constanduris. Ben, what do you know?
Oh, yeah? I'm hoping to get into that, because that's on pole as well.
Are you starting it?
No, Paul's starting it, so.
Sorry, Mike, we just chatting about the next race, because Michael's got to get into that one as well. It always looks very easy for you taking these victories, but just muscling something this large around even Silverstone must be a tough workout.
Yeah, they're fantastic to drive. You know, this is proper race cars. You've got 500 horsepower, big sticky tyres, not too much weight to ruin the show, and a little bit of aero just to make it a bit more fun. So every time I get a chance to drive one, I've got a big smile on my face. Doing big skids around here, around one of the fastest circuits in the UK, is properly awesome.
And it does slide, doesn't it?
Well, that's the fun thing about crossplies. They're fast going sideways. I'm a little bit gutted for Dan, to be honest, in the F2. We were hoping he was going to get bump started and be able to get going at the restart, because it looked like he was having a good race behind, but unfortunately he's had some bad luck there, so it's gutted for him. But yeah, the boys have done a fantastic job this weekend. The Lola's been spot on, so I've got no complaints. I've had a nice weekend so far, and hopefully in the Sierra with Paul we can have a bit more fun than the next one.
Good stuff. We will do a podium, so stick around. We're going to go and talk to Alex now. Of course, Michael's got 5 litres, Alex has got 2, and Tom's only got 1.5. So it's sort of expected, but you put up a good fight, and you had a good fight out there.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I have to say this race is Dan Eagling's race all the way. He's had the measure of us all weekend. He was winning until the red flag. Unfortunately, his car just didn't restart. So this race is really Dan's. But obviously, happy to win it, but really we should have been second today.
And just talk to me through jumping from one car to another over a weekend like this, because there are many of you drivers that are doing that, but it must be a change of mentality, especially something like this.
Yeah, so I was driving this, which is about 500 or so kilos, 2 litres, and then I was driving a Group C car, which is about a tonne, and a lot heavier, a lot bigger. I didn't really get time to switch into that though, because it kept breaking down, and then it caught fire yesterday. So we didn't actually get enough of a difference to actually affect me really. But yeah, it could be difficult.
Great stuff. Thank you very much. Let's go over down to Tom. And third place is not bad for something that is definitely a lot smaller than the winning car. Tom, inheriting third place, unfortunately, through Dan's misfortune, but ultimately it must be great fun out there, and 2 races here at Silverstone Festival.
Oh yeah, it was fantastic. I felt really sorry for Dan. We all tried to wait as much as we could, but from what I heard, he couldn't get it started at all. So yeah, it's brilliant to have the Atlantic car up on the podium. Probably one of the lowest powered cars, but God, it handles well.
And that's the key thing. Congratulations and enjoy the podium.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was entertaining stuff, wasn't it? Gotta love big single-seaters around this track, and we will see some more of those. Well, very sad end, I'm afraid, to the race for Jake Shortland and the ex-Victorio Brambilla March. I'm sure that will come back. He will as well. Really good news to see him step out of the car and walk away from what was clearly a sizable accident. And you see there's a little bit of a debris field as well. The medical team, of course, down there, because we do have concussion protocols. So go, Daddy, go. Well, Daddy did go, didn't he? What a fantastic result for the number 2 car and his crowd of supporting family. Well, Michael Lyons led away, having won yesterday's race, and in the restarted race led away again to romp to victory. Coming up through the field, Mark Charteris made a lot of good moves and then rather undid them, dropping from 4th to 7th to come back up. In the first part, Dan Eagling was in second place, leading the Formula 2 cars, chasing the big 5,000 car of Michael Lyons, ahead of Alex Capadia and Tom Smith. But when his car didn't restart after the stoppage, there was no chance for Dan Eagling to continue. So Capadia continued. A big lurid moment for 2 or 3 drivers on the first lap of the restart. Michael Lyons romped away by 14 seconds in 3 laps. So here's our overall winner from Alex Capadia and Tom Smith.
Let's get our next podium done then for the Derek Bell Trophy for Formula 2 and Formula 5000 cars. Our second race for these gentlemen, so you may well recognise some of their faces because yesterday's victor is the same as today's. But a new man on third position in just a 1600cc March 74B, Tom Smith. In second position, Alex Capadia. And the winner, as he was yesterday, Michael Lyons. I think Kaylee from Silverstone is going to be presenting the trophies as Andy D. Crown is still in race control, the CEO of HSCC, presenting the third place trophy to Tom Smith. Second position to Alex Capadia to add to his third yesterday. And the big one, as it was yesterday, a second Silverstone Festival trophy to Michael Lyons. Up onto the top step of the podium. Nice big smiles. And that is the podium for the Derek Bell Trophy for F2 and F5000 cars.
Now, of all the things that are going on at Silverstone Festival over the weekend, one of the highlights for me certainly is the auction house, and I'm here with Rob Hubbard from Iconic Auctions. Rob, busy here.
It certainly is, Ant. Yeah, we've got our largest auction we've ever done here at Silverstone. Some 345 cars here on site, 20 motorbikes as well, 90 lots of automobilia, and then an online sale of automobilia tomorrow night as well. So keeping us busy.
Yeah, well, you've been doing this auction at Silverstone Festival. Why now? Why is it this year? Why is it so busy?
Well, the weather market has tightened up over the last few years. We've just looked at trying to get more cars into the auctions, keep your overhead costs down with separate events. And the Silverstone Festival, everybody loves it. It's the backbone of the enthusiast movement here. And we've got all the cars, our normal iconic cars on Saturday, and then on the Sunday, an auction for the Everyman Classic type of cars, popular cars, classics, which are all here outside. So yeah, we'll see how we get on.
And it's obviously the home of British motorsport. A great place, great venue for an auction. What's it feel like selling cars here at Silverstone?
It's great. It's like no other place. You've got the live action outside, competitors are here, you've got the enthusiasts here as well. We've got the competition cars this afternoon, auction starting, so some of these cars are here, turnkey, ready to go race, rally, trialling, hill climbing, everything else. So yeah, it's wonderful to be here.
Yeah, that's interesting. You've got this captive audience, haven't you? You've got people racing on the track whilst you're selling cars that are capable of going out on the track. Has that ever happened? Has somebody bought a car here and then taken it out on the track?
I don't think it's ever happened as in racing it here, but certainly we pre-sold a car last year that did exactly that. Sold it on, I think, the Monday or Tuesday of the setup days. Late entry with Motor Racing Legends, and it was out that weekend having fun in a Lotus Cortina.
Well, that's the ultimate, isn't it, for a car auction house? But thank you very much for your time. Are you enjoying any of the racing yourself?
I wish. I'm locked into the rostrum for the next 3 days.
Right, well, check out the auction at Iconic Auctions here in the wing.
Has actually happened at the festival before that a competitor's car blew up. He bought another car in the auction and raced it the very next day. Not a frequent occurrence, I grant you, but there you go. Now then, are you a touring car fan? Sit down, Toby Moody, and other M3 fans, because we got a lot to go through here as we get ready for the Adrian Flux Trophy for the Motor Racing Legends Historic Touring Car Challenge. The what now? Let's find out a little bit more about it.
The Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL, Historic Touring Car Challenge, features the affectionately known tin tops dating all the way back to the 1960s. There are some gems in today's field, like the Ford Capri RS 2600, piloted by the likes of Sir Jackie Stewart back in the 70s. Also out there is the iconic Sierra Cosworth RS 500, which dominated Group A in the 1980s, right through to the altogether more modern Nissan Skyline GTR that reigns supreme in the Japanese Touring Car Championship. So sit back and buckle up for the unmistakable sights and sounds of historic touring cars.
Harry, looking at the cars in front of you, you've got to be pretty pleased with where you're at, aren't you?
No, we're really pleased actually. You know, the car's going really well. It's prepped really well by Car Prep. It's a 72 Ford Escort Group 2 car, so it's punching above its weight, but it's a 50-minute race, so we've got to make sure we're there at the end.
And I hear your father's dumped you in it and you've got to do the whole lot yourself.
Yeah, well, lucky me. The shame I didn't get to the gym before the race, but yeah, we haven't got power steering or anything, so got to make sure I myself last the race, let alone the car.
And look, you're doing more than just racing this weekend. You've got some big auctions going on. Just give us some of the headline results so far.
Yeah, we've had a great 2 days so far. We had the competition cars with a Carlos Sainz Escort made over £300,000, which is great. Yesterday we had a really good collector car sale. The Queen's Range Rover made over 150. So, and there were some other good results as well. So, and then we've got another auction today as well. So it's been a really busy weekend work-wise, let alone racing as well.
Yeah, I banned myself from going over there because I'll probably buy something I don't need or afford, and I can't afford. But look, have an amazing race. I'm sure you'll enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very well. Dad and Nick Well have often raced together and against each other in these touring car races. Nick is the boss of Iconic Auctions and has stepped down from driving with Harry, so Harry's got it all to do on his own. This is a two-driver pit stop race. Some cars, a few cars, have two drivers. In most, the drivers are doing everything. You saw Steve Soper BMW there, Steve Soper Racing here as well. There's all sorts of mouth-watering machinery, and Ed is talking to another one of our drivers.
Mike, fantastic to see the car up here. Just tell us, because this is one of my favourite cars, but they're not the easiest of things to keep racing, are they?
No, they are hard work, to be honest. They do slide about all over the place. High maintenance, but they're the best fun ever. So I love it. It's good fun.
And look, will this be pretty reliable for the race? I mean, do you need to look out for anything?
We're normally okay when we come here racing with it. We did have some brake issues on Friday. Hopefully we've cured it. but it's a 50-minute race. You just got to nurse it and keep it to the end, basically. So, see what happens.
And how are you stacking up against the other Sierras and cars of a similar type?
Well, I think at the moment we're second. So, hey, if we can stay there, I'll be happy with that.
Well, look, enjoy it. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
So lots and lots of mouth-watering machinery. Whatever era of touring car you sort of arrived at, it's going to be fun. James Hardy 1000 or Tui's 1000 Bathurst car there, driven in period by Gianfranco Brancatelli. And another British touring car champion out. One of the trophies that are going to be given away this weekend after this race will be the Andy Rouse trophy. You just saw a Caliber Ford Sierra driven in period by Andy Rouse to the championship, in fact. But Andy will be here to present the trophy as well, the Andy Rouse trophy, and that will be presented to, checks notes, the first Sierra to finish. 50 years now since Andy, I can't believe that, Andy Rouse's first British touring car title, 1975, and 40 since the debut of the Sierra in the series in 1985 when Andy won the British Touring Car Championship with the ex-Frank Gardner Camaro. In front of that, the ex-David Leslie RML run, a Griot Cavalier. Armin Harner, Jeff Allen and Denny Hulme will have raced this Bastos car in the European Touring Car Championship, and I think the same trio possibly raced the car here at Silverstone in the Tourist Trophy, which at that stage was a touring car championship race. A Japanese championship, Japanese GT championship, touring car championship rather, Nissan Skyline, one over a number. And going through beside the Sierra Cosworth, the Caliber car, you saw the Bastos liveried BMW 635. Now that is not a period car, it's a brand new build. Some of these cars raced in period, many of them raced in period. There are a couple of other brand new builds. One to talk about right towards the tail of the field, a brand new Mark I Escort. It's red with a gold roof, and the cognoscenti among you will know that that means it's an Alan Mann racing car. It's being driven by Alan's son Henry Mann, and Steve Soper. So cars heading out for the Asian Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge. It's a 50-minute pit stop race with the potential for 2 drivers, 43 cars on the grid from all sorts of areas. Davin and Olivier Hart's brand new BMW CSL, they cleared up the misfire, that qualified ahead of the Ford Sierra Cosworth of Julian Thomas. Wim Kool in his RS Capri, a former winner in the rain, ahead of Steve Soper in an ex-Steve Soper BMW M3. A slew of M3s and Sierra Cosworths mingling at the front of the field with the Chevy Camaro, started by Simon Watts, and that will be taken over by Al Buncombe. Among other names that you will spot, experienced historic racers like Martin O'Connell and Patrick Blakeney Edwards, and experienced Dirk Kool, in fact, is the man who won it, not Wim Kool. Experienced touring car racers, as well as like Andy Middlehurst, Mike Whitaker out in his Rover SD1. John Spears and Nigel Grinsell, hey, what a surprise, they're sharing a car together. And they're Henry Mann in a brand new version of the Alan Mann Racing Mark I Escort, and that will be shared later on in the race by Steve Soper. So Soper will start on row 2 of the grid in the ex-Steve Soper BMW M3. That's the BMW Fina liveried car there. And he will then pit that car, hand over to its co-driver Toby Partridge, and wait for Henry Mann to bring in the Escort, which he will then take over later in the race, a lap or so later, you imagine. So the front row, it is the Bastos BMW on pole. Now, what's happened to Big Frank's Camaro? Has that not gone anywhere? Has it struck a problem? Or is it for some reason having to start from the back of the grid in the pit lane? I'm not sure. But it is the BMW CSL on pole position. Another generation step newer is Julian Thomas's Caliber liveried Ford Sierra RS 500, raced in period, designed, built, developed and raced to the championship by the great Andy Rouse. We get ready to go. Red lights are on for the start of 50 minutes of touring car frenetic action. The Adrian Flux Trophy gets underway. The BMW on pole position. It is David Hart who starts, and alongside him Julian Thomas driving in his own Sierra Cosworth. The car built in period by Andy Rouse. The white and blue Ford Capri RS 1300. Wim Keul jumps into third place from third on the grid, and then the Eggenberger Sierra moves up. That's Mike Manning in the black car with a Texaco livery. Ahead, that's a car Steve Soper drove in period, or a team for which he drove in period, ahead of Steve Soper in car number 5, and ex-Steve Soper BMW.
So we're seeing here sort of an early BMW leading the race, and then the later M3s in the pack just behind the first of the Sierras. What a wonderful sight this is, a very large grid indeed coming down the Wellington Straight. We see one of the Camaros there dwarfing some of the other cars, but it's, the leader is David Hart, who has started.
So that Camaro, twice the width of a BMW M3 almost. That is the Simon Watts Alex Buncombe ex-Frank Gardner Camaro. The ex-Frank Gardner Camaro in identical livery that was in the pit lane is not the car that started in 6th place on the grid, as you can plainly see.
That's the other one being the Shepherd car, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. So is that David Hart?
Yes.
It is David Hart that started. So David and Olivier Hart will share this car, but here comes Wim Keul. Wim Keul, winner in a very crazy wet race, took an early pit stop, benefited from the safety car, and then it came out in front, and we thought, well, the timing screen can't be right, maybe that's not right. He ended up winning the race to his surprise, and I think largely to everybody else's as well. So this is an all-Dutch battle at the front of the field. Wim Keul and David Hart right behind him. Then Julian Thomas. Julian Thomas already with a scintillating race win yesterday afternoon in very different machinery, and he was absolutely champing at the bit to go back out in the Caliber Ford Sierra, and that's just sitting under a little tent right beside the restaurant here in the old pit lane at Silverstone. So if that is your era of touring cars, then go and have a look at it. The ex-David Leslie Ecuria Cost Cavalier has rolled to a halt, run by John and Gary Pearson, the brothers, who have just won in their E-Type Jaguar the Tourist Trophy. A little bit of smoke coming off the Eggenberger Sierra, quite a lot of smoke coming off the Eggenberger Sierra, lots of flames coming out of the Count Sonic Nissan, lots of noise coming out of the Frank Gardner Camaro. There's lots of superlatives in that sentence.
Well, the battle for the lead here is perfect for the period, because the mid-70s it was BMW versus Ford. Ford built originally the 2.6 litre Capri, which was then roundly beaten by the BMW, the type that is leading the race. So Ford came back with the 3.1 litre Capri, which is the type that Wim Keul is driving behind. So this was the battle of the titans of touring car racing at the time. Ford versus BMW. The CSL BMW that David Hart is driving won the European Touring Car Championship, which was the championship, for 6 times, 1973, and then from 75 through to 79. Really dominant, and Spa 24 Hours 4 times as well, so it was the car to have. But Ford eventually brought out the 3.1 litre Capri and actually beat the BMWs.
Yeah, and that distinctive flared body style that later Capris ended up with as the X-Pack. That was the shape of the Cologne Capris. They were built at Ford's units in Cologne in Germany to beat BMW, and it was Jochen Neerpasch, the former head of BMW Motorsport, who was poached away by Ford to take over their racing department, that really lit the blue touch paper under the RS 3100. So Wim Keul right behind David Hart, and as you say, absolutely a battle of rivals in period. The missing year, 74 rather, I think that was the final win for Alfa Romeo in the European Touring Car Champion. Twan Hazelman's a 3-time champion for Alfa Romeo at the beginning of the 70s. And behind them, of course, another Ford, Julian Thomas, and another 2 generation steps later, a decade and a half later, the Sierra Cosworth. And Andy Rouse is the man responsible for the Sierra Cosworth, because looking for he was always a man to look for a car that was suitable to go to British saloon car racing, British touring car racing, and he found that in South Africa the newly introduced Sierra, which had a 1600 or 2-litre engine in Europe, came with a 1.6-litre turbo engine, the Ford Mercure. And that was the car that he brought turbocharging to the British Touring Car Championship with. Ford, having seen the success of that, decided that a fast Ford with a Cosworth-tuned 2-litre turbocharged engine would be the way to go, and that begat the Ford Sierra Cosworth, which then, through racing, developed even more power to the RS 500.
And the connection with the Capri goes through Cosworth, because Jochen Neerpasch, as you say, was poached away to run the Ford team, and he said, well, we need a bigger engine, more powerful engine, and he went to Cosworth to design it. So the Capri engine in number 53, designed by Cosworth, and of course we know through the name of the Ford Sierra Cosworth that that was a Cosworth development engine done for Ford for that particular car.
Yeah, absolutely. Fastest lap of the race there from Wim Kuijl, 2:13.484 on that lap, 2:13.585, so 0.101 slower was the BMW. 1/10 and 1,000th of a second on a lap of the Grand Prix circuit that's taking them nearly 2¼ minutes. That's not much between these cars. They're so evenly matched in terms of performance, and they're so evenly matched in terms of their drivers as well.
And in period, this type of Capri, the wonderful big arch 3.1-litre Capri, driven by the likes of Jochen Mass and Rolf Stommelin and Klaus Ludwig, Hans Heyer. And you mentioned Hazemans already. He was there in this car as well. So a great roster of drivers that Ford employed to try and beat BMW.
And of course the next step was to turbocharge the Capri, and that's where Peter Zakowski and Zach Speed came in with a very much lower space frame shape and the 1.4-litre turbo engines, the fire-breathing Zach Speed Capris. But that's for another day, another generation. Just looking at one of the Rover SD1s, the Patrick Motor Group car. How far up the order is that? Steve Soper, by the way, still in 5th place in the car that he started, the BMW. And here is Fred Shepherd in the this is the ex-Frank Gardner, one of the two ex-Frank Gardner Camaros, or was it? That's not the car, I think, that was stationary in the pit lane. However, they are now working their way through traffic. You can see another championship-winning car on the right-hand side, CHMS on that Toyota Corolla. CHMS, Chris Hodgett's Motorsport, won the up to 1600cc championship in the British Touring Car Championship, and in those days it was a multi-class championship, and whoever had the most points at the end of the season in any class was the champion. And he rousted that to great effect in smaller capacity cars, particularly with the Alfa Romeo V6 in the up to 2.5-litre class. He won the category against all the 3-litre Capris. He was champion in that. He was champion in a Triumph Dolomite, and Chris Hodgetts was the overall champion in a 1600cc rear-wheel drive Toyota Corolla.
I think Chris drove that car recently. I saw a post on his Facebook page with a big smile on his face. Oh, the dear.
Now that looks like a suspension collapse rather than anything else. Now he's going to try and look for a place of safety. The orange barrier on the right-hand side is where you need to pull over, and the car's going to try and turn hard right anyway. I think he's actually going to try and make it back to the pit lane rather than abandon the car trackside. David Hart, Wim Kuijl, that is your lead battle. Kuijl by name, I should think he's probably feeling fairly warm by now. It's a hot afternoon or morning here. Still morning? I haven't had lunch, so it's still morning here at Silverstone. Both these cars will be pretty physical to drive.
And that car started by its owner, Ernie Graham, but to be handed over, but I don't think it will be now, to Colin Turkington. So Turks won't get a run in the BMW, unfortunately, a car I know he enjoys driving in historic racing.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Similar livery to the cars run by BMW GB in the British Touring Car Championship for the likes of Jonathan Palmer and Swedish driver Nettan Lindgren. Now, Wim Kuijl just overcooking a little bit there. David Hart with a much tidier line in the BMW. Does that mean that the Capri He's starting to struggle for grip or brakes. Now then, the ex-David Leslie Cavalier continues on its happy way. I'm very glad to see that. That car run-in period by RML after they lost the factory Vauxhall deal to 888. RML fielded the car funded by Griot, run by Hugh McCaig. Two drivers, David Leslie and Bobby Verden-Rowe was the second driver. Sorry Bobby, just escaped me for a moment there. And that's one of the ex-David Leslie car. Very effective they were too. And the leaders go by with no major dramas.
Oh yes.
Having said which, major drama.
I think there was a touch there,
I think
there?
there might just have been. We might have to see that again, but David Hart in a big lurid spin there, or half spin in Copse. A big moment.
I think we saw Wim Kuhl lock up as he went into Copse.
I think Julian Thomas went through there as well. Let's take a look again. Kuhl on the inside.
Yeah, locked the front right wheel.
Yeah, there was contact. You're absolutely right. So very unfortunate. He was taking the tight line, trying to get a move down the inside. The door was open, but unfortunately on the dirtier part of the track, it's a little dustier and there's rubber there. Then Carl looking up, I beg your pardon, locking up. And Wim Kuhl has given the position back, but I think he's got a puncture. He has got a puncture, and it's a long way back. He's getting to the Formula One pit lane, but that's not his pit lane as he comes through Copse with that flat tyre. Now, just being reminded by Ian behind me, who's been online, or possibly remembers that Griot Cavalier in 1993, when David Leslie was still driving it. It wasn't Bobby Verden-Rowe, it was Harry Nuttall who was driving the second car. Bobby did drive the Griot Cavalier. 94 or 92? 92. Right, there we go. That's great for radio, isn't it? A radio conversation while watching today. Well, what a shame for Wim Kuhl, and that is really going to put the kibosh on that car's run. It was such a good battle. When's the pit window open, by the way?
The pit window is open at 15 minutes into the race.
Which is 35 minutes to go. We've just crossed 38 minutes to go. The new leader is Julian Thomas. So Julian Thomas in the Andy Rouse Ford Sierra RS 500, the Caliber liveried car number 10, won the championship in period. Undoubtedly won here at Silverstone as well. And of course, one of the highlights for everybody of the British Grand Prix meeting here at Silverstone was the massive British Touring Car Support race, which more often than not proved to be very adventurous in terms of incident as well as the extra add-ons.
And going back to your point earlier about the class structure of the British Touring Car Championship at that time, the Ford Sierra Cosworth absolutely dominant. It won lots and lots of races, pretty much every race really, but it only won the championship once in 1990 with Rob Gravitt at the wheel.
That's right, yes.
So despite winning 9 out of the 12 races in 87, and every race, I thought I'd read that somewhere, every race from 88 to 90, it only won the championship once. Unlike the Nissan, which we're looking at here, which is the turbocharged four-wheel drive Nissan R32, known as the Godzilla, because the Australians said it's a monster from Japan.
And it breathes fire.
And it breathes fire, yes. Turn the boost knob up and you can get something like 1,000 brake horsepower.
And that might not be the issue with this car, the Eggenberger Sierra, the ex-Klaus Ludwig Steve Soper car. It was smoking from the start of the race. It is still smoking, and it is slipped over on its own oil, I think. Had a little bit of a spin there. That car, I seem to remember, was smoking in qualifying as well, driven by Mike Manning.
We did have a report that it had, yes, I think it's a puncture, Martin, because we had a report earlier on, the tyre was rubbing on the bodywork, which was that bit of smoke we saw earlier.
The smoke, okay.
It's obviously rubbed through and the tyre's gone now.
Or maybe it is something else, because although it was bumping as it came in, it's coming in, now he's got it fired up again. Rudy Eggenberger's team ran the Ford Sierra Cosworth in Group A in the European Touring Car Championship back at the beginning of the 90s. Raced at places like Bathurst as well, trying to get the wheel off. It is, of course, absolutely red hot. Gloves or a hoodie or something or anything.
No air jacks on these cars.
No.
So having to use the old trolley jack there.
And of course, they can pull it off. It's on a single hub in the centre, so a centre lock wheel, but it's absolutely red hot. They can literally hear us, as you can hear the commentary in the background there. And so, yeah, they've done exactly that, gone to get a bit of clothing to protect themselves. That's why you see a lot of mechanics with a set of gloves handy, because things like brakes, wheels, tyres, exhausts are very hot. And yet, tyres are very hot as well. If you touch a slit when it's been up to temperature, it will burn your fingers. They are very hot.
And too early for the, I think they came in just before the pit window opened, I shall be able to tell you. Yes, they did. So it's quite unfortunate, because they could have done their mandatory pit stop but a little early.
Well, Mike Manning's tyre rub was not the smoky issue, I don't think. He's had a glug of water, but there you go. There's the 4-litre turbocharged Sierra Cosworth RS 500, 4-cylinder, 2-litre, not 4-litre, 4-cylinder turbocharged engine. As you see, driven in period by Klaus Ludwig and Steve Soper. And Mike Manning's race in this one, I'm afraid, is over. It was blowing smoke right from the start, it was in qualifying, and I don't think that was tyre rub. I think that was oil smoke. So the tyre is a secondary consideration, same for Wim Coyle here as well. Now, although the pit window is open, unfortunately, he did come in before the pit window opened. They don't have a stack of tyres ready to go on, because this is not a race in which you're expecting to change tyres. So, unfortunately, they've had to go out to the back of the garage and probably into a trailer somewhere to find a wheel and tyre. So here's two very different generations of British touring cars as well, not that far apart. The RS 500 and the Rover SD1. So the 3.5-litre Rover SD1 turned into quite an effective race and rally weapon, not least by TWR, Tom Walkinshaw Racing, Sanya Rovers in the British Touring Car Championship, and Bastos Rovers in the European Touring Car Championship. Now, we talked about Wim Coyle in his RS 3100. Here's Dirk Coyle in his RS 3100, up to 12th position, and he started quite a long way further back, and I'm trying to find where, but
29th.
Okay, 29th, yes, he has made up 17 places. Harry Whale, by the way, in the yellow-black Escort, up to 10th place now. So, really good run from him on the grid. So, Harry up from 16th.
And Olivier Hart now getting into the BMW, his dad getting out. And by the way, Dirk Kuhl is Wim's dad. So, two fathers and sons, but they're in different cars in this one. And leader, I nearly said Andy Rouse then. Julian Thomas.
Easy mistake to make it. It's like seeing a Listerine BMW. You're going to say Tim Harvey. It's just the way that. And actually, by the way, who's got one? Where are they? Haven't seen a Listerine BMW. And oh, there you go. We just bigged him up, and he appears to be facing very much in the wrong direction. Now, has he just rolled off there? So David Hart came in, Olivier Hart will take the car back out, just dropping the air pressure a little bit in the tyres. You put more pressure in when the tyres are cold, helps them warm up, but as the pressure rises, as the temperature rises, Hermatite Capri there, in fact not a Hermatite Capri, a Black & Decker Capri in the pit lane, and in the background the black and yellow car of Harry Whale. Dad Nick has decided not to drive. So the wheel goes back on to Wim Coyle's car, and he will go out and I imagine come straight back in, because he doesn't want to miss the pit window. Rick Wood in second place now in the Calsonic Nissan. Now that car won in the rain a couple of years ago, didn't it?
It did, yes, and that's going to be taken over by reigning British Touring Car champion Jake Hill. So he won't be slow.
No, he does love an oddity, Jake Hill, doesn't he? How much horsepower? Too much? What, you mean too much or much too much? Much too much. Oh yeah, I'll definitely drive that. He does love an oddity. And then Steve Soper up to third place in his BMW, car number 5. So who's driving? There are two, I think, Patrick Motor Group Rovers, the blue, white and yellow livery that raced in British Touring Car Championship.
That's
Which one is
Mike,
that?
Mike Whittaker is the number 6 car. That was leading the Tony Dron Trophy, and
That's double digits, I think. Now, this is a car that's had a lot of success here as well. From 14th, David Tomlin. Now, yes, the pit stops are underway, but he's up into the top 5 at the moment. So it is Julian Thomas who leads in the Andy Rouse Sierra. Rick Wood in a car of a different era, just a very slightly post-Sierra Cosworth era, the Calsonic Nissan. And basically took over, particularly in Australia, took over ruling the roost in the Australian Touring Car Championship and at Bathurst in Peter Jackson livery. The team particularly effective. And of course, it didn't race in British touring cars because four-wheel drive was banned. It raced in the National Saloon Car Championship extremely effectively in the hands of Andy Middlehurst, who then became the go-to man in the UK 30 years ago for anything and everything Skyline, and remains very much so. I did get a message earlier on yesterday that a Nissan GT3 is not a Skyline. Any Nissan GTR is a Skyline. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. They may not actually be, but they certainly are.
This is the leader of the Tony Dron Trophy, which is the number 31, the Chevrolet Camaro, shared with James Thorpe and Phil Quaife. They started in 26 on the grid, but this is a race within a race. James Thorpe did do the opening stint. It hasn't been into the pits yet. Or is it coming in now? Yes, it is, as I speak. Thank you very much, James. So the number 31 leading Camaro in the Tony Dron Trophy, named after the racing driver and journalist Tony Dron, who was very successful in all sorts of touring cars, but particularly we remember him for the Triumph Dolomite.
Yep. So Julian Thomas also into the pit lane. Rick Wood, I think, will have to peel off now and head into the pits. Does he or does he not? No, not this time round. So going around one more time under the old timekeepers. And there is Harry Well. He's come back out. Harry Well with another Skyline behind him, but there is the man who came in from the lead. Now has David Hart made it round and come back into the pit lane again? Not yet. Still have a number of cars. Rick Wood, Steve Soper, the Freitas Liberal BMW, car number 7. That's the one with the... how many colours of paint have we got? Right, we'll use them all, livery. Then the Red Tortoise. That is the Sierra Cosworth, the Tomlin car number 17. So the first 14 cars to come by, including Davin Olivier Hart's car. No, that has stopped, rather. So the one Wim Kuil, he's not on our screen yet. Henry Mann has yet to stop. I think Steve Soper has to stop first, doesn't he? The car that's in third place. Then he'll be waiting in the pit lane when Henry Mann comes in that Escort. If Henry Mann comes in first, then it'll be waiting for Steve Soper to arrive, which seems like not the best use of time.
And a little bit of an extra long stop for Steve Soper, because he's obviously a very experienced touring car and GT driver.
Now he can use the extra time that car will remain stationary to walk down to the car that he's going to have to get in.
That one has to stop for longer as well.
Because both, exactly, both cars he's driving will have to stop for longer.
Yeah.
So, yes. But it gives him time to make the walk, so he doesn't have to park next to it.
And the 123 Calsonic Nissan also has to stop for longer, because Jake Hill, reigning British Touring Car champion, to take that over, that's actually got to stop for an extra 30 seconds. So a 60-second stop for anybody else, an extra 30 for this car.
Now just ahead of the yellow and black Ford Escort and Mike Whittaker's Rover, we saw another famous livery on a Capri. So this is the car that is currently lying second in the Tony Dron Trophy. The Fabergé Capri, that's the green and black car that's just ahead of this little group of cars. And that car has plenty of history as well. Into the pits comes the Rover. And this is an early version of the Racing SD1, because it hasn't got the big chins, chin spoilers and everything else that it grew later on. and wheel arches that were questioned in their legality through the courts. So in comes car number 5 and car number 7, the two M3s that are running second and third. Rick Wood stays out. Clearly not going to give Jake Hill much of a go in it, is he? Well, it's a 50-minute race, 25 minutes still on the clock, so he's going to come in halfway through, isn't he?
I think it might be something to do with the fact that he's now in the lead of the race, so somebody can take a photograph of the timing screen and say Rick Wood was leading the race.
Well, he's won the race before, so
oh, absolutely.
Steve Soper being very relaxed about getting out the car. Saw somebody else, I'm not sure who it was, clearly sharing cars, jogging along. Yeah, there's the Brute 33 Fabergé car, and that was that raced in the Tour of Britain? I have a feeling it was. I think
Stuart Graham always ran Fabergé.
I have a feeling that's an ex-Stuart Graham, because he certainly did it with a Camaro, didn't he? I have a feeling that was a later version of that, Stuart Graham. That's a Group 1 Capri. More notes coming in from somebody who's got a better memory than I. So Rick Wood continues. Oh, and trouble for another one of our rovers. That is car number 27, and that is Alfredo de Albuquerque Valle. So that car, a 1981 SD1. Again, you can see the bigger wheel arches, the air dams, the rear spoiler and so on. So a much more developed version of the car that originally debuted in a much cleaner look. So Charles Rainford driving this car, another well-known name in historic circles.
Well, he's current BTCC driver for BMW for the what sort of works BMW team, if you like, in British touring cars, and has had a race win as well, new to the series, so he's done very well, and he's in that Brute 33 Capri. He actually came out, I think it was his first race in that car at Donington in May, and absolutely loved it, really got on very well indeed. And he is currently where in the running order?
I wonder if he can say splash it on all over like Barry Sheen and Henry Cooper. Ask your father. In fact, for some of you, ask your grandfather.
4th in Tony Drum Trophy by the looks of it for Charles Rainford. In comes the Nissan, so Jake Hill will be out shortly, and that doesn't look great for the Pearson XRML. Oh, that's a drive shaft or a gearbox problem, isn't it?
I thought he was cranking over the engine as they're pushing it along and waiting to get up some speed to drop the clutch, but I think they were pushing it rather too fast for a drive shaft to be clattering so quickly. So Jake Hill takes over the Calsonic Nissan from race leader Rick Wood. Kazuki Hoshino and Toshio Suzuki race this in period. So this should be the All Japan GT Championship, or Touring Car Championship rather.
It's a car that was built by Rick Wood, but to the same colours as that car, not an original car. In fact, the one original car we normally see racing, I haven't seen out in this race. All the others have been built by Rick Wood. And the Capris as well. Rick Wood builds those as well. It's a very, very good workshop there up in the northwest. As Julian Thomas now is back out again after his stop. Not yet back onto the lead in the timing screen, but of course we've got to let the pit stops unwind.
And behind him, of course, we've got two different generations of European touring car racing BMW. Coming up behind is Olivier Hart in the 1970s CSL, but behind him, in front of him rather, is the 1980s 635 CSI, which is a very effective weapon in the European Touring Car Championship against the likes of the Volvo 240 Turbo and all sorts of others. Ford Sierra as well.
You'll remember that Julian Thomas took the lead when there was a bit of a tangle at Copse Corner, and David Hart lost time recovering from that, and now it's Olivier Hart on board. Now, is Olivier quicker than his dad? We might find out.
I think we know the answer already. In the background, in the inset shot, by the way, is the red and gold Escort. That's Henry Mann. He's brought it in to hand over to Steve Soper. Henry Mann, the son of Alan Mann, who set up his racing team in the 1960s and chose that very distinctive livery for everything he did. Everything he did was predominantly everything he did for Ford.
Jake Hill now on board the Rick Wood Nissan, number 123. That was in the lead when it came into the pit lane, but obviously dropped down. Now it's showing as 5th, but we'll have to wait till things unravel themselves. But I did notice that Olivier Hart has set the fastest lap of the race on his first flying lap after the pit stops, a 2:12.3, and Julian Thomas's best time to date is a 2:14.1.
So the Bathurst Sierra Cosworth, car number 1, is our current race leader, driven in period by Gianfranco Brancatelli, and the only man to win a British Touring Car Championship in a Sierra Cosworth, Rob Gravitt. Into the pit lane comes the British Touring Car Championship liveried ex-Steve Soper BMW M3, the E30 version of the first of the M3s, the 4-cylinder M3. And Steve Soper, very effective in that car. He came in the second year of competition, the first year with Jonathan Palmer and Netton Lindgren. And then Steve Soper drafted in at that stage. Before and after, he was a BMW factory driver for many, many years. And another of the ex-Steve Soper cars is sitting there up on the stands, isn't it? Now, this car has yet to stop, which is why we find it in the lead. But hey, if you're going to be, if everybody else is going to go in front and you take the lead, why not?
Well, if the pit window's closed, so
okay, well, that's why not. Scott O'Donnell appears to have rather mistimed that then.
So he'll get a penalty for a late stop. We've got a couple of short stops as well, but we'll wait and see what happens about those.
Okay, so he does appear to rather have neglected the fact that there is a pit stop that must be taken. Just gone by another of those championship winning cars, the Chris Hodgetts liveried CHMS Toyota Corolla. Won the championship in the 1600cc category, or from the 1600cc category. Now here comes David Hart, and the gap to Julian Thomas is now 2.6 seconds. He's gone by the Sierra Cosworth and is driving around the outside of the Camaro. So, beg your pardon, Olivier Hart. David Hart did the first part of the race, didn't he? Olivier Hart with the white helmet and the bright yellow gloves, showing how busy he is behind the wheel. It's a brand new car, freshly built. This is its first race. They had problems with the misfire and the fuel injectors, and a little bit of a differential problem as well in testing. And you can see the Sierra Cosworth back there at the tail of the shot. That car currently in second place. This one, well, was still out front but had not stopped, and unfortunately comes into the pit lane after it should have done so. Scott O'Donnell in his 1988 RS 500.
And the two short stops that are likely to get penalties, I'm afraid it's the leader of the Tony Drom Trophy is one of them, and that's the Camaro number 31, which seems to have taken a stop at the standard length, but because Phil Quaife has taken over, they had to stop for an extra 30 seconds. So unfortunately a little mistake there from the team. And Darren Fielding, number 8, who is up in 9th place, he was the winner here last year in this equivalent race, and he missed the minimum time by less than a second, about 0.8 of a second short on his stop. So unless that's rescinded, that will cause a 31-second penalty.
Oh, look at the thundering Camaro harassing the BMW down the straight, and then not having the grip to do anything about it on the exit of the corner. Again, it will, that bit of elastic will shorten on the straight bits and stretch out again through the twisty bits.
So this, the Camaro here, number 31, is on the timing screens leading Tony Drom Trophy. We'll leave it up to the officials to decide whether there's a penalty to be had there, but certainly showing up on our screen as a short stop for that car, which, if that's the case, who's second in Tony Drom Trophy? It's Mike Whittaker.
Mike Whittaker, yeah, in his
Patrick Motors Group Rover.
In the PMG Rover, so it'll be a rare win for the Rover in this illustrious company. Now, the other Rover that's spun is just ahead of these cars, I think. Yeah, there it is in Marlborough livery. It seemed to be trailing a little bit of smoke as it came out of Stowe, not quite sure why. Here's Jake Hill, car number 1, 2, 3. Starting to make his way back up the order. And that car in 4th place. So it's Olivier Hart who leads in the BMW. It wasn't Smokey was trailing, it might have been, but it's lost a bit of a wheel arch. So looks like was there contact that led to that spin? We saw the car facing the wrong direction briefly, might well have been.
That's usually a mini thing, isn't it, with a little trim hanging off above the wheel, but in this case it's the Rover SD1.
Yeah. So there is the Patrick Motor Group car. Patrick Motor Group, big group of dealers in the Birmingham Midlands area. Again, 3.5 litre Rover chasing 3 litre Capri and being harassed by the BMW behind, 2 litre BMW. Now here is Steve Soper again.
Yeah, this is the, yes, he's taken over this car from Henry Mann. Now this car built by Alan Mann Racing and Boreham Motorworks, and it's an absolute copy of the 1968 car driven by Frank Gardner to win the British Saloon Car Championship. They're going to build 25 of them, well, another 24 because this is number 1, and yours, sir, for £300,000. Very nice indeed. And there's a nice little video online. You can see Henry talking about this car, and it is a perfect copy of the car. Everything has been built exactly as it was in 1968.
Yeah, it's a great looking thing, isn't it? And to get a brand new 1968 Alan Mann racing car. At 300,000 is possibly a bit more than they were in period. I mean, obviously given inflation and everything else. But yeah, it's a fine-looking thing.
And as always with the genuine Alan Mann cars, as we said, I think you mentioned it a couple of times yesterday, down the side of the car on the gold section of the side of the door, Alan Mann brackets Byfleet.
Yeah. Alan Mann, Byfleet, Surrey. He had to put the phone number on though, I suppose, or a telex number, as you probably would have had more usefully in those days. Now Rick Wood closing in on the 3rd place, Sierra Cosworth in front of him. That's why the yellow flags were out. That's our Mercedes 190E. I'm sure a lot of you have seen that going around. Saw it very briefly in qualifying, and that is the car of Samuel Verhagen in the black and silver tobacco livery.
So change there in the loop if Jake Hill can hang on to it, which he can. He moves up into 3rd place. David Tomlin down to 4th place in the Sierra Cosworth. Oh, and handily just catching the Steve Soper Alan Mann Racing Escort.
Yep. Which, despite having a 2 litre BDA, which probably makes it feel very lively indeed, does not have the turbo horsepower of the Nissan and the Sierra Cosworth. No turbo horsepower either on board with David Olivier Hart's BMW 3 litre CSL. Still the race leader. Gap over Julian Thomas's Andy Rouse Caliber Sierra is now out to 7.2 seconds. And into the pit lane comes Jake Hill with a big problem. And that looks like there is no fire in the hold. He's banging it down gears to try and get it to run again, and it's spraying water out of the front. So it's spraying water actually out of what was the hole for the bonnet pit, I think. That's why there was a tiny little jet of water coming out the top of the bonnet. So back up into 4th, or into 3rd rather, comes David Tomlin in car number 17. David starting in 13th place in the RS 500. We've had a few of those, haven't we? Make a pass, car brakes. Yes. All those stickers on the side of it on both rear windows, by the way. Of course, those are number stickers for Goodwood for the Festival of Speed. So this car has been seen an awful lot in historic racing, and also an awful lot, there's half a dozen on the other side as well, at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And again, thank you to the marshals. I know one of you's got a headset on, the other one hasn't though. Thank you to everybody in the Orange Army all weekend, and at every racetrack in fact, for keeping the drivers safe despite the best efforts of all the drivers to imperil themselves, and for making sure that we get to see some fantastic racing as well. Without the volunteers in the Orange Army, there would be no motorsport. If you're watching racing and you're a real enthusiast, you could do a lot worse than become a marshal and get right close to the action and actually take part in the running of the meeting as well.
Another example of the Mark II Escort there. That's a couple of friends of ours that have raced a number of times this weekend. Bon Grimes and Johnny Molem in the Mark II RS 1800. That car took over the mantle of the Mark I Escort, particularly in rallying, but also in racing when it was developed for racing, and this similar to the cars that were raced in period.
Now they're third in the up to 2 litre class. It is Harry Whale who leads the 2 litre class in 7th place overall in the yellow and black Escort, and in 2nd place in the car class 377 Frank Guest in the white Mark II Escort. And Bon Grimes, I'm sure Johnny Molem took over. Did Grimes start it? He normally starts everything, so Johnny Molem, I'm sure, in that car. So there is Harry Whale leading his class in the up to 2 litre category. They are 2 litre BDAs, but they're 1968 cc or something, so up to 2 litres. BD, belt-driven A series, another of the wide-ranging variety of Cosworth engines.
That style of engine used in throughout the Escort range in rallying and racing. Now we have a yellow flag there still. That can't still be for the Mercedes.
Tristan Judge up from 30th on the grid in the BMW CSL. BMW CSL Rover SD1, that is very much a period battle as well. So likes of Frank Sittner racing CSLs famously in a British Touring Car Championship. And Jeff Allen and a number of others racing Rovers for Tom Walkinshaw. In the pit lane is our race leader, Olivier Hart. Now, what has happened to the BMW? Fastest lap of the race, and with the comfortable lead. Let's see, it seems like it might still have some new car woes. Leaning in on the left-hand side is David Hart. And that, well, nothing much we can do about it. Off you go, mate. So off he goes. Maybe it needs an Italian tune-up.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how far. Well, we can see now. Julian Thomas coming onto the hanger straight. Olivier Hart just coming out at Copse Corner from the pit lane. So quite a big lead now for Julian Thomas. Will David Tomlin have got through? I think not. I think it looked like Olivier might have got out ahead of the number 17 Sierra, because he was 48 seconds behind Julian.
Rather depends how quickly Olivier Hart can make the BMW go now for the remaining 7 3/4 minutes. There is David Tomlin, and goes by the 635 CSI, but where is the 3 litre CSL, the Bastos car? If you're trackside, have you just seen it come out of the Chapel Curve and onto the hanger straight? Well, there's another Bastos car, but that is the Bastos Rover. Was car number 7 in period, car number 71, and that is Alan Dippy in 86, beg your pardon, Bastos Rover. And the likes of Wim Percy, Armin Harner, and a whole host of other stars will have raced those for Tom Walkinshaw. There is Bastos Belga, slightly older, earlier Belgian sponsors.
Yeah, different cigarette brand from Belgium.
Yeah.
So the second place car is still Olivier Hart after that quick pit stop, which was confusingly that took place down at the national pits between Woodcote and Copse, because these cars running out of there. We're seeing them now round through the loop and down onto the Wellington Straight, and I think we'll find that the David Tomlin Sierra is probably just coming up towards Village now, so that means Olivier Hart has held on to second place.
But when he's coming towards us, might get Ian to stick the Mark I human ear roll out of the door and hear if the BMW sounds quite as crisp as it ought to, because I think the only thing that he might have come in with that they're just going, you just have to get on with it. Low oil pressure, they go, no, okay, right, park it. If it's fluffing a bit, oh, it's misfiring, or I maybe haven't got all the gears. I mean, what else would you come in with where they're just saying, oh, there's nothing we can do, you might as well just carry on? Anyway, here is David Tomlin, still in third place. So are we heading for a Sierra Cosworth 1-2? Well, the last lap for Olivier Hart was a 3-minute lap compared to 2:20 of David Tomlin, 2:17 of Julian Thomas. But of course, that did involve pottering into the pit lane, having a quick chat, no cup of tea involved, and pottering off again.
Yeah, Ian reports with the commentator's ear hole out of the window that it's short shifting and not quite sounding right. So it sounds like you're right there. It's probably got a top end misfire, and Olivier just wants to keep the car going for the rest of the race. A bit of a smoky Mark 1 escort there as well. But yeah, it could be a problem in the engine or fueling department, perhaps. Not quite right. That's the problem they had on Thursday testing, wasn't it? They told us about. Yeah, so maybe that's a recurrence of that little problem they had on Thursday.
Pit stop penalty for Scott O'Donnell because he didn't stop while the pit stop window was open. Pit stop penalty also for Wim Coyle because he didn't stop again. So he came in with a problem and went, yeah, that'll do. I've done a pit stop, yes, but not in the pit stop window. So unfortunately, Wim Coyle, who started the race so strongly in that white and blue RS 3100 Capri, has got a penalty as well. Here's our fourth place car. Now, first part, when I describe the livery as what colours have you got right, put them on the car, you see what I mean now, don't you? And this is car number 7, and this is Francisco Freitas, and what's his name? Luis Liberal, yeah.
Is this one of the art cars, I wonder? Because BMW ran art cars, didn't they?
It's not a... Well, they did a lot of that at Le Mans, but it's not a BMW art car from Le Mans. It may have been a BMW Portugal or elsewhere art car, driven by 2 Portuguese drivers. I'm not actually sure of its history. It may well have raced in Portugal, but it's a very distinctive livery, but one that is hard to encapsulate in an easy phrase, other than, say, Technicolor yawn.
And also confirmed in those penalties you just mentioned, the 2 that I said, the short pit stops. Number 8, Darren Fielding, who is now running, or was running in about 6th, 7th place. He's actually dropped out, has he? Yes, he's in the pit lane, so he's a retirement anyway. And the number 31 Camaro that was leading the Tony Dron Trophy, car number 31, where's he now? 15th overall, and he is still leading on the road the Tony Dron Trophy, but I'm afraid they failed to do the longer pit stop required for Phil Quaife being an elite driver, so their pit stop penalty 51.4, which is 30 seconds plus their short time of 21.4.
Yes, so that means that effectively car number 6, which is Mike Whitaker, is going to move up the order. And so he won't move up the order until the checkered flag falls and the extra time is added to the Thorpe and Quaife car. So it is the number 6 machine that will effectively be the Tony Dron Trophy winner.
And second in the Tony Dron Trophy, third on track at the moment, but second will be Can Bitterim and David Gardner, number 88, in another of the, I think that's the other, thank you very much. No, that's the number 6 car, but I think the number 88 is also in the Patrick Motors Group livery, Patrick Motors Sport to be precise, but Patrick Motors Group was the car dealership in the Midlands which ran these cars. And the number 6 car will be the winner of the Tony Dron Trophy if things carry on as they are. Here's the 88. So this is the other Patrick Motorsport car, Can Bitterim and David Gardner. And that was started by Can Bitterim, so David Gardner now at the wheel.
Still such a great looking car. And one of my all-time favourite Scale Electrics cars as well. A proper tail out, a handful, but a very pretty little thing. And up behind him comes Olivier Hart. There is our current race leader, Julian Thomas. And actually behind him is the RS3100 of Wim Coyle, I think, who is 2 laps behind him, but behind him nevertheless. Wim Coyle down in 18th place, again with the penalty to serve. You have more on our Portuguese.
I do. I have news from Portugal. The Portuguese car, which is Luis Liberal and Francisco Freitas. It's not a car that ran in this colour scheme in period. It's a one-off design by a Portuguese artist, Luis Estevino. And it's not based on an art car.
It is an art car, but it isn't based on a previous BMW authorised art car, indeed. So Wim Coyle down in 17th place, and he's going to drop further than that as well, because he has got that pit stop penalty. He did make a pit stop, but he didn't make a pit stop. He came into the pits with a technical issue, which ain't the same thing. So he's, again now, showing the pace he's got. Julian Thomas can let him go. This is not the battle you're looking for. Julian Thomas does let him go. 10 seconds on the clock. So this will be the final lap next time round. The checkered flag will be out. So not the time for Julian to get tangled up with the Capri. I think he's probably aware of that.
Yes, he'll get pit board signals at the pits between Woodcote and Copse, telling him where he is in relation to the cars around him.
Yes, as he comes past us now, he'll see one that still says P1, even though the Capri's gone by him, so he'll be reassured in that. Olivier Hart in 2nd place. David Tomlin in 3rd. Let's see how far back a 17-second gap is. I don't think we're going to hold the camera shot that long. It's all shame for some of the issues. Wim Coyle with that lunge that caused the puncture. Lunge on this car when they were battling for the lead, and that I think probably is a fueling problem for that car. They had an issue with it in practice and in qualifying, and so I think that might have really stuck their head again. Here's the 3rd place car though, David Tomlin. So there are likely to be 2 Sierra Cosworth RS500s on the podium.
That's not an original car, but finished in the Batibu livery. I think that was Belgian, wasn't it, if I recall? And David Tomlin had that car finished in that colour.
Checker flag awaits Julian Thomas in the Andy Rouse Ford Sierra Cosworth RS500. He wins the Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Cars. 2nd will be the car that started on pole position and had a great lead battle with former winner Wim Coyle in the Cologne Capri until contact between the two dropped Coyle down the order, and then a technical issue with the car brought Olivier Hart into the pit lane when he looked like he might be able to challenge still for the lead in the race. The car had the legs of the Caliber Sierra, but not the clean running of Julian Thomas's well-proven car. This brand new build BMW with an unfortunate new car issue. It's another case of what might have been in motor racing, but they do take a fine 2nd place. And behind in 3rd spot will be car number 17, David Tomlin, in the green, white and red Ford Sierra Cosworth. And he completes our overall podium. Now those are in Class 4C. In Class 4B for the up to 2-litre cars, here are the winners. And this is car number 7, the BMW E30 M3 of Francisco Freitas and Luis Liberal. They take victory in Class 4B. And we're looking here at the number 33 Capri, the Fabergé Brute 33 car, as we look at our 2-litre class winner, and that is going to be Harry Whale in Class 2B. He is the top of the pile there. 66, the yellow and black Ford Escort will come across the line in a fine 7th place overall, giving chase to the E30 BMW M3 right in front of him. So Harry Whale, the class winner there. And the Tony Dron Trophy, the times will change, but it looks as though the penalty has been applied to car number 31, the Thorpe and Quaife car, and they still, it seems, are ahead of Mike Whittaker. So it looks as though the Tony Dron Trophy will be won by car number 31. As Steve Soper brings the brand new build, Henry Mann escorts across the line. The 31 machine, the penalty has been applied, and that is our winner in the Tony Dron Trophy. So the big Chevy Camaro takes victory in the Tony Dron Trophy, but at the overall race winner, Julian Thomas in the big capacity class ahead of Olivier Hart and David Tomlin. Top of the BMW 30 M3s, the Freitas Liberal multicoloured car from Portugal. Harry Whale wins his category in the Ford Escort in a fine 7th position. And that car having come up from wherever it was, 16th place on the grid. So there are the rest of our finning positions. And we will catch up with our winners, and perhaps maybe even some of our class winners as well. Down in the pit lane, Ben Constangiras down there, lining up some drivers to talk to. After a hot 50 minutes, there is your winner. Julian Thomas looks like he might need a sit down and a drink and a banana or two.
Yeah, absolutely. Clearly hot work for Julian Thomas. Touring car races were never really 50 minutes long, and that obviously was hard work for you.
Yes, really, really hard work. Round about 8 laps ago, I was like, you're kidding. There's got to be less.
Very, very appropriate that it's an Andy Rouse car in the Andy Rouse Trophy and overall to take victory.
That's the thing that kept me going. Yeah.
I mean, you've worked very hard this weekend. You've done a lot of racing already. What is it about this car that's made it so hard?
It's just a handful. Yeah. Just heavy, fast, hot. Gear changes are difficult, steering's difficult, braking is difficult. You name it.
Congratulations, Julian.
Thank you.
Let's go over and talk to the Hearts. Don't feel it, actually. We've spoken to David yet. We've spoken to Olivier yesterday. And another win has eluded the two of them. It was David who started the car.
Yes.
David, it seems to be going well for you in the first part of the race.
Yes, it was nice. Yeah, for me the car is kind of new, so I need to know where I need to shift. It's a stupid story, but it went well.
And describe the feeling of driving this car. As you say, it's new to you guys.
Yeah, it's another car. It's slick tire, and I enjoy it. Really nice, really nice. Yeah, it's a pity that he shipped me off, but otherwise you should win. And my son drove, and the engine gets too warm. That's why we get into the pits. And that's where we lost everything.
Yeah, I was going to ask Olivier, another win eludes you. Yeah. Very frustrating for you. What exactly was the problem?
I think we had a sensor issue, but I'm not sure. The oil pressure and the oil temp was all right. So, but yeah, I saw the water temperature was way too high, so I came in. But yeah, we had the speed. We were much faster than the rest, so yeah, it's a bit of shame again. So. It is what it is, and at least the engine is fine. That's more important.
And it's motor racing, as you know.
Thank you.
Let's head over to third position. Here are the tortoise and the hare, David.
The hares, and I am the tortoise. Okay.
If the car is here, it's a wonderful looking machine, and you're on the overall podium.
Yeah, fantastic. Yeah, started P14 and had a good safe run, cautious early on, and paid off, didn't it?
I mean, cautious. You made a few positions and had to clearly push this little thing quite hard.
Well, that's probably true, but it's designed for being pushed, isn't it? Yeah. So I thoroughly enjoyed that. I made up to be on the podium, so enjoying it. Yeah.
Wonderful. We'll see you over there.
Excellent stuff. Some very hot drivers after a really long race. 50 minutes in these cars. Pre-power steering and all of the other assists that they have nowadays. As David Hart said, great battle early on between the BMW CSL and period rival Wim Coyle in the Cologne Capri. And an unfortunate lunge down into Copse Corner. Saw them make contact. The end of the race early on for BMW. There was the defining moment in Wim Coyle's race, turning around David Hart and picking up a puncture. And that allowed Julian Thomas through into the lead, a lead in the end that he was not to surrender. Missing the pit window, car number 1, staying out and enjoying the lead rather too much, and Julian Thomas wishing that 50 minutes had been more like 30 or 35 perhaps. Continuing in the heat, winning the Andy Rouse Trophy with an Andy Rouse car. David Olivier Hart finishing second, but Julian Thomas victorious in the MRL Touring Car Legends.
One of our new partners here at the Silverstone Festival is Supercar Driver. I'm with Adam, the CEO of the company. Now, what is Supercar Driver?
Supercar Driver is a community of supercar owners, and we are all about just giving them a reason to drive. So it's an annual membership fee, and we have sort of 1,500 members UK-wide. And like I say, it's just an event and media business really at the form.
And a lot of events that they can experience, one every other day?
Yes, we will do 165 events this year. That's quite unique because it's our 15th anniversary.
Okay.
So it wouldn't always do that many, but once you have a nationwide membership and you want to do 1 or 2 things in every region every month, that amounts very, very quickly, plus some European tours, some track days, some other bits, and yeah, there you are.
And why partnering the Silverstone Festival?
We've already do an event at Silverstone called the Secret Meet, and it's something we've done for the last couple of years. I've been coming to the festival or the Classic for many years before that, and to be asked by them to come, I think it was just a bit of a moment, and we just thought, right, we need to come. I think it's good for the members, it's good access, good opportunities.
There's a huge amount of car clubs here at the Silverstone Festival, from 22 members up to 70,000 members, from Volvos to Ferraris and all in between. What makes you guys different?
Well, I mean, I love the variety, by the way. We went past earlier, there's the Volvo Owners Club, and there's and we love all the mix. But for us, I think it is that, it's the variety of supercars that you'll get. Our criteria, even just by, you can see here, we've got Porsche, McLaren, Ferrari, and I think that's really nice. And it's access. We unlock really cool access. We've got a dedicated team.
Go and have a look at some of the cars, because they are stunning, thanks to various friends and partners, I imagine.
Yes, yeah.
Which one's your favourite here? I see Joe Macari has bought some pretty special ones.
Favourite is the Ferrari FXXK.
Just as the 500cc Formula 3 cars fire up behind us, we are going to celebrate our historic Touring Car Challenge, sponsored by Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL and our top 3. After a spectacular 50 minutes, in 3rd position, David Tomlin. In 2nd position, father and son duo, David and Olivier Hart. And once again, on the top step of the podium, Julian Thomas. And a very warm welcome to Andy Rouse, who will be presenting the top 3 trophies. Fantastic to have Andy with us as we celebrate his legacy here at Silverstone this weekend. Presenting the trophy to David Tomlin for 3rd position. David and Olivier Hart in 2nd spot. And how appropriate that Julian Thomas, in an ex-Andy Rouse car, takes the victory and shakes the hand of the man himself. And because he is in that Sierra, Julian Thomas also receives the Andy Rouse Trophy. If you could jump as close as possible on the top step of the podium, gentlemen, from a nice big smile. That helps Julian keep standing up as well. Big smile to the camera. That is your podium for the Adrian Flux Trophy for MRL Historic Touring Car Challenge.
That was nearly champagne there, wasn't it? Great to see Andy Rouse here as well, and as Julian Tom was saying, it was what kept him going to win the Andy Rouse Trophy in his ex-Andy Rouse car. So, the 500s, oh my lord, settle back and get ready for some action. Let's catch up with some of our drivers with Ed Foster.
Tom, you're on the reserve list earlier this week, and if I told you you not only get to race, but you'll be on pole by several seconds, you probably wouldn't have believed me.
No, it was a very nice surprise. I mean, we always knew we were going to come and practice, and knowing 500s, well, you never know how many of them are going to make it through. So to get in before the event was a nice relief. But yeah, they're cracking qualifying.
I know the car's obviously running like a dream. Where are you making up all the time?
I think actually a lot of it is there were so many cars out there, and some of the speed differentials are really big that I actually got a pretty clear lap on the last lap. So that made a big difference. But I don't know. I like this circuit, and the car seemed to suit it, and it's just about carrying speed in one of these.
And I guess that's the problem when you reach the back markers. If you're coming up to lap cars, if you catch them on the apex, it really penalises you.
Yeah, and it's some of the closing speeds are crazy, and you don't want to cause an accident. And we're all friends in this club, so you've got to be gentlemanly, but sometimes you've got to get through. So,
well, look, have a great race. Enjoy.
Cheers. Thank you.
It sounds like a massive field of old motorbikes. That's because it is a massive field of old motorbike engines. So let's explain 500cc. Well, we'll have a word with a couple of our drivers again with Ed in a moment, and they will give you a little bit of backstory if you're not aware of 500s. This is what Formula 3 cars looked like in the 1950s. So it's very much the earliest learning for drivers, rear-engined, and so these were the very first rear-engine racing cars really to catch on. We saw Formula Junior, those cars came in a little later, and they started as front-engine cars, and then front-engine, rear-engine revolution caught up with them as well. See the car being warmed up on axle stands. Well, let's catch up with Ed again and see who he's got words from.
Harry, I'm going to ask you a really boring racing driver question. How long do these tyres last? Because mine only last a weekend on an MGB, but I guess these, you almost get a season out of them.
You can try a fair few more seasons than that. Before this set I bought last year, I was on a set I was given by someone who was given them, and we worked out they were 25 years old. So, yeah, they last a while.
So I guess with these, I mean, they're sliding around, but because they're so light, you're just not really using much of the brakes or the tyres.
Yeah, to be fair. I mean, I've driven this quite a lot, and then my dad's got a Keith, and they drive completely different. And Coopers just slide like you're almost on ice. They're brilliant. I like a slidey car. So the Keiths and some of the other swing arm cars are just on rails. They don't move, but they wear the tyres weirdly. So it's, yeah.
But I guess that's the beauty of this grid, though. I mean, one, it's absolutely enormous. Two, the racing's close. But three, all the cars are different. Even cars that are supposed to be the same aren't.
Yeah, there's so many different variations. I mean, there's a couple of Mark 6s and 7s like mine, but then they're completely different because they've got Norton engines, I've got a Jap, and then people have got different gearboxes, and it's just, yeah, a bit of a minefield, really.
Well, look, we love it. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
So if you've not seen 500cc racing before, effectively they are as close to a four-wheel motorcycle of the 1950s as you can get. Twin-cylinder engines, predominantly Nortons and Japs. And Alistair, the breeding ground of so much talent. Tom Waterfield, the man that starts on pole from Peter Delaroche, Alex Wilson and Harry Painter. And again, you can see the dominant name there, John Cooper's company. They started building these cars, and when they went to bigger cars, they already knew how to make a car work with the engine in the back. So they carried on that way. But there were other manufacturers, Martin, Comet, Wasp, Starride, you've heard mention of Keeft, another British brand. And in fact, Sir Sterling Moss was involved with the Kieft Car Company, Smith Buckler, Way, Cowsey, BJR. I mean, again, like in Formula Junior, manufacturers that might have made one or a small handful of cars, and manufacturers that went on to bigger and better things. And we have got plenty of them. If you are excited to see a handful of 500s, then you're going to be very excited by this grid of fully 52. And the organisers believe this is, certainly in the UK, the biggest group of 500s ever to race, and possibly globally. This might be an unofficial Guinness World Record. And there they are, and they all look like basically a Lake Speedster, a drop tank off a World War II fighter with an engine in the back, and they are tiny little, predominantly alloy-bodied single-seaters with the engine behind the driver and a twin-cylinder engine. Very basic, very straightforward, very even in terms of performance, Alistair.
Yes, and important to say before the noise starts, no replicas are permitted. So every car you're looking at on track is an original car, obviously repaired and rebuilt and so on, but none of these cars are copies built in the last few years.
And some do look like they are 75 years old. Some of them are absolutely pristine, but some wear every battle scar with pride. So it's a real mixed bag, different shapes, but predominantly the sound of a twin cylinder, a V-twin engine. And we are ready to go with our race for the 500cc Formula 3 cars here at the Silverstone Festival. The grid of snarling 500s comes to the line here at Silverstone. 15 minutes for these flyweight flyers. Twin-cylinder motorcycle engines behind them all, Nortons and Japs, and it is Tom Waterfield, car number 60, the green car with the yellow stripe down the centre, the Norton Mark 9, the Cooper Norton Mark 9 that takes the lead. Right behind him, Peter de la Roche, car number 17, started on the front row, the bright green car looking on the inside of the darker coloured Cooper. That is another Cooper Mark 9. Car number 78, good start for the white and blue car of Harry Painter, up from 4th to 3rd. And Alex Wilson on the outside, the white car, the yellow and red flag of Guernsey showing on that car, as the rest of our 52 starters make that 51 now, sweep around the circuit as the first of our cars falls by the wayside. That is a car that was one of our reserves, I think, car number 80.
Yes, Oliver Dent, I'm afraid, retired as the cars come down the Wellington Straight for the first time, and just a huge grid as they turn in, but two cars pulling away, and it's Tom Waterfield and Peter de la Roche, two drivers who, if you go and see 500 racing, which takes place all around the country throughout the season, two names that you will have seen before in your results sheets, because Tom Waterfield, we've seen racing in other cars as well, but Peter de la Roche particularly very quick in 500s. And it's, as Tom was telling us, I think it was, it's all about getting the angle of the car into the corner correct. And you'll see the drivers holding on one hand, mainly the right hand used, because mostly right hand corners, actually looping around the bodywork to hold the driver in to these cockpits, the little tiny cigar tubes that they're sitting in, and that helps them to balance the cars. And through the Beckett sweep as they come for the first time, and still it's Tom Waterfield, the green car with the yellow stripe, the Cooper, that leads.
And listen, with 52 cars, we're not going to be able to cover them all on the big screen, on the TV pictures, on the stream. If you're standing trackside, pick a favourite, either from shape or sound or colour or something, and follow their progress and see how they go. There are another one with a novice's cross. I mean, this is again, it was post-war. This is where many drivers started to learn their craft, and they're saying that these cars are sort of dating from the 1950s. In fact, the earliest cars here date from 1947 and 1948, so they're 77 years old and still being thrashed with and into their lives. And this is exactly what the racing cars were made for. They're minimal grip. They probably weigh much less than a modern MotoGP bike or superbike, and still the contact patch is probably barely the same as a modern two-wheeled rival. And these cars give great opportunity for learning car control. Minimum grip and maximum corner speed is what it's all about, keeping up that momentum.
And this, a big sideways moment there, well held by Hamish Cameron Everly, who's trying to hold off Harry Painter, who we spoke to in the assembly area, number 78 Painter, just behind him, looking for a way through. It's great. You can see the driver working away, looking around. Is there a mirror? Yeah, there are mirrors on the car, but he was happy to look round over his shoulder. Well, now he ducks out to try and get past.
He doesn't have mirrors, the car in front does. But see the outside gear change, because it's a motorcycle engine and a rear gearbox as well, motorcycle gearbox. So as in period, the gear shift would be a manual gear shift on the tank in a lot of cases, and that's replicated here.
Lovely to see Harry and Cameron working away there, and it certainly was the breeding ground for great drivers who made it all the way to Grand Prix, with names like Sterling Moss and Peter Collins, who came up through 500 racing. Less well-known names in terms of the normal names you see in Grand Prix racing, but perhaps you might remember Bernie Eccleston, who is still around the Grand Prix paddock. Bernie Eccleston raced in 500s, as did Ken Tyrrell as well, who of course started his eponymous Grand Prix team with great success. Les Leston and Stuart Lewis-Evans all came up through 500 racing.
Great livery on car number 19 here, the blue car, the Cowsey number 2, not Mark 2, never mind, the number 2, that's JB Jones with the little shark livery. 39 at the side of the road, that's Philip Middlehurst in one of the Kiefts. So another car with a novice cross and a little bit of a broken rear suspension perhaps.
And the Kieft, it may sound like a foreign car, but Kieft was Cyril Kieft, who was from Swansea, built the cars in Wolverhampton, and they were very successful in 500s. They moved on into juniors as well, and they actually built a Grand Prix car, but Cyril was convinced that it wasn't going to be competitive by a rival team, so he didn't really develop it, but actually in hindsight it probably would have been competitive.
Great little battle here again. 38 the silver car, Hamish Cameron Everly, and 78 right behind him, Harry Painter, the distinctive blue and white livery with a big number 78 on the back. For those of you that are watching the big screen or are close enough to see, there's a round orange dot just in front of the number on the number 78 car, and that indicates that the car is running on methanol. See the same beside the number on the 38 car. So again, methanol with a higher octane quotient than normal fuel, and certainly in the 1950s way higher than whatever nonsense you were getting there that was about 30% water. So methanol used for racing. 96 Ollie Leston getting involved in the blue Martin Norton.
Well, that's a direct family link to Les Leston, who raced in period in 500s. Ollie Leston does a bit of historic racing. Nice to see him out in the 500, and very good move there, all the way around the outside. Takes 2 places. Where does that put him up to? I reckon that puts him up to 5th then.
But you look at that, I'm looking at where's he come from. Harry Leston, car number 95, started 33rd, but Ollie Leston, car number 96, he started 8th. Okay, yeah. So the Martin went on to build a couple of single-seaters, but sports racers as well in the 1960s and just about into the 70s. And so he's gone straight by these guys up to 5th place and into the pit lane. A very distinctive looking body style there on car number 20. And
Angus Frost.
Yeah, Angus Frost. That's another one of our reserve drivers that made it into the field.
Not a name that I've heard of before, the Terigi, with that distinctive fin on the back.
Yep.
But good battle going on at the front of the field there. We're now looking at the car with the Guernsey Cross, wasn't it? You reckoned it might be?
Yeah, definitely it is. So this is Wilson and 23 Shackleton. So car number 1 is Alex Wilson in the Mark 10 Cooper. Now, coming towards us, a very, very different looking version of the 500 Formula. And again, the rules were fairly straightforward, I think. It was all about lightweight and trying to make the most out of it. And that is a front-engined 500. That's what you can see coming out the front. It's a flat twin with the exhaust coming out the front. So it is a DB. DB, I'm assuming, is still related to... we're going to have to Google this. DB racer Didier Bonnet. So
yes.
Has it got an air-cooled Panhard engine, as his endurance racing cars had? I'm taking a stab in the dark here.
Yes, with the colour, particularly the French blue.
French racing blue, yeah.
And the, shall we say, distinctive styling.
Yeah. Reminds you a little bit of the three-wheeler, sort of Morgan three-wheeler-ish car that was built as a kit car in the 80s with a 2CV engine in the front that had similar exhausts running around for the same reason. And of course, because all of these engines were from motorcycles, which then and largely up until the modern era were air-cooled, you didn't have to have a radiator, you didn't have to have any kind of cooling system, so you could just put the engine in the back and there, maybe punch a few louvers in or leave a couple of holes in the bodywork behind the engine to allow the hot air to escape. But it meant that you didn't have to fit a radiator in anywhere, which is much better for aerodynamics. And so you get these bullet-shaped things that are you know, making the most of what little horsepower they produce.
And a brilliant three-car battle here. This is for 5th place, Harry Painter, but through goes Ollie Leston on the inside, coming down into Brooklands.
Back up again. It's a real seesaw battle, isn't it?
And they seem to be quicker at different parts of the circuit, which Harry was alluding to, wasn't he? He likes the car to be very tail happy. There's Ollie Leston on the outside. Harry Painter goes back through on the inside, and they're both scrunched down in the cockpit, trying to minimise the wind resistance.
And again, if you're watching Ollie Leston and you're thinking his seatbelt's come undone, it's flapping out at both sides of the car. He hasn't got a seatbelt. That is the waistband of his overalls that has come unvelcroed, and the bits of them are flapping on either side of the car. These cars definitely do not have seatbelts.
And Hamish Cameron Evely is the 3rd car in this battle, as he was earlier. Another retirement, I'm afraid. We've got one over by the pit wall as well as stopped.
Oh, yes, we have.
Yellow
so
flags there.
2 cars there. We have, how much longer on the clock? 4:35, so don't really want any interruptions, particularly in this little battle. This is a cracker. Our race leader is still car number 60. That's Tom Waterfield's Cooper Norton.
And through on the inside
second
of Harry Painter goes Cameron Evely. Lovely line through into Abbey and Farm there. And Ollie Leston looking behind him to make sure that he's not going to knock into someone. He's looking for a line down into Stowe Corner, and he's got the lead of this little group, which is battling for 5th place.
And of course, like a motorcycle race, slipstream is very important. So you're trying to tuck down behind the bodywork as much as possible. You're trying to stay out of the airstream. You're trying to pick up the slipstream from the car in front. And Ollie Leston up in 5th position. Looks like he sort of made that his own. However, there you go, I was about to say, any moment when the car steps out sideways, he'll lose momentum and they'll all come by him. Not now, because they're in the yellow flag zone.
And a retrofit rollover hoop. So any car you see with the rollover hoop behind the driver, that will have been fitted afterwards, because these cars wouldn't have had those in period. And this is our leader, I think, isn't it?
Yep.
Which is the Tom Waterfield. Guy's led from the start from pole position.
Yes, he has.
Very, very impressive drive. And Cameron Evely goes through past Ollie Leston, but then loses it again, does he? Ollie Leston's going to go around the outside. Harry Painter's just out of picture, and he comes through. So Harry Painter now, and a bit of a mistake there. Had to go down a couple of cocks, didn't he?
Yeah, Ollie Leston having to open the steering wheel at the last minute. I don't think he expected Harry Painter, and then so he was off cam, if you like, but certainly bogging down and had to grab a gear, and it didn't go in, and he had to grab it again. Now he's thumping at something. I'm not sure he's entirely happy with the car. He's looking down inside the cockpit. Meanwhile, Harry Painter goes through for 4th place, does he? Sort of at the moment. Hamish Cameron Evely in the aluminium car, Bear Alley. And again, you can see how old that aluminium looks. That's going to be fairly fragile, isn't it? I don't suppose that they dare polish it too much either.
Through goes Harry Painter, so he's moved up again into 4th or 5th place.
Yeah, 4th place.
I think we're missing a car off our screens. Shackleton should be in 4th place. So this is the battle for 5th. And just to underline how important 500 racing was in period, Stirling Moss was still racing in 500s when he was racing in Grand Prix in a Maserati. His last race in 500s was at Aintree near Liverpool in 1954, and that year he was doing Grand Prix racing in Maserati 250F. Such was the importance of 500 racing.
And how little of a step up there was from something like this into any other kind of racing. This was basically where you learned, and then you went out and bought the biggest car or the fastest car you could afford, or in Stirling's case, that your dad could afford. So yeah, 54, he won in 500s at Aintree. At 55, he won the British Grand Prix in a Mercedes ahead of Juan Manuel Fangio at Aintree. So I mean, you know, that you think that's a cataclysmic step, but he was already racing his own privately owned Maserati in Grand Prix at that stage in 54.
Tom Waterfield goes on to his last lap. Still in touch is Peter de la Roche. He hasn't actually rushed away from Peter, so any little issue for Tom Waterfield, and Peter will be right there. That's first and second as they come up to Village, turn through the right-hander. The green with the yellow stripe, rather reminiscent of Grand Prix cars at the time, but
there's Chris Reynolds in the Kieft, a very Beetle-backed car, and we'll see that in some of the historic Grand Prix cars from some of the Coopers. So that's just trying to tidy up the aerodynamics behind the driver. So last lap of the race. And Tom Waterfield, Peter de la Roche, that's your 1-2. In 3rd place, car number 1 still, and that is Alex Wilson in his Mark 10 Cooper, and that is the white car with the red and yellow that you can see on the sides and down the nose, and that is the cross of the island of Guernsey. And again, alongside the number, the orange dot that shows that Waterfield and indeed de la Roche are running these cars on either pure or mixed methanol.
They come through Woodcote for the last time, then we drop back to our 3rd placed car, which is number 1, the Alex Wilson Cooper Mark 10, and he's being chased still by the green number 23 of George Shackleton. That's a Cooper Mark 11, so a very slightly later car, the Mark 10 from 56, the Mark 11 from 57, and I think we might have a change here.
I think we might. Last lap battle for position for 3rd place. This is going to go all the way to the line, isn't it? And with the dark open helmet with that sort of white flash, almost reminiscent of Graham Hill there. I don't think that's the intention, it's just a white flash down it. Of course, they've got goggles on as well, so that breaks it all up. So this is the battle for 3rd. Car number 1, Alex Wilson, and car number 23, that is George Shackleton. Into the Beckett's S's. I should think 15 minutes in these is as many double espressos in terms of stimulation as you could possibly ever contemplate. Around the back marker comes Tom Waterfield, the man who started on pole position and safely out of Stowe for the final time, heading down towards the line. And it is going to be a textbook victory for him. Peter de la Roche just a couple of seconds back. In fact, not that now, just a couple of car lengths back. Are we going to get drama in the final corner? Checkered flag awaits, and it is going to be a near photo finish. Tom Waterfield and Peter de la Roche, not even a layer of paint between them as they came across the line. Great stuff, and the battle for 3rd now, that is a race. Alex Wilson and George Shackleton, across the line they come, just as close. 38, Hamish Cameron Evely looking for 5th position in the raw alloy car, number 38. And Painter pitted on the final lap, car number 78 into the pits. And that means that we are now looking for this battle. Car number 69, and that jumped up into the group. Simon Frost in the blue and white Cooper Mark 10, and again another near photo finish ahead of Ollie Leston. So real shame there for Harry Painter. He was right in the mix in the top half dozen. ATA comes across the line, and that is Oliver Clothier, and then car number 8, Jack Bond, in the maroon Martin Mark III. And our 50-odd cars will be toofling across the line and waving to all and sundry for quite some while. The field nicely spread out. In the end, it was a little bit of a tough race for a few of them. We lost half a dozen right from the very start of the race. One packing up, a couple more as we went through. And that is our race winner, Tom Waterfield.
So he did slow at the end, and he's actually pulled up.
So he wasn't just making it a dramatic photo, it was high drama. And I wonder if Peter Delaroche just thought he was making it look like a pretty photo, because Peter definitely had the speed that he could have gone by him and didn't.
Well, that situation at the end of the race there almost mirrored what happened in the Grand Prix support race in 1950, when Stirling Moss was leading into the last corner and had a piston failure and lost the lead on the last corner.
Wow. And don't forget, these cars dating, some of them back from 1947, so they predate the 1950 Grand Prix here at Silverstone that started what is so far and counting 75 years of World Championship Formula One. So Formula One as a concept existed before, but not as the World Championship. There's car number 1, our third place car, Alex Wilson. I'm sure if Ben asks, he will find that he is a Guernseyman. I can't imagine any other reason for having that very distinctive cross. And I love the way, I do love the way that Tom Waterfield's numbers have been applied with trainer whitener, or plimsoll whitener, as it actually strictly is. Again, something probably that anybody under the age of, I don't know, 40 has no idea what it is.
Well, there used to be a man that walked around the paddock painting the numbers on. Len, his name was, if I remember rightly, in Silverstone. And every car had its number painted on in period. No sticky back plastic then.
Yeah, that was all reserved for making things for your mum and dad after Blue Peter. Tom Waterfield, the winner then, and just got away with it before whatever happened to his car happened to his car. Peter Delaroche, a whisker behind, similarly close between Alex Wilson and George Shackleton for third, and Hamish Cameron Evely and Simon Frost for fifth position with Ollie Leston. So a fantastic race all the way down through the massive grid of 500s. And a few fun stories to retell for many weeks after. And again, Duncan Rebelliati, who is so much a part of getting our Formula Junior grid together, so excited not just to have the cars here, but to be racing in his Jason as well in the 500s and finishing in the top 30. So 46 cars made it to the finish line. Out of our 52 starters, just 6 not making it through. So second and third are there. We're not going to hear from Tom Waterfield immediately. We might not even see him on the podium, Ben. So let's catch up with Peter Delaroche and Alex Wilson.
What we need is a Nigel Mansell moment, isn't it? For somebody to pick Tom Waterfield up and bring him to a podium, because at the moment it's going to be a long walk going. Second position, Peter Delaroche. In the end, the lap times that Tom was able to do were just another level.
I thought in qualifying it was just a bit of a, wrong timing or something, but yeah, 4 seconds or whatever it was then, I don't know, but yeah, he's quick.
Now you, Peter, have chosen a car without a roll hoop and therefore without seat belts. Yeah. How do you keep yourself in?
Hold on to the side.
Do you? Yeah. Put your hand out the seat?
Out the side, steer with one hand.
Wow.
My arms are killing right now. But
yeah. Amazing. I thought I did see a few of you guys doing that, but they also smell absolutely amazing. Let's move over to Alex Wilson, who, to be fair, had a slightly more exciting race because George was giving you a lot of hassle.
He was, yeah. He overtook me, and I think I got him back a couple of times. Yeah, it was good fun. Tyres were
little bit sketchy today, so yeah, I couldn't keep up with Tom and Peter. They were way too fast. But yeah, I had a good race with George. I enjoyed myself.
And once you find yourself with another person to play with, because of the lack of power, it seems as though you sort of stick together.
Yeah, you kind of, yeah. It's if you get like a good run out of the corner, yeah, that can be the difference between behind or getting in front. So yeah, it was a good dice for George.
Now, my commentators were speculating that you might be from Guernsey.
No, my father's from Guernsey. But,
okay.
So hence the Guernsey colour scheme on the car.
Or you're a big fan of Andy Priot, who used to have the Guernsey flag as his helmet.
Oh, right, yes, yeah, I didn't realise that.
Well, there you go. There's the answer for Martin Haven. That is third position. Obviously, just to remind you, Alex Wilson in third. There is no Tom Waterfield, who was the victor here, but an opportunity to see two very different 500s, because Alex has gone with the roll hoop, which has obviously been fitted after the design, and therefore he has seat belts. But sort of a half and half choice in that absolutely mammoth grid of 500cc Formula 3 cars.
Dad was. That's not an insult, by the way. That is how Guernseymen or Guernsey Islanders refer to themselves as donkeys. They are very persistent, it has been explained to me. Good afternoon, Fiona Miller, wherever you are, and welcome to the highlights of the 500s. Well, from the start of the race, Tom Waterfield really made it his own, and Peter De La Roche there saying, just thought that Tom had got a better lap in qualifying and we'd be okay in the race. As it was, it seems that Waterfield managed to keep that pace going all the way through. Some very lively racing from our massive field of over 50 500s. The original 1940s, 1950s cars battling wheel to wheel. As simple as you like. 4 wheels, 2 cylinders, a steering wheel, a gearbox, and nominally some brakes as well. Brave drivers taking on this Silverstone Grand Prix circuit in 70-plus-year-old cars.
I'm in the fan zone right now, and I've just stopped off at the Race Against Dementia stand to find out a bit more about what they're doing here. Hannah, can you fill us in?
Absolutely. So Race Against Dementia is the charity partner of the Silverstone Festival this year. Super exciting. We are a charity founded by a motorsport legend, Sir Jackie Stewart OBE, who won the Formula 1 World Championship 3 times back in the 60s and 70s. So he set the charity up after his wife Helen was diagnosed with dementia, and he was so frustrated that there was nothing he could do for her. He's used to motorsport where you find solutions really fast and you work together to fix problems, and there was nothing he could do in dementia. So he set up the charity, and we combine all of that good stuff from Formula 1 and motorsport, the technology, the innovation, the speed, the teamwork, with medical research, so trying to speed up that search for a cure for dementia.
Having Sir Jackie Stewart OBE as the front man for this, have you found that it's brought in a lot of interest and people want to find out more?
So much interest, and he's an incredible ambassador for the charity. He speaks so passionately about it. Helen was by his side for pretty much every mile that he raced in his Formula 1 career, which is astonishing. And he speaks so well about it, and he just is behind us every step of the way. He would have loved to have been here this weekend, but sadly couldn't make it.
What an ambassador to have.
Incredible, as they say, and like everyone knows him and everyone is such a fan. He's so famous now, even still, for his tartan, and such a character on the grid. So yeah, he's an incredible ambassador, and you will always see him wearing one of our rad pin badges. So keep an eye out for that next time you see him on the telly.
Love that, and I love that you mentioned his tartan. As a Scot, I actually saw him walking around at the last F1 in his tartan outfit, and he is just an adorable man.
He absolutely is, and we've got all his racing helmets that are tartan as well.
Amazing. So if people want to get involved, they just swing by the stand?
That's right, please come along and donate to us here.
Fabulous, thanks so much.
After the delays this morning, we are on a little bit of a hurry-up offence to get our afternoon's races underway. First race this afternoon due off at just after 2:10. It is now 2:10, and we are still at pre-lunch, so there will be no food, and the toilet break might have to be taken during the middle of a race while we're doing commentary, so probably won't need to delve into that too much. Hopefully you've had a chance to go out and find some comfort breaks and also get some food on board. It has been a busy morning. It's going to be a very busy afternoon as well here at the last ever Silverstone Festival. So this event started how many years ago? The answer is back in 1990, the first historic race festival here in the middle of the summer at Silverstone, and has continued for 35 action-packed years, and we will continue for the remainder of this action-packed days. Next up, and you do not want to be wandering away from the track for this, the Masters racing legends, the Formula One cars from 1966 to 1985, the Cosworth era of Grand Prix racing. Then the pre-66 Grand Prix cars, and again, that's really where the front engine, rear engine revolution had totally swung to the rear engine cars. Masters Endurance Legends just after 3:30 this afternoon. Our track demonstration in the middle of the afternoon, time permitting, will be a little tribute to Eddie Jordan with an ex-Rubens Barrichello Jordan 194 in memory of one of Silverstone's favourite faces, Eddie Jordan. Into the evening and late afternoon, Masters GT Trophy and the Masters Sports Car Legends will round us out with plenty of racing action and still some monstrous grids to come. And that will be our menu for the afternoon. Menu, food. Don't forget that down behind this glorious edifice, that is the Silverstone wing, as well as the entry to all the garages which are open with all the cars in for this afternoon, is the Champions Collection. We're celebrating 75 years of Formula One this year, 75 years of the British Grand Prix, with one car representing each of our 34 world champions. Ben has more.
35 World Championship cars in this World Championship collection on the wing in the paddock at this Silverstone Festival. And we're going to start from 1970 and work further back, myself and my cousin, Mark Constanduris, to explain some of these vehicles, a curation from Mark himself. And we're going to start with the 1972 Emerson Fittipaldi car, because this is representing the Brazilian and his championship winning year.
And absolutely, and I think the thing about this car is that livery, the JPS livery. It's such an iconic livery in Formula One, and everyone can relate to that.
One of the things I'd never noticed, just as a camera's pointing down, those are the brake discs in there, inline brake discs. Obviously something that Lotus tried, and it rolls through for a few years, and then obviously got abandoned as an idea.
And I think that's the thing about this collection, is you can see the development, not just of the car itself, but also the technology.
And wings and downforce starting to really come in the 1970s. Some pretty mad ideas.
And you've got the high air boxes now.
Obviously, Sir Jackie Stewart being celebrated, and we spoke about his dementia charity that's represented here. We get into that famous Lauda and James Hunt era that has been so celebrated in Rush and the film of Rush. But this is an interesting car that's not usually part of a collection.
No, and I think this is where there's a really nice story. So Niki Lauda, he drove for BRM, and this is the BRM P160 that he drove, but it's from here where Ferrari plucked him from BRM the following year, and he then went on to win his championships with Ferrari. So this is the starting point for Niki Lauda.
There was a lot of these 1967 McLarens built for the film Rush. They were obviously all replicas, and some of them were built out of Formula Fords. This one, though?
This is a genuine M26 that James Hunt drove. This is, I think it's a fabulous shape. And also, it's that colour scheme that's become so synonymous with Formula One. It's the Marlboro colour scheme.
But it's bright orange, isn't it? It's not the sort of darkness that sort of latterly became on the McLarens. It's very, very bright orange. Another of the John Player special liveries, but a very different looking car just 2 years later.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting with this one, as you say, it's a very different style. It's where things are starting to change, and you've got the rear wing has become different, but also this is Mario Andretti. So this is the American becoming the champion, and also Lotus, as ever, always innovating. innovating, coming up with something else, and this is the game-changing ground effect car.
And the width of the car needing to try and create that airflow under the car to stick it to the ground. 1979, Jody Scheckter's championship winning machine.
Again, with Jody Scheckter, you know, South African, the only South African champion, and this is his first Formula One car that he drove, which then led him to his championships with Ferrari.
And I love that we've gone from 1978 to 1979, completely different shapes, and 1 year later, almost back to the 78 kind of shape with that ground effect, because you almost had two rule sets at that period of time.
Yeah, and also what you're seeing is not necessarily it's the car in period order, because you're talking about the champion and what he achieved when he achieved his championship, but the car isn't necessarily from that specific year.
Okay. Williams FW07B and an FW8. You can see how the development of the car moved from 1 year to the next, with turbocharged rivals trying to beat the normally aspirated machines.
And again, this is the rise of Williams, the privateer team. Frank Williams, you know, very, very hugely respected in Formula One for so many years, achieved so much success, and this is the start of it. Alan Jones and Keke Rosberg.
Keke Rosberg, obviously champion back in 1982, and then Nico Rosberg, also a champion a little bit later on, much like Graham and Damon Hill. Far more vehicles behind us for us to get excited about as we move into the 80s, 90s, and up to today. There is an amazing collection of World Championship cars down here in the wing paddock. Make sure you come down and check them out, because up close, they are a marvel to behold. Time for the podium ceremony of the 500cc Formula 3 race that's just entertained us. And please, therefore, welcome onto the podium in third position, Alex Wilson. In second, Peter Delaroche. And unfortunately, because Tom Waterfield retired quite close to the start finishing line, he is unable to take the top step of the podium, and therefore we welcome Harvey Kingsland to replace him as a committee member of the 500cc Owners Association. Steve Lewis Evans, who is the grandson of the original Lewis Evans, will present the trophy to third position, Alex Wilson. He will also present the trophy to our second position driver, Peter Delaroche. And we will make sure that the big one from the Silverstone Festival gets to Tom Waterford, courtesy of Harvey Kingsland. But the really important trophy for the 500 Owners Association is this Lewis Evans trophy. And that will be also presented to Tom Waterfield, Harvey Kingsland. If you'd like to jump onto the top step for a photo. Congratulations to your top three in the 500cc F3 race.
back. We have moved. We are now on the international paddocks, and I'm surrounded not only by Formula One cars, but by loads of people who have bought tickets to the Silverstone Festival, and they want a ballot to come and get up close and personal with these cars. So look, we're going to have a bit of a wander. We're going to see who we can find. At the moment, they're keeping everyone to the side of the track. Long may that continue for my sake. But why don't we start up on pole position? So the grid, they basically take the top 6 finishers from yesterday, they flip the order. So we've got Warren here. Warren, I'm just going to jump in. Just saying that they flipped the order, the top 6. So what have you've got leaving the start line?
Sorry, yeah, they reversed the top 7, yeah.
Yeah, reversed the top 7, sorry. So, but what have you've got? No one in front at Silverstone in a Formula One car?
Yeah, it's a pretty good view, yeah. Certainly from here, yeah.
So look, I guess mirrors full in the first few corners.
Yeah, that's the plan. I want to. I mean, they're quick guys behind me, quick guys, quick cars. So I'll do my best. Should be a lot of fun. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Us too. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Warren. So they have now let everyone onto the grid, as you'll see. So we are going to fight through and see what we can find. So we've got McLaren up here. We've got Williams. Got the lesser-known Fittipaldi over here. Let's go and have a look at that, because that's going to be driven by Sam Hancock, who I had a chat to yesterday, and he was saying that he just has to recalibrate the brain. Like Sam, you know, he raced at Le Mans in prototypes, but he said whenever he gets into a Formula One car, you have to recalibrate the brain because it's just so quick. We've got Matthew Wrigley here in quite a exciting choice of hat wear. Matthew, love the hats. You always seem to have a lot of fun in these F1 cars.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, isn't it? How can you not have fun in an F1 car around Silverstone? All family and friends here. Been a great weekend so far, so just want to keep it going today with this race and then racing the Audi R8 later.
You mentioned this, I think it was Friday or Saturday, but you are now the second generation to win this championship.
Yeah, Dad did it, 21 years ago now, so I won it last year, and Dad did it 20 years before that. So yeah, it's in the family, and he's here, comes to all the races, still loves it, and we're actually showing the Audi R8 later on today, which will be nice. We've not shared a car for a few years now, so it'll be good.
No pressure on your children?
Oh, no pressure at all.
Well, look, for your sake, I hope they don't race, because you'll probably save a bit of money. Thanks so much. Right, look, let's just have a quick look. So you might wonder why the engine is wearing what is effectively a duvet. So these Formula One cars, because the tolerances in the engine are so small, they have to pre-warm the oil and the car before they can even fire it up. So they're just trying to keep a bit of heat in that. And then once they start running, you haven't got very long before they overheat. They're not designed to sit running on a grid. So once they fire up, you've got to go. There's no hanging around. They haven't got fans. They're not like your road car. So yeah, here we go. Here's Stuart. Let's have a wee chat to him. Sorry. Sorry, I feel as though... Sorry, guys. Am I interrupting a very important conversation about setup?
No. We were just having a whinge, as we do in racing.
Well, it's usually the drivers that whinge. What do you want, more power?
No. I mean, just comparing different machines from the back in the day, and you know, some are more successful than others, weren't they?
Yeah, but it's interesting. You do see some cars that were never that quick in period, very quick now. They've finally been sorted 40 years later.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, you know, for us, it's testimony to the boys at Rothko behind the scenes, you know, making this little march go well. I think we're up against it this weekend on a, you know, high downforce, quick track like this. March isn't the most efficient car, whereas you go to somewhere like Monaco, and I think we got it fairly sorted. But as you saw yesterday, we had a crack, but couldn't do much about the McLaren in front of us. But yeah, today reverse grid. It's going to be, you know, I know the boys at front are quick as well, so it's going to be an entertaining first few laps, that's for sure. So we'll just try and get stuck in and see what happens. Put on a show.
Well, look, we always enjoy it.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Right, let's. Why don't we crack on? We got someone admiring some silverware there. So interestingly, I was having a chat to some of the mechanics before the cars came out here, and you'd think, you know, running a Formula One car enormously expensive, prohibitively expensive. But the engines do 1,000 miles, which is effectively a season of racing if you do every single race in this championship. And then after that, a strip and rebuild is 30 to 35,000, which is a lot of money. But compared to some of the other cars here this weekend, I thought that was pretty good value. I mean, it's out of my ballpark, but as so many things are. Let's have Christoph, we chatted to you in the assembly area, but Mark, okay, come on in. But these cars, I mean, you got the right overalls, but they must always put a smile on your face.
No, of course. I mean, just the sound alone is enough to make you smile. And I mean, it's great. The combination of these cars on the track like this, you can ask for much more. It's brilliant. It's brilliant.
Christoph, it's every father's dream, I think, to race with their son, but to race with their son in Formula One, I mean, you've got it right.
Yeah, definitely. It adds a lot to the pleasure of my racing weekends to be with my son. I was expecting him to be good, but not that good, because after the second year, he was already in front of me. So if I'm lucky, I can follow him and film his progression, you know.
And I get
the camera car, you see.
And do you have some very carefully written rules about who gives way to who?
No, actually not. We're racing, you know, like in Formula One.
After this weekend, we might have a few. We'll see how it goes.
Team notes, yeah, team instructions.
Team orders.
Yeah, well, look, on the subject of team orders, we'll leave you to it. Thanks, guys. Have a good race. Let's crack on. Right, where are we? Sorry. Let's carry on down here. I've lost my camera. Sorry. It's a bit. We've got. Tell you what, the road has opened up before us here. Look, John Spires. So, John, you've seen racing in pretty much every single race this weekend. Something that was quite confusing for the commentators yesterday. In order to drive this F1 car, he's got this set of overalls made to match the period, match the car. I think they're absolutely fantastic. So he's going to get a selfie done. Oh, hang on, let me get out of the way of the selfie. She's not going to want that. Right, John, I'm sorry to jump in. I always believed that Formula One cars were tiny, but you've got an enormous amount of kind of packing in your seat.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because, as you know, I'm still getting used to this car, and I wanted to be sat upright, so I got a good view out here, and I'm not so worried about slowing it down. But I think next time round we might go for a little bit of a Jim Clark position.
Yeah, and then sort of horizontal 2027.
Exactly.
But the car's obviously going really well.
I'm getting, it's more seat time helps, and the team done a good job of making it a little bit more compliant for someone who's old and slow as me. So I'm having a lot of fun in it.
Well, you don't look old, and you certainly don't look slow. Have a good one.
Thanks, Ed.
Right, John, who embarrasses people more than half his age. Right, we've got. Let's see if we can find some more. I'll tell you what. Let's go talk to a mechanic. Why not? Because they always hate it. So and they always run away. But if I doorstep them, hi guys, I'm going to come and have a chat. Car running all right?
Yeah, it seems to be today. Yeah.
What does it take to keep these things on the road? A lot of work, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, lots of work.
Oh, any weak spots with this?
Spark box is a bit of an issue, but apart from that, it's just yeah. He's the man to ask.
All right. Well, I'll come right. So, where do you get parts for something like this?
We make them all in house. Most 90% of the stuff we make in house.
Incredible. And I guess after every race, do parts have a life term, so you have to replace them, or do you wait for something to...
Wheel bearings and parts inside the gearbox mainly, and engines as well. They're the main stuff that we have to life. Everything else, we just run it till it doesn't work anymore.
A bit like me, thank you. So, I mean, Silverstone in a Formula One car on a sunny Sunday, it doesn't get any better.
No, it doesn't get any better than that. It's a great track. It's changed to see the sunny weather out, but I just love coming here. I love racing a Formula One car, and I'm very lucky to be able to do it.
Well, but the car's obviously going well. I guess you've got a few cars ahead of you that you've got your eye on to get past.
That's going to make them more exciting.
Make them sweat. Right, let's crack on. We've still got, it's an amazing grid, this, of the Formula One cars. So a lot of these cars, obviously, they a range of eras of car, and they're divided into classes. So there's 4 different classes. We've got Craig Davies here, and he's owns lots of cars. He races a Mustang, and it's interesting seeing the number of people that have raced other cars, and then they get into F1, and they all say they absolutely love it. Look, we've got another duvet on the engine, just keeping that warm. I love it, the matching overalls. So look, car going all right?
It's going fine. It's a new car to me. I took 12 years off, and I've just come back last year. So I'm a little bit of a duck out of water right now.
I was going to say, if you're going to take 12 years off and come back, surely you'd come back in a sort of Mazda MX-5 or something.
No, we go right to F1.
Yeah, quite right.
But I miss the competition a little bit. Back in the days, I won some races, and the competition's a lot stiffer now than it used to be. There's some real pros up front.
And do you think the kind of level of car preparation has gone up in that time?
Everything's up higher. Everything's better.
But almost more fun to get a result in that environment than another one.
Well, if I can achieve some results now, yes, more satisfying.
All right, well, look, good luck. Enjoy. Look, I can hear whistles in the back of my, behind me. So why don't we get to the bottom of the pits? I've got bottom of the start finish straight, because then at least I can say I've done it and no one can complain that I didn't try. So now everyone's getting into their cars. So you'll see on something like this, you'll see the kind of foam, see, I'll try not to touch the side skirts. They have these foam inserts that kind of molded to your back to hold you in place, because obviously the G-forces with these wings, these slicks, it throws you about, and then you've got your headrest as well. What they don't have is a headrest for the side of your head, and the G-forces through your neck is pretty punchy. So look, let's, who have we got here? We've got Jamie Constable. I always like chatting to Jamie because he's a good height. So let's chat to Jamie, and then we'll throw back to comms. Jamie, I'm sorry, jump in. You're probably about to have a very important conversation, but obviously you've got a bit of climbing up the grid to do.
Lots of climbing up the grid to do. We're just talking about the perfect strategy. It's a safety car with about 5 minutes to go, because then hopefully we might have a chance that it'll come back to us, but it's going to be fun, which is what it's all about. You're here to have fun, aren't you? So we'll enjoy it and see what happens.
I always think that every driver should start at the back of the grid once in a while, because you feel like a hero at the start.
Yeah, you're right. You can feel like a hero for the first few laps, and then you catch up with the quick boys, and then you don't feel so heroish, but it's fun. It'll be fun, yeah.
Well, look, enjoy it. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Right, so that's us right at the back. I think we've completed this grid walk. It's words I never thought I'd say. So let's go back to the comms box.
Martin Brundle's let himself go a bit, hasn't he? I mean, really. Nice work, Ed Foster. And he didn't get doorstepped by any celebrities or ignored by Megan Thee Stallion. So, Roel Goethe there with his back to us, the man who is Rofco. And again, the Gulf overalls. He's very keen on Gulf liveried cars, so much so that he has Gulf liveried his own Formula One car. So Roel Goethe starting in 26th position on the grid. A row ahead of him, Jamie Constable. Now, Jamie Constable traditionally should be much further up than the penultimate row of the grid. But he had a mechanical issue yesterday. And so the grid is effectively, you start where you finished, except they have inverted the top 7. So much like lots of British National Racing Series, just a little bit of fresh blood at the front of the field. So Jamie Constable there, just pulling on his bright blue helmet on the right-hand side. He is going to have a lot of fun trying to work his way through the field. So we're getting ready then to send off the cars for the Masters Racing Legends. Let's learn a little more.
Masters Racing Legends showcases the Cosworth DFV Formula One era, when heroes like two-time world champion Emerson Fittipaldi were in their prime. On track today, you'll see the Brabham BT49, a car that powered Nelson Piquet to his first F1 title, as well as the McLaren MP41, which was the first to have raced with a carbon fibre chassis. Lessons in classics from Formula One's 3-litre era.
So the Cosworth V8 engine era came into force at the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort in 1967 and carried on into the 90s. Now, without the Cosworth engines, there would have been a very thin scattering of cars racing in Formula One. We probably would have been back to the late 50s, early 60s with Formula 2 cars and everything else making up the numbers. But with the Cosworth V8, a set of Goodyear tyres and a Hewland gearbox, a designer could create a car from a standstill. And several names did exactly that. Towards the front of the grid, you can see it was some of the most successful. McLaren, of course, had plenty of history under their belts by the time we got to the Cosworth era, but teams like Williams that had only been going a couple of years or so certainly took advantage of the opportunity to punch above their weight at the front of the field. Looking down there at the Escapade, this new restaurant area alongside the units, the hospitality, living units rather than hospitality units, down on the run from Maggots to Beckett's, down in through the Beckett's S's. There are some grandstands open this weekend for fans to watch from. Most of them are closed because there's an awful lot of trackside to get a watch at as well, watch from, which isn't covered in hospitality units as it might be in the British Grand Prix. And of course at the wing and the BRDC suite, lots of elevated driving watching positions. Actually, that's quite good because, Alistair, one of the things about the Cosworth era cars is we don't have the big high head and neck protections that hide the arms, and so when you're looking down from that height into these cars, you can really see the driver at work.
Oh, very much so, yes. It's great to watch, and I seem to remember one of the cars was at a Tyrrell. They actually put little windows in the side of the car so that the drivers could see. It was the six-wheel car, wasn't it? So they could see those front wheels, but it also meant you could see the driver's arms at work.
Well, and the other thing is actually the two green Tyrrells with the cut down sides and the very short rear side pods. The side pod doesn't even reach the driver, and so actually it was the car Bailey came up to waist height on the driver, so you really got a great view of what they were doing.
What I thought you were going to say then, it's not just it's the noise. Well, you didn't mention that, so I will. The noise of these engines is just wonderful, and for anybody that was around at the time and listened to them in period, just to hear them running again it's a joy.
Yep. And teams that are still around and in fact enjoying a bit of resurgence, like Williams and McLaren, and teams that were once on the top of the pile and have disappeared, like Tyrrell, the car just in front of us, the Candy Tyrrell car number 72, and of course teams like March, who were providing customer chassis as well as running in Formula One, and Stuart Hall in that Rothmans Newsweek March run by John McDonnell's Ram team in the early 1980s, towards the end of the Cosworth era. Or towards the end of the peak of the Cosworth era anyway, before turbocharged engines came in. So plenty of opportunity to see these cars from the grandstands, but also from trackside. No mic drop there for Stuart Hall. Come on. You see? Yes, there you go. The racing driver as competitive as ever, no matter what he's doing, encapsulated there by Stuart Hall in the bottle tossing competition. And so these cars, as you can see, treated with kid gloves. They were racing devices in period. They were designed to be driven flat out. They are still being driven flat out, very much so. And so whether you have got cars that in period were particularly successful, Williams FW06, 07, 7C, 8, 8C, as we will see all of those on the grid, McLaren MP41, or cars that weren't necessarily successful, the Ram March would be one, the yellow Fittipaldi would be another one that was not particularly successful in period, and the Lex, they weren't particularly successful in period, but then they had a very short lifetime and very little development went into it compared to someone like McLaren or Williams. But 30 years on, 40 years on, an awful lot more miles under the wheels, an awful lot more clever people looking at them and pondering it over the years. A lot of these cars are actually outperforming anything they might have produced in period, respective to their peers. Now here's a man who's got a tough afternoon in front of him. In the ex-Nigel Mansell Lotus 91, in the black and gold JPS livery, is a gentleman called Steve Brooks. He will also be racing an ex-Peugeot factory diesel P1 car later on in the afternoon. And if that's not endurance enough, he's the sort of man who likes to fly Spitfires around the world, and from the North Pole to the South Pole. So Steve Brooks does an awful lot of interesting things over the course of a year or two. Engines are firing. The spray can there, by the way, is just spraying fuel into the injectors. A little bit of choke. None of these cars have onboard starters, so as in period, the mechanics plug in the air bottle and the air starter. That turns over the Cosworth DFV, the V8 engine in the back of all of these cars. And a very, as you say, not just a great noise, a very distinctive noise. The DFV is as distinct as a BDA Escort or a Mini or a 5-cylinder Audi. It's got its own very distinct noise and nothing else sounds like it. And again, spoke about this yesterday, in period, it's quite a rough engine when it's running. It vibrates everything a lot. And the memo always was to drivers, if it stops vibrating, turn it off immediately, because the engine is starting to fall apart. 26 Cosworth-era Formula One cars starting to roll away from the grid here on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. It could be the mid-80s. It's the 2025 Silverstone Festival Masters Racing Legends Formula One encounter for cars that were current from 1966 to 1985. Martin Haven, Alistair Douglas watching the action with you. Mike Cantillon starting on pole in his Williams from Warren Briggs in the McLaren. Sam Hancock in the yellow Fittipaldi. Werner Dansenborg in the FW08. Matt Wrigley in his Tyrrell 011, the Candy liveried car, and Stuart Hall in the Newsweek Rothmans March 821. Then Tom Bradshaw in the McLaren MP41, yesterday's race winner, ahead of Christoph Dansenborg's Lotus Williams, the Lotus of Steve Brooks, and Dan Gore in his Tyrrell 010. Mark Hickson in another McLaren MP41, a 41B this time. John Spears starts in his March 761, one of the older cars in the field. Ian Simmons and James Hagan, and all Tyrrell Row 7, 012, and the previous year's 011B. Martin Bullock in the first successful Williams chassis, the FW06, ahead of two Lex, Craig Davis and Peter Williams, starting nose to tail, with Michael Fitzgerald's orange and white Ragno Ceramica arrows between them. Then the shadow of Mark Harrison and the D9A of Mark Richardson, Nick Pink in his earlier Arrows A5, Stanley Fulton in a Penske PC3, and then Jamie Constable and Arthur Bruckner starting on row 12 of the grid, ahead of Yutaka Toriba in an FW07C and Rod Goethe, both of whom had problems with their cars yesterday. So there is our front row starter, Mike Cantillon. He's come a long way from racing in Caterhams, hasn't he? It's probably just a big Caterham, really. A bit more aero, a lot more power. And Warren Briggs in the familiar Marlboro livery of the McLaren behind him. Then Sam Hancock, easy to spot, the bright yellow of the Fittipaldi team, and Sam with his familiar red and white helmet, and behind him the second Williams on the grid, Dad Werner Dansenborg in the FW08 from 1982, an ex-Keke Rosberg car, the blue Candy Tyrrell of Matt Wrigley, and then Stuart Hall, the white car with the blue rear wing, and the Rothmans Newsweek livery, the March 821. He finished second yesterday ahead of Matt Wrigley, and it's Tom Bradshaw who starts on 7th spot on the grid, our race winner yesterday. Werner Dansenborg, beg your pardon, the son. Christoph Dansenborg, the dad, a little further back on the grid. Christoph starting in 8th place in his Williams FW07C. And of course, Silverstone, not only the venue of the first Grand Prix win for Frank Williams' team, Clay Regatoni winning here in a British Grand Prix in the FW06. Also the venue for Keke Rosberg, setting the fastest ever qualifying lap in Formula One at an average lap speed of 160 miles an hour. Now that was before this new infield section was built, but still had the woodcut chicane. So Silverstone at that stage was as fast a Grand Prix circuit as Monza, and as daunting in every way. The runoff areas now, Alistair, a lot bigger than they were in the 1980s.
Yes, certainly down at Stowe and Club, the circuit went further on from where it turns right now, and there was a very small piece of grass runoff, and that was it. Nothing else, grass, and then vertical wooden sleepers at the side of the track. They did at one stage introduce the dreadful, in hindsight, the dreadful idea of catch fencing, which thankfully disappeared very quickly, but essentially it was wooden sleepers that you hit having gone off the circuit.
After skating across the grass that didn't have any traction, you came to a very abrupt halt. And catch fencing, for those who haven't seen it, basically fence poles stuck in the ground with wire fencing between them, and the idea was to sort of gradually dissipate the energy of the accident. Probably did that, but caused a lot of damage as well. Those then in turn replaced by gravel traps, which have a slightly less damaging knock-on effect, and hopefully slow the cars a little better. You see quite a sea of gravel traps now as they've been reintroduced more and more to Formula One circuits over the last few years. So we won't have any nonsense about DRS or track limits or anything else. This will be a straightforward 20-minute sprint. Lights remain on the safety car, should go out any moment now. They do, and that means we are set now to have our rolling start. So the P39, the RML P39 safety car will start to pick up a little bit of speed. And then your pole sitter in the green and white Saudi Williams, Mike Cantillon, and alongside him Warren Briggs in the red and white McLaren will lead the field in 2x2 formation. Sam Hancock, the yellow Fittipaldi, Werner Danzenburg, the second green and white Williams. They are supposed to go through their grid markings as they come to the start gantry. So looking for a nice, clean start. And this is not a restart from behind a safety car, so you are holding your pace until the red lights go off. Silverstone for the Masters Racing Legends Formula One encounter. Mike Cantillon from pole into the first corner, sweeps through Abbey and into Farm ahead of Warren Briggs, but Sam Hancock, the yellow Fittipaldi, down the inside of Briggs, under braking at Village, moves up to second place, and Stuart Hall in fourth under pressure. He's got a car in either mirror, the Williams of Werner Danzenburg and the Tyrrell of Matthew Wrigley. 34 a little further back, another Tyrrell, that's Dan Gore in the 010. And Stuart Hall got jumped there by 47, Werner Danzenburg. Now gets back in front as he comes around the outside line, down into Brooklands, and then the tight right-hander at Luffield.
And heading out onto the pit straight that would have been used at the time these cars were raced for the first time, and it's Mike Cantillon who leads from in second place. It looks to be still Sam Hancock in the yellow Fittipaldi. In third place, Warren Briggs hanging on to third. From in fourth place, Stuart Hall and Werner Danzenburg just behind him. But watch out for the second of the red and white McLarens, because that is the winner from yesterday, Tom Bradshaw, who started from row 4.
Yeah, he's already up into sixth position. So there is Stuart Hall in the Rothmans Ram March, all over the back of Steve Briggs, Warren Briggs rather, and goes around the outside down the Hanger Straight. Now, has he got enough? Yes, he does, just to go around the outside of the McLaren. The McLaren is a little bit of an older car. It's an M29, so late 1970s McLaren rather than the 1980s MP4s. So it is perhaps a little bit less grippy. The MP4 behind him, though, yesterday's winner, Tom Bradshaw. And Bradshaw in the ex-John Watson car. Not going to win this from 18th or 23rd on the grid, but tried to win it from 7th place. And John Watson, 2 years in succession, won from almost the back row of the grid and the back row of the grid. Some of the lowest starting positions still in Formula One history to win races, 18th and 22nd place.
So coming down the Wellington Straight, the two McLarens together, and Tom Bradshaw going for the outside, Warren Briggs defending the inside in the earlier car, the number 78 car, as they turn left into Brooklands and Luffield. So once again, Tom Bradshaw is defeated going into the corner trying to pass, but he perhaps try and get a line coming out of Luffield through Woodcote and into Cox Corner and maybe go down the inside. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's trying to get the overlap on the inside of Warren Briggs into Cox Corner, but it doesn't work. Warren Briggs holds on, so Tom Bradshaw remains in 5th place as they go up over the rise. Bradshaw now has the inside. He held on to that inside line coming out of Copse, got through at Maggots, so now into the Beckett sweepers. Tom Bradshaw up to 4th place, Warren Briggs down to 5th place. Now Bradshaw's task is to try and close in on Stuart Hall.
Now, younger fans, and there is, Werner Danzenburg at the side of the track. So he was up into 4th place, 5th place, 6th place, and the Williams has come to a halt. I was going to say, younger fans might wonder why two Marlboro liveried McLarens have a very different nomenclature. Sam Hancock with a hand up out of the cockpit. Now, has he gone into the pit lane? No, he went the slightly longer way round there rather than the shorter exit of the Vale. There are two different ones. And that actually rather confused us at the start of the race yesterday, because the McLaren of Tom Bradshaw that was on pole position shot down that way rather than the slightly less brutal. A drive-through penalty for cars number 4 and 9. That drive-through penalty for Roel Goethe, who is car number 4, and car number 9, Michael Fitzgerald in his Arrows. That will be for passing before they got down to the Wellington Straight. So to avoid
those two that got that penalty yesterday.
To avoid too much damage, the intention is that it is effectively a yellow flag zone down to the Wellington Straight on lap 1, when the cars are all bunched together. Into the pit lane, another of the Williamses, car number 11, that's Yutaka Tariba. He had trouble with that car yesterday as well. Qualified very well. Top 2 rows of the grid, I seem to remember, after qualifying, or maybe 3rd row of the grid, but nevertheless, trouble with that car. So he is back in the pit lane. Again, talking about the McLarens, we just had an MP41 passing an M29. Why do very similar McLarens, one built in 1979, one built in 1982, have a very different way of being described? Well, the original McLaren type numbers were M's. That's the company founded by Bruce McLaren. After his death, it was run by Teddy Mayer, American ex-racing driver, and McLarens were still M20, M21, M22, M23, M25, M29, up to M30. They became MP4s when Philip Morris, the company that owns the McLaren cigarette brand that basically paid for the team, decided they wanted a change of management. Teddy Mayer and brother Tim were ousted, and Ron Dennis was parachuted in as the new boss. And MP4 was Marlboro Project 4. Project 4 was Ron Dennis's company, and obviously the M for Marlboro. And so the first car that was built under Ron's leadership was the MP4/1. The next year, the MP4-1B, actually, and then MP4-2, MP4-3, MP4-4, and so on, and so on, and so on. And so that is why the naming changed, because basically much of the upper team structure changed, and they wanted to reflect the new joint ownership. And so that's what that happened. And of course, in more recent times, 20-odd years ago, the same thing happened to Jaguar Racing. It was bought by Red Bull, and they parachuted in their own team boss. So it was McLaren Project 4, beg your pardon, MP4, rather than Marlboro MP for the M. So Werner Dansenborg's car just about to receive a tow. Safety car is out, so everybody will be trying to keep heat in the tyres. And there you can see the difference over the years as well between the slightly more angular 1970s McLaren M29, almost the last of its breed, and the MP41, which had a kind of more rounded look to the body, a bit more of an organic look. So Mike Cantillon, Sam Hancock and Stuart Hall, and there is Roel Goethe heading in to the pit lane to serve his penalty. So drive through for him. Tyrrell 007, again, to my knowledge, did not race in Gulf colours, but Roel does like a Gulf colour. And Rofco started out as him collecting Gulf liveried racing cars, and then having bought the Tyrrell to race, has had that painted in Gulf colours as well. So we've also got the flatbed with Werner Dansenborg's car on tow. So Mike Cantillon with the yellow Fittipaldi of Sam Hancock, and then Stuart Hall behind him in 3rd place. Now, this will obviously tighten up the field. What did Jamie Constable say? Wanted a safety car sort of close to the end. So we're looking for the green Tyrrell with the pale blue helmet. It's just gone by the pickup. Here it is coming down to the bottom of the shot, just going through there. And so Jamie Constable up to 12th place. Now, the safety car, of course, means that time is starting to run down a little bit for him to make further progress, but what it also means is it will close up the gaps between the cars in front of him, hopefully, so he'll be a little bit closer in terms of distance to the leaders, and therefore hopefully for his sake make it a little bit more easy to get involved with passing the cars in front of him.
And Lotus followed the carbon composite line for constructing their cars, and the very first carbon composite Lotus was the Lotus 91, which is in this race being driven by Steve Brooks, number 12. The car finished in John Player Special colours, black and gold, and the car designed as always by Colin Chapman, with Martin Ogilvie, who designed that first carbon composite Lotus, driven in period by Nigel Mansell, Elio De Angelis, and our very own Jeff Lees had a few races in 1982.
And there's a familiar sight. That's how cars used to be brought back in, with the tow rope to the roll hoop and the driver holding it to try and keep it taut, and also so that it didn't drop down onto his head and then get snapped tight again. It's all very much back in the correct era. And again, we've seen a number of times drivers with a hand out to the cockpit, something you can't do in a modern car because of the driver protection. But it was absolutely, for decades, the universal sign of I'm slowing down, usually because I've got a problem. As, for instance, in the case of Gilles Villeneuve, quite often not the requisite four wheels still attached to the car, or maybe you might have had a mechanical issue of some other kind. Drive-through penalty still waiting to be served by car number 9. So Michael Fitzgerald in his orange and white arrows will have to head down pit lane.
Very nice livery on the Tyrrell there for Matt Wrigley, number 72, reigning champion in the Masters Formula One Legends Series.
And we talked yesterday about the slightly tenuous link between that Tyrrell and the two Lek chassis on the grid.
Yes, the white goods link, you mean?
Yes.
Yes, Lek was a UK manufacturer of white goods, fridges and washing machines. And there's the John Player Special I mentioned earlier, Steve Brooks, who we spoke to before in the assembly area, that the Lotus 91. But the Lek was effectively a one-off car, and you might say, well, how can it be? There's two of them, but there were three altogether made. But the Lek company, owned by Charles Purley, and he had those cars built in the washing machine factory for his son David Purley. Chassis number 1 ended up in the wall at Beckett's after the throttle stuck open, and David Purley lucky to survive that, and in fact it was may well still be the highest impact G-forces that is survived by a driver. Anyway, they built chassis number 2, which was the same as chassis 1, and subsequently, I believe some years later, built by a private team, chassis number 3 has been built.
Lights off on the safety car, and the link with Tyrrell, of course, is that Candy also made white goods that sponsor that particular year. Oh, and Jamie Constable running. Everybody's trying to get on and off the brakes, on and off the throttle to heat the tyres, almost running into the back of car number 2, the Benetton liveried Tyrrell 010 of James Hagan, who we spoke to on the grid as well. So Jamie Constable nearly caught out as we go back to green flag racing. The safety car is in, and Mike Cantillon leads the charge as we go back to green at Silverstone. The yellow Fittipaldi of Sam Hancock in second, Stuart Hall still in third, and there is a little gap back from Bradshaw to Briggs between the two red and white McLarens. Tom Bradshaw, yesterday's winner, in 4th place, 7 minutes. He's only going to pass 3 cars, and up another spot goes the number 12 Tyrrell.
Sam Hancock tries to get an overlap on the leader, Mike Cantillon, in the, you have to say, unfancied Fittipaldi bit. With Sam Hancock behind the wheel, it's very competitive, and he's got alongside him 18, Stuart Hall, of the Rothmans team that was run by Ram that year. So two cars that weren't really troubling the front of the Formula One grid, and coming along is Tom Bradshaw, takes third place.
Stuart Hall giving him a hand gesture out of the cockpit, not quite sure what was going on there. Smoke coming from the leader, Mike Cantillon. No, it's not, it's smoke coming from Stuart Hall's march. So Hall on the grass, and unfortunately having had a lunge on the Fittipaldi of Sam Hancock for second, the car has had enough. Mike Cantillon leads, Sam Hancock second in the yellow Fittipaldi in the Beckett's S's, and yesterday's race winner, Tom Bradshaw, the red and white McLaren MP41, kicking up the dirt as they come onto the hangar straight, and the McLaren with a little bit more pace perhaps out of the Beckett's S's. As you said, the Ram March and the Fittipaldi, both possibly with the potential but not the development to get the most out of the cars. They weren't hugely financed teams. The car may not have been as good as a McLaren or a Williams, but it certainly wasn't as well developed as either of the front-running cars. And here comes yesterday's winner, Tom Bradshaw, down the inside of Mike Cantillon to take the lead of the race in the McLaren MP41. And right behind, Cantillon now under pressure for second from Sam Hancock.
As they turn into the tight right at Village and then the tight left at the loop, Sam Hancock, I think, will try and go tight out of the loop. No, there's not really any room there, and he's being challenged from behind by Matt Wrigley, so we've got a good battle for second place. But look how quickly Tom Bradshaw has pulled away, and if you weren't here yesterday, you didn't hear Tom's interview. He was parachuted into this. Steve Hartley normally drives this car, but Tom got a call. Would you like to come and drive my MP41? Well, I'll have to think about that. And Tom, an experienced historic sports car driver and current Porsche driver, but never sat in this car before.
Yeah, so remarkable effort, and in fact that explains the little phrase on the back of the rear wing of that McLaren which says the Jam Man. Steve Hartley, Hartley's Jams, there you go. So Mike Cantillon in second, Sam Hancock holding off Matt Wrigley, and it was Bradshaw, Hall and Wrigley, the 1, 2, 3 yesterday. So Matt Wrigley in the Candy Tyrrell, the blue machine, right behind the yellow Fittipaldi of Sam Hancock. Hancock's not going to give this one up easily. Runs out very wide. They both kick up the dirt as they come out of the Chapel Curve onto the hangar straight. It's so important to get the momentum off the Chapel Curve, the end of the Beckett's sequence, because that gives you the chance to try and make a move into Stowe. The hangar straight seems very long until you're in something really quick, in which case Stowe is coming up at you at a heck of a lick.
And Sam Hancock still leading the Tyrrell of Matt Wrigley for third and fourth places as they come over the line to start another lap, and up they come to the right-hander at Abbey and into Farm. This section of the track completely new, wasn't here when these cars were racing, and into the right-hander, and Matt Wrigley thinks perhaps wide in and tight out. He stays to the outside, tries to get now to the inside to get the switch over, get alongside. Now he's got the inside for the end of this straight for Brooklands, so he may stay level with Sam Hancock all the way down the straight, but when they get to the end of the straight, Matt has the advantage for the inside line for Brooklands.
He takes it, but he gets in late. He doesn't dare run out wide because that would give an opportunity for Sam Hancock to come back at him. Matt Wrigley knows what he's doing. Sam Hancock, a very experienced historic racer as well, he knows, and also a racer of modern cars in period. Top flight single-seater race. He knows exactly what he's doing as well. Tom Bradshaw leads. Mike Cantillon goes through shot in second. Here's the battle for the final podium spot. And then behind, Christophe Dansenbourg. He has moved up now to 5th position. And our timing screen not showing Warren Briggs, car number 78, but he is there. Jamie Constable is not 6th, he is in 7th place.
Yeah, Briggs retains that 6th place in the earlier McLaren, a car that actually he worked on. He was a fabricator for McLaren at the time the M29 was being built, and he worked on this car in the factory and then got the opportunity to buy one and race it.
1:52.288, the fastest lap of the race for Tom Bradshaw. Qualified 1:50.230, so still a couple of seconds off the qualifying pace. Not going to find all of that, I don't think, even as they are down to bare minimum of fuel. The tyres will have given their best. And that safety car period has blunted a little bit of progress for Jamie Constable in 7th place.
I think they're on their last lap now, aren't they? I don't think they'll get another lap in after this one. As we watch Matt Wrigley coming round, the reigning champion, and his father won it 21 years ago now, 20 years before Matt in 2004, and they're sharing a car later today. Down into the left-hander at Brooklands once again. They're looking here at the 4th place car, 5th place, sorry, of Christoph Dansenborg in the...
With Warren Briggs right behind him, actually.
Yes,
right with him, so...
He hasn't dropped him, has he?
No. And Jamie Constable there in 7th place. Well, there is Warren Briggs. Finished 7th yesterday, top 7 inverted. Finished 6th yesterday, top 7 inverted. Found himself on the outside front row. And he is currently 6th again today. So Christoph Dansenborg in the FW07C. Another of the hugely effective Patrick Head designs that carried Williams right to the top of Formula One, from originally being a team that Frank ran from a telephone box. There is your race leader though, Tom Bradshaw, from 7th on the grid with the fastest race lap. He's made his way through the field. The checkered flag awaits. It is going to be victory at Silverstone for the 2nd day in a row for the McLaren and for Tom Bradshaw. He wins race 2 of the Masters Racing Legends. Mike Cantillon's Williams in 2nd. Matt Wrigley in 3rd in the Tyrrell. Sam Hancock 4th in the Fittipaldi, ahead of Christoph Dansenborg and Warren Briggs. Jamie Constable then 7th. Steve Brooks in 8th place, just inches ahead of Dan Gore in the Tyrrell 010. Behind them, Mark Higson in his McLaren. And then the Hagen Tyrrell. John Spears finishing just outside the top 10 in 12th position. And Spears in one of the older cars in the field, his March 761. A great view of the historic livery on the Ceramica Ragno arrows. So for fans of Formula One in the 70s and 80s, great opportunity to see and hear these cars in action. And Tom Bradshaw, there you go, the jam man on the back wing of that car, taking victory. 2 races in a Formula One car, 2 wins, 100% record. Sounds like it's time to quit. I don't think, if he's offered the opportunity to drive it again, I don't think it'll take him a moment to say yes. And here in the First National Citibank March, John Spears. He is leading the class named after Emerson Fittipaldi. The classes in the championship are basically on age and the definition of the cars. The Lauda class won by James Hagen in the Tyrrell 011B. So of course these cars went through more and more sophisticated aerodynamic changes, and then into the ground effect era, and then through the ground effect era into the flat bottom era that followed, the hiatus of ground effect. And so a number of championship categories. The top cars in the Head class, named after Patrick Head, but none of his devices on the top step. It is the McLaren of Tom Bradshaw from the Williams of Mike Cantillon and the Tyrrell of Matthew Wrigley that are the top 3. Sam Hancock, Christoph Dansenborg and Warren Briggs, all in the same class. And in fact, all of the top 10 cars from that early to mid-80s period in the Head class. Our leader in Lauda finishes 11th, James Hagen, and our winner in the Fittipaldi class in 12th, John Spears. And there you go, Stuart Hall having to retire Pitaka Tariba not having a great time with the Williams, and Werner Dansenborg not having much luck with his FW08 either. It's always a great opportunity to see and hear Cosworth engine Formula One cars at full chat, and where better than the home of the British Grand Prix at Silverstone. After a mid-race safety car period, a little bit of drama, Stuart Hall, one of the top three, pulling off in the Ram March, but Tom Bradshaw coming from 7th on the grid, the race 1 winner with the top 7 reversed, moving up ahead of Mike Cantillon into the lead. Change for 3rd place, it was the yellow Fittipaldi of Sam Hancock, replaced by Matthew Wrigley in the Candy Tyrrell. Tom Bradshaw, the winner from the Williams of Mike Cantillon and the Tyrrell of Matthew Wrigley. Double Formula One race winner, Tom Bradshaw, his first time ever in the McLaren. Well, let's hear from Ben with our top 3 drivers.
So much celebration down here that Tom Bradshaw hasn't even got a chance to get his helmet off. We'll get that one off so you can see a smiley face, because there's no doubt that after 2 days or a weekend driving the very first carbon fibered Formula One car, and unexpectedly, the smile is great. Come over here, Tom. I mean, I wasn't sure for a moment with that lengthy safety car, would you have the chance to get to the front of the field? So a bit of a push at the end.
Yeah, it was. The car's been absolutely phenomenal from the start of the weekend. It's really given me a good base to sort of get more and more confident as we've gone through. So, yeah, I knew I had the pace to do it. It was just finding ways through. Silverstone always lends itself to good racing, so I knew if we'd be patient and just wait for the gaps to appear, they did. I don't know what happened to Stuart. I think his gearbox let go coming out of Luffield or something similar. So that was a freebie, and then managed to get past Sam and Mike, and yeah, as I say, car was on rails from there on in. Really, it was just sit back and enjoy myself and push on, because it just rewards you the harder you push this car.
This feels like something that's going to go on your bedroom wall and is not going to be forgotten for a very long time.
Absolutely, yeah. I think my wife won't be too happy, but yeah, she's going to have to live with it. Just absolute dream come true. Still pinching myself. Still keeps sinking in the longer I'm here. What's happening? And what an opportunity I've been provided by Steve Hartley and Anthony Seddon Racing. So yeah, I honestly can't find words to thank them enough.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go carry on down. I don't know if my cameraman wants to squeeze between these rather hot Avon tyres or not, but there's enough space, just about. Well done. Mike Cantillon is over here. A car we didn't see on the podium yesterday, so fantastic to see you on the podium today.
Yeah, thank you. We had a difficult day yesterday. Well, the team worked tirelessly through yesterday evening, and we got it all sorted. So the car was alive today. But I knew, I was in my mirrors thinking, when's Tom going to come, or Stuart's coming, or Matt. So I knew I just had to try and break away as much as I could in the beginning of the race. Tom in a straight line was just incredible through this turn 1, as you saw, and I didn't fight him for it. He just had too much pace, and congratulations to him on the double.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's a reflection partly of the year of the car and the technology in all these different cars, but a McLaren and a Williams and a Tyrrell on the podium is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's so cool. You know, how does that look? And all the Williams out there on the grid, fantastic. I hope everyone enjoyed it, because I certainly did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Spectacular. Thank you very much. Right, before Matt disappears, here he is. We're in a bit of a thoroughfare, but anyway. Matt, there was a big cheer as you managed to get yourself onto the podium from down in the paddock here.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I wasn't after the first lap. I couldn't quite get the car underneath me, so I was struggling with it a bit. And so after the safety car sort of held me out just to reset. And it was. I was following Stuart yesterday. I think it destroyed the tyres a little bit, but the car's been great all weekend. I love being here. I love the event, and it's just great to have family and friends here. And to also, I was catching Mike at the end. One more lap might have been right on him then, but it's been a great weekend.
Wicked. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
The trade area here at the Silverstone Festival can be mainly found on the inside of Copse Corner on the Copse runway. You can find books, you can find toys, you can find clothes, and you can also find a brand new brand to the world of auto care. Griot's Garage, not a new brand in total, Jason, but a new brand to the UK.
It is. Thank you so much for having us. So we've been a family-owned business for 35 years. We manufacture a line of car care products, everything from waxes, polishes, cleaning for interior and exterior. And our products are going to be available at griotsgarage.co.uk starting January 1st.
And why have you decided to partner with the Silverstone Festival?
Great question. So Nick and Richard Griot, the founders, avid vintage racers. That's Richard Griot racing Bruce McLaren's Can-Am car. They've always dreamt of coming here. We've known of Silverstone Festival for a long time, but we wanted to wait till we were ready to be here.
And you were telling me that to enter the UK market has taken a while to become compliant.
We've spent the last 2 years working through regulatory to make sure our products are compliant. So we didn't want to rush them to market. We wanted to make sure that when the time was right, we were ready. We're ready, and that's why we're here at Silverstone.
And these are products that you're creating at home in America?
They are. We have 4 full-time in-house chemists. We mix, bottle, label everything ourselves, so it's fantastic products.
Of course, car care, auto clubs, and classic cars to play with.
They are.
Look.
Let's send you away with a parting gift. That's one of our ultra plush microfibers, great on paint, works on lenses, glasses, anything, but give that a shot and see what you think.
And I'm taking it to bed tonight because it is so very soft. Looks like we've got a bit of a spot on the lens. Hang on. We are going to get our podium prepared in just a few moments for the Masters Racing Legends Formula One cars from 1966 to 1985. A little bit of congestion down here in the podium area, so just making sure we've got all 3 drivers. Where's it? Yes, we do. Brilliant. Okay, so please welcome onto the podium in 3rd position, as he was yesterday, Matt Wrigley. In 2nd position in his Williams, Mike Cantillon. And your winner, doing the double this weekend in his debut in the McLaren, Tom Bradshaw. It will be Leo from Hospitality of the Masters Historic Racing who will be presenting the top 3 trophies. Firstly, to Matt Wrigley. In 2nd position, Mike Cantillon. And the big trophy from the Masters Racing Legends Formula One cars from 66 to 85 to Tom Bradbury. If you guys could jump on the top step of the podium, nice and friendly. Big smiles. There is your top 3 from the Masters Historic Racing Racing Legends Formula One 66 to 85.
You want Formula One? We got Formula One. We've just had the Cosworth era. Now we have the Prix 3-litre era. Prix 66. Historic Grand Prix Car Association Formula One encounter. Let's learn a little bit more about it.
Next up, we take a ride with the pre-1966 Grand Prix cars, bringing to life a golden era when legends such as Sir John Surtees thrilled racing fans. On the grid, you'll see the Lotus 18, a car which Sir Stirling Moss drove in 1960 to challenge the dominance of the Ferraris. Also, look out for the Cooper Climax T53, the likes of which Jack Brabham drove to victory in the British Grand Prix back here at Silverstone in 1960. It's time to take to the track with the HGP CA Pre-66 Grand Prix cars.
Lots of fans watching the cars warming up. In the collecting area is our man Ed Foster.
Last night, but you've got to do it all again now.
Very much hope so. Yeah, it's a great honor for me, not only to drive Jack Brabham's 1960 World Championship winning car, but to be so close to Will Nuttall. He has always been my benchmark. And yeah, I feel really good. I don't have to win this. Just the fact it's only 2.9 seconds at the checkered flag was just exciting.
And when you follow someone like Will, who's so quick, can you learn something?
Well, as long as you can keep up with him, yeah. You start watching exactly what he does. But actually, I think the line is not... There's not much difference in the line between the two of us. If you watch the race, you can see that. But he's so much more experienced. I'm an amateur doing 8 races a year or something, and he keeps going all the time, and I respect that very much. So in the specific situations, yes, of course, he knows better how to handle specific situations.
You mentioned this being Jack Brabham's championship winner. It must be very special getting behind the wheel of a car like this.
Oh, yes, it is. It is a matter of great honor and excitement, of course, to maintain the heritage of the car, if you know what I mean. And it's specific. It's got slightly shorter wishbones. If you look exactly, Will's car is also a T53, but it's wider wishbones, bigger front wheels, lower, stiffer. But as we have all the records how Jack Brabham rode out the car in May 1960, testing it here in Silverstone, we have all the information. And yeah, we keep running the car. You can't beat a world champion, actually, in setting up. It's always down to the bloody driver doing it right or wrong. Yeah. So I'm in a learning curve, and that's exciting.
Well, look, it's fantastic to see it. Thank you for bringing it out, and the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Well, listen, Rudy Friedrichs might not do very many races anymore, but what an arch enthusiast. I have to say, you can't argue with him. If you've got a 65-year-old setup sheet for that car, written by the man who designed it, set it up, drove it to the World Championship, yeah, he was probably right. So that's exactly what they've gone with. So there we go. Let's take a look at our grid. Will Nuttall, yesterday's winner. Rudy Friedrichs, 2.29 seconds behind him after 20 minutes. Not bad at all for a part-time driver, as he says. Tom Waterfield, Mark Shaw start on row 2. Bentley Vintage Preparation Expert Tom Dark and Jeff Underwood on row 3 from James Denty and Richard Wilson on row 4. Now, lots of very familiar names here to fans of older racing, particularly Cooper, who started the rear engine revolution, Brabham, Lotus, and the like, and a few unusual ones further back. Things like the Cooper Bristols, the Maserati 250Fs, because we have as well front-engine Grand Prix cars and rear-engine Grand Prix cars. Tail of the field, a couple of cars that had problems yesterday. The Scarab, which was going extremely well in the hands of Miles Griffiths, a front-engine car until it stopped. James Willis and Rod Jolly at the back of the field, and Tim Child as well in his red and green Brabham car number 76, right towards the tail of the field. And when you're looking in from trackside, worth charting the progress of those cars. In fact, if you look at the top of the picture, they have not quite yet all come into shot. The Scarab, you can see the tall blue car on the right-hand side. There's a lower, darker blue and white car on the left-hand side. One of our front-engine Grand Prix cars, the Scarab, and that was, I think, was he third when the car retired yesterday?
Certainly leading the front engine by a long way.
So he should make good progress through the field. So the rear-engine revolution by this stage had firmly taken hold, and it is the rear-engine cars that lead us to the grid for the final time of asking for the Prix 66 Grand Prix cars. The lights go out and away we go with Will Nuttall, the pole sitter, trying to jump away from Rudy Friedrichs. Friedrichs sweeping around the outside. Car number 12 of Will Nuttall in the number 10 Cooper. They're both the same mark of Cooper, but as Rudy Friedrichs explained, his car set up to suit Jack Brabham, and that's exactly how he still runs it. Little sideways slide. Through comes the yellow Lotus, green and yellow Lotus of Mark Shaw up to third place, ahead of the blue and orange of Tom Waterfield. And trouble and contact, a broken Lotus, and that is the car of Michael Gans, beg your pardon, his Cooper, Hands out to the cockpit. There's a lot of cars to go around, including that Gordini, which doesn't look quite as much like a Grand Prix car as you might imagine. And we may well be heading towards a safety car. Well, here is our lead group. Michael Gans coming in, car number 17, and the Lotus there on the grass, going round, tagging him. So who was the second Lotus on the grid? James Denty was that. Car number 121, a Lotus 21. He was second, certainly the second Lotus on the grid. So Michael Gans, who won a race earlier today in Lotus Elan, Elite, beg your pardon. Well, we are still green. I don't think we're going to necessarily stay green all the way through. However, at the Beckett Cesses, never second-guess race control, Martin, wait for it to happen. Will Nuttall, the leader, from Rudy Friedrichs. And Rudy, yeah, hands out to the cockpit. They've seen the safety car boards, or Will has at any rate. And so he will slow down, and the safety car will pick them up. Well, the clock continues to run as everybody else again slows down out of the Beckett Cesses. Yes, you are supposed to slow down before the safety car, but don't just anchor up at the end of one of the fastest, most daunting parts of the circuit. Allow yourself to come out of the Beckett Cesses onto the straight and then gradually slow down. So let's chart the progress. Well, look, in the centre of the field there is the white nose and blue of the Scarab, car number 281. And that is already up, I would have thought, at least a dozen places. But it is a huge grid of 38 cars. The Scarab started 35th. And Miles Griffiths, at the end of this lap, we will find out how far he has progressed. He really needed all 20 minutes to try and make it as far towards the front of the grid as he could. Same for Tim Child. And in 10th place, car number 38, and that is Richard Wilson, the Ferrari 246 Dino, the first of the big red front engine car. In fact, the first red car is the Ferrari. That is the first of the front engine cars. Right behind him, another red car. That's the Maserati 250F of John Spears, car number 34. So those are the top two cars in the front engine class.
And looking at these two Coopers going round at the front of the field as they pass the Michael Gans-stricken Lotus, the Rudy Friedrichs, we heard in interview there that he's driving the Jack Brabham car from 1960, in which Jack took 5 wins and took the World Championship, but second in the World Championship, Bruce McLaren driving car number 10. So those two cars would have been seen like that, 12 and 10, or maybe 10 and 12 occasionally. More frequently.
With the red nose on his car, car number 10, that is Tom Dark. Now he's a vintage Bentley, a Bugatti specialist rather, but also racing here in these Prix 66 cars. And Ed had a chance to talk to him in the collecting area.
Tom, I see you've got your pit crew here today. I hope you're paying them minimum wage.
Just over minimum wage, actually. Or probably double that, really, in reality.
Yes, well, exactly. It's going to get more and more expensive. I've been chatting to some of the other drivers, and what's so lovely about this grid is that these are all proper cars. You know, they're not replicas. So tell us a little bit about this one.
So this is the BRP Cooper, raced by Maurice Trignon in period. T51, 2.5 litre. 1959, as opposed to the T53s which are in front of me, which are 1961. So this is transverse leaf suspension, so a little bit sketchy on my handling compared to them, but we'll try and keep up. Yeah.
Well, how very satisfying to be so close. It's amazing, though, what 2 years of development can mean in Formula One.
It is, yes. These are coilover shock suspension, rear suspension, known as a T53 low line. This sort of transverse leaf suspension on the rear, so quite different, really. Yeah.
Well, look, best of luck, enjoy it. It just looks like the most wonderful thing to drive around Silverstone. It looks like the most wonderful thing to drive around Silverstone.
Oh, it's fantastic. It handles beautifully, got bags of power. Just got to keep it on my track, really.
I'm sure you will. Best of luck.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, Tom has kept it on track. There he is in 4th place. And as you see, a very different looking car, particularly because it's got that snorkel air intake that wraps around the cockpit. Now, they dropped that in later models, the T53s in front of him, and they dropped that sort of dorsal fin as well. So everything, nothing stands still in motorsport, never did, never will. Unfortunately there for car number 17, that's Michael Gann's race ending very early on, just 2 corners in to the start of the race. Now, lights remain on the safety car because that slow-moving vehicle is very close to the start of the lap. So we'll have to go round for another one, which will give us 12 minutes, maybe 8, maybe 7 laps, maybe 6 laps. Let's take a look at the cars that are leading the front engined charge, and those, the first 2 at any rate, are the bright red cars that are just outside, or in fact just inside the top 10 in the case of Richard Wilson in the Ferrari 2416. So we've seen these rear engine cars. Look at the difference. Again, as we saw with Formula Junior, the front engine cars much larger, much longer, much more bulbous, and particularly in the case of these cars, much bigger engines. They had to carry much more fuel to the grid. They're from an earlier era, really. By the time the Coopers and so on at the front of the field, the Brabhams had come through, or the Coopers in this case. There are no Brabhams, too early for those, but the front engine cars were real dinosaurs. Dynamically they weren't as good, centre of gravity is higher, they rolled more, they didn't generate the grip, they were heavier, took longer to accelerate, took longer to slow down, and they were just kind of outclassed, except in tricky conditions, and that's sometimes where the front engine cars come into their own. So there's John Spears in car number 34, Maserati 250F. He's second in the front engine class, but last year in driving rain actually beat everybody, all the rear engine cars as well as all the other front engine cars.
Yes, he did. We had 2 races last year, and one of those races won by John Spears in the streaming rain. And the Ferrari, which is leading the front engine classes, number 38, was the type of car that was driven to the last Formula One World Championship win for a front engine car, which was Phil Hill, the Works Ferrari driver, 1960 at Monza. So that was the full stop at the end of front engined Grand Prix wins. And of course by then, for 2 years really, in championship races, rear engine cars had been winning, and earlier than that for non-championship races.
Car at the tail of the field, by the way, car number 6, and not exactly the single seat you expect, and that is, it's actually wearing a Paris registration. The 75 at the end is Central Paris registration, and that is driven by Eddie Maguire. Not the Frenchest man you'll ever meet, I have to say, but it is a French-built chassis. It's a Gordini, built by Amadei Gordini, Gordini 23S. It's actually a sports racer. Lights out on the safety car. We're about to go green once more. Progress, by the way, of the Scarab, that long Peter Perfect shaped race car, the blue and white machine. It has now come up to, where is he? Car number 281. He's in 20th place. And we have just a little over 10.5 minutes of racing to go. We'll get 4 laps in, potentially, maybe might get onto a 5th. Starting our historic Grand Prix Car Association race for Prix 66 Grand Prix cars, and our leaders Will Nuttall and Rudy Friedrichs jump away, leaving the big multifaceted squabble for 3rd place. At the moment it is car number 99, and that is Mark Shaw in 3rd place, but not by much. Tom Dark just been challenged down the inside. Now something has come off the car that went down, or has come off the 99 Lotus. The car that went by Tom Dark is car number 153. That's Tom Waterfield, the blue and orange Cooper. And he goes around the outside of the Lotus and heads off into rural Northamptonshire, returns to the track.
And the Green Lotus of Mark Shaw, number 99. A problem there. That's probably was something fell off his car then, and he's now realised and is slowing. That's the car that Jim Clark took his first 3 Formula 1 race wins in non-championship races in South Africa.
Now, it might not just have been him, because that was Tom Dark being pushed away as well in his Cooper T51. So the two of them were in that battle for 3rd place. So let's reset that, because still through past them has come car number 53, and that's Justin Mears in the green Cooper with the white stripes. There's 153, looks like 15 if you've got good eyes, and I exclude myself from that. It is car number 153, Tom Waterfield. It's blue with those orange highlights on the nose and up the centre of the car. That's the battle for 3rd place there. So Justin Mears in the green car with the white highlights, car number 53, not car number, yeah, they're both car 53, aren't they? Car 153, yeah. One of the rounders you look at coming towards you, the blue and orange car, actually looks like 53. From the side it looks like 15, so hard to read, but there's the battle for 3rd place, nothing in it.
And all 4 cars in the lead there are all Cooper T53s, so it just shows how successful they were in period, because they're now successful here at Silverstone in 2025 as they come in to the historic Vale, turn into Club Corner, and it's a change of position with Tom Waterfield taking 3rd place, and behind the 53 similar car, Justin Mears.
Oh, trouble for another of our Lotuses. That's the Lotus 18 of Teflon Salisbury.
That car, very, very famous indeed, driven by Sterling Moss in 1960 and 61, and he beat all the Ferraris at Monaco in 1961. Any pictures you see of that car, the side panels were removed for extra cooling to keep Sterling cool in the car. An absolutely amazing drive, and I think he's said that he thinks he's on record as saying it's his greatest ever race.
So what happened here to the Lotus? Ran out a little wide, got onto loose, basically out there, although it looks like tarmac. I mean, it is tarmac, but it's covered in lots of rubber debris, probably bits of gravel as well. And in fact, there was a little bit of a drama before the start of that race as well. His mechanic Al Francis, when he took the panels off, found that there was a crack in the chassis right around the engine and fuel tank area, so he had to braze it up on the grid right by the full fuel tank. Don't try that at home, folks. Here's our top 2, Will Nuttall and Rudy Friedrichs in the cars that finished 1-2 in the World Championship. Rudiger was just 2.29 seconds behind at the end of yesterday's race. He's only 1.6 seconds behind. Will Nuttall's fastest lap is the last one, 2:18.1. Rudy's fastest lap is the last one, 2:19.2.
Tom Waterfield here in the 153 car in 3rd place in a similar Cooper T53.
Really dialing in the opposite lot there. That car very, very sideways indeed. He might need to go to Rudy Friedrichs and ask what Jack Brabham's setup was, because Rudy's car looks a lot neater and is 5 seconds a lap quicker as a result.
Well, Tom Waterfield's car was driven in period by Roy Salvadori. Perhaps it's set up to his liking.
Well, Salvadori didn't mind a bit of oversteer. So James Denty, car number 121. Hello, Kiri Bloor, watching the action from a distance away. That Lotus 21, challenging for a top 5 spot. Trying to get by Jeff Underwood's Cooper T53, and trouble for John Spears.
No, that was
I beg your pardon, no, it's not.
Tony Smith.
So that might be slightly better news for John Spears, because Tony Smith in trouble. Oh, somebody coming popping and banging.
I think that's Tony Smith, yeah.
That is the 246 Dino. Now here's the Scarab working its way up the order, and again for a front engine car that was definitely outclassed by the time it arrived in a rear engine Formula 1, it's doing a very good job here. So into the pits as well has gone 56, John Clark in his Cooper T56. So he's dropped out of the order. Richard Wilson still leading in the front engine cars. Those two cars, red cars, at the top of the picture. In fact, he's no longer leading the front engine class, is he? Because Miles Griffiths has gone by them in the Scarab, car number 281, and is now all over the back of 76. That's Tim Child trying to hang on for 7th place. Now, Tim Child was a row ahead of Miles Griffiths on the grid. Tim Child started 34th, Miles Griffiths started 35th, and they are currently 7th and 8th. So two very quick cars that had problems yesterday, now working their way back up the order.
Well, the red Brabham just ahead of the blue front engine car. That's the Tim Child car number 76. That was another car driven by Jack Brabham, one of his own designs, the BT3/4 with the green nose there. He drove that car in the Tasman series, which took place on the other side of the world, New Zealand, and that was a car driven by Jack. So a lot of the cars in this race were driven by Jack Brabham, it would seem, because he drove for Cooper, and then he started driving, obviously, for his own team.
Yeah, got around a bit, did Jack Brabham. There you go. This is the battle now for 6th place, because they have very nearly caught James Denty in the Lotus 21, car number 121.
And there's that front engine car has no business being in 8th place overall amongst these rear engine, but that's the measure of Miles Griffiths, a really excellent driver in all sorts of cars, modern and historic.
And again, I don't think he's too happy with being 8th. I think he would rather be 6th place. Here comes the move on James Denty from Tim Child. 76 goes by. So the Brabham passes the Lotus in a big moment there for the Scarab. Gathers it all up, Miles Griffith. Now then, is the car continuing? Let's hold the shot. Where's the Scarab gone? No, it has gone. Trouble again right towards the end of the race, and pulling off at exactly the same place as he did yesterday. Miles Griffiths, and again within a couple of minutes of the end of the race, the Scarab has cried enough. So it's exceptionally good in a 15-minute race. 20 seems to be just a smidge beyond it. So Tim Child now up ahead of James Denty, up into 6th position, and Miles Griffiths, I'm afraid, out of the race, and that's a real shame. That Scarab is such a pretty car, and a real dinosaur, and actually a very short-lived dinosaur. So perhaps dinosaur isn't quite, it's more of a, I don't know, not sure what something that's out of place and out of time but didn't last very long is.
And the Lotus has just been passed, but 121 James Denty driving a car that Jim Clark drove for the World Championship in 1961. So that was the early years of Jim Clark's Formula One career, which ended with 2 World Championships, and no doubt would have been more had he not lost his life.
Hello, hello. What are we seeing here? This is very close indeed for 4th place. Justin Mears in 53, really under pressure now. Jeff Underwood, car number 59, the 2 Coopers, both with those the green and white Cooper stripes, and closing in fast behind them, Tim Child. So this is going to be taking them on to the last lap of the race. There's a little over a minute left. Leaders have already crossed the line, Will Nuttall and Rudy Friedrichs. But there's a great 3-way battle for 4th, 5th and 6th.
I wonder if Tim Child can get the Brabham onto the podium, so it's not a completely Cooper podium. A car driven by Jack Brabham, so he's making his way up behind, and no, that's a camera, isn't it? I thought he got his arm up then for a moment, but
cameras all over these cars.
Yes.
Everybody has got lots and lots of little cameras, either for V-boxes or for their GoPros or whatever, for sort of analysing the race, seeing what the car is doing.
And still Justin Mears, it is ahead of Jeff Underwood and then Tim Child.
Yeah, Justin Mears has sort of broken free again, hasn't he? Because Underwood is now distracted by Tim Child in the mirrors. That Brabham, one of the later cars in the race, and of course should have started right up at the very sharp end, but after problems yesterday, basically the grid is you start where you finished, and so he finished right at the back, same as the Scarab. Here he comes down the inside of Underwood, up to 5th position. I think the podium is too far away, 7 seconds further up the road. We're already nearly halfway round the last lap.
So he's got one more car to try and pass for 4th place, but as you say, not very far to go. They're coming through Woodcote Corner, so about half a lap, but the leaders already making their way around Beckett's.
Will Nuttall, the race leader, looking as comfortable as ever in this car. And Rudy Friedrichs, definitely in the interview before the race, tipped his hat to Will Nuttall. He said he's such a professional, just following him around teaches you so much about these cars. They look the same, but they are slightly different in the way they're set up. Rudy Friedrichs in 2nd, and in 3rd place, lots and lots of oversteer there from Tom Waterfield in his Cooper T53. The checkered flag awaits at the end of the 2nd race for the historic Grand Prix Car Association's Prix 66 Formula 1 racers. The Grand Prix car race is won again by Will Nuttall. 2nd for the 2nd time is Rudy Friedrichs, and this time taking 3rd on the podium is Tom Waterfield. So it is an all Cooper podium, and a great result from those guys, reflecting their performance yesterday, where Nuttall beat Friedrichs and Waterfield the same at 1, 2, 3. Tim Child comes across the line in 4th place in his Brabham, having started in 34th position. Justin Mayer's 5th, and Jeff Underwood in 6th position. Leading the front engine class in 8th place behind James Denty is Richard Wilson, and he takes front engine honours just ahead of the 250F of John Spears. Rod Jolly's Cooper not too far behind, and Nick Topless as well. Where did Topless start? Rod Jolly started 37th and almost last, and Nick Topless didn't start too far up the order either. So lots of progress from those cars. And there is your race winner, Will Nuttall, saluting the crowd. Glad so many fans have made it out here throughout the course of this long 3-day weekend. Friday qualifying for all of our 20 races. Saturday and Sunday non-stop action, because the delays this morning literally non-stop. There was only about 10 minutes between the end of the morning and the beginning of the afternoon. So congratulations to all our drivers, and commiserations as well to those who have had problems. Michael Gans on the very first corner, and also, of course, to Miles Griffiths and the Scarrow pulling off at about the same time of the race and at exactly the same place as he was forced to do so yesterday. Today he was looking for 4th place. Yesterday he was in 3rd place. So Will Nuttall, and behind him Rudy Friedrichs. Friedrichs has driven so many historic cars over so many years, and it's not all rear-engine Coopers as well. There goes one of the Cooper Bristols, very upright Formula 2 engined Bristol engine Coopers. They were predominantly Formula 2 cars, quite often would have made up Grand Prix grids or non-championship Formula 1 race grids as well. And again, a good learning place for a whole host of drivers, of course, perhaps the British fans. Most famously of all, Mike Hawthorne made his name in a Cooper Bristol. So our second and final race for the Historic Grand Prix Car Association Prix 66 Grand Prix cars. Same podium as yesterday. Will Nuttall, Rudy Friedrichs and Tom Waterfield. Nuttall won by 2.29 yesterday, wins by 1.96 today. Tim Child, Justin Mears and Jeff Underwood complete the top 6, with James Denty in 7th, ahead of the best of the front engine cars, Richard Wilson and John Spears. And Elliot Hand's Maserati 250F, 3rd of the front-engined machines. Best of the Cooper Bristols just outside the top 20. Paul Grant, ahead of Guy Plant, and a bunch of front-engine cars further back as well. Tony Smith had to retire to the pit lane, and Mark Shaw didn't make it through, or Tom Dark, or James Willis, or Michael Gans, and Miles Griffiths pulling off 2 laps from the end with just under 3 minutes of the race remaining. So from the Cosworth era, the return to power that came post-1960, then we returned a little earlier to the end of front-engine cars and the rear-engine revolution in the pre-66 Grand Prix cars. Cooper very much to the fore, and then cars like Lotus and later Brabham taking up the front running as Ferraris 246 and the Maserati 250F faded. Lotus 18 of Stirling Moss, the Monaco winner, having a little bit of a spin, but the Cooper championship winning cars, first and second in the championship, first and second in the race, and Tom Waterfield drifting his way to third place. The Scarab racing its way from the end of the field towards the top 6 before it broke down, but there was no stopping Will Nuttall as he claimed his second win of the weekend.
Congratulations, that's a second victory of this weekend in this pre-66 Grand Prix cars, and again, looked as easy as yesterday.
Maybe slightly easier yesterday, just because he didn't quite be able to get the jump on me at the start today, so I managed to stay ahead most of the time.
It's just lovely to see the way that you drive it, the way that the car moves around underneath you.
Well, hopefully everybody can see that. At least that's happening in the modern cars, you just can't see it.
Yeah.
Look, we're lucky that we get to do it, and you lot can see it.
You're a very hard-working man, and we'll enjoy the podium with you in a second. Let's go over to Rudy over here and grab a word with him, because I don't think we managed to chat to him yesterday, because Rudy ran away from me yesterday. So today we get a chance to congratulate you on 2 second places, but behind Will both times.
I'm very proud to be so close behind Will, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, this has always been my benchmark, and yeah, no, it's fun. I'm very happy with the second position here.
It must just be fun to be able to stretch the legs of these cars around here.
Yeah, but it's hard to follow, you know, but they are powerful cars, especially Jack Brabham's 1960 World Championship winning car. It's an honor on the one hand side. On the other hand side, you got to take care not to ruin it. Yeah, so there is a duty I have, and yeah. But no, it's fantastic racing, as always in HEPCA. Such a great camaraderie, and yeah, Silverstone anyway, all the time.
Congratulations. Right, behind is a man that has been a bit elusive, because we can congratulate you for winning the 500 F3 race.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, because you parked up down here, so we didn't get you on the podium, and now I'm on the podium as well in this one.
Yeah, well thank you there. I've run out of fuel going across the line, so the car conked out just at the end of the straight, and that was it. Yeah, Colin Chapman would have been proud.
And in this one, again, beautifully sliding around.
Yeah, I made a messy start of it and got stuck in the wrong place, and by which point I'd lost the tail of these two, and that was the end of that. But yeah, brilliant. I mean, the car's great, and Tim, who owns it, is so kind to let me race it, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it all weekend. So.
It's just so cool to be driving 60s Formula 1 cars.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You sit there and you do go, that is a Formula 1 car. That did compete in Formula 1 in 61. And so did that, and so did that, and so did everyone else. It's just mind-bending.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
The Silverstone Festival for 2025 has a brand new timing partner, and we welcome Onomagatu and Shami. It must be a great pleasure for you to be here.
As a fan, yes. First race I ever came to was Silverstone when I was a young kid. Now that our names and the headlines are on the podium and we're now official partners, the young kid can't quite believe that I'm here. So it's an honour. It's a real honour.
But your logo, your O, has been in so many different major motorsports across the last couple of years. You've really created such a brand with it.
Well, yes, and I'm surrounded by some wonderful people who've helped me do that. Every time you see our logo, it's not just a logo that I've paid money for. It signifies a friendship, a partnership. We're working together, and we're working to create more for motorsport.
And of course, you couldn't possibly come to an event like this and not create a brand new watch.
Well, no point in coming to Silverstone without the Silverstone watch, right? So we worked really hard when we signed the deal with Silverstone. We worked really hard to get these watches done. They've sold so well. The fans have been amazing. All on social media, the comments have been wonderful. We're selling. We have a few for sale this weekend. But without sounding like a salesman, they have nearly all sold out. So if you want one, come and see us sooner rather than later, because once they're gone, they're gone.
And there are so many other watches to take a look at as well. This beautiful Arnage watch.
This is the Arnage watch that we did Le Mans with this year. So every watch we have has a name and has a reason for the name. No point in having Arnage if you're not doing Le Mans.
Well, please come down to Garage Number 1 on the national area to celebrate a new partnership between Oliver Gato and the Silverstone Festival.
Song and dance about it. We've still got lots of racing to go here this afternoon at Silverstone. And cars on track in a moment or two for our next encounter, and having had back-to-back Formula 1 races, time to get some endurance racing action going. So it is the Masters Endurance Legends, and this will be a 40-minute race. Yesterday was a 30-minute encounter, so we're asking them to stay on track a little longer. So what is the Masters Endurance Legends all about?
Masters Endurance Legends hails a golden era in endurance history and spans the time when Mr. Le Mans Tom Christensen became the most successful driver ever at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Proudly representing the era on track today is a diesel-engine Peugeot 90X that had battled with Audi back in 2011. Another highlight will be the 007 Lola Aston, the car which sealed the Le Mans Series Championship here at Silverstone back in 2009. Get ready for the unmistakable action of the Masters Endurance Legends.
So positioning cars on the grid, and while we do so, chance to catch up with Ben and our podium finishers from the HCGPA Prix 66 Grand Prix cars.
Thank you very much, Martin. Get that next podium sorted. The HGP-CA Prix 66 Grand Prix cars. We've got two podiums, the rear engine podium and the front engine podium, and of course the overall, which is the rear engine. Third position to Tom Waterfield. In second position, Rudy Friedrichs. And your winner, as with yesterday, Will Nuttall. And Paul Denman again from Trinity Bridge will present the trophies, one of the championship sponsors, to Tom Waterfield, to Rudy Fredericks in second position, and the big trophy to the winner, Will Nuttall and family. If you'd like to squeeze up onto the top step, we're going to have a top three podium. Nice big smiles. Over to Jake. And there is your top three podium from the HGP-CA Prix 66 Grand Prix cars.
So Masters Endurance Legends cars heading onto the grid, and we will have 19 cars on the grid for our 40-minute race. And this reflects some of the best of the late 20th century, early 21st century endurance racing, with some GT cars and a whole host of prototypes as well. Some actually really very recent LMP3 cars. And towards the tail of the field, for instance, you can see car number 88, John Turner and Ray Grimes car. And if you want to see More GT3 racing, more LMP3 racing, more LMP2 racing. In 3 weeks' time, the second weekend of September, European Le Mans Series returns to Silverstone for the first time after a few years away. So the European Le Mans Series, LMP2, LMP3 and GT3, and the Michelin Le Mans Cup as support race series as well. Well, here is Steve Brooks. We saw him earlier in the Lotus 91. Now he's in his Peugeot. Let's catch up with him.
Steve, I guess your dream race is when you get out in front and you disappear, but it wasn't quite like that yesterday.
No, yesterday was quite tough. We started in fourth, and they're very good drivers. And so it's trying to get to the front, and then we had a safety car, didn't we? For a while. I'm just trying to recall what happened now. But yes, that's right. And then managed to get away after that. So the safety car worked quite well for us because the pit window opened just as we came past.
Now, we've just been talking about Brooks of Spitfire fame. I've got to ask a bit of a weird question. Peugeot 908 around Silverstone or Spitfire down the south coast? What are you going for?
I'm going to go for the Peugeot 908. There is something about this car that is the most beautiful, one of the best race cars ever built, possibly. It's so beautiful around here. It's so magical.
Well, what I find, I think I remember you saying once that actually it's very forgiving because you look at this thing. And for an amateur like me, it just looks so scary, but you were saying that it's not.
It's not scary, but it doesn't like being ragged around. You can't force it and throw it. If F1 car, you've got to be throwing it into the corners and doing this, and this doesn't like that. It wants to be very precise, very accurate, and then it responds. But if you throw it around a bit, then it bites you, so...
It sounds horrible, but you do it very well. Have the best of luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Yeah, he does play himself in very gently in the car and with good reason. It was a factory LMP1 prototype designed to be driven at Le Mans, not on the tight and twisty stuff here at Silverstone, by the very best in the business. So for anybody who's not a pro driver, that is going to be very daunting. Now, right behind him is a car that also raced at Silverstone in period in the hands of a famous family. Ed caught up with Keith Freezer from car number 5.
Keith, I remember this car at Le Mans with the Mansells in it, but you were just saying that you bought it from the man himself.
I did. I bought it from Nigel, and his signature's on the bill of sale, so it's pretty easy to prove the provenance. It was in his museum, and I think he wanted to make room for more motorcycles. So we bought it, and then Scott Sport put the car together, and we've been racing it for, I think, about 3 years now, so it's a real joy to drive this thing.
I was going to ask, I mean, a car like this around Silverstone, loads of high-speed stuff. Did Nigel give you any advice? Did you pick his brains?
No, he gave me no advice whatsoever, so I'm just kind of on my own winging it. But I also have the sister car, which I bought from the ASM team out of Portugal. So I have that car in America. So I drive the same car on both sides of the Atlantic.
And although they're the same car, I mean, do they handle the same?
Yeah, they're the exact same model. So the only difference is the livery. So there's 3 Zytec 09s in the world, and I have 2 of them. So it's really fun.
And when are you buying the 3rd?
No, 2 is good. 2 is good. So it's a really good car for a gentleman driver like myself. It's quite forgiving, and it's not really on the knife edge. So, you know, I have nothing for the Peugeots, but my races with my good friends Werner and Christoph today. So we'll do the best we can.
Well, we look forward to it. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, Keith Freezer in the car driven by Nigel Mansell, hence red 5 on the nose, with his sons Greg and Leo in the Le Mans Series race, Le Mans Series and at Le Mans. So Steve Brooks in the factory Peugeot diesel, Christoph Danzenborg in the Lola Aston Martin, 2 very different noises. Then Werner Danzenborg in the Golf liveried Pescarolo LMP1 from Keith Freezer in red 5. We got Andy Peary and Ben Klukas in the best of the LMP3 cars on row 3 of the grid. The Bentley GT3 starting in 8th place on the grid, and the last car on the grid will be one of our LMP3 cars, John McNulty and Jack Fabi in their LMP3 Norma Duquesne. So a diesel Peugeot and a wailing, normally aspirated V12 Lola Aston Martin. Whoa! Little bit of excessive weaving there from John Turner in 88. Very nearly swiped Carl Michaela off the track. A little further forward, you'll see the rainbow markers of Car Podium, car he raced in period in 1999 and has raced every year since. Red lights on for the Masters Endurance Legends, and away we go on pole position. Steve Brooks in the black and blue Peugeot 90X, the diesel, then the Golf livery 007. That's the Aston Martin with the Lola chassis, the V12 Aston. Christoph Dansenborg in second place, but immediately under pressure from Werner Dansenborg, the open Golf livery car. That's a Pescarolo LMP1 chassis. So father and son going head to tail, and nose to tail, nose to nose, head to head, one of those. And right behind them, Keith Fraser in red 5, the Zytek. Behind him is another Zytek, and that is the car driven by Max Chilton, a season older. Now, the big LMP1 car is going to take a moment or two to get full heat into their tyres, and that is our top 3 cars particularly. And here we go, Werner Dansenborg on the inside, started at the tail of the field yesterday and drove his way up through the order to finish in 3rd position on the podium. Didn't quite get by Christoph, the Lola, just with a little bit more top-end speed down the straight into Copse.
And on their way up now through Maggots into Beckett's for the first time, and I don't suppose the cars are fully up to temperature yet, so just having to be a little bit careful through here. Keith Fraser in 4th place in the Zytek. Is still in 4th place, but Max Chilton very close behind in the earlier Zytek, the blue and white car, as opposed to the blue and red as they come onto the hangar straight for the first time. But father is ahead of son in the Golf liveried battle. It's Christoph ahead of Werner as they come into Stowe Corner for the first time, and down the dip into the Vale, and Christoph off the track there just very briefly and back on again. So obviously still having to wrestle this car around a little and be a little bit careful with it as everything comes up to temperature.
Very impressed with the speed of Steve Brooks right from the word go, actually. Yesterday he was very cautious bringing the car in. Of course, he sat in the car about 45 minutes ago, but that was the ex-Nigel Mansell Lotus 91. A very different car, much lighter, much more responsive, maybe not quite as torquey with the Cosworth V8 as the Peugeot, but a very different way of going motor racing. So to dial himself straight in, great stuff. Stuart Hall moves up, Max Chilton rather, moves up the order, car number 51, up to 4th position as his Zytek jumps ahead of Keith Fraser.
And Max Chilton has the biggest penalty of everyone, an 80-second extra stop in the pits, so that's impossible to overcome, isn't it, for Max Chilton?
Yeah.
So, he's just out there to go as fast as he can for as long as he can and see where he finishes as they come over the old start-finish line into Copse Corner. What a wonderful shot that is as they sweep into Copse Corner and up the hill now towards Maggots. And it's still Christoph Dansenborg in second place in the Lola Aston Martin, with son Werner Dansenborg in the Pescarolo. But look at Max Chilton now. Now he's got past Keith Fraser. He's closing in on the Dansenborg twins, as it were.
Yeah, he really is. The Lola Aston Martin seems to be very slightly the stopper in the bottle. Looks like the Pescarolo could go quicker, just not down the straight where it really counts. Max Chilton immediately closing in on them. Little further back, battle of the LMP3s. And this is a Vladikin and Kakad car going ahead. And so they move up into the lead in LMP3. That is car number 70. And Vasily Vladikin starting it again today, getting ahead of Bradley Smith.
And I think it was Michael Lyons drove that car to a win in 2022, if I recall correctly, in this race, in the car being driven by Vladikin and Kakad, the Lola.
Yeah, that Lola,
chassis.
Originally a Lola Mazda diesel, but now running an AER 2-litre engine, the same as in car number 25, the MG Lola of Max Newton. So he has gone by the better, or the best, of the LMP3 cars of Bradley Smith in the Norma. And here comes Max Chilton. These are LMP1 cars, both of them, having a go at the Pescarolo. And down the inside, he moves up to 3rd position. And as you say, in a 40-minute race, even if he started at front and cleared off, an 80-second additional time stationary in a pit stop would be really tough. Here he comes, looking to go underneath the Lola Aston Martin of Christoph Dansenborg. Didn't quite get through there, but Max Chilton, I think did Max race this car in period? He might well have done. It's got Lego Star Wars, which was on his Formula 3 car when he started racing. Steve Brooks a long way away, 3.3 seconds ahead of the Lola Aston of Christoph Dansenborg, but Max Chilton looking for a way by.
Except that Steve Brooks has just picked up a 5-second penalty. That may not be a problem at the end of the race, but at the moment it takes him out of the lead, and that's for an incorrect start, is what it says on the screen.
Max Chilton having a fend off Werner Dansenborg in the Gulf liveried Open Pescarolo as they went down into Stowe. So he was having a little look as they came out of Cox Corner at the back of the V12 Lola Aston. Now again, much quicker through the mid part of the corner. The problem now, though, is that the Aston starts to use that top-end speed. The V12 wailing its way down the Hamilton Straight and into Abbey. And now Max has got to do it all again. He will close up here, but he's got to make the move, and a big lock-up from behind from Werner Dansenborg. Luckily, he managed to get off the brakes and stop the drama. Max goes comfortably round the outside of the Lola Aston. How is he doing that? Well, don't forget, the Lola Aston was built with one thing in mind, and that was to win Le Mans, and they don't have lots of tight, twisty infield sections there. What they do have, is lots of long, fast straights. So it was built to produce power at the top end of the rev range and keep on going for 24 hours, not for a 40-minute race around a tighter circuit like this.
Well, you saw Christoph Dansenborg using the power of the Aston Martin to come up alongside Max Chilton as they came into Brooklands, but Max was able to brake much later, and he's now pulled away, I think sufficiently that when they get to the Hangar Straight, which is the next very long straight, he should be able to stay ahead of Christoph Dansenborg, who is being still challenged, as he has been since the start of the race, by his son Werner in the Pescarolo as they come through Beckett's, and I think we can see through Max's helmet visor there that Max has got a very big smile on his face. It must be really wonderful to drive those cars through Beckett's.
Now 4.5 seconds ahead of Christoph Dansenborg at the beginning of this lap, Steve Brooks, so he has almost escaped his 5-second penalty, except that Max Chilton is going quicker. Fastest race lap, by the way, for Vasily Vladikin in car number 70, the Lola Mazda, or the Lola AER as it is now. 152.4. Steve Brooks beats that, 151.098. That's impressive stuff from Steve Brooks indeed. Well, 151.098. He qualified in 145.5, but pole position went to Max Chilton in 148.9 because Steve Brooks also picked up a penalty after qualifying, dropping him 3 spots back on the grid.
And 151 is the same lap time that the Formula 1 cars were doing, not the Prix 66, I'm talking about the DFV cars.
The Cosworth engine cars, absolutely. Now starting from the tail end of the field, car number 69, Jack Fabi starting, Jason McNulty waiting to take over. This is another of our LMP3 contenders, and this is the Norma chassis, now bought by Gilles Duquesne, so it's called a Duquesne. But here again, Keith Freezer in a battle with Vasily Vladikin. Vladikin has gone by him for 5th place. So that Lola, the maroon-coloured car with the white and black fin with Mazda written proud on it, originally raced in the IMSA series, as you can see from the door panels, with a Mazda diesel power unit, and then converted to an AER 2-litre turbo. And that's the same engine as you'll find in Mike Newton's MG Lola.
And very interesting looking at the comparative times for the two leading cars. Max Chilton has just set the best middle sector time, 55.359 against 55.6 for Steve Brooks. But Steve Brooks, his speed down the Hanger Straight, 171 miles an hour, whereas Max Chilton just 158.
They are trading fastest laps. Max's previous lap was a 151 to go fastest. Steve Brooks responded with a 150.6. Max has now responded again, a 149.982. He qualified in 145.949, so still a couple of seconds off their qualifying pace, but Steve Brooks now in traffic, and that is the FF Corsa Ferrari right in front of him, and he will make short work of that GT3 car.
And if adding 80 seconds to Max Chilton's time in the pits wasn't enough, he's now got a drive-through penalty.
Of course he has.
Along with Colin Sota in car 126, both penalised for what they're calling a yellow start procedure.
Yeah, again, like our Cosworth era Formula One cars, they are told that you may not pass until you get onto the Hamilton Straight. So it's an effective yellow flag zone, although they aren't shown yellow flags, Wellington Straight rather. So drive-through penalty for car number 51, Max Chilton. Well, it's probably not going to wipe the smile off his face, but he will be a little bit frustrated with himself. So Zytek, now known now mostly, and in fact before these brief runner prototypes, as an engine builder, racing engine builders, inventors, fabricators and builders, and they provide engines for a lot of spec formula, particularly in endurance racing. Max Chilton 149.9, his previous best lap, 150.3 this lap. Steve Brooks though 152.7, so again I'm guessing Brooks getting held up a little bit in traffic, the race leader.
Yeah, the lead gap down to under 2.5 seconds now, so without that drive-through and the 80 seconds pit stop penalty, he'd actually be ahead of Steve Brooks. It's a lot of ifs in, what is it they say? Formula One is if backwards.
If spelled backwards, yeah, that was one of Murray's great Murrayisms.
Well, it's the same in Endurance Legends as well, lots of ifs.
Werner Dansenborg down the inside of 88, and that is John Turner, car he shares with Ray Grimes, and that again another LMP3 car, and that is one of the more numerous in this race, Ligier's, the Ligier JSP3. Here's our top GT car, the Gamsky and Wiley Bentley Continental GT3. And again, compared to the low-slung prototypes, it really looks like a hulking beast of a car. Probably feels like it from inside as well, actually. They're not exactly slow, are they?
Yeah, very successful in British GT, won British GT Championship a few years ago with Rick Parfitt Jr. at the wheel. And it looks big, but it was and is very effective. Designed and built by M Sport, better known for their rallying, but this was one of the projects they took for Bentley.
So that car leading the GT cars. Second is Coroiza in the Rainbow Marcos. And the backstory of that car, he bought it in 1999, raced it in 1999 in GT racing. There he is, car number 30. In 2000 with Callum Lockie, he won the British GT Championship outright in this LM600, same car, and the same season won the Spanish GT Championship. He's been racing it in the Supercar Challenge in the Benelux countries for the last 20 plus years, and all over the world as well in anything he can go. Races a lot in the Creventic series, their sprint races and the 24-hour races. I spoke to him at the 24 Hours of Barcelona a few years ago, and he told me at that stage he'd competed over over 1,000 races in his career. So when we caught up with him on Thursday, he said, "Okay, how many races now?" I said, "Oh, over 1,100." Now, actually, he's sort of slowing down a bit because that's sort of barely 20 a year. but he has been driving the same chassis since 1999. He's got a number of them. In fact, he took over building and running he had the rights for all of the racing Marxes. The Mantis, Manchula, the LMP 500 or LM500, the LM600 as he's racing now, and he's still got pretty much one of each and a couple of spare race cars as well, just for kicks. Max Chilton bringing the gap down again, 150.50 compared to 150.85 of Steve Brooks, first to second. Werner Dansenborg in third place, Vladikin in fourth, and Christoph Dansenborg in the lower Aston Martin down to fifth. Remember Keith Freezer saying that he's looking forward to battle with his close friends, the Dansenborgs. Well, here it is, Red 5, the Nigel Mansell, Greg Mansell, Leo Mansell, Zytek up against the 007 Lola Aston Martin. I didn't actually see who drove that particular chassis in period. Actually, I have to say I didn't note who drove the chassis being driven by Steve Brooks either in the Peugeot team. I saw that one of the names was from Montagny. So it's not a car that won the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
The pit window has just opened and will remain open for 15 minutes. Just one car come in so far, and it's Steve Osborne in the BMW M3, and he's come in early, and also in is the 88 car, John Turner's Ray Grimes Ligier JSP3, one of the P3 cars.
That's Ligier with a sort of blue and yellow lion-y sort of design on the side of it. Quite busy. That's a designer term, everybody. Isn't. Beachdean Ice Cream, of course, very successful. Andrew Howard, his own company, very successful in British GT racing in the GT3 category, particularly in Aston Martins. Multiple championship winner. In the pit lane, in the inset picture, 54. Now that's a car that never existed. The racing cars did, but they were a racing car based on the homologation plans of a road car that actually never existed, the BMW V8 M3 GTR. So an M3 with a V8 engine. They raced in the American Le Mans Series and won that, and this car in the colours of PTG, the leading runners of BMWs in US racing for 20 or 30 years. 88, there it is. That is our first LMP3 pit caller. So not a lion, it's more of a wolf, isn't it? And again, with that dished nose on the front of the car, that's the distinctive profile of Ligier. So into the pits comes the number 39 car. And in as well comes Keith Freezer. Now, he's not sharing with anybody, handing over. But he is going to still have to wait for his mandatory time stationary.
So every car must stop for a minimum of 60 seconds. Getting used to that now after all the races we've had, but with extra times added on for certain drivers, the more experienced drivers.
So Mark Drain's Ligier still at a halt. They're just going to drop the tyre pressure fraction, I'm sure, for Keith Freezer. And the blowers there, they're not worried too much about the brakes. They're clearly blowing air through the radiators to help the engine not overheat while stationary. Race leader Steve Brooks has crept away from 1.9 to 2.3 seconds in front of Max Chilton.
It's noticeable that Chilton hasn't been in to do his drive-through, has he? And I'm not sure whether he's done 3 laps yet.
That's a very good point. That is a very good point.
But he can't do his drive-through and combine it with his mandatory pit stop. They have to be done separately.
But it does sort of seem potentially that with 80 seconds added to his pit stop time and a drive-through penalty and all of that, he might just be going, yeah, never mind. I'm going to ignore all that. It's possible he might not even bother doing a pit stop at all and just hooning on round in the side tech. Yeah, he's obviously having too much fun. But in he comes anyway, behind Steve Brooks. So it's possible that not expecting a penalty, Max might not have noticed the board, or that might be his excuse. Because as he's hooning out of club corner, running out wide to the left, on the extreme right is a board that says you've got a penalty. In comes 007, Christoph Dansenborg in the Lola Aston. And again, how much does that echo Lola T70s? In fact, the Aston V8 was a not uncommon feature in Lola T70s back in the 1970s. I just always think it has that sort of look about it, that if they'd continued to develop the T70, that might have been what it ended up like 20 years later. With that Aston Martin V12. And of course, Aston Martin V12s power their current hypercar program, the Valkyrie, a normally aspirated all-alloy V12 designed for the Valkyrie road car by Cosworth Engineering, and then 100% redesigned for the race car, which has a maximum power output of 500 kilowatts permitted, which is about 690 horsepower, where the road car produces 1101 in hybrid trim.
So one is important, obviously.
Well, it absolutely is. That's where all the bragging rights come from, the extra 1 horsepower. But it does mean that it's effectively a 1,000 horsepower V12 that's been cut down to about a little under 700. This hasn't been restricted in that way. The LMP1 car. And away he goes. And I'm sure those of you who are trackside are enjoying a variety of very different sounds from these cars. The big basso profundo of the LMP3 engine and the wailing V12 of the Aston Martin, real counterpoint to each other. Max Chilton still, I mean, frankly, he could have gone and put the kettle on and watched an episode of Lovejoy, couldn't he, during his pit stop. Number 51 Zytek remains in the garage. Now then, here's a good-looking battle shaping up, because Vladikin and Kakad are our current race leaders. That's the Lola Mazda. Keith Freezer has come out just in front of them. So they go by, puts a lap on him. But the question is, when they make their stop, which they still must, they are, apart from, they are the last car not to have stopped.
They have to stop for the Kakad and Vladikin have to stop for an extra 20 seconds. Keith Freezer, no penalty at all.
Now I misspoke. Mike Newton has yet to stop as well. So he's running long in this first stint. He'll be double stinting. Not that hard when it's a 40-minute race, I have to say, but nevertheless, thoroughly enjoying his time in a car that he too has been associated with for over 20 years.
The race director has put out a message on the bulletin board for the race that last warning for Max Chilton to do his drive-through penalty. And I presume when he says last warning, he means black flag will come out after that, which is you must come in and stop.
I sense they may have had a word with Max when he was in the pit lane. I know you probably ought to. I know you're loving driving the car, but you probably ought to stop. Well, there he is. He has done his mandatory pit stop of 3.5 weeks, and back out on track.
Yes, 2 minutes 55.9. He was in the pit lane.
That is definitely time to put on the kettle. So they're showing the drive-through penalty message again to Max. I'm sure the team were aware. Coming up behind another one of our LMP3 cars. I have to say that pseudo Rothmans livery really suits the shape of the car. You know, whoever at Rothmans or Porsche spent money having that livery designed, it definitely works on a sports car. The white top half, the blue bottom half, and the red and gold stripes in between works very nicely indeed.
Well, it did appear on the Porsche 956/962 series, didn't it? Which,
absolutely.
Yes, sort of a similar shape to these more modern cars. Closed bodywork.
Well, here is car number 70, came in from the pit lane, Vladikin and Kakad. And they are effecting their driver change, and that means Steve Brooks cycles back through to the top of the pile.
And you mentioned earlier about the drivers in period of the Steve Brooks Peugeot.
I knew Ian would find out if I said it out loud.
Yeah, well, there we are. Ian's working in the background here. Frank Montagnier, I think you mentioned him.
Yes.
You were correct.
I read the name through the open door, but I couldn't read the other two while Ed was chatting to him. So
Nicolas Minassian.
Minassian, yes.
Yeah,
Nick Minassian.
And all-round good egg driver, rallying and racing. Have a guess?
Stefan Sarrazin.
Correct.
Yes. And ice racer and anything else.
Yes,
Has he got more than 2 wheels? I'll have a go.
Yes.
Yeah. Nick Minasian, of course, then went on to be, having been a factory Peugeot driver, went on to race as a privateer driver for a number of years, and actually only... Has he officially retired? Sort of. He's become a team manager over the last couple of seasons. He'll be back here in 3 weeks' time in the European Le Mans Series. A very successful team he's built up as well, and just occasionally sort of does a bit of a player manager and jumps into the car during the... I think he hasn't actually raced it for a couple of years, but did jump in at Spa a couple of years back when one of the drivers was either inconvenienced by work and couldn't make it, or injured or ill or something, and stepped in. He said, "Yeah, you're driving the car again. I never said I'd retired. You lot said I'd retired."
The black flag is going to go out for Max Chilton, as we thought.
Dear.
He's gone round again.
Come on, Max, you can't be doing that. I know it's only a bit of fun, but they are actually trying to run it like a race.
So Max Chilton, he might get some points on his licence actually for that, because that's ignoring a direct instruction from the clerk of the course.
And I mean, with the pit lane penalty, with the pit stop penalty that he knew that he had, you knew he wasn't going to win or be on the podium anyway, so it's just for the joy of driving the car, which is going to be a little bit sullied by the fact that it's not very clever. Now, if the team didn't know and didn't tell him, then what have they been doing while the race has been going on? Anyway, Will Brooks, sorry, Steve Brooks. Steve Brooks leads from Werner Dansenburg, Vladikin and Kakad in 3rd, Keith Friese in 4th, and Christoph Dansenburg in 5th place in the Lola Aston. So it's Werner Dansenburg. Now, both Dansenburgs were on the podium yesterday, 2nd and 3rd. Christoph ahead of Werner. And Werner, they talked a little bit earlier on with Ed about possibly having some team orders. Christoph wasn't keen. Werner said, well, maybe we'll have to see.
It's Christoph that pays the bills, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's a little bit like never beat the boss at golf. You know, try not to thrash your dad too badly when he's paying the bills for everything.
There's a good battle going on for 3rd place now, with the Vladikin Kakad car now with Sasha Kakad aboard, coming out of the pit lane and just 2 seconds ahead of Keith Friese in the red 5 Zytek. So we'll have to see whether the Sasha Kakad's lap times are sufficiently quick to stay ahead of Keith Friese as Max Chilton comes round again.
Well, after he's gone to the steward's office, he might want to head to Specsavers. Other opticians are available, because if he didn't see for several consecutive laps, twice, that there was a drive-through penalty for car number. Has he forgotten what car number he is?
Possibly.
I mean, that's possible.
Yeah, that's a good excuse.
Not likely, but possible. And he's now passed the black flag twice. So Max Chilton, I mean, the black flag is literally the ultimate sanction in motorsport. Get off my track now and get into the pit lane. You are now excluded from the race. Do not progress any further. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. So that's really, really not in the spirit of historic racing, or indeed any other racing at all. Now then, the Peugeot goes by the Formula Le Mans car. We talked a little bit about this yesterday. That is the Ligier Formula Le Mans car, beg your pardon, Orica Formula Le Mans car number 8. James Hagan and Chris Atkinson sharing that. And that was a project to sort of bolster grids when sports car racing went through one of its periodic sort of slumps, and it's an Orica chassis, essentially an Orica LMP2 stroke LMP1 chassis, because they were effectively the same thing, but with a Corvette V8 motor behind it. So it makes a fabulous sound. They were very cost effective, very affordable, and quite a hoot to drive. So I understand it a little bit of a beast, but once you got your head around it, they provided a lot of very close racing. Actually, particularly on the other side of the Atlantic, Formula Le Mans was quite a supporter of the IMSA grid. before the modern era of hypercars started to filter in. Well, Max Chilton back in the pit lane. And yeah, okay, he is going to get out of the car. Now, I'm assuming, given the headset on the team manager, that the radios are not just for them. So how is it that they did not know or did not tell him, or that he did not notice or understand all of the penalties applied? Anyway,
this is
be that as it may. Yeah, here's the battle for third place.
And yes, so Sasha Kakad staying ahead at the moment, but Keith Frieser coming up on the inside for braking into Stowe Corner. A bit of a risky move there, and he pulled out of it because there was a slower GT Ferrari in the way.
That was the issue, wasn't it? That neither of them were really going to be able to carry speed wide, otherwise they'd be hoofing the Ferrari off into the gravel, and that too is not the spirit of the Masters Endurance Legends. So Keith Frieser sets up again. Nice little run out of Club Corner, down the Hamilton Straight. Doesn't get the move done into Abbey. These cars are quick. Abbey's not really a passing place unless the car in front of you is very much slower, but he forces the error. The Lola locks up and through goes Frieser. And that shows again just how close to the ragged edge these cars are driven. Even when they look quite composed, there is no room for error whatsoever.
That's a change for third place, with Keith Frieser in the ex-Mansell family Zytek Red 5 going up to third place.
It's quite something to buy it from its original owner, isn't it? To go to Nigel Mansell's place and buy it from him personally. That's quite a thing. It is like turning up at Weissach and then paying Norbert Singer in person in cash for a 956.
And it's also impressive that he has one here and the same one over there in America, which he races, and they're identical.
Cornering the market. And Ed did say to him, when are you going to buy the third? No, I have two.
Yeah, two's enough, yes. The GT leader still is the Wittgamski Ross Wiley Bentley Continental GT. Car number 43, all black. I think I came to the conclusion earlier on watching that on screen that they're trying to make the car look smaller by painting it black, because the cars that were used in the British GT Championship were generally white with green flashes on.
Well, in everything they were white with green flashes, weren't they? And in fact, the ones that we saw at the Bentley Drivers' Club a couple of weeks ago, they were white with green flashes as well, very much emulating the factory livery. Maybe it's just to make it look more menacing and mean, because it's not black, is it? It's matte.
Yes.
Now, it's not raw carbon, is it? No, it's not. I think it's a wrap on it. By the way, hadn't noticed that Cor Oyser, who was in second in GT, has stopped in the pit lane, so a very rare failure for Oyser's Marcus LM600. Perhaps he just wanted to go in and banter a bit more with Martin Short about the good old days. He's not the only one, so this car is second in GT.
Colin Sota, he shared yesterday with Jake Hill, but Jake not available this afternoon, so Colin driving solo, so a good drive from him, because you'd expect Jake to be quicker, being the reigning British touring car champion.
A bit further back than he might have been, because again he had a drive-through penalty that he actually noticed and served from the start of the race, so he's further back than perhaps he might have been. And the Bentley not too far behind, that'll be in third place. And no, beg your pardon, that's the Labat. So there is the Aston Martin. That is in third place. So car number 62, that's Carrie Michaela in the darkish grey Aston Martin Vantage V12. That's not Bradley Smith's Norma, not unless it's undergone a lot of very drastic surgery. And that is in the R Sport livery. So this car was raced under the banner of Aston Martin St. Gallen, which is a big Aston Martin dealership in Switzerland. And R Sport is two doctors who essentially invented and marketed plastic skin, which is used in a lot of burns cases and so on. And a little bit like Don Panos, who invented the tobacco patch, made quite a lot of money out of it. That's where Dr. Don's money came from. And the two doctors that are R Sport are big Aston Martin fans, have been for a long while, and not only did they create this team to go GT racing and racing Aston Martins in DTM, but they also funded things like the Aston Martin Vulcan, the 211, and a number of other special Aston Martin projects that were built for a very limited audience. So I think in fact they might even have been in at the ground floor of the Valkyrie. And of course the latest Aston Martin V model has been released, and you may well see one around and about on the roads of the UK fairly shortly, the Aston Martin Valhalla, particularly if you live near Wellesbourne in Warwickshire, because there are a few of them around there on test from the Aston Martin facility. So yeah, R Sport, a big driving force in sort of keeping the Aston Martin models bubbling. Now then, LMP3 on LMP3 action with the flat top to the nose. That's the Norma, the Duqueine as it is now, and the Ligier with the dish nose. In fact, it wasn't, was it? It was the Lola again. Every time I do that, I think it's the red Norma, but it's not. It's the Ligier being passed by the Lola. In fact, it's not. It's the Norma being passed by the Lola. So Kakad in 4th place. Is Christoph Dansenbourg going to catch him? Christoph lapping 6 seconds a lap quicker and 7 seconds back and 4 minutes on the clock. That might be happening, the change for 4th place. Werner Dansenbourg, fastest race lap now. Faster even than Steve Brooks has managed, 1:48.767. What was his qualifying time, Werner Dansenbourg? I can't see. Why am I not seeing the qualifying time for him? Because he didn't set a time, that's why.
Oh, of course, he had that fuel leak, didn't
Yes, stopped right at the very beginning. But what was the lap time? 1:48.767. That would have put him second on the grid. Faster than the qualifying lap time of Max Chilton.
And 2 seconds faster than his best lap time yesterday.
Yeah, that's impressive stuff, isn't it? 69, the Fabian McNulty LMP3 car. And that is still our top LMP3 car. And here comes Christoph Dansenbourg, trying to get around that Norma. Not quite able to do so here, but he should do down the straight. Oh, that's opened up the gap a little bit though, I think. It was 5.1 seconds at the beginning of this lap. He might be 1 lap shy of being able to catch and pass the Lola, and that will be a little bit of Lola on Lola action, won't it? Because the Burgundy car is a Lola now with an AER engine, and the Golf car is a Lola still with a V12 Aston Martin.
With the merest hint of Aston Martin in the front grille there, as
Yes.
you see it coming towards you, that little raised piece in the middle that mirrors the Aston Martin grills used on their road cars.
Yep, nice little bit of styling. So now then, let's look at the split times between Kakad and Dansenbourg. Kakad 36.2 first sector, 37.0, so catching that LMP3 car definitely hurt Christoph Dansenbourg. And there is Kakad. He can see his target in front of him if he knows it is his target or if he doesn't. 57.5 seconds, 57.9 seconds in sector 2. Again, advantage Kakad because again the pass happened in sector 2 of the track. He's going to need more than 1 more lap to catch the Lola in 4th place. Gap's gone out from 5 point something to 6 point something between 4th and 5th. Christoph won't give up the chase until he gets to the line, and it will be a slap and 1 more, and Kakad outbreaks himself, and that is going to cost him 2-3 seconds at least. Very slow, he'll have dirt all over the tyres and a horrible flat spot, and Christoph Dansenbourg will have seen the puff of smoke, he'll have smelt it as he drove through it, he'll be smelling it now, and the gap is very much smaller. Now suddenly it's on.
I think that was where Kakad outbraked himself before, when he was being chased by Keith Frieser, isn't it, into Village?
So easy to do, a little undulation, and it's much tighter than it looks. A little bit like the way that Copse is much less tight than you think it is. So where is Steve Brooks? He's heading towards the final lap of the race, I should think. Sector 1, he's nearly through the Beckett's S's and down the Hanger Straight. And so this could well be just about enough time for Christoph Dansenborg. Here comes Steve Brooks, just gone underneath us, so not quite at the Beckett's S's yet. So he will take the checkered flag as he gets to the line. Time will have run out, so it's now or never for Christoph Dansenborg. He's got a bit more racetrack in front of him, and here it is. Christoph Dansenborg lunges down through on the inside into Stowe as he now heads to start his final lap. He is up to 4th place. He really reeled in the Lola there, didn't he? And he knew he was up against it time-wise. I imagine there's possibly a countdown clock on the dashboard that said you've run out of time, so he wasn't sure whether he'd see the checkered or not. Checkered flag is out for the 2nd day in a row. The Masters Endurance Legends victory goes to the Peugeot and to Steve Brooks. Really got on it from the word go and absolutely flying in that factory Peugeot diesel. 2nd place, Werner Dansenborg, from the back of the grid to 3rd in yesterday's shorter 30-minute encounter. Started way up on the grid in 3rd place, very quickly up into 2nd, couldn't hold on to the Peugeot, but takes a well-deserved podium finish for his efforts. And in 3rd place, it should be Red 5. Hang on a minute, there's a very slow Lola Aston Martin. There is Red 5, Keith Frieser, one of the 2 Zytecs that he owns. This one he keeps in Europe for racing in the European historic races. Driven in period by Nigel Gregg and Leo Mansell. And he will complete the podium in 3rd place. And I'm sure he'll be a very happy man. The LMP2 MG Lola of Mike Newton just going across the line in front of him. The white, red and blue car. Here's our Formula Le Mans car. And this is the Hagen and Atkinson machine coming across the line. There's that Corvette bellow. And Kakad got back in front. Did Dansenborg have a problem? We didn't see why. This is now the change on the last lap. There was a change on the penultimate lap. Christoph Dansenborg getting by this car. But Sasha Kakad takes it to the line in 4th place. And that's what happened. Kakad gave it away on the previous lap. Dansenborg gave it back on the final lap, coming out of the loop rather than going into village. And he will have been kicking himself for that. Christoph Dansenborg, in fact, not going to take the checkered flag. I wonder if he's got a puncture. It looks like it's a little bit uncomfortable. So our winning GT car, number 43, the Gamsky and Wiley Bentley Continental GT3. The big matte black bruiser, built in Cockermouth in Cumbria. But Steve Brooks winning in the Peugeot. Car with plenty of Le Mans series and Le Mans history. And Peugeot developing the 3rd of their projects into a Le Mans winner. So with each of the cars they've taken to endurance racing and to Le Mans, Peugeot have been victorious up until the current era with the 9X8, yet to produce the speed and the performance to win Le Mans. But Steve Brooks in the 90X, he claims victory from Werner Dansenborg in the Pescarolo and Keith Frieser in the Zytec. Vladikin and Kakad's Lola finishing in 4th. Christoph Danzenborg credited with 5th in the Lola Aston Martin, ahead of our LMP3 winner Perry and Klukas, ahead of the Norma of Bradley Smith and the similar Norma of Fabi and McNulty. Between them, the LMP2 MG Lola of Mike Newton, Gamsky and Wiley winning the GT. The Orica Formula Le Mans car of Hagen and Atkinson finishing in 12th place. Colin Soter 2nd in G3 GTs. Karen Michaela 3rd in the GT class. So the Masters Endurance Legends, 21st century sports car racing. LMP1, LMP2, LMP3 and GT cars going hard at it. As on day one, Steve Brooks ran away in the Peugeot, then Werner Danzenborg in his Pescarolo going by Dad Christoph. Max Chilton setting the fastest race lap before being given a drive-through penalty, which he ignored, incurring a black flag. Keith Frieser in the hunt for a top 4 position. Mistake for Werner Danzenborg early in the race, dropping him back down the order, as the Vladikin and Kakad Lola was in 3rd place. They outbreak themselves under pressure from Keith Frieser to lose a top 3 position, and again in almost the same place under pressure from Christoph Danzenborg to lose 4th. But Danzenborg, spinning on the final lap, gave that back, but it was no drama for Steve Brooks, our race winner.
Let's go and chase Steve Brooks, who has just run away from me. I was hoping to be able to have the Peugeot in the front of our shot, because he would have loved to stand beside this car once again. There we go. He's a professional, isn't he? Oh, it's even looking a little dirty, like it's done the Le Mans 24 hours.
It does a little. It worked quite hard there.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like you were working the car more than you did yesterday evening. You're getting more and more confident every time you drive it.
Yeah, you've got to get used to it. It's amazing. It just keeps giving and keeps giving. There's a lot to learn.
A couple of Formula 1 cars going behind us, so that's why it's so noisy. We mentioned yesterday just what a pleasure it is for you to bring this to us, and must be equal for you to be inside it.
Oh, it's a ridiculous pleasure. I mean, I've flown Spitfires and I've driven Formula 1 cars, but this is just something else.
How do they compare then? Go on, Spitfire versus Le Mans prototype.
Well, Spitfires are very gentle, very 24 litre, I mean, massive thing, but very smooth, as this is a lot more. You're on it and you're in it and you're really throwing it around. You're part of it.
Puts a massive smile on your face as well.
Yeah, it's really great.
Thank you very much for speaking to us, Steve. We're going to head over to see Werner, who is over here. Looking very fresh, considering how many race drives he's done today and how many high-powered cars you've had to muscle around the circuit. You had to work hard today, especially those early laps with your dad.
Yeah, I had to work hard. Well, not that hard, actually. The F1 race was cut short, unfortunately. Yeah, car's all right, but good to bounce back. Very good to bounce back. Very good to fight with my dad like that. That was a pleasure. Not sure how he'll react, but yeah, so much fun. Thanks to the team, because they worked so much on this car this weekend. It wasn't this way on Thursday, so yeah, great. Super happy.
Lovely to have you with us, and thank you for bringing all these machines. Just amazing Pescarolo LMP1 car that I saw racing in period. It's the same car that we saw on the podium in race 1, but a different car than we had on race 1 is Red 5, Keith Frieser's Zytek. You got on the podium.
I did. I worked really hard yesterday, but unfortunately made a little mistake on the start and had a 5-second penalty. So I was very, very motivated today to get up onto the podium. So yeah, it worked out really good. This car is just a dream to drive.
I mean, in comparison to the Lola Aston and also the Pescarolo, this is an older car, so you've really had to work hard to stay ahead.
I do, and they all do things, a little bit differently better, The Lola Aston's a little heavier, so he has to brake a little bit earlier, but I think he's a little bit better through the corners, and they're all different. Werner and I are very, very close, but he's young and talented, and I'm old and worn out, so, that's why he's ahead of me. But yeah, it's a real joy to race here, for sure.
Well, thank you very much for bringing the car and joining us, and we'll have a nice podium.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well, you can already hear in the background the sound of the Jordan 194. And this is being run as a tribute to the late Eddie Jordan. man who created his own racing team back home in Ireland and then moved on to bigger and better things. He was a front runner in British Formula 3, particularly in the UK, and then moved on to create his Formula 1 team just outside the gates here at Silverstone. A couple of other cars going around as well. This is the Repco Brabham of Sir Jack Brabham, three-time world champion. Won his first two titles with Cooper III. He remains the only man to have won a world championship in Formula 1 in a car bearing his own name on the maker's plate rather than on the driver's name. And that is his own Brabham BT20. And one of his genius moves was getting the Australian parts manufacturer Repco to build him a spec V8 engine. It was powerful, it was reliable, and it definitely did the job. 1964 world champion Sir John Surtees was a 350 and 500cc champion for MV Agusta, and that is down in the champions display. And his own team raced in Formula 1 as well as Formula 5000 and Can-Am. Surtees TS7 chassis 01 out there, but this is chassis number 5 of Jordan's 194. Driver Rubens Barrichello, so raced in the 1994 championship, and his teammate in car number 15, Eddie Irvine, and then Aguri Suzuki. The 194, significant chassis for Jordan. Not only did it give Rubinho his first ever Formula 1 pole, and that was at Spa, it also was Jordan's one of only 2 poles in their career, and it gave the team their first podium finish as well, where Rubens finished 3rd in the Canadian Grand Prix at Montreal in 1994. So unfortunately, after claiming pole in the Jordan, Rubens retired in Spa, but went on to finish on the podium for the first time for the team. The other pole position, of course, for Jordan, gained by Ralf Schumacher several years later in a very different livery, yellow and black. Well, with the Aussie gold helmet and the familiar green and gold, Jack Brabham's factory colours, the Repco V8 thrumming away in this classic 1960s racer, the Brabham BT20. Nice to see that out, and this is another one of the cars from our champions selection. 75 years of Formula 1 this year, celebrated throughout the season, and particularly here where it all kicked off in 1950 at Silverstone. And that was celebrated during the British Grand Prix, and we have one car here representing every one of the 34 world champions. They're lined up along the back of the garages at the wing, and you can get right up to see those nice and close, get plenty of photos, and just compare and contrast cars from the 50s through the 60s, the 70s, 80s, 90s, noughties, the 2010s, and right up to the RB19 with which Max Verstappen won the World Championship 2 seasons ago, the most successful car ever designed in Formula 1. It won 22 of the 23 races in the season. Well, there is the Surtees, driven in period, or run in period, by John Surtees and his team, in the familiar red with the white tabs. Brooke Bond Oxo, very familiar sponsors on the Surtees cars as well, later in their career. So while Jack Brabham won the World Championship in the BT20, his near compatriot, Kiwi Denny Hulme, won the World Championship in the BT24, also a Repco Brabham. And Denny Hulme, the Bear, New Zealand's only Formula 1 World Champion, beat teammate Brabham to the title back in 1967. And that was the last year before the Cosworth engine revolution, as the DFE arrived and took over, winning the World Championship in 1968, and for a number of years onwards, interrupted predominantly by success for Ferrari and Niki Lauda and Jody Scheckter. But the Cosworth had a hugely successful time. But the small engine manufacturers who came into Formula 1, Repco certainly punched above their weight. And with the simplicity of the Brabham chassis designed by Ron Toranak, it was a formidable combination. So Jack Brabham, Denny Hulme, both world champions in Brabhams. Nice to see this car out and about. Looking and sounding, looking similar to the Cosworth engine cars that followed it, but sounding very different, a very different note from its V8 engine. And wailing around the far side of the circuit, you can hear the Jordan 194. Well, Eddie Jordan established his team in the workshops just across from the main gates here at Silverstone. If you've come in off the roundabout at the main gates, if you turned right instead of left into the track, then you would have been heading towards the Jordan factory, now part of a big industrial estate on the other side of the Dadford Road. And in fact, the Jordan factory, of course, then taken over by Force India, and that then begat eventually the Aramco Aston Martin team, and the building work that has gone on since Aston Martin moved in there is quite astonishing. Well, just in these three cars, you can see the transition from the wing-free 60s through the 70s with the big shovel noses, and then through, jumping ahead a couple of decades into the 90s, very much more sophisticated car. And of course, with Jordan's 191, their first Grand Prix car, designed by Gary Anderson, Michael Schumacher made his Formula One debut at Spa in 1991. It was immediately snapped up by Benetton. And then went on to win his first two championships with the Benetton team before taking another 5 with Ferrari. So what about this Jordan 194, fabulous machine? It must be wonderful to drive. Well, Ed firsthand found out exactly how wonderful it might be.
Michael, we're obviously celebrating 75 years of the Formula One Drivers' World Championship this weekend, but we're also honouring Eddie Jordan. He was quite a character, wasn't he?
I was a big fan of Eddie's. I loved the way he used to party, but he loved to race. And he made some of the most beautiful cars. I know the 91 car that Schumacher debuted in was gorgeous. This has the same shape, a little different livery, but we've got the Ireland on the side paying tribute to Eddie.
And look, just tell us a bit about this car, because it is, as you say, beautiful.
It's a 94 car. It's the first year that they took away a lot of the driver's aids. So I know that there was no traction control anymore. There was a lot of, it was back to the guys driving. And the car was competitive, wasn't quite as good as the Williams or the McLarens, but Rubens Barrichello drove this, and Eddie Irvine was in it a few times too. All a bunch of characters.
Michael, I'm getting eyes from all your team. You need to get in the car, enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
There you go. That Surtees, by the way, still owned by the Surtees family. And it was the winner of the 1970 Oulton Park Gold Cup in the hands of John Surtees. So very much a historic car associated with Il Grande John. Let's hear from its driver.
Ian, we're obviously celebrating 75 years of the Drivers' World Championship. But there's one for me that always stands out in that list, and that's John Surtees, because he not only won the championship, but he won it on 2 wheels as well and designed his own cars, and you're going out in a Team Surtees car.
Yeah, this is the first Formula One car the team built. They were running Formula 5000 and they decided to modify the rear bulkhead so they could put a DFV engine on the back and went Formula One racing.
For those that kind of, you know, we've seen Valentino Rossi go to 4 wheels in GT racing, but just give people an idea of what a massive step it was to go from 2 wheels to 4.
Well, in those days especially, the bikes were maximum of 50cc, and then you jump in a 3-litre Formula One car. It's a hell of a difference.
He was very quick straight away, wasn't he?
He was. He was so quick straight away, they were throwing contracts at him left, right and centre. But he said, no, I want at least a season of doing it before I start signing contracts, because I'm not experienced in the car world.
And the lovely thing about this is it's still owned by the Surtees family.
Yes, we still own 6 of the cars that John built in the period and about 30 bikes.
Right, yes. And so have you had a chance to drive this before?
Yes, I've driven it at Shelsley Walsh about 3 weeks ago. We did the historic up there.
So Shelsley Walsh, Silverstone, 2 slightly different hill climb circuits. I guess this is where you want to be driving it though. Nice high speed stuff.
Yes, this is a proper circuit. That's what they were designed to do. They weren't designed for hill climbs. I couldn't get out first gear. It does 80 in first.
Yeah, so you didn't do too badly. Well, look, have a fantastic time on track, and let's all remember John for everything he achieved.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you go. There is the Surtees, still owned by the family. And John Surtees just passed away very recently indeed. 1964 Formula One world champion with Ferrari, with whom he then separated, as so often happened in the 60s and the 70s, because of big arguments with the Ferrari team management. So now then, I'm sure we've got a great view of things from the top floor there at Escapade. Is there some alcoholic refreshment going on there as well? I expect there probably will be. Yes, all right, hello there. Yeah, well done. 2 more races to go here at Silverstone. We'll have a quick word from our partners and we'll be back with more action for you.
Adrian Flux Insurance is a significant partner here at the Silverstone Festival, and it does seem as though there's a real marriage between the 2 philosophies that Adrian Flux Insurance do, and also the Silverstone Festival. Nick Wilkinson, to explain a little bit more, it really does seem like a great marriage between the 2.
Yeah, we've sponsored the event for a few years now, and we've always been really excited to be put our name on the show, and just be present and be the insurance company for the attendees.
Car insurance comes in many different forms, including specialist insurance. Take a look at this car, because Nick said to me, yeah, this is a car we could insure. It's not road legal, and only half of it's here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, when it comes to specialists, especially vehicles like this, you need to be looking at every option available. And like you say, although it may not be roadworthy, it still is a very good eye catcher when it comes to shows and events like this. And you will still need cover on vehicles like this, whether you're riding them, driving them or not.
And it is available to see down here on the stand.
Yep.
So many car clubs here at the Silverstone Festival. That must be very important for you as well.
Yeah, we've always had a really good relationship with our car clubs, and we always try our best to keep them alive and keep people interested in car clubs, because there is times where clubs lose members and the interest is going, so we try to offer services that other insurances don't provide, and to assist the clubs that we work with.
The Mini behind me is not racing this weekend, but you can see the Adrian Flux Insurance logo on the side of the car. There's a few Adrian Flux cars to look out for around on the circuit, because, of course, a sponsor of Alex Brundle's team.
Yes, again, it's something that we're very proud to sponsor Alex's team, his motorsport team as well, and it's something we're really proud of.
Make sure you come down to the stand here. We've got the Brit car as well as the Mini, and it's great to have Adrian Flux Insurance on board.
We've just seen a couple of cars from our Champions collection, celebrating 75 years of the Formula One World Championship, including one of John Surtees' cars. Now, our man Ben caught up with a friendly family member to learn a little bit more.
The World Champions Collection down at the Wing Paddock here at the Silverstone Festival. 35 incredible Formula One machines, and we're in 1985 land, where things really start to kick off. Not more because I was born in 1985, but more you had an incredible rivalry between Prost and Senna, between Lewis Hamilton and Rosberg in the latter years, and Mansell as well. So we've got some cars to represent that. A very early McLaren, but with that TAG turbo engine, already a championship winning car.
Yeah, it's a very significant period in time, the 80s into the early 90s, because you've got Prost, Piquet, Senna, Mansell. it was a period where any 5 could have won a race, any 5 could have won a championship. And we know that there was rivalry between Mansell and Piquet. We know the rivalry between Senna and Prost. It was an amazing period in Formula One, and just with the cars that we're seeing here, it's telling a fantastic story about how close the championships were.
And yet still pretty simple in terms of design, in terms of sleekness, not like we see today with all of those aerodynamic flicks and things. Still brute to drive, over 1,000 horsepower on some of the turbo cars.
Yeah, I think if you speak to any of them now, they were big cars to drive. But to me, I think they're a lovely car. It was my period. It was a time when I was fortunate enough to work in Formula One. And, you know, I love these cars. I think they're fantastic. As you say, we'll see later where the cars become much fussier, much more detailed, where here they're much cleaner. I love this shape. I think it's fantastic.
I had this one on my wall, not that size, but I had a slightly smaller version because that was very much the one that was in my bedroom for a majority of my life. And as you well know, Ayrton Senna, my absolute hero. So to have this car, and some of these cars are not cars that run any longer. They are literally collected and stay as collection vehicles. It's an absolutely stunning example.
I think it's really interesting talking to the teams over the last few days. You know, they have these fantastic collections of cars, but the cost to keep them all running is so significant, so huge, that there are only certain cars that they can run. I think, realistically, they'd love to run them all, but it's just not possible.
Whether it be the engine and the engine deals that they had, another obviously very significant livery, the Rothmans livery, and we start getting into that period where liveries are influenced by cigarette sponsorship, and you have multiple sponsors on that car. So this one particularly, Nigel Mansell, very important here at Silverstone.
Oh, absolutely. The FW14B, known as Red 5, because Nigel always drove with the number 5. It was always red. This is a very significant car. It's very synonymous with Silverstone. It's the car that everybody knows and talks about. It's a classic.
And these cars, McLaren and Williams, still in their museums.
Yeah, a lot of the cars in the museums. You know, but having said that, there's also one or two out in the wild, let's say, and it's just nice to be able to have some of them here today. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and Williams have done a really big effort with Jonathan Williams leading that to put these cars together and get them running as they used to.
Yeah, and I think Williams, are wanting to do more. The heritage collection is growing. There's more effort being put into it. They're running their own programs. McLaren are the same. Yeah. They're trying to get their cars running. They want the heritage out there. They want to show where they came from and where they're going.
Some mad example of 80% of Formula One fans these days don't know Formula One Prix 2010. It's incredible how the growth has happened in Formula One, but it does mean that this history from 1950 all the way to the present day is not so known. And with this World Champions collection here at Silverstone Festival, we are celebrating and we are educating everybody, because this is Formula One and this is where it's come from, and it is amazing to see. as you come into the Silverstone Festival. On the right-hand side, even before you get over the first bridge, is the shift and drift zone, and it is noisy and spectacular. Colin, commentating over the next couple of days. There's so much going on here. Where are we right now?
We are in Paradise Road. This is a recreation of the film American Graffiti. We got two cars. It would be a 55 Chevy and a 32 Ford. And these cars here, they're all lined up, pointing into the road, just like the recreation from the film itself. Very, very classic film. It's definitely worth checking out.
If you love hot rods, this is the place to be, and some beautifully recreated vehicles. These two, as you mentioned, at the head of the field.
Yes, you've got the 32 Ford. This is a sedan. Did start life as a coupe, but the guy who owns this one, Alan, he's turned it into a sedan so that he can have his whole family in the car. So it makes life very easy for him.
And this beautiful matte black example.
Yeah, this is a 55 Chevy owned by Michael. He's owned this car since he was 19 years old. Runs it on the street, drives it on the drag strip, has a lot of fun, and it's served him very, very well over the years.
Now, we've got Terry Grant doing stunts and drifts. We've got a lot of drift cars. We've got a lot of drag cars. And the two most spectacular have to be the Nitro funny car and the one that we're about to show you. The first time ever this jet funny car has been here at the Silverstone Festival.
It is indeed, yes. This is the Fire Force jet funny car. It's known as Fire Force 3. This is the world's fastest jet funny car. It's been 330 plus miles an hour down the quarter mile. It is an insane machine. The engine is out of a Sikorsky Skycrane helicopter. Yes, so it's a jet turbine kicking out around about 10,000 horsepower. It's 5,500 pounds worth of thrust. As I say, this car could go into the 5.7s on the quarter mile with flames coming out of the back. It's a heck of a show, it really is.
25 gallons worth of fuel on every run. Just look where the driver sits in relation to that massive jet engine as well. And it is running here at the Silverstone Festival twice a day?
It is indeed, yes. Yeah, we're doing a flame and afterburner show down on the parade area there.
I'm at the refuel stand and I'm joined by Charlie and Sar. Guys, talk me through what you are all about.
Well, we're all about going for a drive with your friends, your mates, your family. We're all about sitting shoulder to shoulder in a car, celebrating that drive and turning it into a force for good.
I love that. So where did the idea come from?
So I've been in cars all my life, and I think it's time to change the conversation. Cars are essential for everyone that's been here. They're a passion point, and they're really good for us. The heart and soul of getting in the car and enjoying that time together. So that's what we're here to celebrate. And we're trying to get that younger audience into it too. So it's free to join, and it will always be free. And we want to make people realize that getting in a car, having a conversation, shoulder to shoulder with your friends, is absolutely fundamental and should be rewarded, and that's what we're here to do.
And how do you do that?
So if you go to www.therefuel.com, you sign up your drive, pick your co-pilot, pick your DJ, you've got that friend that's always great with the tunes or knows how to navigate, and set that drive and choose to fundraise for us. You don't have to fundraise for us each time. Every time you do fundraise at the moment, we've got this amazing prize. But I think it's all about celebrating that drive together. So once you're part of the community and you've got your garage, you can keep coming back and keep being rewarded and recognised for the time you've spent on the road.
I love that. And how do you support charities?
So people can raise money for us, and what we will do is with the service department, which is our registered charity, we'll make sure that that fundraising is targeted towards things that are killing us all too soon, whether that be supporting mental health, whether that be supporting fundamental research in heart and post-stroke care. So that's what we're here to do. And at the moment, if you sign up, you can win an MX-5.
And where do people sign up?
So they sign up at therefuel.com, or they follow us on socials as at @therefuel, and that's all good.
Amazing. Thanks so much, guys.
Cheers.
So cars already on the grid then for the penultimate race of the last ever Silverstone Festival. Since 1990, these historic race meetings have been happening on a big scale here at Silverstone, and 35 years after, this is the last one. So ladies and gentlemen on the grid, in the crowd, you are watching the end of history. So race 19 of 20, the Masters GT Trophy. Ed Foster caught up with some of our starting drivers just a short while ago.
Barker, what I love about grids like this is I chat to quite a few people, and a lot of people said, oh, no, this is my first time in the car, or this is only my second race. And that's the case with you. I mean, you've done a cracking effort to get it up here.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was very happy with qualifying yesterday. It was a big improvement on testing. It is still a relatively new car for me. I've been out in quite a few different things over the years, but it's a fun car to drive. It's great. It's pretty well planted, and when the tyres are working, it gives you loads of confidence. So, I don't think I'm going to challenge some of the guys up on the grid with the more powerful cars, but to have this here in amongst these, I think I did a pretty good job. Yeah, so happy.
I hear that with a lot of GT cars, it's quite easy to get sort of within 90% of the lap time, but it's that last 10% that's the struggle. Is that true with this?
I think that's definitely true, and this is only my second day at the track as well. So this is quite a technical track. It's very fast. The oh crap moments are pretty big, they're fast, but it's great fun, and it's amazing to have all these people here supporting us and cheering us along, which makes it all the more fun. So, we've got to find the extra 10% to do them justice, right?
What's going through your mind when you turn this into cops?
Into cops? Trying to remember what my instructor tells me. Brake, accelerate, brake a bit more, hold the corner, get on the gas and get out, because you've got to get a quick exit from that complex. So, that's it really. I've been sitting there with my earphones in earlier on, listening to my instructor go over it. So I'm trying to make it regimented. When it's in there and there's two cars behind you and a car in front of you, that all goes out of the window, and I'll just be looking to try and get through it cleanly.
Well, look, I'm sure you can find another 2 seconds out there. Best of luck.
I really hope I do. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, James Parker, first time at Silverstone, only one day in the car, and he will start that Ferrari 430 GT3 in 12th position. Nice stuff. Now again, it is a pit stop race. There are two drivers in a number of cars. You don't have to have two drivers. As I said before, you could be just jolly greedy and drive the whole thing yourself, and if you're paying for it, why wouldn't you? But a lot of drivers are sharing the outings. Not the car on pole position though. Craig Wilkins driving on his own in his Lamborghini. So Ed's down among the drivers before they headed out to the grid. Who else did he catch up with?
No, we've just been joking that there are worse views in the world, an empty track in front of you at Silverstone. You've done all right.
Look, driving a Lamborghini GT3 around Silverstone GP, it doesn't get a lot better.
And these Lamborghinis are very successful, but is there something different about this GT3 car and another GT3 car in terms of why it was successful?
No, these are Reiter Engineering cars. They were Lamborghini produced, but Reiter Engineering had them in Germany, and they transformed them in their day, the Blancpain series, up to 2012-13, I believe. And here we have the products. So all these GT3 Lamborghinis are identical.
And look, it's a sort of a miniature long-distance race. Do you have to look after anything, or just flat out from start to finish?
No, look, the tyres on these cars are so critical. We went out the other morning testing on used and swapped onto new in the afternoon, and the difference is night and day. So my job in the first stint is really to crack on, head down, get as much as we can, but really trying to manage the tyres as best I can so my teammate can hop in and hopefully finish the job.
You're not like any teammate I've ever had. They usually use all the tyres, all the brakes, and hand the car over.
Well, it'll probably end up like that, yeah, but the plan is I've got to do some management, but we'll see what happens. It's going to be a great race. I mean, the grid is just amazing, so yeah, it's going to be great.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
So that was Ed with Luke Reed. Now, car number 26 does not appear on your race card, so let's very quickly go to page 34 of your race card. Car number 26 was down, Neil Glover and Luke Reed as car number 7. That's now car number 26. You can add in car 8, Craig Wilkins, Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 2012 Silver. And you ought to add it in because that's the car on pole position. You can also add in car number 29, Alex Osborne, Ginetta G55, that's purple. And car 30, Parker James, Ferrari 430 GT3, who we heard from a moment or two ago. Add in too car number 60, Wayne Mars, MARRS. And Jason Pelosi in an orange Ferrari 488 Challenge. Add to Vance Kearney and Chris Compton Goddard's Ferrari car number 70. There is no car number 88. Rob Fenn has joined Phil White in car number 81. Trouble getting away from the grid from 128. Dominic Spicer and Daniel Quintero's Ginetta, but that's now rolling. You can add in as well car number 163, Frank Hedden Morris and James Pickford in a Ferrari 488 GTO, and car number 122, Mike Wrigley, Matt Wrigley, and it's an Audi R8 LMS GT3, and that is the red, white and blue car in United Autosport colours. So lots of additions to the programme, and we will run through our grid right now. Masters GT Trophy, penultimate race of the 2025 Silverstone Festival, a 40-minute pit stop race. And on the grid it is driving solo Craig Wilkins on pole position from the Glover and Reed Lamborghini, alongside Evans and Turkington's Lamborghini third. The best of the Ferraris is the Hedden Morris and Pickford car in fourth. The Wrigleys and Bird and Kenner on row 3 of the grid. And then on row 4 of the grid, it is the Cayleys, James and Bill, and Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam in their Ferrari. So this is effectively the GT3 era of the early 2000s. Mosler MT900 of Richard Guy will bring a very different soundtrack with that big Corvette V8 engine, and the M3 GT4 of Vasily Vladikin, who's just jumped out of his Lola Mazda towards the tail of the grid. Final car on the grid will be Stanley Fulton's Lamborghini. And again, there will be a mid-race pit stop. And Alistair Douglas, of course, that brings its own little challenges. When do you go in? And exactly how good are you at swapping the drivers? And how close are you to the minimum pit stop time that you're allowed to spend stationary?
It's quite a short pit window as well, just 10 minutes. So their lap times, around 2 minutes, let's say, on average, the quicker cars. So they haven't really got many opportunities to come in. They need to choose whether it's going to be the very first opportunity, maybe the second. Third is starting to push it a little bit in case there's a safety car.
So sort of somewhere between 15 and 25 minutes into the race.
Yeah, that's
so
it.
The silver car on pole position, Craig Wilkins. It's Lambo, 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 the top three. So Lambo number 5. We don't have a Lambo number 5. Lambo number 26. It is Neil Glover starting the red car with the black bonnet, and it is Matty Evans starting car number 62 on row 2. That's the black and multicoloured car. The all-black Ferrari alongside Frank Hedden Morris starts that one. Then Matt Wrigley starting the United Autosports Audi. I'm going to struggle not to say McLaren in that case. And Max Bird in the first of the Porsches on row 3 of the grid. That's the white car. ...29 cars, 40 minutes for the Masters GT Trophy here at Silverstone. It's a pit stop race with 2 drivers in some of the cars, but out front driving solo, the man on pole position, Craig Wilkins, has had a lot of success in Lamborghinis here at Silverstone. Is always a very quick pedaler, former front runner in the British GT Championship, and it's Neil Glover in second place with Matty Evans, the black Lamborghini, in third. The Audi up to 4th place, Matt Wrigley in the blue, white and red United Autosport livery, and going through with him is the white Porsche of Max Bird. He's up to 5th as the black Ferrari drops back down to 7th or 8th place, having got swamped at the start. And the Porsche looking to make a move down the inside of the Audi. This will be a change for 4th place. Max Bird goes up ahead on Matt Wrigley. So the 3 Lamborghinis still 1, 2, 3. And Max Bird in 4th place in the white Porsche. The 22 United Autosports Audi in 5th position, and Bon Grimes coming around the outside, the red and white Ferrari number 16, and he is going to take that place away as the Porsche moves up to 3rd ahead of the 3rd of the Lamborghinis.
Yeah, good start from Bonamy Grimes there in the red and white Ferrari. Made his way through gently. I say gently, meaning he didn't push anybody out. He didn't have to dive up the inside. He just steadily worked his way through, and now he's pulled ahead of the multicoloured Lamborghini, and he's chasing the white Porsche of Max Bird for what will be 4th place, I think, or 5th place.
Yeah.
No, a little bit further back than that, perhaps.
Yeah, the Porsche is up to 3rd place because he's got ahead of the better, of the least good of the Lamborghinis. And that black, white and red car of Matty Evans dropping down the order. There he is. He's got the Ferrari that started 3rd. That's Frank Hedden-Morris trying to come back up the inside, car number 163. And doesn't quite manage to complete the move coming into Stowe. United Autosports Audi is right there, the red, white and blue car of the Wrigleys. It's Matt who starts. Mike who will drive later.
And Hedden-Morris does complete that move that he was trying at Stowe as they got into club corner, and he's starting to pull away already from the Matty Evans Lamborghini Huracan, and the Huracan is indeed being challenged by the next to the Porsches, the green car of James Cayley.
Now here's our battle for 2nd place. The red car with the black bonnet, number 26, Neil Glover. He's in 2nd place. Orange, I guess it is, orangey red. But the white Porsche, that's a white, definitely. Max Bird right with him. But where is the race leader? Look, he's the whole length of the Wellington Straight almost in front. That's a massive margin at the end of the 1st lap. Craig Wilkins was 6.5 seconds clear. The Porsche moves up to 2nd. Bon Grimes in the red and white Ferrari in 4th place, but really looking for 3rd. So of the 3 Lamborghinis that qualified in the top 3, it is really only Craig Wilkins that's got race pace to match the cars that were behind him on the grid. In this case, the white Ferrari and the white Porsche and the red and white Ferrari.
And it's the Ferrari of Bon Grimes, who's now trying to challenge for 3rd place, the Lamborghini, although looks like the Lamborghini's got a bit more top speed down the straight towards Cops Corner. Let's see whether Bon Grimes can close up again through the Beckett sweepers with the Porsche, the white Porsche you mentioned, already through Max Bird and away in 2nd place as they are going on to the Hangar Straight again, and even a long shot on the Hangar Straight. I don't think we're going to see Craig Wilkins. He's already gone, hasn't he? So
yeah, he's already through Stowe, I think, by the time they get onto the Hangar Straight. Bon Grimes in that red and white Ferrari run by FF Corsa inside the gates at Silverstone. Their base is right by the base of the bridge as you come over the track towards the infield. Now here is the 3rd of the Lamborghinis. This is Matty Evans under real pressure from another Lambo. That's the orange G-Drive car number 60. So that's come up the order quickly. Jason Pelosi started in 11th place, and he goes around the outside, doesn't quite get through, but that is a challenge for 7th and 8th.
And coming now up to Village, hard onto the brakes. Will Bon Grimes try to go up the inside? He's trying to brake as late as possible, but not able to slide up the inside of Neil Glover in the Lamborghini at that point. Now he may try to come on the inside. No, he's just not got the grip at the front to turn tighter than the Lamborghini. So as they go down onto the Wellington Straight once again, we look back at the Loop and Village, or Village and the Loop, and it's a bit of a cork in a bottle, isn't it? The Matty Evans Lamborghini Huracan, the multicoloured car, and a change, it did happen at the bottom of the Wellington Straight. So Bon Grimes moves up into 2nd place ahead of Neil Glover. 3rd place, sorry.
Yep, the Porsche, white Porsche in 2nd place, Max Bird. But yeah, Bon Grimes, really good start to the race. And don't forget, he's not the pro driver in that car. So they will only have to spend another 10-second station during their pit stop. A great move from Bon Grimes up to 3rd. This Lamborghini is definitely backing up the field behind it. The 60 car has got through the orange G-Drive car of Jason Pelosi. So that has moved through to 7th place. Ahead of Matty Evans, who's in 8th, and they are queuing up behind. Next car up is one of the Ginettas, then the Aston, and the Audi has been shuffled back down the order as well. Matt Wrigley started in 5th place, and they are now down to the bottom of the top 10. So trying to get their heads around this car that is new to the Wrigleys. And the Pink Panther Ginetta just making a move there under braking, I think, going by the Ford GT. So lots and lots of action behind the race leaders. This it was an all Ginetta battle. In fact, 135 moving up the order a whisker. And that is the Peter Reynolds and Daniel Quintero car, the Pink Panther car.
And the car challenging Matty Evans now down into Stowe Corner is the 22 sort of martini-coloured white Porsche of Jonathan Simmons, and he was trying to get through on the inside. Now he's got an overlap as they go out of Stowe down to Club, but he's on the outside. He hasn't been able to go up the inside there, so he has to drop back in behind Matty Evans in the Liqui Moly sponsorship colours there, with the next car up, the 30 Ferrari of Parker James, the 430 GT3 car. And it's a real a bunch of cars there moving up, and the change with Matty Evans losing another place. So Jonathan Simmons in the 22 car now moves up into 8th place.
Parker James in the orange and white Ferrari, car number 30, under real pressure from the Aston Martin behind the 81 machine, and that is Rob Fenn starting the V12 Aston Vantage that he'll share with Phil White, the black car with the pink highlights. There's a gaggle of Ginetta G55s, 3 or 4 of them in that little pack, 5 in fact, and the pink car comes out wide, defending against the Porsche, trying to hang on to that position, and again a change. Matty Evans gets shuffled back down the order by Parker James, so car number 30, the orange and white Ferrari, moves up the order once more, and that will move him up into 9th position, and the Lamborghini that started 3rd now down to 10th. And behind them is the Audi that started in 5th place, that's down to 11th position. So the Audi slipping down the order a little. Another Porsche making its way up the order. That's car number 18. So that's another white car, and that's Ash Muldoon starting. Darren Fielding will take over. He's just gone by the Aston Martin Vantage V12.
And we've got some drive-through penalties, I'm afraid. I suppose the most important of which is the Wrigley car, number 122, which has got a drive-through penalty, along with numbers 83 and 100, Cockerton and Guy, taking a yellow start procedure penalty there. We've seen that many times this weekend, haven't we?
Yeah, and again we're seeing a great battle here. Lamborghini, Audi, Aston Martin, Porsche. The Porsches didn't get by. Now moving up the order ahead of 18 is 100. Now that's one of the cars that's got a penalty. John Cockerton started 23rd. He'll share with Kevin Clark, and Cockerton is now up onto the fringes of the top 10. And some of those places, I'm afraid, made up when he shouldn't have been overtaking from the start-finish line down to the Wellington Straight.
And given that Matt Wrigley went backwards at the start, I'm surprised he's got a penalty for
it. He did actually go forwards a little bit in the first couple of corners, and then got shuffled back before they got to the Wellington Straight. Yes. So, however, he did make the move.
We do have an extra driver as well that's going to take over. If you want to add this to your list, is number 28, Miles Poulton, is sharing with Lexi Poulton.
Again, this tight knot of cars. The 81 black and pink Aston Martin. Whoa, drifts out really wide indeed, holding off 2 Porsches, 18 and 100. John Cockerton down the inside in 100. Trying to defend is Ash Muldoon in 18, but he can't do. They've both gone by the Aston Martin. Now 18 gets the advantage as they go into Luffield. 100 went up 2, has gone back down 2, so he found a ladder, now he's found a snake. And here comes the Aston Martin V12 Vantage on the inside. More cylinders, more power than the Porsche. Now don't forget, wherever the engine is, whatever shape the engine is, whatever form the car is, all of these cars balanced for performance, and that means that they should be very similar in their overall lap time, but not necessarily how they make it. Some will be quicker in the corners, some will be quicker in the straight.
The Aston Martin of Rob Fenn, number 81, has gone to the front of that little group, with the number 100 car snapping at its heels all the way from, well, down into Brooklands, right the way now onto the Hangar Straight, as we're looking at a battle just ahead of them.
Yeah, suddenly Matt Wrigley in the United Autosports Audi, car number 22, has really come alive, because they were dropped absolutely by Peter James. Is it Mike Wrigley who started?
No, Matt Wrigley, but it's
122.
Yeah, they've got
well,
the
it really isn't, is it? It's 22. It says 22 everywhere. There is somewhere a tank tape 1. There you go. Yeah, but United Autosports cars are always number 22 and number 23.
Black tank tape on dark blue doesn't really stand out that well, does it?
Exactly so. Now the Aston Martin has got ahead of the Lamborghini for the very first time, so he's found another little short ladder there. Rob Fenn, so he's moved up the he's moved up the order, and so that puts him up into 11th place. And he's leaving the Lamborghini to bottle up the Porsches and the Ginettas. Change in the lead of the all Ginetta battle, and the sort of white car with the bluey Rothmans' sort of livery has got ahead of the Pink Panther. And meanwhile, this dark green and white highlights Porsche really starting to move up the order. That's James Cayley sharing with Bill Cayley. And this is the battle now for 5th position. Up behind the black Ferrari, the Hednam Morris and Pickford car that started in 4th and is back in 5th position.
Up through Maggots into Beckett's. Probably no opportunity to overtake here for the Porsche, but always good to get a good run through Beckett's. But it looks to me as though the Lamborghini ahead of the Hednam Morris is actually quicker through that section, as we've got a Porsche stopped.
Yep.
Coming
the wrong direction.
Yeah, spun coming out of the loop, didn't it?
Yep.
That's the number 54 car. Billy Nairn and Carl Nairn.
Yeah, Billy starting that car. Now, the problem for the 80 Porsche here as we watch it, trying to chase the Lamborghini is that closing, trying to chase the black Ferrari is that closing in behind it is the orange G-Drive Lamborghini. It is closing fast, or faster than the Porsche is getting to that. Now, the battle for 2nd place, white Porsche versus red and white Ferrari. So Bonamy Grimes, who will hand that car over to Johnny Molam later, catching Max Bird. So Max Bird started that car in 5th position, and Bon Grimes started a row behind. Beg pardon, they were 6th and 8th on the grid. They're now 2nd and 3rd. So they may well have been not able to find a clear enough lap in qualifying, and with 30-odd cars out on track, you don't have to run into all of them at the same time. You only have to run into one of them in the wrong place, and then suddenly your lap time has disappeared. A good lap goes from being purple to purple yellow, and there went your shot at moving up the order.
Well, these two cars have both got 10-second pit stop penalties for their professional drivers, if you like. Johnny Molam in one, Stuart Kinner in the other, Max Bird in the car at the moment in the white Porsche. So on track they should come out of the pits together.
And indeed a 10-second penalty as well for Craig Wilkins, our leader. Mind you, he's already 18.7 seconds in front. His fastest lap, 2 minutes 0.719. His last lap at 201.4 compared to 203.7 of the chasing pair. Now then, here comes the Aston Martin. Aston Martin's really starting to pick up pace, isn't it? The 81 car that goes by James. So goes by Parker James. 81 car now started to regain some lost ground in the hands of Rob Penn.
It's into top 10 now, and Rob Fenn is sharing with Paul White. I don't think we were told that, were we?
Yeah, it's Paul White's car.
Yes.
So Paul White's another driver who was a regular in the British GT Championship. Done lots of endurance racing as well with the Creventic series.
And here's the battle we were looking at half a lap ago, but it's closed up at this part of the circuit, which is into Village and the Loop, and it's Bonamy Grimes in car number 16, the red and white Ferrari, closing in on the all-white Porsche of Max Bird, and this is for 2nd place as they come through out of Aintree. Now Bonamy Grimes will try and get a good tow down the Wellington Straight and maybe dive out for an outbreak into Brooklands. Doesn't look, though. You can see both cars braking at the same point, the front dipping on the cars as they turn in now to Luffield, and another opportunity perhaps for Bonamy at Copse, although that's such a quick corner.
Into the pit lane now, a big bunch of cars. First of them through is car number 10, and that is one of our Ginettas, Dan Lavery, in the G55, the red and black car. Of these two battling for 2nd place, Bon Grimes' current lap is about 3/4 of a second quicker than the Porsche. His best lap is about half a second quicker than the Porsche. So that red and white Ferrari being driven by Bon Grimes, he is driving it quicker than Max Bird is driving a Ferrari. And here we go, the three-way battle. Ferrari, Porsche, Lamborghini, and the G-Drive Lambo on the inside. Looks like he's got enough to move by the Porsche down into Copse Corner, and he does. So Jason Pelosi moves up a spot, and Bon Grimes lunging down the inside into Stowe as well. Hard on the brakes, the ABS pumping, but he makes it work. And he goes up into 2nd place. Now, is he going to come into the pit lane straight away?
Yes.
Yes, he is. That's the time to do it.
And that's he's got Johnny Molem sharing with him, as he does very, very often. And Johnny Molem a little bit quicker than Bond. Bond's really improved his, with his help of Johnny Molem coaching him, he's really improved his driving, but Johnny Molem's still the quicker of the two, and he's going straight in to get that pit stop out of the way.
Not the first of the pit stoppers. There is, I'm not quite sure what was going on with the Ginetta. Maybe the Lamborghini was going very slowly. Okay.
Because they don't hit the speed line until round the corner into that pit lane, so you can come in as fast as you like.
Yeah. You just got to be able to stop it without crashing. You saw Johnny Mullen opening the door on the car that he shares with Bon Grimes, so he's ready to take over. 163. This is the Hedden Morris and Pickford Ferrari, and that is now in fourth place, effectively third place, because Grimes and Glover both pitted. So this is the battle for what is third on the road. Jason Pelosi in the G-Drive Lamborghini, and the Ferrari just about keeping his nose in front. 163 is a Ferrari 488 Evo, the last GT3 iteration of the 488 before it became the 296. Whoa, and outbrakes himself comprehensively. Goes in tight, brakes hard, goes straight on. Thank you very much indeed, says Jason Pelosi. Manages to negotiate the corner without too much of a smirk. And here's our race leader, Craig Wilkins, was 23.8 seconds up on Max Bird as he heads into the pit lane. He's been absolutely in a class of his own in this race, and let's hope that nothing mechanical interferes with that progress.
Craig Wilkins also has 10 seconds extra to stop, so a 70-second stop for Craig, but that is the same as some of the other cars just behind him, so no real advantage.
Now, only two cars have longer stops. That's 62, the black multicoloured Lamborghini. Matty Evans handing over to Colin Turkington. That has happened. They have done that pit stop. Turks is back, or is at the wheel. It's the first car he's driven today. Actually, he was due to drive another one, but it didn't make it to the pit stop. Craig Wilkins out of the car. So we were told he was driving solo, but he did practice it with Aaron Scott, former British GT champion. So it looks as though Craig Wilkins is out, Aaron Scott is in, and he's given Aaron Scott a 23-second lead to defend. So correction to the order. Car number 8 is Craig Wilkins, GB, Aaron Scott, GB. There is car number 44, Max Bird, still at the wheel of that car. And here's our de facto race leader by virtue of the fact that he has yet to stop. Goes by the 54 Porsche, the pink and black machine. And that is the Nairn family car. So puts a lap on them. And away goes Aaron Scott. And don't forget, if you're enjoying a bit of GT racing, my colleague Paul Truswell was up here in the back of the booth a few minutes ago. He and I will be doing commentary for the European Le Mans Series here in 3 weeks' time. European Le Mans Series featuring a massive grid of hugely competitive and star driver lineups in LMP2, LMP3 cars as well, and GT3, LM GT3s, and the Michelin Le Mans Cup will be the support race, and that will feature GT3 cars and LMP3 cars as well. Massive fields of those. So top flight modern GT racing and prototype racing come to Silverstone the second weekend of September as the European Le Mans Series returns. If you haven't got tickets, if you didn't know it's happening, you know now, and I do suggest you come along and have a look. The more of you that come out to ELMS, the more likely that we may get a chance to see the World Endurance Championship in action here with all the hypercars that entails. It won't be in 2025, but certainly for 26, maybe 27, there is a lot of talk about WEC coming back to Silverstone. As long as it doesn't snow on them again, they'll be happy. So driver change then for the white Porsche. Max Bird steps out, and he will hand over to Stuart Kinner. So car number 8 back out on track after its pit stop. Craig Wilkins handing over to Aaron Scott. Yeah, there is the yellow helmet to Aaron Scott. It absolutely is. So there he is. And meanwhile, the BMW Ferrari Lamborghini battle has shuffled again. The Lamborghini, the orange Lambo, got by both of them. Then it was the Ferrari, then the Porsche. Now the order is reversed. The Porsche, the Ferrari, and the Lamborghini. And they have all stopped. So in the number 60 car that was Jason Pelosi, it is now Wayne Mars. In the number 80 car, driver change there as well. James Kelly is now Bill Cayley. And in the black Ferrari, which started in 3rd place, Frank Hetton Morris is now James Pickford, another driver who's got plenty of top flight GT racing experience.
And the Porsche back out again, the number 44 car of now Stuart Kinner at the wheel. That was in 2nd place originally. Obviously the order a little bit shuffled at the moment while the pit stops unwind, but that should get back into 2nd.
I know it shouldn't, because he'd been passed by Bon Grimes as Bon Grimes came in. So actually, Bon Grimes, or rather Johnny Molam, should be 2nd. Once this all settles down, and this will take another lap for timing to get completed laps and out laps through, as the Mosler comes through. There is the car that I don't think we can even remotely doubt is in the lead. Started by Craig Wilkins, handed over with very nearly 30 seconds advantage in the pit lane to Aaron Scott. And Aaron Scott is not the sort of man to squander an advantage like that, or even to allow a deficit to grow. So he's trying to find his way around the Mosler, goes the long way round in the final element of the Beckett Cesses, out of the Chapel Curve onto the Hangar Straight he comes, and it should be Johnny Molam in 2nd place, and that white Porsche should in theory be in 3rd place, which is now the Stuart Kinner driven machine. So meanwhile, back with our Ginetta G55s. These really were a mainstay of British GT Championship racing, predominantly in GT4, but there was a G60 that raced in GT3 as well, or a number of G60s, but the G60 mark raced in GT3, but these are G55s, which I think are all in GT4 spec. Although the big rear wing suggests to me that maybe they weren't. Maybe it was a G50 that was the GT4 car. Maybe G55 was the GT3 and the G60 was...
this is a GT4
GT3
car.
So that's a GT4 car.
You're correct, yeah.
May just be that it's a smaller car, so it gets a bigger wing. And again, all these things are balanced for performance in one way or another. So Lawrence Tomlinson, arch enthusiast and owner of Ginetta. So Olivier Hart walking across the pit wall there, a rare race in which he is not driving. So the Glover and Reed Lamborghini Gallardo, fastest race lap. That's impressive stuff. A 1:59.7. That is the only sub 2-minute lap in the race so far. So suddenly that Lamborghini might be starting to be more of a factor. They started on the front row of the grid. Neil Glover, Luke Reed. We heard from Luke, didn't we, before the start of the race. There it is. And it is right behind the Ferrari of Johnny Molam. So that's the battle for 2nd place.
So the change from Neil Glover to Luke Reed. The times have come down. What's the, you said 1:59.7 for the Lamborghini. Johnny Molam's best time just done a 2:02. That was his first flying lap, wasn't it, out of the pits? A lot of smoke coming off the brakes in the BMW there. Yeah. That might be okay, just the heat sink from stopping in the pit lane, it should be okay. And Ginetta on Ginetta again. As they come out of the pit lane. That's the 63 car. The last car to do its pit stop was Chris Bingham in his G55, followed by the pink one, and a change of 2nd place. Is it
Yes,
looks
it
to
is.
be going. No,
Yes.
the second place is still the white Porsche, is it? No, that was passed
no,
before.
No, that was passed.
So that is second place now in the hands of Luke Reed.
Just as timing has caught up and put Molam second, we've seen that Luke Reed has moved through into second place. But as they cross the line now, that will be reflected as the timing screen changes. It does. And Craig Wilkins, the advantage. Craig Wilkins, and now on our timing screens, TSL rather than on the TV graphics, shown as Wilkins and Scott. And that is now a 26-second advantage. So there's the white Porsche, the Bird and Kinner car, and that is in fourth place, car number 44.
And the fastest lap has gone on that last lap to Aaron Scott, 1:59.751, so 400ths quicker than Luke Reed in the Lamborghini.
Yep.
But so even if we thought that Luke Reed was catching the leader, Aaron Scott, it's 26 seconds, not going to happen, is it?
No, it's not. And Aaron Scott has responded on a clean lap then. And it's funny the way traffic works. That sometimes you'll be 4 or 5 laps and it's just car, and then you might get one lap where there's nothing in front of you close enough to hinder you, or you manage to catch a bit of traffic halfway down the Hanger Straight. Unfortunately here he's going to catch the Ginetta more than halfway down the Hanger Straight, and so it won't hold him up into Stowe, but it will hold him up through the Vale and down into Club Corner.
The Ginetta number 10 of Dan Lavery just ahead of the leader.
He's in 16th place.
And as you say, Aaron Scott not managing to get past before Club Corner, but should squirt by on the Hamilton Straight on the run up to Abbey. Meantime, the white Porsche, number 44, which...
now then, that's the black Ferrari in front. That's the Head Morris and James Pickford car. So they're shown as 5th rather than 4th, but it's in front, so it's unlikely to be 5th and nearly a lap down. And we agreed on that. So has something happened? Has the timing screen... you're confused. They're confused in the truck, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That much we know. Yeah, no, the Ferrari is definitely... It can't be a lap down on the Porsche or about to go a lap down. So something has happened to the 44 car. It's dropped down the order. And we know that because it's much closer to the Cayley Porsche behind. Car number 80, that green and white car, was not that close before.
So
is this has he had a little bit of a whoopsie somewhere, or is this the green car is closing really quite fast, actually? Really quite fast, reeling him in hand over fist. But 44, 3 seconds slower than the Ferrari in Sector 1. 6 seconds slower than the Ferrari in Sector 2, 2 further seconds slower than the Ferrari ahead of him in Sector 3. He's got a big problem, that white Porsche, and one of those is the Ferrari's gone by, another of those is the Porsche's gone by. The number 44 car is lapping nothing like as quickly as it should.
And Bill Cayley in the Porsche number 80 now, the green car we're looking at. He's the son of the start driver James Cayley, and Bill Cayley actually did Porsche GB last season, had a win at Anglesey in one of the Porsche series. So he's used to driving Porsches.
Well, his car is on its normal pace. The white car, number 44, 7 seconds slower than the green Porsche on that last lap alone. And that must be where the drama happened, on that last lap. Now, the Wrigleys have just come in and out of the pit lane. That is their 3rd pit stop.
That's a drive. They got a second drive-through, I think, because it's on the screen now, 122 drive-through. Don't know what that was for.
Maybe for speeding in the pit lane, or not being stationary long enough. There are a couple of cars that have got potential time penalties coming for not being stationed long enough. Meanwhile, let's look back at what's going on with 80 and 60, because the orange G-Drive Lamborghini is now starting to hove up behind the green Porsche of Bill Cayley. So this was started by Jason Pelosi, now with Wayne Mars.
And it's going to catch and pass the 44 Porsche by the looks of it, which will move Wayne Mars up into 6th place. And then he can start to look at perhaps catching Bill Cayley, although it looks as though that's got the measure of him on the timing screen.
Well, they were matched very closely on times in sector 1, but the Lamborghini was 2 seconds quicker in sector 2, which is about half the lap. So the Porsche may have recovered a little bit, but not enough. And it is going to sag down the order. So who is next up to have a tilt at white number 44? And the answer is 22, Jonathan Simmons, and that is in the Martini-ish liveried Porsche 911, and that's in the back of the shot. There's a back marker Porsche with pink highlights, but that is the next car through. So this is 6th, the orange car, 7th, the white car, and 8th, there he is, car number 22. And that is very much a Martini Porsche livery, actually. There's a few white patches where in other cars in the full livery it would be more red, white and blue. But again, he is absolutely gobbling up the number 44 car. So it's not quite a Martini, it's H&R, one of the German tuning companies.
Very Martini-ish.
Fahrwerk, das Fahrwerk, H&R. It's a little bit like Chrome und Flams. It's one of those sort of legacies of the 80s, 90s tuning boom. But he's absolutely gobbling up the number 44 car. And this is really frustrating, I'm sure, for Bird and Kidder, because it's clearly not that it's not being driven well. It suddenly went a lot slower and has not picked up speed again.
And through goes the number 22 car, so that's upper place to 7th for the Simmons solo-driven car. Jonathan Simmons in the Porsche 911 there, out onto the hangar straight. Now he's behind Wayne Mars. Wayne Mars' last lap time was
a second slower, 2:07.9 to 2:06.8 of Simmons.
Yeah, so Simmons is catching the G-Drive Lamborghini as we go back on our live stream pictures to the leader, number 8, Aaron Scott.
Aaron Scott's hardly trying now. He's not dipped into the 159s for a couple of laps. 2 minutes 0.6 on the last time round. All right, admittedly a little bit of traffic. I think he was just possibly proving a point and really feeling quite where the Lamborghini was. Nevertheless, absolutely roaring away. 27.4 seconds clear of Glover and Reed in car number 26, which is the red and black Lamborghini. Here it is.
Reddish. At the wheel.
Yeah.
Sort of a million, I think, that one.
It's got that sort of orangey reddy hint, hasn't it? Yeah.
Coincidentally, the Ginetta behind, very similar colours, different arrangement of the colours. But the Ginetta also orange and black, or vermilion and black. As it turns into Club Corner. There's the Ginetta behind, that one being chased down, not for position, that's a lap down by the number 16, Johnny Molem Ferrari. Now his last lap time was a 2:01, so he's not much slower than the Reed Lamborghini, but he's not quicker, so he's not closing in. But let's have a look at that. In fact, Johnny Molem's last lap time, a 2:02, which for him is relatively slow. The two cars ahead, the Aaron Scott and Luke Reed cars, they're both just over 2 minutes for their lap time, at very, very similar times.
But the good news for Bon Grimes and Johnny Molem is the car in 4th place is going slower than them, the Hedden Morris and Pickford car. So that is about a second a lap slower. This car in 5th place, they have just set their fastest race lap, but that's a 2:05, not a 2:1. So 2:05.148, their fastest race lap.
A number of classes in this. We haven't really been focusing on that. So many classes that there are a lot of ones on our timing screen for leader of the class. But I suppose, as we've got a driver who's retired and is walking away somewhat disconsolately.
Yep.
Mobile phone out of pocket. Ring home and say, I've stopped at, looks like Club Corner.
I think that might be no, it's not a Poulton, is it? No, don't know who that was. Okay, so dropping down the order. Is that 17, William Ashmore's Ginetta? No, it's 128. So that is Dominic Spicer and Paul Fisher's Aston Martin Vantage GT4. I'm not going to get told off now about mentioning the fact that GT4 Aston Martins have a vestigial rear wing. Absolutely tiddly tiny, barely visible when you're seeing the car head on. It looks as though he has sort of ploughed on and met the barrier. Meanwhile, Johnny Molam continues to press on, working his way through traffic past another of the Ginettas, and that is car number 17, William Ashmore. So Johnny Molam, 2:02.8 on this lap, 2:01.3, the fastest lap for the car. But the two leaders, the Wilkins and Scott Lamborghini, and the Glover and Reed car in second place, their fastest laps both in the 1:59.7 bracket, and they're both lapping around 2 minutes 2:01.
And we've got Colin Turkington on screen now. You'll remember that that car was driven by Matty Evans at the start. They had a very, very long penalty in the pits because of Colin Turkington's past experience, but he is now in the car and making his way back through the field. He's just taken 2 places on the last lap, up to 12th place now for and 3rd in class for the Matty Evans Colin Turkington Lamborghini. Nice to see Colin in something a bit different from a saloon car. He does enjoy his racing. He'll jump in anything.
He will indeed.
Especially now he hasn't got a drive in touring cars, which he was interviewed, wasn't he, earlier this year, saying, are you missing it? He said, well, yes, obviously, but actually I'm getting a chance to drive all these different cars that people keep asking me. It does
sort of do that. It does sort of free you up a little bit to find other experiences. Now, they may not be, you know, a money earner necessarily, but they are definitely, I mean, every day's a school day when you're driving a racing car. So 2 minutes on the clock, under 2 minutes on the clock now. So Aaron Scott on what might well be his penultimate lap. I should think by the time he gets to the line next time, it's going to be quite close to running out of time in our 40-minute race. So Colin Turkington coming across the line, just outside the top 10. His next target, I'm afraid, is a little too far away, 24 seconds behind the Wrigleys in the United Autosports Audi. And here is Aaron Scott. Whoa, the number 44 Porsche taking to the grass on the inside. And that's out of Brooklands into Luffield. Coming past us now. Hear him and the V12 Vantage Aston Martin in front of him whistle past our commentary position. You can see from some of the windscreen strips where the cars have raced previously in the Blancpain Series, GT Open, in Spanish GT and what have you.
And behind the leader, I noticed there, just going into shot now, is the United Autosports Audi, which is driven now by Mike Wrigley, Matt's father, who was the Formula 1 champion 21 years ago. Here he goes round the outside, taking an overall place away from the Porsche number 44 of Stuart Kinner.
Yes, he has, hasn't he?
Up a place, where would that put them? That's up to
10th to 9th, they've just moved,
yes, yes.
2:01.597, the fastest lap for that car. And only 4 other cars have done a 2:01 or quicker.
Which makes me wonder whether...
Checker flag will be out. 2 seconds to go, 1 second to go. That's almost perfect timing. Aaron Scott and Craig Wilkins win in Silverstone, the Lamborghini that started from pole. And that was perfect. They didn't have to do another lap. So car number 8, the Lamborghini Gallardo, Craig Wilkins and Aaron Scott, the winners. Second place, it's another Lamborghini, the Glover and Reed machine. They started on the outside of the front row of the grid. Neil Glover started the car. Luke Reed really brought them back into the equation. And he is going to take the checkered flag in second place. It is a Lamborghini 1-2 in the Masters GT Trophy, with Glover and Reed taking second place, 35 seconds behind the leader. And here's the Hedden Morris and pickup Ferrari. And that should be in 4th position behind the Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam car. Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam have taken the checkered flag in third spot. Hedden Morris and Pickford, the black Ferrari, coming home just off the podium in fourth. Good race for the Cayley family Ferrari. 7th place work themselves up towards the top 3, and they will end up in 5th spot. There is the winning car. Craig Wilkins, Aaron Scott. 6th position for Pelosi and Mars in the G-Drive Lamborghini. And here comes the 7th place Porsche. Car number 22, driven by Jonathan Simmons all the way through, hogging all the fun for himself. A little celebration for the team on the pit wall as he flashes the headlights at them, taking the checkered flag. And he is the final car, in fact, to take the checker. Wilkins and Scott, the winners by 35 seconds over Glover and Reed, a Lamborghini 1-2. Ferraris 3 and 4. Grimes and Molam taking third. Hedden Morris and Pickford in 4th place. Head of the best of the Porsches, the Cayley family. And then another Lamborghini in 6th place. So Lamborghinis with 3 of the top 6 positions. Jonathan Simmons finished 7th, ahead of Fenn and White in the best of the Aston Martins. Then the Audi in 9th place, and Bird and Kinner in the Ailing number 44 car, ahead of Evans and Turkington in the Lamborghini Huracan. And just a couple of cars with dramas, the Poltons Ferrari and the Spicer Fisher Aston Martin GT4. The Moser Richard Guy, a couple of pit stops extra, and so that car clearly had problems as well. ...40 minutes of the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit for the Masters GT legends. And from pole position, Craig Wilkins absolutely disappeared as Bonamy Grimes carved his way up the order in the Ferrari. In the pit stop race, there was plenty of action all the way through the field. Ginetta on Ferrari action in the midfield. Number 44 Porsche in 2nd place early on. And then Bon Grimes moved up into 2nd place. Johnny Molam took over after the quick pit stop. And then the speed of Luke Reed in the orange and black Lamborghini put them back up into 2nd position. Through it all though, Aaron Wilkins, who'd handed over, Craig Wilkins, who handed over to Aaron Scott, held the lead and took a comfortable win.
Right, not so many drivers with us quite yet because we've ended up with 4 different podiums, which gives us 12 different drivers that have stopped down here. And of course, a lot of them have got 2 drivers. So Aaron Scott, who finished the Lamborghini over the line, is here, but his teammate Craig Wilkins and the owner of the car is not. But we can have a word with Aaron, and I'll get squashed between Aaron and Craig when he arrives. Great to see you, Aaron. It's been a while. Not your first time in Silverstone, and definitely not your first time in the car. You had a massive advantage, you too, over the rest of the field.
Yeah, Craig did the work though, so I just had to stroke it home at the end. It's great fun. It's a great meeting, and it's nice to be here. As my team has had 8 cars here in 6 different races, so I'm just looking forward to a good sleep tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott Sport have been doing some amazing preparation. And Craig, obviously, you guys have been racing together for, what, 15 years, something like that?
Yeah, it's really nice to do this. I mean, we haven't driven together for a while, but British GT, obviously we did a long time together, and we've been teammates a long time, friends a long time, so it's really nice of Craig to ask me to drive with him, and it's a real pleasure. I mean, like I say, he drove so well that he's a real pleasure to drive with. There's nothing to say. Literally on my toes.
It feels like I've gone back 20 years. Where is Craig? He hasn't quite made it down here yet, but he will do soon. We'll go over to Bonamy and Johnny, because they finished 3rd overall, but they're 1st in the challenge class, and they've been working very hard all weekend to try and get a podium, and it's finally happened.
It worked.
We've been jumping into lots of different cars, but this is the one I'm more familiar with, so I felt confident straight from the start, and she was just feeling brilliant, and it was a great race. Really loved it. Handed it over to Johnny, and he just brought it home. Fantastic.
I mean, a challenge car is not supposed to be as competitive as a GT3 car, but you guys are right up there.
Well, I mean, it warms up its tyres really, really well. It's got a lot of horsepower, this car, so it's quick in a straight line. We know how to drive it, and we know how to set it up, so we're just very familiar with it, so it's a great car to drive.
Johnny, I saw the shaking of the head yesterday morning, race one, frustration when you had a reliability issue, and it's come together now and you've got yourself a podium.
Yeah, I mean, Bond's done a great job. We've been in the Lotus, which we were robbed again. That would have been lovely to win the Stirling Moss. So then we were in the GT3 Legends race, which Bond and I finished sort of mid-pack, but that was great. We didn't really know the car. Then this morning a class podium in the Escort, but now to get a class win. And third overall, couldn't be happier, and Bond did all the heavy lifting, and I just literally brought it home. There was the gap was coming down a little bit, so I did one quick lap to break his spirit, and then I cruised it, yes.
Great effort, well done, guys.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. They finally get the podium they were looking for. Bond Grimes, what a great effort he did. As actually Ben pointed out, you know, they're not all GT3 cars. There were challenge cars in the field there as well, so not quite as quick. Live entertainment has been going on throughout the day on the stage, and in just over 40 minutes, Jaguar Skills kicks off the evening's action, and then live music to round out the 35 years of these big classic meetings at Silverstone, the end of the Silverstone Festival. The Ministry of Sound Classical will send you on your weary way home. That will be a great way to finish off what has been a sensational event for 35 years. But that will not be all, because if you turn your eyes to the skies, you will also see the Army parachute team, the Red Devils, dropping in. Maybe they're going to bring a cup of tea with them. That would be lovely. I think perhaps we're more likely to have to supply the cup of tea for them. But the Red Devils will be dropping in to round things off at the end of the day. And Ed Foster has been finding out a little bit more about it.
Lance Corporal Jordan Brown, we're surrounded by motor cars at the moment, but attention is going to turn to the skies tonight. What's going to happen?
So there'll be a display from the Army parachute display team, the Red Devils, just across by the main stage at 7:15.
Fantastic. And I've got to ask, obviously it doesn't sound very difficult throwing yourself out of a plane, but there's a lot more to it than that, isn't there?
I mean, not really, no. It's quite easy to throw yourself out of a plane. There is a lot of disciplines in the sky, whether that's canopy piloting, how you actually fly around the sky, all that sort of good stuff.
And so how many are jumping tonight?
So there'll be 8 jumpers on board tonight. You expect to see our canopy formation team and hopefully our big flag flying around the sky.
And what height are you jumping from?
So because of the cloud base, I predict we get about 6,000 feet.
Wow, and so how long is that then to get to the ground once the parachutes come out?
So it completely depends. Our jump master is usually the first one down. He can get down to the ground in about 50 seconds. Most guys will probably spend about 5 to 6 minutes up in the air.
And why have you drawn the short straw and you're on the ground doing the safety this evening?
So we take it in turns, so everyone gets a fair share of doing a display. We take it in turns, who does the safety on the ground, and then we swap out with other members of the team.
Great, and just finally, when's your next jump and where are you doing it?
So our next jump will be tomorrow at Cadwell Park.
Well, enjoy it. Best of luck.
Thank you very much.
The RML Group is another of our partners at the Silverstone Festival, and this, an early Mallock, has a relationship to RML, but this is where it all began, and there's very much a future with RML, and that's the reason why you're here, Paul.
Yes, indeed. So we're very happy to be here back at the Silverstone Festival this year as a partner. We love this event. We have many of our cars from our back catalogue are racing here, including our founder, Ray, is racing as U2 in the Formula Junior series. What we've also got on display here in the International Paddock is some of our back catalogue. This beautiful yellow short wheelbase was the beginning of our bespoke program in RML to demonstrate our skills and sell direct to consumers.
And it's amazing that she mentioned so many RML cars are out there, and maybe some people don't necessarily even know about it.
Exactly. So you'll see we've got cars on the grids in the touring car races, we've got cars in the LMP series, and that takes us to some cars you never even knew that we made, such as this, the Neo EP9. This is a car that we built for Neo back in 2016, and this was set as being the fastest electric car around the Nürburgring.
And of course, it seems to have the Neo brand on it, but a lot of the companies like yourselves do this work white label.
Yeah, exactly, white label, which is always challenging. We can't talk about what we do until it's in the past.
Yeah.
And another example is the Nissan here, the Ziad. This was for Le Mans in 2014, and it is a hybrid, and it currently holds that record still as the fastest electric car around the Le Mans track.
So why am I RML here at Silverstone then?
We're here to show people the great cars we do. Another car out on track today is actually the safety car.
Yes.
Our latest product, the P39 Hypercar, is at the front of every grid, demonstrating the future of RML.
RML building a brand, thanking your employees and connecting with customers.
Exactly. All the employees are invited this weekend to enjoy the festival and to see our products front and centre.
Well, here we go. Big bang of sports cars to round out a fabulous weekend of racing here at Silverstone and to bring down the curtain on a fabulous 35-year run for these big historic meetings. This will be the last race on the last day of the last Silverstone Festival, taken over from the Silverstone Classic. And a big historic race meeting event has been run here since 1990. So those who have come along to support, and particularly here I'm thinking of all the teams, all the drivers, all the car owners who have come here year in and year out to support these races. It's great to see them. Well, here's our pole sitter. Ed had a quick word just a little earlier.
Darren, you know you've done something right when all the other drivers before you arrived are coming up and checking out your car.
Yeah, well, I've just turned up quite late, so I didn't realise that. But yeah, we've probably upset a few of the big V8 T70s with our little sports car, but it's handling great, you know. Fair play to the guys at Team Leo's. They just rolled the car out on Wednesday. We shook it down on Wednesday and put it on pole on Friday. So all smiles this end.
Amazing. I guess at the start your worries are the long straights.
Yeah, absolutely. Christian's starting, so he's got to do his best job through Abbey Farm Village Loop. That's where we're good. If he can make a small break, then we shouldn't be under too much pressure down the Wellington Straight, but I can see Alex is already starting. David's obviously a very quick driver, and I can see Chris Ward's in the other T70, so he's going to be under pressure going down into Brooklands, that's for sure. Expectations, though, really are just to hang in there as much as he can, and then I'll jump in as early as possible and see if I can get it back on the top step of the podium.
Obviously, it handles beautifully. It's not that bigger engine, but I guess it's light, and that's where a lot of the advantage comes from.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the T70s make a lot of their time up. Obviously, on the straights, they're about 15 mile an hour quicker than us down the Hanger Straight. We're obviously quicker through the corners. We're lightweight, little 2-litre BDG engine. Beautiful engine, 9,000 RPM. It just sings really, really great to drive. First time I've driven it, actually. So I've driven the B19 before, but this is a nice step up from the B19. It's a pleasure to drive. Probably one of the best cars I've ever driven, to be honest with you.
Wow, that's saying something. Well, you're a lucky man. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
And that is the car that will start on pole position. So Darren Burke taking over alongside the Lola T70 of Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle. Pearson's and Brundle doing a lot of driving this weekend. Ed caught up with them.
Alex, for an idiot like me, I've seen you faffing around with your visor. You've gone for a darker one. But there's no sun. What am I missing?
It looks cooler. I had a clear visor on, and I thought it looked a bit Billy, so I took it off. That's literally it. That's
brilliant. I'm
that self-conscious about it.
So glad I haven't missed anything. Look, you're in the right kind of place, right up on the front row. But there's quite a quick car next to you, isn't there?
Yeah, it is. It is really, really quick. I think they were a couple of seconds clear of the field, I think, in qualifying. So, you know, if they can keep that pace up, we won't beat it for sure. But it doesn't mean I won't try. We've got a lot of quick cars behind us as well of a kind of more similar specification. So I think it might be a bit of a race in the mirrors, but we'll see early on. This race always surprises me about which cars end up being quick on race pace. It's not always the same as qualifying, so it's interesting.
And do you have a penalty, as it were, in the pits because of your standard of driving?
I don't think so in this one. I think this is a international grid, so I don't think so. Well, I'm not going to do one. So they could. Someone needs to tell me if I do, or they'll throw me out at the end. But I read it. I don't. A lot of good drivers in this race. I think Jan Magnussen might be starting behind me. So I think if I've got penalty, then he does too.
There's not many people who get to say that. So your day's pretty good already.
Party on.
Enjoy.
Good to see you.
Alex Brundle talks as good a race as he drives. So he starts on the outside of the front row grid. He's absolutely right, of course, because the car on pole position, the Pitt-Hardenberg Chevron, was 1.79 seconds clear of the field. Well, this is the final race then of the weekend, the final race of the 2025 Silverstone Masters, and the end of 35 years, an era of gorgeous historic racing. There will be more historic races, I'm sure, at Silverstone in the future, but this bank holiday next weekend and next year, the August bank holiday weekend, will be Carfest, a very different crowd-pleasing event. And true to form, Masters have produced the starting drivers list as the cars sat on the grid, so we'll have to pick that up as we go along. The Chevron B26, and that is Christian Pittard and Darren Berg, leads the field away. Alongside them, with the closed car, the Gary Pearson and Alex Brundle Lola T270 Mark 3B. And it's important because the Lola T70, not 270, T70 was an open car. The Mark 3B was a closed car. So here's our grid then for the Masters Sports Car Legends, as I'm not sure which is going to come to an end first, my voice or the race, but we'll try and make it a dead heat and keep the spectators happy. So Pitt-Hardenberg, the Chevron, the little 2-litre sports car, starts in the front row, the 5-litre Lola alongside. Another Lola, the Hart family, and a second row is full of Lolas because Ward and Magnussen start there. The McLaren M6B, that's a Can-Am car, a Banks family car, and a Lola T290, another of the 2-litre cars. The Lola de Cadenet in the hands of Alistair McCaig on row 4 of the grid with the Chevron B19. The little Acela white car with the odd interesting airbox, and the Lola T297 on row 5. Looking further back, hey, John Spears and Nigel Greensill. I wondered when we were going to see them again for the 17th time, I think, in 20 races, or something very closely approximating to that. They are in almost everything that is possible to be driven by two drivers. And the Dwyers in their very unusual Lenham P69 will start on the outside of row 12. Jogo Ferral being joined by Martin Stretton in the GT40, and the Dulon Porsche will be the final car on the grid for the final race of this 35-year history of endurance racing weekends here at Silverstone. Well, there is car number 96, one of our Can-Am cars, and that is the car that's been driven by John Spears and Nigel Greensill. And that is about halfway down the field on row 7 of our 29 car grid. So this is really a little bit like we've seen so many times, story of David versus Goliath, the smaller 2-litre sports races. Predominantly, those are the smaller looking and open cars. Not all the open cars are small engine cars though, because the early Can-Am cars, the big McLarens, are very much big engine cars, even though they're open. And further back, a couple of coupes, the Chevron B8s. But it is the big capacity Lola T70s, predominantly the 3 closed coupes at the front of the field, and behind them the McLaren M6B, the yellow car with the stripes. These are the big banger cars that are going to be mingling with the smaller 2-litre rivals, who will be nimbler in the corners and maybe not as quick in the straights. It's a story we've seen in single-seaters and in sports cars and in GTs throughout the course of the weekend, and it will play out here again for our final race of the Silverstone Festival. The red lights are on. We are waiting to go racing for the very last time in the Silverstone Festival. The Chevron on pole jumps away. Now, what can a big banger Lola T70s and the McLaren Can-Am car do about the light nimble car? The real problem for the heavy metal is that the first few corners are tight and twisty, but who cares, says Gary Pearson. The white Lola T70 around the outside now becomes the inside, takes the lead away from Christian Pittard, and lunging up the inside as well comes the darker car of David and Olivier Hart. And we think David Hart probably starting that one. That's in third place, and a good strong start from them, but pulling alongside, that's Chris Ward in car number 77. He lunges down the inside. He'll share that car with Jan Magnussen. As expected, the battle is on between the Tiddlers and the heavy metal right from the start, Alistair Douglas.
Yes, I happened to see into the cockpit of the leading car, number 23. It isn't Gary Pearson, as we were told. It is Alex Brundle who has started that car. Alex Brundle in number 23, the other way around to what we were told. So anyway, Alex has rushed away in the lead. In second place, number 77, is Chris Ward, another excellent driver. In 34, David Hart. But Chris Ward got a big wiggle on there and goes out wide at Cox Corner. And the pole-sitting car of Christian Pittard losing a little bit of ground there to the much more powerful V8-engined Lolas. Behind them all is that Andrew Banks, I think, isn't it, in the open McLaren M6B? Yes, it is. Then it's the Cadenet of Alistair McCaig, who's driving solo.
Absolutely flying up the order. The dark green and white machine. He's got by up into the top 6. That's a fantastic start from him. And yeah, that fit to the head staggers from the 77 car of Chris Ward. Maybe just not quite warm enough tyres to be lent on the way that he lent on them into Copse, and that has cost him a position. David Hart or Olivier Hart, because true to form, not only was Masters information late, it was wrong. Alex Brundle, though, is racing away at the front of the field. There he is in the white and green striped Lola T70. One of the Harts. We'll try and take a look in the window and see whether it's a white helmet or a blue helmet.
I think it's David Hart in there, as we were told, the blue helmet, but difficult to see. See if we can see in this slow-mo.
That's a bit of a monster wiggle as well. That's a proper fright there for Chris Ward and or Jan Magnussen, depending on who started.
David Hart it is in the number 34 Lola.
There it is, confirmation, the blue helmet visible from this side, because British cars are right-hand drive, you know, oh boy.
Down the Wellington Straight now. Andrew Banks is quick in that yellow open-top McLaren. He's going down the inside of Chris Ward, but not room there to get through. But he's come up from 5th on the grid. He's running 4th, but he's right on the tail of Chris Ward in the 77 Lola T70. Andrew Banks there going round the right-hander in that Can-Am car, and then behind that is the Chevron B26 of Christian Pittard, the little 2-litre engine car, which much more nimble in the corners, but hasn't been able really to do anything about these big banger Lolas.
Well, this Lola, car number 77 here, comes from 1970. The Gorhorn, another fit of the head shakes. The Can-Am McLaren behind it is a 1969 car, but they were designed for different things, and that's predominantly why the aerodynamics looks a little different. These were designed for long endurance races. Can-Am predominantly on the old style, fairly tight and twisty US circuit, so high-speed aero was not a big deal, unlike places like Le Mans or at Silverstone as it would have been for the T70s. So Brundle has cleared off. David Hart in second place in the sort of lighter green of these two, and contact. That is not what you want, and I'm not sure what was going on there. David Hart didn't move over to the left defensively, but it did look like Ward's just kind of moved over into him, so Chris Ward looked like he tightened the line and didn't think that David Hart was still going to be there. Not quite sure where he thought he was going to be.
But that's very, very unusual for Chris Ward. He's a very respectful driver, so I'm very surprised. Let's have another look at that as they come onto the Hangar Straight. You'll see the blue car go to the outside of the circuit, trying to get a line into Stowe Corner.
Watch the line of the green car. Does he come out wide? No, he sort of goes straight-ish, but I think Chris Ward thought he was probably going to stay tighter and started to tighten his line. More penalties being applied because in the chaos of drivers' briefings, lots of drivers didn't listen to the fact that you are not allowed to overtake in a number of our categories until you get onto the Wellington Straight and they did so. So 33, 49, 6, 219 and 29 all have drive-through penalties for not paying attention. Now, none of them luckily in the lead group, so that shouldn't affect us too much. Alex Brundle, by the way, 4.4 seconds clear now of the number 77 car, Chris Ward. And the fastest lap of the race now for Brundle, 2 minutes 6.3. Nobody else in the sixes, only two other cars have dipped, in fact only two other cars have dipped into the sevens, one of which is the Cadenet of Alistair McCaig. So a car built for Alan de Cadenet, the inveterate Le Mans racer and admirer of all old cars. Alfa Romeo P3 owner, he had as one of his daily drivers right to the end of his life. And there is the car that started on pole position, Christian Pittard and Darren Burke. Car number 51, the Chevron B26. But it seems certainly with full tanks and fresh tyres even, these big banger sports cars are racing away from the car that was comfortably on pole position. Now, of course, there are two drivers in all of our lead group of cars, and both drivers may not be going at the same speed. Gary Pearson will certainly be very quick in the Lola T70. He's more familiar with it than Alex Brundle is, so don't discount that. What about Ward and Magnussen? Jan Magnussen getting into that 77 car. I'm not sure how much time he's had behind the wheel of a Lola T70, but we've seen already he's a quick peddler in some really unusual machinery.
You think it's Jan Magnussen in there, do you?
I don't know. I was just saying if he takes over
I see what you're saying.
From Chris Ward.
I was just discussing with Ian whether it's actually Jan Magnussen that started that car rather than Chris Ward. We were told it would be Chris, but it's what I'll say is it's not the style of driving I expect from Chris. He's very smooth. And
not the style of driving I expect from Jan Magnussen either, to be honest.
No, quite, yeah. So
I think that was a genuine... I think he genuinely thought that David Hart would keep a tight line down, having sort of stayed on the right. I think they thought he would stay on the right. David Hart was just trying to give himself a bit more room by not following the bend in the track, but moving more into a straight braking zone. I think there was 6 to 1/2 dozen the other. 21, the Acela, the white car with the red airbox. And that car, the Parker O'Connell car, is in 9th. Here's the Norman and Jones Lola T70. That's a car that raced in North and South America in period. Seen that car racing here in Europe quite a number of times. And right behind them, car number 88 now. That's one of our 2-litre cars to March 75S, a 2-litre sports car from 1975. Lighter, nimbler, more aerodynamic. And look at this little Acela as it comes towards you. It's got a sort of high cockpit surrounding the driver, and on the left-hand side it's got a little clear perspex cutout so the driver can look through to where the wheel arch is and position it more accurately on the track.
We've had a look into the number 77 second place car. It is definitely Chris Ward at the wheel, so that confirmed we were able to look out of the window here. So Chris Ward it is. Yeah, I'm proved wrong. I just thought the way that it was being driven is not like Chris Ward.
Again, I think a genuine misunderstanding of where each of the two cars was going. There was definitely no ill intent from either driver, and certainly if I was in the steward's room I'd be expecting a driver advisor to say exactly that. It was a misunderstanding by both men. Now then, here we go. This is the Can-Am McLaren, the M6B, car number 89, the bright yellow car, right up behind the number 34 Lola T70. So David Hart with the blue helmet in the green Lola. This is the battle for third place, and it is well alight. The McLaren is not giving up on this. I don't think David Hart has lost any pace either. 2:08.1 on this lap, 2:07.3 the absolute fastest lap, and a big snap from the McLaren. You just saw the moment that maximum rear tyre adhesion was reached and exceeded. And that was a big hold, well done.
It was a big save from Andrew Banks, and I think he came off the brakes to get the car to straighten up. But then the problem was he didn't want to run into the side of David Hart, but everything turned out okay in the end. Here's our second place car, Chris Ward at the wheel, number 77. His best lap time, a 2:05.928, the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, just set that on the last lap, so the car is absolutely flying and starting to close down the 4-second margin on Alex Brundle. They've yet to hit traffic as well. So 27 cars took the start. One of them has already been through the pit lane, so one has served its drive-through, no, hasn't served a drive-through penalty. The Willis and Edelman car number 57, that didn't have a penalty. So they've been in the pit lane for something else. Was it Graham Edelman or Andy Willis who started?
Andy Willis.
Andy Willis. At least that's what's written down on the piece of paper.
And this time Andrew Banks does get through past David Hart down into Stowe Corner, so the open top yellow McLaren now past the Lola T70, the coupe car, into Club Corner, and David Hart hasn't given up. He's sliding the car through Club. Lovely line through there. Neither of them run desperately wide, but look, they're being caught by the Decathlon now. The Decathlon of Alistair McCaig, car number 5, is perhaps closing in on that battle. It might be because Banks and Hart were battling so hard that it was slowing them down. But McCaig 2:08.129 last lap, which was quicker than David Hart.
Yep. And Alistair McCaig from the Acura Cos team, driving this car designed for Alan Decathlon. And if I remember correctly, and I may not do, I'm sure that Decathlon was based on a Formula 1 chassis. Was it a Tony Southgate design? I think it might have been. Here's the Norman & Jones Lola T70, car number 6. The white car with the big blue nose and the enormous number 6 on the side. I mean, you can see that from Oxfordshire, can't you? Identify that car. Started in 18th place, that car now up to 9th. So they didn't have a fruitful qualifying, or as fruitful a qualifying as they would have liked. And they are ahead of car number 21, the Parker and O'Connell car. Now, the Decathlon in 3rd place is not a 2-litre sports car, nor is it a 5-litre big banger car. It's a happy medium. It's relatively light, it's relatively slippery because it was designed to race at Le Mans, and basically Le Mans only, but it's a 3-litre Cosworth DFE engine car.
And it's relatively smoky as well, I'm afraid.
No, I think that was a little lock-up under braking rather than an engine smoke. And again, you see David Hart really fighting for traction in that Lola T70.
Not being dropped very quickly by Andrew Banks, but he's not able to challenge as they come down into Stowe Corner. The yellow McLaren starting to ease away. Andrew will be handing over to his brother Max Banks. They are Alpha specialists.
They are, aren't they? Proper alphaholics.
Alphaholics, that's it. Yeah, that's their business.
Yeah, move down to the West Country. Based down in Cornwall, or is it Devon? Paul Cope started in 20th place, up to 13th position. And that little lightweight 2-litre car, March 75S. We saw some of those racing earlier on. In fact, it's not the only March 75S. Really strange kind of driver cockpit. It's got a conning tower lip to stop the waves splashing over the commander of the U-boat. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Now, obviously, it's an aerodynamic device rather than to stop water surging over the top of you, but it will certainly stop air surging over the top of you. Perhaps early in its career, drivers are complaining about being heavily buffeted by airflow. Well, there is Alex Brundle, as you say, not Gary Pearson, at the wheel of the Lola T70.
And he's just set the fastest lap of the race. Alex probably looked at the lap time for the Chris Ward car and thought, yeah, I need to go a bit quicker. 2:05.5 for Alex Brundle.
It's either that or Gary Pearson was leaning over the pit wall as he came past the wing going, hurry up. I think Alex is basically trying to wring the neck of the car as much as he can anyway. But of course, as we heard, also trying to bring some tyres back.
Yes, to leave Gary with something to drive on for the last part of the race.
Yeah. You don't want to use the car up in Tully. Much as Ed might suggest that that's what most first drivers do, I think Alex might be a little bit more careful with that. He's built a very good relationship with Pearson Engineering.
And Alistair McCaig has dropped away now from the green Lola T70, and not all is well with that car. I think I did see smoke coming out of that car earlier on. So I think maybe we're going to see Alistair McCaig having to pull into the pits to have that checked over.
Yeah, he's dropped into the 209s from 208, so he's going a little slower. Car number 21, the white Nacella with the little red airbox over the cockpit, being harried now for 11th place, or 10th place, as he's now gone by, the 88 March. So the Acela, essentially built for the European Hill Climb Championship, didn't do an awful lot of circuit racing. Whoa! And the red, of course, on the front of that airbox is part of the 3 colours of BMW Motorsport, because the Acela running a 2-litre BMW engine. March going by for position. That's the Parker O'Connell car, the white car with the blue and yellow stripes. Or is it the Cook car, number 88? That's the Cook car, number 88, isn't it? So there's a couple of arches, one ahead and one behind, and between them, one of the prettiest sports cars ever made, the Chevron B8. I think we can agree on that, can't we, Alistair?
We can definitely agree on that. Yes, that's my favourite little sports car. 46 is Stephen Nuttall, who you might remember was very quick in Caterhams a few years ago. Well, he's moved into historic racing, really enjoying driving his Chevron B8. Is it a B6 actually, or a B8? They look the same anyway.
I think they're both B8s in this race.
Yeah, that's right.
Any number of Nuttalls racing any number of things in the Silverstone Festival. It's probably one of the more popular names that's not repeated in lots of different cars, like Spears and Greensell and Hart and Hart.
This is the Ford GT40, which isn't really competitive in this race. It's in the invitation class, but it's worth having a look at, isn't it? This is the car which Ford designed to beat Ferrari at Le Mans. If you've seen the film Le Mans 66, or Ford versus Ferrari, if you saw it over in America, this is the car that was designed to win Le Mans. It didn't in 64 and 65, but 66 and then through to 69 in various variants, it won the Le Mans 24-hour race. Came back much later as the Ford GT with our own Andy Prix at the wheel. But this particular version, driven by Diogo Ferrao, the Portuguese driver, sharing with Martin Stretton, the local preparer from Clearbury Mortimer.
And in a degree of synchronicity, the modern Ford GT team, run by Multimatic, won Le Mans 50 years on in 2016. And so coming up next year, Ford won't have a car in the top class, but 2027 they will have their hypercar. Meanwhile, battle under brakes, 27 and 30, and that is for position. That's for 18th place, in fact. So 30 is Peter Fisk in his Lola T290. 27, either Damon DeSantis or David Hinton in the pale green March Lola T70. And that Lola, interesting. I've never seen one before with that big hump in the door for a tall driver's helmet.
That's DeSantis at the wheel for the first stint.
Now then, here's a change. The Pittard and Burke car that started on pole position has got back ahead of Alistair McCaig, and is now up to 5th place and harassing for 4th. David Hart with the little 2-litre car. Now, the other thing that the 2-litre cars had, we said before the race, they're lighter, they're nimble, they're going to be good in the twisty stuff. What's the other thing that a light car doesn't do so much? Wear its tyres out. So as the race progresses, they're not under-tyred dramatically compared to the big 5-litre cars, so they may well start to find that balance of grip versus power starts to come back in their favour as the race progresses. A 50-minute race, we've got over half an hour of it remaining, pit window yet to open. And by the way, in terms of drive-through penalties, one of the cars that was handed a drive-through penalty. None of the cars that have been handed a drive-through penalty have actually done a drive-through penalty. So, have they actually told any of the cars? Anyway, oh, hello, very, very slow Chevron. And that pale blue car barely moving at all. Chris Porritt and Ross Dryburgh's Chevron B19. And again, that's a 2-litre sports car category car. It's not actually a 2-litre car, it's got an 1800 BDA engine in it. But they have pulled off down at Abbey. So as long as they can be wheeled to a place of safety fairly quickly, then the yellow flag should go away. Alex Brundle 7.3 seconds now ahead of the 2nd place car. So that is Chris Ward in car number 77.
And still the battle goes on for 4th place with the David Hart Lola T70 now, as you said earlier, being harried by the 2-litre car behind, which was actually on pole position, the Chevron B26.
Oh, and it's tight down the inside. Have a look at underneath the back of David Hart's car as he drives away from us. It does rather look like either it's blowing out water or it's blowing out oil smoke, something from an overflow pipe. Either way, if it's starting to overheat, not good. If it's starting to blow oil out, also not good. I know who will know. That will be the driver of 51, because they will be either smelling it or feeling it or seeing it on their windscreen. And hot coolant being blown out or hot oil being blown out make a very different smell. And particularly if it's a diff.
The car behind in 5th place has been caught up behind the back marker through Beckett's and has lost a lot of time there to David Hart. And a problem for Christian Pittard, is it? He's slowing up, or is there a yellow flag?
He is slowing. Now, did he start to make a move? There wasn't a car off at Cops. There may be a car off at Cops, but I don't think we saw yellow flags.
No, that was Stowe corner.
So I beg your pardon. Did he? Yes, Stowe. Did he imagine something? Pit window is open.
Yeah, his car's going in. He seemed to start to overtake and then pull back behind as though there was a yellow flag there. But and whichever way we look at it, he lost a lot of time to David Hart.
Now, of course, these are proper cars and they don't have flappy paddle gearboxes, so he might possibly have missed a shift. And if you miss the shift, then suddenly the other car's still accelerating hard and you're not, and you basically go into reverse. Now, he was gesticulating as he went past the team, but it didn't look like he was trying to point to something. I wonder if he did just miss a gear. It doesn't have to happen often, but it does happen.
David Hart changing over to his son Olivier Hart, who's just waiting there with the white helmet to get it, now climbing into the car.
Dean DeSantis and Josh Tuggle's white number 31 Lola T297 pulls it in front.
The 34 car, which was running in 4th place, one of the it's the earliest stopper in the top 5, although also has come in is Alistair McCaig in the Decadene.
Yep.
We'll see if we can get a shot of that in the pit lane, whether that's going to be a stop, a normal mandatory stop, or whether he's having the car looked at. So might be.
There's another very fabulous Chevron P8.
Yes, with the yellow nose.
Now, let's hope they have stopped for the correct time. Away goes Olivier Hart. There have been a few snafus in pit stop timing among teams over the many races that have had pit stops during the course of this weekend.
No, short stop for the Harts, I'm afraid. Car number 34, which is David and Olivier Hart, a red time on the TSL timing screen, so that means a short stop. The minimum stop time will be 90, which they're 123. They're about 7 seconds early.
Right.
I think it's a sorry, I can't actually read the numbers on the screen. At 123, Ian's telling me, yes, 123. So that's just under 6.3 seconds short on the stop. So that's a 36.3 second penalty.
Multiple watches stopped and start. There's Jan Lammers, by the way, in the back of the garage, looking at a timing screen. Now, that is a helmet that is a direct replica of the one in which he made a one-off appearance for McLaren in Formula 1. And Ben Constantouris pointed that out the other day. So if that car gets onto the podium, where it currently is, I think Ben's going to have to ask him the question, how come you've got a replica of a one-off drive helmet? Is it the other one got chipped, or you just quite fancy doing it? And why not? Race, of course, in Formula 1 more for Stewart, but did have a one-off drive for McLaren. So here's our race leader then, Alex Brundle. And again, those of you who saw his dad race in period will know very much the helmet livery remains the same. White helmet with blue and red stripes around the chin piece and up the side of the crash hat.
And a similar situation to the last race, a 10-minute pit window. Cars are doing around 2 minutes, 2 minutes 5, 2 minutes 10. So a relatively short number of laps that they can actually choose to come in. I suspect with Alex and Gary Pearson, Alex will go as long as possible and hand over to Gary right at the end of the pit window, as close as he wants to get.
Going by a B8, I think this is a battle for position. It is the Edelman and Willis car. Now that made an out of sequence pit stop very early in the race, but they're ahead of car number 63. That's the orange machine of John Barber.
And into the pits comes Chris Ward to hand over to Jan Magnussen. In fact, Chris Ward stuck behind a car that's going much more slowly than it has to do at this point in the pit lane. You don't have to get down to the pit lane speed limit until you cross the speed line, and I suspect Chris Ward was slightly frustrated there because that will have lost him perhaps 2-3 seconds. And there is, as you say, Jan Magnussen waiting to get into the car.
Kevin's dad, as he's now known. Kevin and Jan Magnussen shared a car at Le Mans 3 or 4 years ago. Kevin was due to start his prototype racing career, his hypercar racing career as a Peugeot driver, and then got a call up to go back to F1 with Haas, which of course turned into a very successful second outing in F1, and now finds himself once more back in the sports car world. So Jan Magnussen being bolted in by the team. Now, is that just a tyre pressure adjustment? And here is the 4th place car. This is number 89, Andrew Max Banks McLaren M6, M6B Can-Am car. And of course the McLaren and the Lolas share a lot in common. A big V8. It's the same engine in both cars. And the Lola comes out just in front of the McLaren. So that is going to be a very interesting little battle. They pitted 6 seconds apart. The 77 Lola was 6 seconds ahead of the McLaren, but of course it lost time coming into the pit lane. Quite a lot of time, clearly. In comes Alex Brundle, the handover to Gary Pearson, so the race leader heading into the pit lane.
And the pit stop time for the number 77 Chris Ward to Jan Magnussen car was okay, slightly over the minimum time, so they did lose a little time, but better to be safe. As we now watch the 23 car, the leading car of Alex Brundle, handing over to Gary Pearson.
Just going by as well was John Spears, ready to hand over to Nigel Greensall. Their Can-Am car, when they came in, they had moved up to 5th position, 6th position, but that will drop them down the order. Nigel Greensall maybe will move up a little bit as well. So 23, there's the leaders. Alex Brundle handing over to Gary Pearson. Pearson engineering crew just checking those tyre pressures, maybe dropping them half a pound or a pound as the tread wears and the temperature rises. Need to let a little bit of air pressure out just to keep the balance on the car. Alex may have said it's understeering a bit or oversteering a bit, and just suggested a change to tyre pressure as well.
And the 77 car, Jan Magnussen, coming through Beckett's. Gary Pearson waiting to be told to move, and he's been told to move now. So he's making his way to pit exit. He's come behind the Nigel Greensall and John Spears car. So Greensall is just ahead of Pearson now.
Yeah, that shouldn't be too much of a drama for Gary Pearson, because that is another big block Chevrolet car, and Nigel Greensall will not be hanging around.
And the time in the pit stop for number 23, the leading car, is good at 1:41. They actually lost a second to the Magnussen car in the pit stops.
This is going to be close, isn't it? This is not going to be 23 seconds, I think, between them. They are out, and 23 has moved in front. So he's got away from Nigel Greensall. He's unbottled himself from that particular cork. And away he goes. He's onto the Wellington Straight. Now then, let's take a look with the Mark 1 human eyeball. Hold the shot. Well, there is the 77 car. And he is sweeping out through Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. What's that? That is not 23, not 29 seconds or whatever it was before, though. It is still a big gap, but it's maybe not quite as big as it was. And so now you've got Gary Pearson versus Jan Magnussen. Game on. This could be highly entertaining. The final 20 minutes of the Silverstone Festival, the final 20 minutes of the Masters Sports Car Legends. 12.6 seconds. We might get 9 laps. So there's the maths. Jan Magnussen has to lap a 1.5 seconds at least quicker than Gary Pearson on every lap to really be in with a shot of this one. Is that possible? Is it doable? We will have to wait and see. Andrew Max Banks in 3rd place still in car number 89. 4th place David and Olivier Hart. There they are. So this is 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There you are. We might be looking at the proverbial pocket handkerchief finish for the podium. Olivier Hart down the inside. Takes 3rd.
And we timed here at this side of the circuit the gap 1st to 2nd, and it was 11 seconds between the white 23 and the dark blue 77, 1st and 2nd in the race.
Gary Pearson is a good peddler. Gary Pearson is a very experienced driver. Jan Magnussen is Jan Magnussen.
And behind Jan Magnussen, as you've mentioned, is Olivier Hart, who's taken over from his father. We've seen in previous races Olivier is quicker than David, and then Max Banks has got in to take over from his brother Andrew in the McLaren in 4th place.
Now this is very interesting because here comes car number 51, and this is the Pittard and Burke machine, 13th place. How's that happened? They can't be 13th, they should be in the top 5. 77, Jan Magnussen. Behind him, 34, showing his nose, Olivier Hart. Behind him, 89, the yellow car, Max Banks.
And I think Pittard and Burke are 5th, just behind them. I think
Yes, they are. Yeah, they absolutely are.
So this is
2nd, 3rd, 4th, pause, 5th.
Correct, and 5th is going quicker than anybody. And guess what? Alex Brundle has stayed in 23.
Oh, has he?
Yeah, we've just confirmed it. I did have my suspicions, but Ian has just been down and looked out to the window at the cars as they come past us, and it's Alex Brundle's helmet.
Well, here is Olivier Hart all over the back of Jan Magnussen. For young Olivier Hart, this is a fantastic opportunity. Equal machinery, wheel to wheel with a Grand Prix and sports car race like Jan Magnussen. What a great opportunity to show your mettle. Now these cars were side by side with their starting drivers, and they were as close as this and closer, and now look at them. They're coming up behind Nigel Greensall in the Can-Am, the purpley blue and white Can-Am McLaren. That's is that an M1B, that car?
Yes,
it's a very early Can-Am McLaren. As a result, looks very round and bulbous. And Olivier Hart showing his nose, not quite on the inside of Jan Magnussen. This is going to be fantastic stuff for the final 16 minutes. He gets drive off the corner, look at that. Comes out underneath Jan Magnussen and drives by him for 2nd place.
And fastest lap has been taken on the last lap by the 5th placed car, which is Darren Burke. He's closing up to Max Banks. Max Banks is close to Jan Magnussen. Jan Magnussen has just been passed by Olivier Hart. This is a wonderful race we're seeing here. Darren Burke doesn't waste time, does he? Straight through as soon as he caught Max Banks. Now, 2nd corner, again, takes another place, closing in on Olivier Hart.
Caught them in absolutely the perfect place for that little 2-litre sports car in the tight and twisty stuff where they're struggling to slow down and struggling to turn the car. Could not have been better, and they were both together. That was like taking candy off a baby. That's exactly where the car is at its very best, and where the 2 big banger sports cars are at their very worst.
And at Luffield, where again the 2-litre sports car is at its best, he's closed in on Olivier Hart. And will we see a change of 2nd place at Copse Corner, or will the big engine in the Olivier Hart green Lola manage to get him to Copse first? Yes, it does, but Darren Burke doesn't lose more than maybe half a car length on the run down to Copse. Now they're taking the fast left-hander into Beckett's. A slower car there. Will Darren Burke manage to get through on the inside? Yes, he does. What a fabulous move
inside
from Darren
outside,
Burke.
and Olivier Hart really badly held up by the number 6 Lola T70. He just lost a lot of ground there. That is game over. Darren Burke up to second place. Now they're going to come charging back along the straight at him, but they're not going to get close enough, are they? And that little chevron is going to be in the way as well. So the two Lolas and the McLaren are now battling for third, as Darren Burke, car number 51, goes through in second place and goes through quite happily in second.
And actually,
he's taken 3 places in the last lap.
Well, half a lap, really.
Yeah.
And that delay for Olivier Hart up at Beckett's has brought both the Jan Magnussen car and the Max Banks car closer to him as they go through Abbey and Farm up to the right-hander at Village, and we should get a quick shot. There's the white chevron ahead, so that's pulling away now from Olivier Hart in second place.
Quick reset. It is Alex Brundle who stayed in the white Lola T70 with the green stripes, car number 23, that leads the race. 15.8 seconds clear off now the white car number 51, the Chevron 2-litre open sports car of Darren Burke. Third, 34, the green T70 of Olivier Hart. Then the black and silver 77 T70, Jan Magnussen, he's fourth. And then the yellow open Can-Am McLaren, car number 89, Max Banks, he's in 5th position. Third, 4th, 5th, still very close to each other, but Darren Burke has cleared off and just hit the fastest lap of the race. 2 minutes 2.766. Fastest lap of the race for Alex Brundle, 2 minutes 5.5. He's 2.8 seconds quicker than Alex Brundle has been able to get in that Lola T70. Now catching a slower sports car, another Chevron, ironically, I think. I know that's the what's it, Porsche, isn't it? Dulon Porsche. Anyway, the 51 car onto the straight. One of the pretty Chevron B8s is allowing the crowd to admire it a little more easily by remaining stationary on the pit lane, on the main straight.
And the last lap for Darren Burke, not as fast as his previous one, but still best part of 3 seconds quicker than Alex Brundle. So even in traffic, when he was having to make his way around, he's still 3 seconds quicker. So the 51 car absolutely flying now, and we'll get another lap time for him now. 2:05.0 and Alex Brundle 2:06.8. So Darren Burke closed by 1.8 seconds on that last lap.
Not enough, 12 minutes. He's only closing a second or 2 seconds a lap. There's 14 seconds between them. He needs to make it 4 or 5 seconds a lap. He needs Brundle to really get held up badly in some traffic. And Alex is a good sports car racer. He reads the road ahead of him really well. Now, fastest lap for the car for number 34, Olivier Hart, the green T70 with the red noseband, and the McLaren goes off in the background. Big moment for Max Banks, and that has relieved the pressure on 77 Jan Magnussen. Max Banks in the big yellow Can-Am McLaren have a very lurid moment across the grass. Anna Kimi Räikkönen brought it back on before he got to the bridge, but that must have been an eye-widening moment. Here is our race leader coming down through Maggots and into the Beckett's S's, catching a slower car. He'll have to go the long way around the outside of 210, and that's Ingo Stoltz and Thomas Matzelberger's Lola T210. And he doesn't lose much time there, Alex Brundle.
We might, here we go, in Beckett's now. I was going to say we might just see the chevron actually coming onto the hanger straight, just about on the hanger straight at the same time. We'll get another idea of the amount of time that the 51 car is taking out of Alex Brundle in number 23.
Well, he took 7 tenths out of Brundle in the first sector, 8 tenths out of him in the second sector. It's something, but it's not enough. Now then, what happened to Olivier Hart? Because Max Banks, after that lurid moment, is ahead of him.
And,
the yellow McLaren is there, Olivier Hart is there.
Well, there was a car stopped up at Chapel on the long shot, one of the March 75 S's. So whether there was something involved with Olivier Hart there, didn't see it. We just saw the car stopped.
All right, here's a replay. Looping spin, it was absolutely right. That white March with the high airbox. And the traffic has played a part in several races, hasn't it? The Formula Juniors yesterday, the overall leader and the front engine class leader both taken out of the race by meandering traffic. And there is the lead gap. It is basically the length of this straight. Alex Brundle with a slower Can-Am car in front of him. He's got to find a way through to keep his speed up. He'll try to go the long way around the outside and hope that the McLaren doesn't drift out too far wide. He gets by before the McLaren does need to drift out wide onto the straight. Good driving by both men. That was heads up there by the guy who was being lapped. And here comes Darren Burke. Gaps down to 12 seconds. It's not coming down fast enough. Inside the final 10 minutes of the race, inside the final 10 minutes of the weekend, inside the final 10 minutes of 35 years of historic racing history in these big events here at Silverstone. And Alex Brundle may well be well placed to win the final race to bring down the curtain on the Silverstone Festival.
Turning into Stowe Corner, will we get a quick flash? There it is at the top of the screen, the white car in second place, number 51, Darren Burke in the Chevron B26, as Alex Brundle makes his way down through the Vale into Club Corner and through the right-hander. This is where the finish line is, but he's got another 8 minutes and 20 seconds. He's doing 2 minute 7-ish laps.
Yep.
So how many laps? About
three.
Four.
Hang on a minute. What's happened with Olivier Hart? Car writhing down the straight. He's looking in the mirror. He's looking
Puncture,
down.
is it, at the back?
No, I don't. Yes, it is. Right rear, possibly.
No.
Something doesn't feel happy. Yeah, that is, I think, is the only option. Something wrong with the car. It may be a legacy of that contact and that spin. But it's maybe just dislocated something at the back. Sometimes you can have contact, it doesn't seem to have done anything, but it has weakened something. Team Gunston car going down the inside of Martin Stretton in the GT40, moving up a spot. And here comes our second place car, Darren Burke, car number 51. He got by the blue Lola, blue and red Lola fairly quickly. And Alex Brundle again is being absolutely clinical in traffic, isn't he?
And Darren Burke's last lap time 2:08.6. So clearly he's been held up in traffic, which pretty much seals the deal with Alex Brundle. It was nip and tuck whether Darren Burke could catch Alex anyway by the end of the race, but losing a second on the last lap. He's now got to go even faster to catch him as we look at Jan Magnussen and Max Banks in third and fourth places in the Lola and McLaren respectively.
Now the pit stop for the Hart family T70 is going to move the De Cadenet up into fifth place. Alistair McCaig, haven't seen that in a long while. It's not particularly close behind. How far behind was he? 57 seconds behind the leader. No, he wasn't. 57 seconds behind the Harts. So a minute behind Banks.
The car going slowly on the left-hand or the right-hand side of the track. Our left in our picture. One of the Lolas, I think.
And that may have been guarded by yellow flags, which is possibly why we saw a couple of the cars slowing down a little.
Across the line again, that last lap for Darren Burke.
Oh, hang on a minute. What's going on there? He was going right over to read his pit board.
2:08 last time, so Darren Burke has significantly slowed, whereas Alex Brundle has speeded up a little bit. He's in the 2:06s now. Is this Is that car okay? There goes Alex down into Brooklands. Now, if you remember, we could see Darren Burke at the top of the screen, but it's much longer before we see him, so he's losing ground to Alex Brundle now.
I'm not sure that car is okay. He was 5.4 seconds ahead of Jan Magnussen. It's more like 4 seconds.
Yeah.
Now, it's not terminal, necessarily, whatever it is, but it's not helpful. So Jan Magnussen, Max Banks, 5 minutes left in the race. They might both end up on the podium. Right now, 77, the black car is in 3rd place, but Max Banks in that yellow car might move up as well. And here is Alain de Cadenet. Well, not Alain de Cadenet, but Alain de Cadenet's car, driven by Alistair McCaig. So, a group of British sponsors, fairly eclectic mix. Tate and Lyle Sugar.
We think we can hear a little bit of a misfire in the Darren Burke number 51, which top end, so it could be why he's not quite so fast, but he's able to keep going.
Yeah, that would seem about right. Confirmation there as the sun streams in. Alex Brundle with his "it makes me look cooler" black visor. It's probably helping now, actually, as they are driving into low sun. It's that sort of Le Mans witching hour feeling, isn't it? Late evening sunshine. Not that late, but coming up to 7 p.m. in June at the start. It would be going down a little later than that, maybe a full hour later, but you can see the golden light reflecting off the visor of Darren Burke as well. Yeah, is it a broken exhaust?
It could be, couldn't it? Yes.
It's got that sort of sound, hasn't it? No, I won't do that again. But it has got that slight sound, and Jan Magnussen is closing in. The gap's down to 4 seconds now. And Magnussen fastest sector 2 of the entire race for that car as well. I think he knows that something is up. He'll be able to see that he is getting closer to the white car, and when the gap comes down, that gives drivers an even greater incentive to push on.
And he's pulling away now from Max Banks in the 89 yellow McLaren in 4th place. And we can see now very clearly on the Wellington straight the second and third placed cars. And there's Max Banks at the top of the picture in the yellow car with a white stripe.
Yep.
As they come into Brooklands now, Jan Magnussen feeding in the power as he comes up to Luffield, then back on the brakes again, turns the car in, tries to get it round that long right-hander. Here's Max Banks in the McLaren.
Magnussen will be on full push mode, won't he? Absolutely giving it everything. It only has to survive a couple of laps. Mind you, so too in front of it, so too does car number 51. That Chevron only has to go for another couple of laps to take a really strong 2nd place. Considering how it was swamped and left for dead by all the big banger sports cars early on in the race, they were down to 5th or 6th position. That wasn't driver, that was just the big capacity cars on fresh tyres romping away. But now the smaller Chevron is holding on to 2nd position. He's looking in the mirror, a long look in the mirror down the straight, and another one just before he gets onto the brakes, trying to judge how fast Jan Magnussen is coming, because he knows that he's not going as quickly. The question is, how much not quickly enough is he going? 1 minute 56, they're doing 2 minute plus laps. This will be the final lap of the race, the final lap of the weekend, the final lap of 35 years of classic festivals here at Silverstone. And Alex Brundle on to the last lap of the race. Well, endurance racing, particularly at Le Mans, if it teaches us anything, teaches us that it's never over until the checkered flag. We've seen that a number of times, even on last laps here. We saw a few major mistakes by drivers and mechanical woes on the final lap. But he leads. Darren Burke in 2nd place, safely negotiating a couple of 2-litre cars in front of him. He'll have to come down the inside of the Team Gunston car into Brooklands.
Taking the opportunity for a little bit of an aerodynamic assistance from the 131 Team Gunston car. So even that tiny short piece of track, he wanted to get a little bit of a toe down there to make sure he can stay ahead. Although it looks now as though Jan Magnussen is not going to catch Darren Burke.
No. Magnussen's last lap, in fact, 2:07.4, Darren Burke's 2:05.79, so Darren Burke really just giving it everything, taking the whip to the horse. Magnussen's got nothing left to give in this car. The Lola just has got no more speed in it. And he's now catching traffic in a slightly awkward position as well. Meanwhile, down the straight, Lola passes Lola. White with green stripes passes green with black stripes. Alex Brundle negotiating the final couple of hurdles. 3 corners to go as he exits Stowe and drops into the Vale. 2 corners to go as he turns left, exiting the Vale, and then 3 parts to Club Corner. The final race, the final checkered flag, and a big spin across the line from one of our other cars, but it is Alex Brundle who takes victory in the Lola T70. He wins the Masters Sports Car Legends. Darren Burke will come across the line in 2nd place, and 3rd, Jan Magnussen in car number 77. Lola's 1st and 3rd, but the 2-litre Chevron in 2nd place. Here comes the 4th place car, Max Banks in the McLaren M6. In 5th place, it should be the Cadenet of Alistair McCaig. He hasn't got to the checkered flag yet. No! Martin Stretton on the final lap spins the GT40 into the gravel. Oh, Martin, unbelievable. And that's a gimme for position, I think, for Nigel Greensall. Oh no, he was several laps ahead of the GT40. Nigel Greensall takes 7th place. And was that the Richardson and Gathercole car that spun into the gravel?
Graham Edelman in
Graham Edelman, was it? Okay.
P19, I think.
Okay.
Well, that's a blue car. It's yellow, the one that's in the gravel. So...
what colour is 29, Richardson Gathercole? I didn't have it even on my entry list.
No.
Blue. Oh no, that's blue. Yeah,
blue as well. That was entered as
well, there is our race winner, Alex Brundle. Wasn't born when the first Silverstone Historic Festival happened in 1990, but he wins the last race of the last one. Olivier Huez in the Ginetta G16. Now there's a car I've never seen before in my life. I thought I knew a few Ginettas, never seen a G16. There is the Cadenet. Alistair McCaig takes 5th position, and Martin Stretton, was he worrying or struggling with a brake issue? But to loop the car round, exiting the Vale on the last lap of the race, had a spin earlier in the lap. I would suggest that might be a braking issue. The pedal may well have gone straight to the bulkhead.
And we also had the 57 car off. We picked it up on the cameras, but it wasn't the one at Club. It's a different corner. So 3 cars into the gravel on the last lap.
Well, at least it was the last lap and we don't have to endure a long and tedious safety car, so there is that. So congratulations to Alex Brundle, and actually to Gary Pearson and Pearson Engineering, who prepared the car. Gary deciding not to drive. I think he's probably driven enough things this weekend, actually, hasn't he? Gary and John have been side by side in a lot of cars. And Alex Brundle waving to the marshals and to the fans. For those of you who have stayed all the way through the afternoon into the evening, that was a good end to a good race. I think that, again, like so many of the races here, encapsulates what we love about sports car racing, what we love about historic racing, is different sights and sounds coming together. Different eras. We've gone from pretty much immediately post-war with the 500s right up into the 2000s with our endurance legends. And here the Masters Sports Car Legends race falls to the Lola T70 Mark 3B of Alex Brundle. The Pittard and Burke Chevron, the 2-litre sports car in 2nd. Ward and Magnussen's T70 in 3rd. And the McLaren of the Banks brothers. Alistair McCaig's Lola Cadenet in 5th. And Gary First taking 6th position. There you go, the GT40 of Diogo Ferral and Martin Stretton, rather than Ferral. That finished in 19th place. A Hart family Lola T70 retired. The Lenham spun out, So did the Genesis G16 and a few more retirements down the order. Well, there is Alex Brundle, Pearson Engineering, doing another great job. And the boy Brundle producing the goods, taking victory. So the final race, bringing the curtain down on 35 years of history at Silverstone. The last ever race in the last ever Silverstone Festival. Alex Brundle jumping into the lead. Little contact earlier on between his two closest rivals, David Hart and the 77 car of Chris Ward. They both continued. Brundle imperious in front. Dropping down early on, our pole position starter, Christian Pittard in the 51 Chevron 2-litre sports car. As the big bangers fought it out front, gradually after the pit stops with Darren Burke at the helm, the 51 car came through, going by the three cars in third, fourth and fifth, or second, third and fourth as it was, in very short order. He finished in second. Third place going to the car that was started in fourth, Chris Ward and Jan Magnussen, but Alex Brundle finishing off the race with victory.
There is nothing quite like a Lola T70 as the sun goes down at Silverstone to conclude the Silverstone Festival for 2025, and a Brundle on the top step of the podium. Congratulations, Alex. Looks like you really had to work hard in that first stint because you knew that some quick guys were getting in for the second one.
Well, as you know very well, Ben, I'm a chubby commentator now. Yeah, I did. I definitely did. I knew that this little Chevron was going to be really quick in the second half of the race. So it's not one of those where you see the time gap on the board and you think, okay, now I can just, go at a reasonable pace home. I knew I had to push all the way through the race because they were going to get quicker at the end. But I really enjoyed it. Well, how great was that? Sun going down over Silverstone, pounding around in this thing. What a great race.
It looked like it was a consistent run.
Yeah, did it look like that? Yeah. Good. I was losing fourth gear towards the end a little bit. So just under load coming onto the Wellington straight. So that was the only thing I had to drive around. But honestly, Pearson's Engineering do such a great job with this car, as they do with all of them. Massively thankful to them for the opportunity to drive it, as I am thankful for the opportunity to drive all of their cars, and they've really taught me everything I know in historic racing. So big thanks to the team, and thanks to everyone at the Silverstone Festival who came to watch as well. We've really enjoyed the company.
Very, very cool. Congratulations, Alex. Let's go over and... we did change from a clear to a darkened visor at the end. I thought it was going the other direction, but the sun goes down. That helps a little bit. Right, where is Darren in this group? Oh, there he is. I'm not sorry. Can I wiggle my way in here? Because that was quite a charge from Darren Burke in the second stint. Hey, Darren, nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
But a couple of laps before the end, something went wrong?
Yeah, it was about 6 laps before the end. We've either bent a valve or lost a cylinder. So I was on a charge to catch Alex, and I thought we could have a really good race. But I don't think I over-revved it. It's just, something's got to miss. And as soon as I heard it not running right, I sort of reverted to consolidate second rather than push and damage the engine further. So brought it home, saved Christian some money on the engine so it doesn't throw a rod through the side. But there's a funny smell of burning oil, so I'm guessing it's a valve. But I've been there before, so we nursed it home. I just managed the gap to the 77 car. I could see him in the mirror, so I backed off 5 seconds a lap. Saw him coming, so ramped the speed back up again the last 2 laps, as I know there was only 2 laps to go, so pushed a little bit harder. But it's a shame, because I think we could have got there. The car's fantastic. We rolled it out of the box on Wednesday for a shakedown, and it's been great ever since. The first time I've driven it. And honestly, this thing is an absolute weapon. It's not as quick as those down the straight, but we can definitely hustle it through the corners. Fantastic to drive. Fair play to Team Leo's. Luke here that built the car. He's done a superb job.
The exhaust has broke. The only bit we didn't change.
Original exhaust from 1974, probably.
Yeah. Never mind.
Well done, guys. Congratulations. Thank you very much. I want to sneak over and find Jan Magnussen, who obviously was the pursuer at the end there. Let's see if we can grab a quick word with Jan, because one of our big stars of the Silverstone Festival this year to come along and drive some of these classic cars. Thank you, firstly, Jan, for making the effort to come over for the weekend. Great to have you with us, and what a pleasure for you to be doing some chasing at the end there.
Yeah, no, it was. It's great to be here. It's a fantastic event. It's the second time I'm here, and you know, just super thankful I get to drive cool cars like this against big competition like that. We were hoping for a bit more, but unfortunately something was not quite right with the car. But no, top 3 is fantastic. I'm so happy for the whole team, and everybody works so hard. But it's great to be here.
You must have been hopeful when you saw this rear wing a little bit bigger every lap on the last couple of laps.
Yes, but it was too far. That made me hopeful, and then I looked on the pit board and saw a time left, and that hope sort of went away.
Congratulations, and thank you for being here this weekend.
Thank you.
There's your top 3, and we'll be celebrating their podium in just a 3 moments' time. Did you know that this man, Bibendum, is over 125 years old and was established just 5 years into the existence of the Michelin tyre brand? So what is it about Michelin and the Silverstone Festival that makes it so special?
I mean, Michelin and Silverstone, that we're entwined in motorsport history. We both go back decades and decades within the worlds of motorsport, so it only makes sense that we appear at the Michelin, at the Silverstone Festival.
I'll let you into a secret. He scares me a little bit and has done since I was really, really young. Let's chat to Martin, who's the brand manager here for Michelin. It is a great festival to be part of.
It's an absolutely amazing festival to be a part of. It's our second year here. It's a great family day out. There's some amazing racing, and we've tried to keep in theme with that this year. We brought the Michelin motorsport truck down. We've got 2 amazing vehicles, the Tut Hill GT1 and the RB17. So, yeah, it's just a superb event for us to be involved with.
History is such an important factor in Michelin as a brand as well.
It is indeed. The motorsport, the history. We've been in motorsport since motorsport was invented. I think the first events were in the 1800s when in France in the motorsport races there. We've had well over 1,000 victories in all forms of motorsport. So,
yeah, and the second largest tyre manufacturer in the world as well. This is an incredibly special vehicle, a tyre built whilst the car was in development.
That's correct. So the car and the tyre have been designed together to work in sort of perfect harmony. So yeah, they developed the tyre specifically to work with the RB17.
To a point where the compounds across the tyre are separate.
That's correct. There's several different compounds to ensure that the performance is optimum to suit the vehicle.
It really is incredible, and great to have such an incredible brand as Michelin as a partner of the Silverstone Festival. Do make sure you come down. We're on the inside of Kops, I think, if you are here at the festival. Come down, have a look at the Tut Hill Porsche and the over €5 million RB17. We are now going to celebrate the podium for our final race of the weekend, the Masters Sports Car Legends. And without further ado, with a nice big crowd down here for the final of the day, please welcome onto the podium in 3rd position, Chris Ward and Jan Magnussen. In 2nd position, Christian Pittard and Darren Burke. And your winner, Alex Brundle. Leo from Masters Historic Racing has been doing a great job of handing out the trophies all day, and once again he hands out the 3rd place caps and trophy to Jan Magnussen and Chris Ward. A great battle from them in the middle part of that race. Christian Pittard and Darren Burke receive their cap and trophy for 2nd position in their Chevron B26. And it's the big trophy from the Silverstone Festival to Alex Brundle. if you can get nice and close to each other for one last time, closer than you would if on race circuit, so we can get you into a photo. Big smiles. And there is your final podium for the Masters Sports Car Legends.
Well, congratulations to all our racers, all our drivers, all the teams who prepared over 500 cars for this weekend. The smoke flares are lit and the Army Parachute Regiment display team are due to drop in. The Red Devils are on their way. So don't forget that we round out the evening starting in just 15-20 minutes with live music from the Ministry of Sound Classical on the main stage to bring everything to a conclusion. And Alistair Douglas, that was a pretty good way to finish the weekend, wasn't it? What a great race.
Didn't they? And what a way to finish the Silverstone Festival after 35 years. I've been to an awful lot of them, commentated on a lot. That was one of the best ones.
It certainly was. It's been an absolute privilege to bring it to you wherever you are, wherever you're watching, whether you're trackside, whether you've been trackside at some stage in the last 35 years, or whether you're a new convert who has joined us online around the world. There is the short sky van, inside which are the Red Devils waiting to do their jump. So while we watch them making their preparations, thanks to everybody at Silverstone Circuits and the British Racing Diving Club for helping with their organisation. Thanks so much to the Orange Army, the men and women, the marshals who keep everybody safe throughout the event, all the stewards and officials, and my thanks as well to the crew from Aurora Media Worldwide and Hey Fisher, who've been responsible for the TV production, our director Chris Zawadski, to Ian and Cameron, without whose sterling efforts behind the scenes we would have just been struggling, because there would have been no paperwork, no details, no nothing. On behalf of your TV crew here, Ed Foster, Ben Constantius and Alistair Douglas, Martin Haven saying thank you for being with us. Thank you for 35 years of historic racing fun at Silverstone. We look forward to what the future may bring. But for now, it's up to the Red Devils and the Ministry of Sound to bring down the curtain on the Silverstone Festival.